I Am the Fated Villain Chapter 295 to Chapter 333. Following Guchunga's departure, the place returned to its previous clamor. Many cultivators and skyprides began to discuss intensely. They were extremely shocked and could not recover from their shock for a long time. What they saw today shocked many people. Whether it was the supreme weapon Guchunga summoned or the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix who had reached the quasi-supreme stage, Chu Hao, both were enough to cause a huge commotion. It was rare to see a great saint stage cultivator. Not to mention that there was a peak great saint stage cultivator who was forced by Guchunga to the point of severing his own arms and damaging his own origin source. What had happened here was quickly spread by the various cultivators, causing a huge commotion. The Hidden Wang family was not big, but not many people dared to underestimate them. As a direct descendant of the Hidden Wang family, Wang Xiao offended Guchunga. In fact, many people had expected such an outcome. After all, it was Wang Xiao who injured Guchunga's maidservant in the beginning. If he did not give an explanation, it would be equivalent to slapping Guchunga in the face. If this matter was not resolved properly, it might even cause a conflict between the two orthodoxies. Although the Hidden Wang family had a long and powerful history, it was far from enough when compared to the longevity Gu family. Guchunga's methods were seen by many as making a mountain out of a molehill and being a little overbearing. However, many people felt that it was reasonable. After all, no matter who offended Guchunga before this, they did not have a good ending. Guchunga's overbearing attitude was not strange from the beginning. Along the way, he had bullied and humiliated many skyprides. Even disciples of the echelon like the Golden Cicada Buddhist Child and the Heavenly Lord of Purple Sun were humiliated by him. An insignificant Wang Xiao being casually killed was no more than a pebble thrown into the sea. It could not even cause a ripple. However, the other thing that attracted the most attention was the terrifying strength displayed by the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, Chu Hao. Quasi-supreme stage, before this, almost no one had heard of the existence of such a skypride. If anyone knew anything about the third prince, it would be only a few cultivators from the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird who knew a few things about him. He was too low-key. Before this, there were not many rumors about him. Logically speaking, there was no way such a dazzling heaven's favorite would remain unknown. After that, many things about Chu Hao were dug up by many cultivators. From the moment he was born to the moment he displayed his terrifying talent, he had done all sorts of shocking feats. For example, on the day of birth, there would be a shocking phenomenon, and the red-crowned cranes would present a gift. When he was 1 year old, he danced with the flood dragon in the cold pond behind the imperial palace and obtained the inner core of a million-year-old frost flood dragon. When he was 3 years old, he mistakenly entered the ancient immortal cave, obtaining the cloud-breaking immortal boat and the green and red Dao sword. When he was 7 years old, he learned the mysterious scripture in his dream. If they didn't investigate, they wouldn't have known. Once they did, many cultivators were shocked. They were envious and jealous. Compared to them, Chu Hao seemed to be favored by the great Dao. He was extremely blessed, just like the son of the heavens. This kind of luck made people speechless. It was no wonder that the small ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird could nurture such a skypride. For a moment, Chu Hao was like an extremely dazzling dark horse that entered everyone's sight. A quasi-supreme stage cultivator who was only a few hundred years old. According to the cultivators who witnessed it with their own eyes, Chu Hao's cultivation was already close to the peak of the 9th heaven of the quasi-supreme stage. He was only one step away from the supreme stage. Once this news spread, it caused a sensation everywhere. Many imperishable sects, supreme Taoist orthodoxies, and other ancient forces were paying attention. They knew about the existence of such a person with great providence. Behind Chu Hao, the mysterious and low-key grand heavenly grotto heaven appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They knew that this force was just keeping a low profile. However, its actual foundation was not much weaker than some of the imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies. Many orthodoxies were tempted to recruit it. A quasi-supreme stage cultivator who was a few hundred years old. Even the current True Immortal Academy's array disciples might not be able to achieve such a level of talent. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it was. Every heaven of the quasi-supreme stage was extremely difficult. one could easily go into seclusion for millions of years. Therefore, how shocking was it to have a quasi-supreme stage cultivator who was close to a few hundred years old. However, although Chu Hao was dazzling, there was another matter that made the forces and orthodoxies who wanted to recruit Chu Hao hesitate. According to the words that were spread at that time, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird had offended Xianxia. Moreover, Chu Hao had personally caused all of this. This made many orthodoxies start to consider if recruiting Chu Hao would offend Xianxia. They wondered if it was worth it. Speaking of which, after dealing a blow to Chu Hao, his providence points should have decreased quite a bit. Why did they increase instead? After returning to the palace, Xianxia noticed the change in Chu Hao's providence points. He was a little surprised for a moment. He had oppressed Chu Hao in public and caused the people of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird to change. Chu Hao's providence points had decreased quite a bit as well. However, not long after, he noticed that Chu Hao's providence points were beginning to increase steadily. This son of Providence who is not a good-for-nothing seems to be giving me many surprises. Not only was Xianxia not annoyed, but he was also pleasantly surprised. In his opinion, this was a leek that was growing healthily, and it was growing very well. Logically speaking, there should be another force involved at this time. However, other than the force behind Chu Hao, who else could it be? It should be Chu Hao's female lead? Soon, Xianxia's eyes flashed slightly as he guessed this possibility. Although it was rare to see a reincarnated providence point template like Chu Hao, it was not like he had never seen it before. In summary, it could be said that his luck was out of this world. Although Chu Hao's background was not bad, he was the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. However, in a place like the Upper Realm, it was like walking out of a remote village. There was not much difference. That was why so many skyprides looked down on the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, thinking that it was too remote. If that's the case, Chu Hao's female lead should have an extraordinary background? That's why she brought him such a huge amount of providence. At this thought, Xianxia's smile was a little playful. After that, he ordered his followers to keep a close eye on the situation in the imperial capital of Vermilion Bird. At the same time, he ordered them to investigate the woman who was once close to Chu Hao. Although it seemed like the emperor of Vermilion Bird was still in charge of the country, in reality, he had long been taken over by Xianxia. Including the palace, everything was under Xianxia's surveillance. Of course, in order to prevent Chu Hao from discovering him, Xianxia did not send anyone to spy on him. Spying on a quasi-supreme being was not realistic. Young master, at this time, Xianxia, who had almost recovered from her injuries, walked in. The injuries he suffered at that time naturally healed very quickly after consuming some pills and saint elixirs. At this moment, she felt a little nervous and uneasy. Although she tried her best to maintain her composure, this was not the situation outside. She still felt uncertain. Facing Xianxia alone, especially when he had a guilty conscience, she could feel his terrifying aura even more clearly. Even when she met the elder ancestor in the Ji family, she did not feel such intense nervousness, uneasiness, and fear. "How are your injuries?" Xianxia raised his head, glanced at her, and asked casually. "They're almost healed. Thank you for your concern, young master." Hearing this, Xianxia hurriedly said, but she felt that her words seemed to be a little nervous. However, Xianxia did not seem to notice her nervousness, or perhaps he did notice it but did not care. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace, and asked casually, "That girl who looks like you, don't you have any thoughts about her?" Xianxia felt that she especially liked this feeling of peace of mind when she snuggled in Xianxia's embrace. There was nothing to be afraid of, and nothing to worry about. Was there anything in this world that was more blissful than snuggling in the young master's embrace? At this moment, she had completely put herself in the role of her elder sister, Xianxia. Hearing this, she purposely raised her pretty face and explained, "Young master, I think she might be my veiled sister. When mother was brought back to the upper realm, she might have been pregnant." Xianxia responded with an "oh," but did not seem to care. "Then, don't you plan to reunite with her?" "If there's a chance, I'll probably go and meet her. However, her senior brother offended you." "If you don't mind." Xianxia replied. Xianxia replied. She had already thought of these words before, so her answer was flawless. "Why would I mind? Gu Chang'e smiled. Young master, you're so nice. Xianxia smiled sweetly. Oh? What's so nice about me? Gu Chang'e asked casually. Young master, Xianxia was about to answer, but Gu Chang'e stopped her, and she let out a whimper. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened. She was caught off guard. Didn't her elder sister say that the young master did not want her body for so long? Why did he suddenly? However, at this moment, Xianxia did not have time to think about it. Her mind was blank. Could it be that she came before her elder sister? While the outside world was in an uproar because of this incident, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was not peaceful either. You're being silly. Deep in the palace of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, the king of Vermilion Bird, who had heard everything, was sighing helplessly. His face was full of worry. Previously, he did not know what was going on. He thought that Gu Chang'e and Chu Hao had a conflict. But now, he knew that Chu Hao wanted to save someone who had offended Gu Chang'e. Although that person was Chu Hao's junior brother and a direct descendant of the reclusive Wang family, he still felt that it was not worth it. He had offended Gu Chang'e. Even if Gu Chang'e did not say anything later, the grudge had already been settled. However, the enmity had already been formed, and it was almost impossible to resolve it. It was not worth it at all. It seems that Gu Chang'e called me over just to force you to submit. However, if you didn't do as he said, I might have been killed by Gu Chang'e by now. I thought that he was really gentle and refined. I didn't expect that it was just a facade. The king of Vermilion Bird sighed. There was a hint of fear in his voice. As the king of Vermilion Bird, he ruled over countless people. But in the hands of Gu Chang'e, he was still a small figure who could be crushed with a wave of his hand. This made him feel bitter and helpless, but he did not dare to harbor any resentment. Chu Hao's expression was not very good either. He clenched his fists. Although he was a proud person, he still remembered the humiliation. Father, when I saved Wang Xiao, it was for the sake of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. You don't know how difficult it is to deal with the reclusive Wang family. If I didn't step in, the reclusive Wang family would only push the blame to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. After all, the reclusive Wang family did not dare to provoke the Longevity Gu family. Even if they knew that it was Gu Chang'e who killed Wang Xiao, they would not dare to say a word. Even if I offended Gu Chang'e, with the Longevity Gu family's background, they would not make things difficult for the insignificant ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Chu Hao explained. Even so, however, do you know those forces who want to curry favor with Gu Chang'e and the Longevity Gu family? Sigh. Your actions today were really foolish. The king of Vermilion Bird sighed, his face full of sorrow. He knew what Chu Hao was talking about. But Chu Hao's thinking was too simple. The Longevity Gu family would not bother to deal with the insignificant ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. But what would those forces who want to curry favor with the Longevity Gu family and Gu Chang'e do? Hearing this, Chu Hao quickly figured it out. His face could not help but turn slightly pale. He had underestimated the power of the Longevity Gu clan. Even if they did nothing. Even if they did not do anything, there would still be countless orthodoxies who would attack the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird in order to curry favor with the Longevity Gu family. Father, I did not think so much at that time. Chu Hao said guiltily, I was the one who brought this disaster to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Gu Chang'e's attitude was too arrogant and overbearing. I was so angry that I acted rashly. Forget it. What's done is done. Let's not talk about this. However, you are now a quasi-supreme. Even if the other orthodoxies want to attack the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, they will have to give you face. I believe that the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven behind you will not stand by and do nothing. Then, the king of Vermilion Bird smiled and said, seemingly relieved. He knew that Chu Hao had broken through to the quasi-supreme level. One should know that even the old ancestor of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was only a great saint. Chu Hao's achievement in just a few hundred years made him proud as his father. As expected of his son, Chu Hao smiled and nodded. Don't worry, father. With me around, no one can bully the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. At this time a guard suddenly came to report, My lord, Miss Wan requests an audience outside the palace. Miss Wan? The king of Vermilion Bird was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He looked at Chu Hao and said with a smile, "You came back just in time. Miss Wan is also in the imperial capital during this time. You two can have a good chat." Wanner, Chu Hao was slightly dazed. A young girl's face appeared in his mind. She was his childhood sweetheart. In the blink of an eye, how long had it been since he last saw her? He wondered how she was doing now. Soon, he smiled from the bottom of his heart and said with surprise, "She is in the Vermilion Bird imperial capital." Then, he quickly walked out of the palace. Outside the palace, a graceful woman was standing there. She was wearing a plain gauze dress. She did not wear any makeup, but her skin was fair and delicate. She was very charming, gentle, and elegant. Her name was Tang Wan. Tang Wan had a polite smile on her face. She was waiting there quietly. She did not bring any other followers, but she showed the demeanor of a good family. Even a stranger here would have a good impression of her. Today's incident should be a big blow to Brother Hao, but I believe he will be fine. Tang Wan whispered to herself in her heart. She had seen everything that happened today with her own eyes. This included the incident where Chu Hao was forced by Gu Chang'e, who was a supreme venerable, to submit in the end. In her opinion, if Gu Chang'e had not used the people of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird to force him, Chu Hao would not have submitted so easily. It was not that Chu Hao was not strong enough, but he was bound by the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. If it was another place, it would not be so easy for Gu Chang'e to force Chu Hao. In just a few hundred years, Brother Chu Hao has become a quasi-supreme. I was the only one who saw his dazzling brilliance. Tang Wan thought. Then, she saw a handsome and tall man walking out from the palace. It was Chu Hao. "Wanner," Chu Hao said in surprise. He could not hide the joy in his voice. "Brother Hao, it's been a long time." Tang Wan smiled. Her eyes were full of longing. Then, the two of them caught up and asked each other about what happened during this time. Chu Hao hid some of his secrets, but he told Tang Wan a lot of things frankly, including his adventures. Tang Wan was fascinated, full of admiration. When she listened to him. "Brother Hao, you are always so dazzling no matter where you are," Tang Wan said with a smile. "What's the use of being dazzling? No matter how strong my cultivation is, I will be forced by others. It seems that after this matter is settled, I will have to continue my closed-door cultivation. Once I become a supreme, no one can bully the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird and my father." Chu Hao sighed. He did not hide his difficulties in front of Tang Wan. "I believe you. What about me? Brother Hao?" Tang Wan blinked, looking a little mischievous. "Of course, no one can bully you." Chu Hao smiled domineeringly. He had different feelings for his childhood sweetheart. Although he was wholeheartedly focused on cultivating the Tao, he was not completely devoid of love. Moreover, he could tell that Tang Wan seemed to have been waiting for him. "However, with your background, I don't think many people can bully you. You have been hiding it from me all these years." Chu Hao smiled helplessly as he said this. He recalled some things that happened in the past. Back then, he was young and thought that Tang Wan was just a simple merchant's daughter. That was why he treated her as a close friend and talked to her about everything. However, later on, he found out that she was backed by the huge business alliance of 10,000 Daos. She had been hiding her true identity in front of him. The business alliance of 10,000 Daos was one of the most famous alliances in the upper realm. Although her grandfather was only the leader of a sub-alliance of the business alliance of 10,000 Daos, the power he had was not something the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird could compare to. Although he was the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, he did not even have the chance to get close to her. If it wasn't for that, how would I know that Brother Hao is different from the other Skyprides? Tang Wan was still smiling. Then, she said mischievously, "Now, Brother Hao is a quasi-supreme. Even in the business alliance, you're a super powerhouse who can attract the attention of the higher-ups. My grandfather can't say anything else, your grandfather said that for your own good. Wanner, don't be angry at him." Chu Hao quickly waved his hand. "I know, Brother Hao. Why do you care so much about other people's feelings? If you change your personality, you won't be oppressed by Gu Chang'e to this extent." Tang Wan sighed slightly and smiled helplessly. She had no feelings for Gu Changge since the beginning. She knew that a person like him, no matter how gentle, elegant, and approachable he was born with a sense of superiority that would never be erased. Therefore, this time, Gu Changge could easily threaten Chu Hao with the lives of the people of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird and the king of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. This was because in Gu Changge's eyes, these people were ants that he could easily crush. Gu Changge is not a simple person, it's too difficult to deal with him. Chu Hao also had a headache and couldn't help but clench his fists. I have an idea. Brother Hao, why don't you look for those heaven's prides who offended Gu Changge? I heard that True Immortal Academy's Heaven Lord Ziyang seemed to have a conflict with Gu Changge. At this time, Tang Wan took out a jade scroll from her sleeve and handed it to Chu Hao. It contained some of the things that she had investigated for Chu Hao. Thank you, Wan. Chu Hao took it and scanned it with his divine consciousness. He was instantly moved. He didn't expect Tang Wan to have prepared this for him before she came. She even thought of a countermeasure for him. It's fine as long as it's useful to you, Brother Hao. Tang Wan smiled. Then, the two chatted for a while before Tang Wan left. Although Chu Hao was reluctant to leave, he knew that now was not the time to think about this. The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was facing internal and external troubles. It was already at a critical moment. Tang Wan was afraid that Gu Changge's spies would notice her, so she directly used her spatial Dharma artifact. After a wave of fluctuation, she disappeared. When she came, she was very cautious and vigilant. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since the start of the Immortal Academy's trial. During this period of time, Gu Changge had been living in seclusion. Even his many followers had rarely seen him. Some said that Gu Changge had gone to the place where the catastrophe of Absolute Yin broke out to kill the living beings of Absolute Yin. However, some said that Gu Changge was actually in seclusion to cultivate a powerful supernatural power. There were many different theories. However, no one dared to pay a visit to verify its authenticity. Even the Vermilion Bird King was now as silent as a cicada in winter. At this moment, in the Vermilion Bird Imperial capital, in a magnificent and tall pavilion, Su Qingge and Ji Qingxian sat opposite each other. Elder sister, are you leaving this place now? Ji Qingshuan's eyes were filled with shock. She did not expect that the first thing Su Qingge said after coming here was to tell her that she was leaving. Did that mean that the exchange of identities would last for a long time? Yes. Since the Wang family won't find trouble with you now, I'll pretend to be you and visit Mother in the Ji family. I haven't seen her for many years. This is a good opportunity. Su Qingge nodded and said with a complicated expression, did the young master not suspect you during this time? No. Ji Qingxian shook her head. Then, she showed a happy smile, the young master is very good to me. However, I haven't seen him for many days. He seemed to have left the Vermilion Bird Imperial capital and went to the place where the catastrophe of Absolute Yin broke out. Is that so? Su Qingge nodded. She did not know what she was feeling at this moment. Why would she be jealous of her sister? She was pretending to be herself. Oh right. Sister, I have something to tell you. At this moment, Ji Qingshuan's calm face started to stutter. She looked a little shy and embarrassed. What is it? Su Qingge was confused. She did not know why, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. It's that day. Ji Qingxian looked at her sister uneasily. She did not mean to say this. She wanted to show off. However, she felt that if she changed back, Gu Changge might notice something. That was why he told Su Qingge. What? Su Qingge was stunned. Her head buzzed as if she was struck by lightning. Her face paled, and the ominous feeling in her heart grew even more pronounced. Before this, Gu Changge had never wanted her body. But why was Gu Changge like this after exchanging identities with Ji Qingxian? Something was amiss. Could it be that young master already knows? Su Qingge was very smart and connected the dots almost instantly. But she still had the last trace of fantasy, thinking that it might be a coincidence. Sister, I'm sorry. Ji Qingxian apologized. It's not your fault. After a long silence, Xianxia waved her hand and forced herself to calm down, but she felt bitter in her heart. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. What if her younger sister replaced her and stayed by Xianxia's side? After all, Xianxia was the young leader of the righteous faction, while she was the inheritor of the demonic arts. She was destined to be his enemy in the end. She should take advantage of the fact that Xianxia still didn't know her true identity. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to face all this in the future. Xian, I might not come back for a long time, Xianxia calmed down and said, if young master finds out about this during this period of time, tell him that Xianxia failed to live up to his trust. With that, her figure flashed and she left the place. Sister. Xianxia was at a loss for a moment. She felt that her sister seemed to have shed tears in the end. What was she hiding? Why did she have such a deep hatred, at the same time? Saint Spirit Ancient City. As the gathering place of various ancient countries, there were all kinds of living beings and cultivators here. Not only could one meet young people who had just started cultivating, but also ascetic monks who had been sitting cross-legged for hundreds of thousands of years. One could also see the disciples of the major sects and the ancients. It was very prosperous and could accommodate nearly 10 million people. Inside the city, there was a dazzling and magnificent palace. A charming woman in white was standing there, directing a group of maids in front of her to read something. The woman in white was so beautiful that she was flawless. Her eyes were sparkling, and she was so beautiful that it was almost seductive. At this moment, she was hugging her 9 fluffy, snow-white fox tails that were shining brightly. She frowned and said, "Hurry up. Do you need so much time to investigate? Miss, please wait for a moment." The maids heard her and quickly said, "Most of the information about Chu Hao seems to have been purposely hidden by someone. We can't find anything." You can't find anything? The woman in white frowned in disbelief. Is there anything in this world that the Business Alliance can't find out? She could find some clues about the Gu family scandal. Why couldn't she find anything about the third prince of the small ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird? Forget it. You don't have to investigate anymore, Yin Mei. I've already guessed who's helping Chu Hao. At this moment, a young man's voice came from behind the palace's curtain. Master, you know? Yin Mei was slightly stunned, but she didn't ask much. She waved her hand and dismissed the maids. Yes, I know. It should be someone from the Business Alliance. Xianxia sat there, quietly drinking the fragrant tea. She blew the steam to her mouth, raised the cup, and drank it all. The tea you make is still the best. He complimented and seemed to be in a good mood. When he couldn't find anything in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, he knew that the person who helped Chu Hao behind the scenes was not a simple person. He was very smart and had all traces well. That was why he came to the Saint Spirit Ancient City. There was a branch of the Business Alliance here and he could contact Yin Mei to come over. Master, since you like it so much, I'll make it for you every day. Yin Mei walked over and said with a smile. She didn't choose to cultivate in the Immortal Academy because she knew that it would be difficult for her to help Xianxia no matter how high her cultivation level was. She decided to take charge of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's authority in the Business Alliance so that she could provide more help to Xianxia. The biggest force behind the Business Alliance was the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. As an ancient royal family, they had a strong foundation. Although many orthodoxies had joined the Business Alliance over the years, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan still had the most authority. How much do you know about this Tangwan? Xianxia smiled and picked up the jade scroll in front of him. There were many people that he suspected in the past. After filtering and eliminating them, he had made up his mind. He had already decided on a candidate. The person who was helping him behind Chu Hao was Tangwan. It wasn't difficult to find her. First of all, he only needed to know who was around the same age as Chu Hao and had stayed in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. As long as Xianxia casually checked these familiar routines, she could almost quickly determine the candidate. Tangwan was smart and knew how to avoid suspicion. She deliberately hid her traces. However, as long as she had been to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, the traces could not be erased. Moreover, Tangwan didn't know that Yin Mei was one of his people. Tangwan seems to be quite capable. She started working in the Business Alliance hundreds of years ago. The Tang family has a lot of influence in the business alliance. Her grandfather is the leader of a sub-alliance and has many powerhouses under him. Yinmei explained. She told Guchanga all the information about Tang Wan in her mind. The leader of a sub-alliance. Seems like he has a lot of power. Guchanga smiled casually. As one of the biggest business alliances in the upper realm, the business alliance was almost everywhere in the upper realm. Its power was beyond imagination. Even the sect leaders of some imperishable sects had to treat the leader of a sub-alliance with caution, not daring to look down on him. Did Tang Wan offend you, young master? Yinmei asked. Then, she said, I know that she has a younger brother named Tang Tian. He's not that old and he's a playboy. He's used to being arrogant and domineering. The Tang family dotes on him. She has a younger brother? Guchanga smiled meaningfully. That's great. What's wrong with this Tang Wan? Why must she go against me? Don't you think she deserves to die? She deserves to die. Yinmei nodded obediently. Anyone who goes against Master deserves to die. Young Master, I heard that the drunken immortal inn has a new batch of goods this time. Do you want to take a look? A young man with a frivolous face and sunken eye sockets was walking on the street filled with cultivators. He glanced at the young living beings and cultivators around him. Of course, his focus was mainly on the young female cultivator. He kept sizing her up. A stout man who looked like a butler followed beside the young man and asked carefully with a smile. What kind of goods can the drunken immortal inn have? The young man, Tang Tian, said disdainfully. Although he looked like he was walking alone, there were many cultivators with powerful auras following behind him secretly to protect him. I heard that the goods in the drunken immortal inn this time are from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The stout man said with a smile. Nine-Tailed Fox clan? Tang Tian was stunned when he heard that. Then, his eyes lit up and he asked, is it real or fake? Doesn't the Nine-Tailed Fox clan value this the most? Why would they be in the drunken immortal inn? Although he was a playboy, it did not mean that he was stupid. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was an ancient royal family. How could it be easy to meet them? However, he knew that the women of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan were all extremely beautiful. Young master, don't worry. I heard that the goods this time were expelled from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the stout man chuckled. So young master, don't worry. Tang Tian snorted. If you dare lie to me, I won't let you off. The stout man hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. With young master's identity, who would dare lie to you? Humph, at least you know your place. Then, Tang Tian hurried to the drunken immortal inn. When they arrived, under the arrangement of the stout man, they saw a frightened girl from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan in a private room on the second floor. Needless to say, she was very beautiful. However, what puzzled him was that the girl from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was tied up, and even her mouth was gagged. Young master, her temperament is a bit stubborn. But you can rest assured that there will be no problem. When the time is over, I hope you can put in a good word for me in front of Miss Wan. The stout man hurriedly explained. I know. Hurry up and get lost. At this time, Tang Tian felt that he was very long-winded and said impatiently. He did not suspect anything at all. As for putting in a good word for him in front of his sister, did he dare to say such a thing? Then I won't disturb young master. The stout man said with a smile and left the private room. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan girl is indeed worthy of her reputation. That appearance, that figure, in the private room, Tang Tian was extremely excited and was about to make a move. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from outside the drunken immortal inn. It was as if it was going to destroy everything, with anger and coldness. Who is it? How dare you disturb my mood? Tang Tian was unhappy, but he heard several screams coming from outside. His expression changed and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Because the screams came from the cultivators who were secretly protecting him. How dare you lay your hands on my maid? Asking for fresh flowers, accompanied by a bone-chilling voice, but it was like the sound of nature. Numerous strands of sword chi bloomed in midair while terrifying killing intent enveloped down from the sky and instantly blasted apart the immortal indulgence inn. The faces of all the cultivators on the street changed drastically as they retreated in shock. In the sky, a woman in white walked over with an ice-cold expression. The long sword behind her floated in the air, releasing millions of rays of light. Her killing intent was about to freeze and split the sky. A cultivator with a tyrannical aura in the dark did not have time to react before he was pierced by the sword chi. His body and soul were directly destroyed, and his soul scattered into ashes without a trace. Shopkeeper Zhu, what's going on? Tang Tian was a little uneasy in his heart, and his face was pale. He hurriedly walked out of the private room and wanted to ask the stout man from before. He was panicking in his heart. What was going on? Could it be that there was a mistake? Could it be that there was a problem with this nine-tailed fox clan girl? However, Tang Tian did not have time to react. The scene he saw after walking out of the private room was simply shocking to him. His entire body was stunned, and he could not react for a long time. You're slandering me, don't talk nonsense, Tang Tian roared in anger, incomparably sinister. However, the stout man knelt on the ground, ignoring him. His face was filled with fear, regret, panic and other emotions. He kept saying, all of this was ordered by young Master Tang Tian, it has nothing to do with this lowly one. Young Master Tang Tian said that if anything happened, he would take responsibility alone. Otherwise, this lowly one would not dare to have the guts to ask young Master Tang Tian to bring people to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. I hope Heavenly Lady can forgive me. This lowly one knows his mistake, please spare this lowly one's life. Tang Tian, you really have guts, you even dare to lay your hands on my maid. The woman in white's expression was incomparably cold, with killing intent. Her long sword floated in the air, intertwining with a terrifying brilliance, ready to fall at any time. All of this is wrongly accused, I don't know anything. It was all arranged by shopkeeper Zhu, he framed me. Tang Tian's face was pale, his voice trembling, incomparably angry and uneasy, trying to explain everything clearly. He naturally recognized the woman in white in front of him. She was the heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan. She had a face that could bring calamity to countries and people, and countless geniuses regarded her as a heavenly lady. Furthermore, she held great power in the business alliance of 10,000 Daos. How could a profligate son like him easily offend such a person? The woman in white's expression turned even colder, and she said with a chilling tone, then who should I listen to? Or are you all just fooling me? When I wasn't paying attention, you kidnapped my maid. If I didn't leave a mark on her, I'm afraid she would have been killed by you today. Her words were not loud, but it spread on the streets. Many cultivators and living beings heard it and were extremely shocked, they immediately imagined the cause and effect. After all, Tang Tian's reputation was not good, many people knew him, so it was not strange for him to do such a thing. However, they did not expect him to be so daring this time, he actually dared to lay his hands on the maid of the nine-tailed fox clan's heavenly lady. I'm really wrongly accused, heavenly lady, your maid is still upstairs. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself, and everything will come to light. Tang Tian was still desperately trying to explain at this time, and he hurriedly said. His face was extremely pale, as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. He felt that the stout man was trying to frame him. All right, I'll give you a chance. If you dare to lie to me, even the Tang family behind you won't be able to protect you. The woman in white's voice was extremely cold. Soon, she moved and walked into the private room. Immediately after, a sword ray fell and released the girl of the nine-tailed fox clan who was bound. Young miss, save me. Tang Tian is despicable and shameless, he actually sent someone to knock me out. If you didn't come in time, I would have. When the girl saw the woman in white arrive, she immediately started to sob and explain. She cried so miserably that those who heard it would be sad and those who saw it would cry. Many cultivators and living beings were angry at Tang Tian. He was simply scum. Hearing that, Tang Tian's face immediately lost all color. A cold air swept through his body, and he fell to the ground. At that moment, there was only one thought in his mind. It's over, I've been tricked. Tang Tian, what else do you have to explain now? The woman in white looked at him coldly and shouted. There are much fewer interminated living beings these days. It seems that the group of geniuses from the Immortal Academy is still useful. At that moment, Chu Hao's figure appeared on a mountain peak far away from the territory of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. As his palm landed, the raging gray fog in front of him was instantly obliterated like snow under the scorching sun, dissipating into nothingness. He was only one step away from entering the supreme stage. There was no need to say more about his strength. It was easy to deal with the interminated living beings. However, the interminated chi was very difficult to deal with. Even he had to spend a lot of energy to destroy it. Here, he saw many geniuses from the Immortal Academy. They were fighting fiercely with the interminated living beings. Chu Hao knew that this was the request of the Immortal Academy, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. At this rate, the interminated disaster should be eliminated this time. Thinking of that, Chu Hao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. A rare smile appeared on his face. In the distance, he saw a group of geniuses shrouded in divine light. Their auras were shocking and majestic. Gu Chengge's followers that day. It seems that Gu Chengge is here too. Chu Hao frowned and chose to leave in another direction. He didn't want to meet Gu Chengge here. Chu Hao is indeed here. Master's guess was right. Among the group of geniuses, a young living being who looked like a yiksha wore a cold smile. The moment he noticed Chu Hao, he immediately informed Gu Chengge of everything with a communication jade talisman. Qian. In a dark and damp dungeon. An extremely sorry-looking young man with a face full of blood was lying there. His hands were tied behind his back as he stared with a pair of angry, frightened and uneasy eyes. It was Tang Tian who was caught by Yin Mei at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. At this moment, he already knew that he was being schemed against. Shopkeeper Zhu of the Drunken Immortal restaurant had already arranged everything from the start. In order to make him feel at ease, he did not hesitate to say so much. But at that time, he was actually so stupid to not have any suspicions. Tang Tian did not know what was called an immortal's trap. If he knew, he would definitely shout out loud. Yin Mei, I have no enmity with you. Why are you scheming against me? Tang Tian stared angrily at the lady in white who was looking at him coldly. He did not hide his hatred. Before this, he still respected and admired her, calling her the heavenly maiden Yin Mei. What nonsense are you talking about? At this time, you still don't want to admit it and still want to quibble? Yin Mei looked at him coldly. There was no warmth in her beautiful eyes. You are slandering me. Everything was arranged by you. That maid and shopkeeper Zhu were also arranged by you. You just wanted to deal with my sister, that's why you thought of such despicable methods. I want to see my grandfather. Yin Mei, you actually dared to capture me because of a maid. At this time, Tang Tian's mind was flexible. He quickly thought through everything. He thought that Yin Mei was fighting with his sister for something, so she came up with this plan to threaten his sister. I don't understand what you are saying. You don't want to admit it, right? No problem, my nine-tailed fox clan has many methods to deal with people like you. I can help you cut off the lower half of your body. Even if you are a cultivator, you can forget about recovering. Yin Mei's expression was still cold. She walked out of the dungeon and said to the guard outside, since he doesn't want to admit it, then execute him. Hearing this, Tang Tian, who was in the dungeon, panicked. How dare you? Yin Mei, I am the only son of the Tang clan. If you treat me like this, my grandfather and the rest will not let this go. If he became something that was neither male nor female in the future, he would definitely go crazy. Tang Tian did not doubt the truth of Yin Mei's words. The nine-tailed celestial fox really had the means to turn a cultivator into such a person. Why won't we let this go? Do you really think that the Tang family dares to offend the nine-tailed fox clan? With regards to the long lifespan of a cultivator, will there be any effect to losing your generation? Yin Mei sneered and then said in a cold voice, do it. Yes, Mississippi. When the two guards outside of the prison heard this, they immediately walked in with sinister smiles on their faces. In their hands were a pair of huge crocodile-like golden pincers. They started to gesture at Tang Tian. Yin Mei, stop it. Seeing this scene, Tang Tian's face suddenly turned white, without a trace of blood, and could not stop trembling. He didn't expect Yin Mei to actually do this. He would rather die than become something that was neither male nor female in the future. This was even more unbearable than directly killing him. Do you admit it? Yin Mei smiled faintly outside the dungeon. She hugged her 9 fluffy snow-white fox tails, looking noble and beautiful. I admit, Tang Tian gritted his teeth, his heart filled with hatred for Yin Mei. He wished he could cut her into 1,000 pieces. In the past, he did not expect this beautiful woman to actually have a heart of snakes and scorpions. Well then, say what you have to say. Yin Mei smiled, holding a shadow recording stone in her hand. After a quarter of an hour, she walked out of the prison, to a quiet and secluded mansion. In the courtyard, a man in white sat there, quietly drinking tea. His facial features were clear and handsome, his black hair draped over his shoulders, exuding a transcendent aura. It was hard for people to imagine that the various methods in the dungeon were ordered by him. Did he admit it? Guchanga lifted her eyes to look at Yin Mei, smiling faintly. Yes, according to Master's instructions, Tang Tian was so scared that he almost peed himself, and admitted everything. Yin Mei smiled sweetly. She handed the photo stone to Guchanga, which recorded everything. Well done. Guchanga nodded, glanced at it, smiled and said, then we will prepare the banquet now, and wait for the guests to arrive. This shadow recording stone, you prepare one more, and think of a way to pass the rest to the Tang family. Yin Mei nodded, then asked with some suspicion, Master, what if the Tang family suddenly panicked? From what I see, Tang Wan is not a stupid person, will she fall for it? She will not fall for it, not only that, she will also tell her grandfather about this. That is why I want you to pass the shadow recording stone to the Tang family first. As long as the Tang family is not stupid, they will understand that this matter is not so simple. Guchanga smiled casually, he had already calculated everything, even if Tang Wan had hundreds of tricks, she would not be able to escape in the end. He was still waiting to give Chu Hao, the son of destiny, a surprise. Now, as he expected, Chu Hao was at the place where the absolute Yin calamity broke out, settling the matter of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. How would he have the time to care about his childhood sweetheart? I understand, now we will see how the Tang family and Tang Wan treat Tang Tian. Yin Mei nodded, she quickly understood Guchanga's intention. With Tang Wan's intelligence, she would very likely realize that this was a scheme. Even if she attended the banquet, she would know that it was a trap. Therefore, Tang Wan would definitely inform her grandfather in advance, and when the time came to ransom Tang Tian, there would be many powerhouses from the Tang family with him. But now, she gave the shadow recording stone of Tang Tian admitting everything to the Tang family, to let them know that this matter could be easily solved. This was a matter of attitude, of course, it could also be considered a threat. After all, the nine-tailed fox clan did not need to be afraid of the Tang family. Speaking of which, Tang Tian was a direct descendant of the Tang family, and Yin Mei's maidservant was far inferior to Tang Tian in terms of status. If the Tang family were to be tough, Yin Mei would not be on the side of reason, and the nine-tailed fox clan behind her would not become enemies with the Tang family over a mere maidservant. This was a simple matter of interests. On the other hand, in the Golden Altar ancient city, it was not far from the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. It was an important ancient city under the myriad Daos Business Alliance's branch. It was like a throat, a hub that connected all the other ancient cities nearby. At this moment, in this ancient city, in a quiet and unique courtyard, a graceful woman in a plain gauze dress was quietly looking at the many jade slips in front of her behind the curtain. Her face was gentle and charming, and her skin was smooth and fair. At the same time, she was holding a brush in her hand, writing something. As she wrote, a terrifying phenomenon seemed to appear between heaven and earth, and layers of mysterious power appeared under her brush. As she waved her hand, words with golden patterns appeared and fell into the jade scrolls in front of her. Vaguely, one could even see the scenery of mountains and rivers that seemed to have come alive. It was as if they were about to appear from the jade scrolls. Mrs. Painting skills have reached a new level. I'm afraid that the characters that you've drawn can rival Saint Realm cultivators. The maidservant beside the gentle lady could not help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw the scene. She looked very impressed. So what if I can rival Saint Realm cultivators? Brother Hao is now a quasi-supreme. And he's about to break through to the supreme realm. Compared to him, I'm so far behind. I really don't know how he cultivated all these years. He's really a monster. But fortunately, I've noticed his brilliance before. Otherwise, I don't know how many heavenly beauties have gathered around him now. Hearing this, the gentle lady smiled helplessly. However, when she mentioned Chu Hao, she could not help but look happy and admiring. She was naturally Tang Wan, who had secretly left the ancient kingdom of Phoenix with a spatial artifact. However, considering that Chu Hao was not in a good situation now, she did not go far. Therefore, she didn't go too far and chose to stay in this ancient city for the time being. Although this courtyard looked quiet and serene, there were many hidden dangers. There were traces of formation patterns hidden everywhere. If anyone dared to trespass, they would definitely be killed by the power of the formation patterns. Their body and soul would be destroyed. Moreover, Tang Wan had arranged many experts from the Commerce Alliance outside. The weakest among them was at the Saint Realm. She was not worried that someone would come looking for her. In fact, she did not have to be so worried. After all, her grandfather was the leader of the Myriad Dao Commerce Alliance's sub-alliance. He was extremely powerful. Who would dare to offend him? However, Tang Wan had considered many things this time. The person that Chu Hao had offended was Gu Chang'e. Tang Wan felt unprecedented pressure from this young man. Tang Wan did not know why, but she always felt that Gu Chang'e was not a simple person. Although he did not make things difficult for Chu Hao in public at that time. However, she had a premonition that Gu Chang'e was preparing to deal with Chu Hao. This was because since she was born, she had a unique talent to seek luck and avoid misfortune. In the end, she kept thinking about it and deduced the art of seeking luck and avoiding misfortune. With this talent, Tang Wan was doing well in the Myriad Dao Commerce Alliance. Those who knew her had to respectfully call her Miss Wan. For hundreds of years, this talent had never been wrong. However, some time ago, Tang Wan used her divine mystery brush to deduce Gu Chang'e. She was trying to pry into the secrets of heaven. However, she was unexpectedly affected by the backlash. This situation made her shocked, horrified, and puzzled because it had never happened before. In the end, Tang Wan came to the conclusion that Gu Chang'e was hiding something horrifying. For this reason, she did not hesitate to take a huge risk to warn Chu Hao. Although Chu Hao's current cultivation was at the quasi-supreme realm, and he would soon break through to the supreme realm. However, to the higher-ups of the Commerce Alliance, it was not worth it to offend Gu Chang'e because of Chu Hao. Therefore, Tang Wan had to be careful. All these years, Tang Wan had contributed a lot to the Commerce Alliance. However, she could not influence the Commerce Alliance's decision at all in a situation where the benefits were at stake. She did not even dare to tell her grandfather about this. This was because her grandfather looked down on Chu Hao's background. So what if he was talented? If he did not have a strong background to support him, he would only end up as a chess piece for many orthodoxies. Unless Chu Hao was powerful enough to establish an imperishable orthodoxy. I hope Brother Chu Hao understands my effort. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. He shouldn't have acted rashly back then. In the end, I can only hope that the Taishan Grotto Heaven will stand by Brother Chu Hao's side. If he succeeds in becoming the Taishan Grotto Heaven's future mansion master, he'll have more authority to speak. Gu Chang'e won't dare to be so reckless anymore. Tang Wan sighed deeply. Before this, she had never thought that she would be so fearful of a young man one day. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e's strength could even defeat a supreme being. When Gu Chang'e activated the supreme weapon that day, it was obvious that he was far from reaching his limit based on how casual he looked. This was not something that could be faked. After being in the Commerce Alliance for so many years, Tang Wan had a good sense of judgment. She would not underestimate anyone easily. Especially someone like Gu Chang'e, who was so overbearing that no one in the younger generation dared to offend him. Young lady, young lady. Bad news, however, at this moment. Outside the courtyard, a guard ran in anxiously all of a sudden. He sounded panicked as if he had encountered something serious. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Where's your manners? Before Tang Wan could speak, the maidservant next to her frowned and said unhappily. Don't worry. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Tang Wan waved her hand, signaling the guard to calm down. However, for some reason, she had a strong feeling of uneasiness in her heart again. The last time she had this premonition was when she encountered a disaster in the ancient cave mansion and almost lost her life. However, at that time, she managed to avert the disaster. She even obtained the inheritance of an ancient expert and obtained the divine mystery brush, which allowed her to enter the path of Tao through painting. Young lady, bad news. Young master has offended the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and is now in the hands of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's heavenly maiden Yin Mei, the guard reported with a trembling voice. He knew that the young lady had always doted on young master Tang Tian. Now that such a serious matter had happened, only the young lady could think of a way to solve it. Tang Tian has offended the Nine-Tailed Fox clan? What's going on? Isn't Tang Tian staying in the city? How did he offend the Nine-Tailed Fox clan? What happened? Tang Wan was stunned when she heard the guard's report. Then, her expression turned solemn as she asked hurriedly. Since it involved her brother, she had to take it seriously. Although she knew that her brother was a good-for-nothing and was domineering, he was not stupid. However, he was not stupid. Why would he offend the Nine-Tailed Fox clan for no reason? Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? It's like this, young Mississippi. According to the cultivators who witnessed it with their own eyes, that day at the Drunken Immortal Inn, young master Tang Tian abducted a nine-tailed fox girl with bad intentions. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Yin Mei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan found him and caught him red-handed. This matter has been made known to the whole city. The guard reported the cause and effect in a panic. Of course, this was not what he saw with his own eyes, but the news that came from somewhere else. How could Tang Tian be so stupid and so bold? After hearing this, even Tang Wan, who had a gentle temperament, was stunned. Then, she reacted and could not help but feel angry. She was incomparably angry. Towards this good-for-nothing brother of hers who kept causing trouble for her, it was not as simple as hating him for being useless. At this time, she only wanted to lock him in the clan and forbid him to take another step out. I understand Tang Tian's character. Even if he has bad intentions, he does not have the courage. He must have been urged by someone. Who else was with Tang Tian at that time? However, Tang Wan quickly calmed down and could not help but ask. There was a dignified look in her eyes that was difficult to look at. This? According to the cultivators who witnessed it with their own eyes, it was the young master who acted on his own initiative. When he saw the heavenly maiden Yin Mei's maid coming out to buy things without anyone following behind her, he had a sudden idea and sent someone to knock her out and bring her to the Drunken Immortal Inn. The guard hurriedly replied, not daring to hide anything. Is that true? Is that really the case? Where are the cultivators who protected my brother? Where are they? Do I have to ask them? Tang Wan was stunned. Her intuition told her that this matter was not so simple. She could not help but ask coldly. Her iron fist over the years was not just for show. At this time, her body gave off a terrifying dignified aura that was difficult to look at. Even the maid who had followed her for a long time felt a palpitating fear. Reporting to young Miss, the cultivators who protected the young master were immediately killed by the angry heavenly maiden Yin Mei. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. No one survived. The guard's voice trembled as he stammered. They were all killed? Tang Wan's voice suddenly became louder. It could be seen that she was currently angry. Although it did not sound wrong, the first thing she did was not to look for the maid, but to kill Tang Tian's protectors. No matter how one looked at it, it gave off a feeling of wanting to destroy the corpse. However, if the heavenly maiden Yin Mei was angry and could only vent her anger like this, it was still acceptable. But this was too strange. Tang Wan's intuition told her that this matter was not simple. I know. Where is Tang Tian now? Did the heavenly maiden Yin Mei say anything? Tang Wan asked in a low voice. She had already calmed down. Young Master Tang Tian is now being held captive by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. It is not convenient for the family to settle this. The guard quickly replied. I know. Tang Wan nodded. She knew that the family could not stand on the side of reason in this matter. No matter if it was true or a scheme, the whole city knew about it. The Tang family's face was completely lost. In her opinion, if this matter was being plotted against, it was very likely that Yin Mei wanted to make some kind of request. Although the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was behind the 10,000 Dao business alliance, it was not the only clan that was powerful. Yin Mei had only been in power for a short time. Furthermore, she was still young, so she did not have much trust in the 10,000 Dao business alliance. Hence, it was inevitable that there would be some conflicts between the two of them. As a senior, she was much more mature and powerful than Yin Mei in terms of ability. If she was plotted against by Yin Mei because of this, it was understandable. I overestimated Yin Mei's character. She actually planned to use such methods to force me. I wonder if she will play any tricks. Tang Wan frowned. Then, she left the courtyard and planned to make a move. However, before that, she planned to contact Chu Hao. However, the news that she received later made her feel helpless. In the end, she could only give up. This was because Chu Hao was not in the ancient country of Phoenix. He was rushing to the place where the absolute Yin calamity broke out. Even if something happened, he would not be able to help. Initially, she planned to ask Chu Hao to go with her. It would be safer and more secure. The ransom this time should not be too simple. I have to inform the family. Although grandfather hates Tang Tian for not fighting for him, he will not sit by and watch him be captured by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. I don't have enough experts here. This uneasiness is getting stronger. I need the family to send more experts over. Thinking of this, Tang Wan made a move while sending a message to inform her family. It would be best if they were fully prepared. This spell technique that allowed her to foresee fortune and misfortune had allowed her to avoid many dangers. Golden Ridge Ancient City, where the Tang family resided. As the #1 family in Golden Ridge Ancient City, the Tang family had branches all over the upper realm. However, the Tang family's real home was in a small world in Golden Ridge Ancient City. Very few cultivators knew about this. The Tang family entered the Dao through business and had a complicated network of relationships. This was well known in the upper realm. There was once a genius in the Tang family who was unparalleled in business. He was the one who developed an unremarkable family into the Tang family that many imperishable sects did not dare to underestimate. At this moment, in the small world where the Tang family resided, this place was vast and boundless. Many living beings and cultivators came and went. Palaces and divine islands floated in the air. It was magnificent and ancient. In the most magnificent palace at the center, a tall, hale and hearty old man was slamming the table in front of him. He was not angry, but he gave off a dignified aura. A terrifying aura filled the air, as if it was going to destroy everything. He was the current head of the Tang family, Old Master Tang. On the table was the shadow recording stone sent by Yin Mei. What a fool! This Tang Tian only knows how to cause trouble for me all day long. He doesn't even know how to save me some trouble. Is he trying to anger me to death? Below him, the important figures of the Tang family kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to speak. When Old Master Tang was angry, anyone who dared to interrupt him would be punished with 3 months of confinement, even if they were the most favored descendant. Of all things, he just had to cause trouble for me. Is the Tang family's business going to fall on this unfilial descendant's shoulders in the future? Then, Old Master Tang gradually calmed down. His eyes flashed and he snorted, "How dare he scheme against my Tang family? Does this little girl from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan really think that I'm blind?" When he said this, it caused an uproar among the Tang family's upper echelons. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a trap set by Yin Mei. But so what if they could see it? The witness at that time had already been disposed of by Yin Mei the moment she appeared, destroying the corpse and erasing all evidence. That shopkeeper Zhu, if he wasn't killed, then Yin Mei must have found someone to kill and hide him. Even if they wanted to trace the incident back then, they wouldn't be able to find anyone. He could only grit his teeth and swallow this matter. They were all smart people and had been in the business alliance for so many years. How could they not see through this? However, Yin Mei was backed by the immemorial royal family, so they couldn't say anything. After all, they had no evidence. It seems that this matter is just a small trick used by that little girl, the nine-tailed celestial fox, to fight with Tang Wan. She sent this shadow recording stone over to express her attitude. The Tang old master coldly snorted, quickly understanding Yin Mei's intentions. They naturally wouldn't interfere in such a small fight. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as a fight between Yin Mei and Tang Wan. Even the Tang family had to back down when facing the far ancient imperial family. "Father, do we have to swallow this loss by ourselves?" The one who spoke was a middle-aged man named Tang Feng. He was the father of Tang Tian and Tang Wan. Although he was helpless about the matter caused by his son, there was nothing he could do. Tang Tian was stupid and fell into the trap of others. Who could he blame? If Tang Tian had been a little more clear-minded, so many things wouldn't have happened. "What else can we do?" "What can you do?" "Let Tang Wan handle this matter by herself. She is the elder sister, and the other party is targeting her. Don't tell me you want to interfere? Our Tang family is unreasonable in this matter. If those old foxes from the nine-tailed celestial fox clan make things difficult for me, I'll be in trouble. Recently, I feel that they are plotting against my position. The nine-tailed celestial fox clan has always been planning to do whatever they want in the business alliance," the Tang old master coldly snorted and said. Hearing this, the higher-ups of the Tang family fell silent. They knew that his words weren't without reason. The heavenly lady of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan had already made it clear that she was targeting Tang Wan. At this time, they naturally couldn't interfere. Otherwise, the situation would turn into a conflict between the Tang family and the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. The loss outweighed the gain. "Then we don't care about the message from Wan'er?" "She said that this matter won't be simple," Tang Feng frowned and asked, unwilling to give up. "How complicated can it be?" "At most, she'll give some of her benefits to the other party. Tang Wan is a very good girl. She wants the family to help her, but she won't give up any of her benefits." "Humph, don't I know her?" The Tang old master waved his hand and asserted, "She simply wants to grasp more power and have more right to speak. This old man has seen her goal in the last few years. Now, the other party has made their goal clear, but she's still thinking of taking advantage of the family? What if it's a trap, father?" Tang Feng frowned. He trusted Tang Wan's intuition. But the matter of Chu Hao had caused the Tang old master and Tang Wan to become very unhappy. Now, the Tang old master felt that Tang Wan was worried about Chu Hao. He didn't give her power because he was afraid that she would use it to help Chu Hao. "Tell me, what trap can there be?" The Tang old master sneered and asked. Tang Feng was at a loss for words. "Yes? What trap could there be? Could it be that Yin Mei planned to harm Tang Wan? Unless Yin Mei was crazy, she couldn't run away if something happened to Tang Wan. There was only harm and no benefit. The family doesn't believe me this time? Why? Yin Mei actually sent a shadow recording stone? Does she really have no other goal?" On the other side, Tang Wan was also stunned by the news from the family. She couldn't believe it. If her family had sent experts over this time, she would have had more confidence. But they didn't. Yin Mei only used a shadow recording stone to convince the Tang family not to interfere. Did Yin Mei calculate all this? Or was it just a coincidence? Tang Wan sighed. That feeling of unease grew stronger. She used the brush of heavenly secrets to divine her own fortune, but it was gray and her future was uncertain. Logically speaking, there was no enmity between her and Yin Mei, so why would she suddenly scheme against her? Tang Wan also couldn't understand. After thinking it over, she felt that the greatest possibility was that Yin Mei wanted to use this as a threat to obtain benefits from her. Could it be that Yin Mei even predicted that I would ask the family for help? Tang Wan felt even more uneasy. Although there were many experts following her and many hidden experts, they didn't give her much of a sense of security. Forget it. I don't believe that Yin Mei dares to do anything to me. Since she was already here, Tang Wan could only brace herself and go. In a short while, she reached the ancient city in front of her. Following their agreement, Tang Wan went straight to the agreed-upon location. This was the famous heaven-gazing pavilion of the city. It was dazzling, richly ornamented, and ancient. As the name implied, it had the meaning of looking up at the heavens. The steps were carved with cloud patterns, dense with spiritual energy and surging with the light of treasures. At the highest point, one could see the entire city. And if anything happened there, the entire city would be alarmed. Under the cover of the afterglow, it was even more magnificent. It seems that I was worrying too much. Discussing in this kind of place. It shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Tangwan let out a sigh of relief. Soon, under the guidance of the people below the heaven-gazing pavilion, she rushed to the top of the pavilion. She wanted to know what Yin Mei was playing at. Miss Wan. At the top of the heaven-gazing pavilion, Yin Mei was sitting there in a white robe, quietly playing the zither. Two maids behind her were dragging their tails to prevent them from falling to the ground. Her face was naturally enchanting and shockingly beautiful. As long as one was a man, they wouldn't be able to take their eyes off her. She took the initiative to speak, indicating for Tangwan to sit. I know that Miss Wan is confused and had no choice but to come up with this plan. Please come over. Yin Mei smiled, appearing gracious. Let's not talk nonsense between us. I only want to ask you one thing. What do you mean by this? Tangwan's expression was very ugly. She didn't have her usual gentle and charming appearance. She coldly stared at her and asked. Where's my brother? Miss Wan, don't be anxious. Tang Tian is fine. But before that, you have to agree to a request of mine. Yin Mei smiled. What request? Hearing that, Tangwan's heart heaved a sigh of relief. But she still asked coldly. Seems like Yin Mei didn't have any other motives. Could it be that the danger she felt before was not because of Yin Mei? The benefits of the few ancient cities in your hands, you have to give it to me. Yin Mei's expression was calm. You know, I have just taken over power. Many people don't even trust me. I have no choice but to come up with this plan. If I have offended you in any way, I hope Miss Wan can forgive me. Humph, I knew it. You have calculated this well. Hearing this, Tangwan relaxed. Her earlier vigilance had also dissipated by quite a bit. She was worried that Yin Mei would not make any requests. If he didn't, then there would be a real problem. I will agree to your request. But if you think that you can monopolize the power like this, I think you are thinking too much. Since Miss Wan has agreed, then I am relieved. Then, my second request is. Yin Mei said with a smile. Second request? Don't be too overboard. Tangwan's face changed. She seemed to be angry. Yin Mei, don't be too overboard. You are too greedy. Seems like Miss Wan is not planning to save your brother? That's fine. I will just lock him up for a while longer. Anyway, your Tang family won't dare to do anything to me. Yin Mei smiled. Imitating Gu Chang'e, he picked up the wine cup on the table and placed it to his lips. Then, he raised his head and drank. Such an attitude, he did not even put Tangwan in his eyes. I will agree to your second request. Tangwan's face was gloomy. But in the end, she clenched her teeth and agreed. But in her heart, she heaved a sigh of relief. She was more or less more at ease than before. This was nothing compared to what she was worried about before she came. Although Yin Mei was a little greedy, in Tangwan's eyes, this was normal. However, her face still showed unwillingness and anger, but she could not do anything to Yin Mei. Okay, now that I have agreed to your two requests, where is my brother? Tangwan asked again. At this time, she was much more casual. In a place like Skyview Pavilion, as long as there was a slight change, the whole city would notice. So she was not worried that Yin Mei would play any tricks. The last request. Yin Mei was still smiling. Don't worry, this is really the last request. I have to see that my brother is safe. Tangwan frowned. At this time, she did not agree immediately. Because she had already expected that Yin Mei would ask for more conditions. This was such a good opportunity. How could Yin Mei only ask for 2 conditions, but Tangwan felt that she could not let Yin Mei lead her by the nose. What if after she agreed, Yin Mei did not let go of her brother? She did not believe in things like a heavenly oath. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was very cunning. They even had a secret method to remove the curse of a heavenly oath. Hearing this, Yin Mei hesitated. She looked like she was in a difficult position. I understand. I, Tangwan, swear with my Dao heart that if I agree to Yin Mei's conditions today, I will definitely agree to them. If I break this oath, I will be struck by lightning, and my body and soul will be destroyed. I will die a horrible death. Seeing Yin Mei's expression, Tang Wan sneered. How could she not understand? She was very straightforward. Sister Wan is really straightforward. I like it. Hearing this, Yin Mei could not help but smile. She even changed the way she addressed Tang Wan. Then come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed as she brought along her maidservant and directly left the Skyview Pavilion. At this time, Tang Wan did not have any doubts. After all, she was the one who asked to see Tang Tian. Could it be that Yin Mei had even agreed to this? She asked herself if her acting skills were okay. The words and expressions of the two just now perfectly matched all her previous speculations. Yin Mei did not look like she had ulterior motives at all. But just in case, Tang Wan was still brought along by the many experts behind her. Several absolute saints and one supreme saint were hidden. If anything happened, they would be alerted immediately. Tang Wan did not believe that something would happen when she was so vigilant. After that, he followed closely behind Yin Mei and quickly left the sky-gazing tower, heading towards the palaces and residences. Here, Tang Wan noticed that Yin Mei's figure landed in a courtyard. It was very quiet and elegant. She didn't hesitate for long before following after them. The large group of experts behind her was blocked outside by Yin Mei's maids. Miss. Wait for me here. Tang Wan nodded calmly. She had a jade talisman hidden in her sleeve. If there was any danger, she could crush the jade talisman to inform the experts outside. They entered the courtyard. The decorations surprised Tang Wan. It looked very elegant. Whether it was the calligraphy, painting, or bamboo, they all gave off an elegant and otherworldly feeling. She was dazed and wondered if she had come to the wrong place. A person like Yin Mei, no matter how you looked at it, she was not elegant at all, right? Where's my brother? Seeing Yin Mei stop in front of the courtyard, Tang Wan frowned and asked. Come with me. Anyway, I won't mistreat your brother during this time. After all, I can't let him lose weight. Yin Mei said casually and walked forward. Tang Wan saw that there seemed to be a dungeon in the depths of the courtyard. She was slightly relieved, but she did not take more than a few steps. Tang Wan's eyes widened. A terrifying cold air suddenly swept through her body, causing her soul to tremble. Her scalp was numb. How is this possible? At this moment, her head was buzzing. Almost immediately, she connected everything, the cause and effect, and many other things. All of a sudden, everything became clear. In front of the stone table, a young man was writing something with his head down. His attitude was natural and casual, and he was extraordinary. He gave off a sense of peace and harmony. In such an atmosphere, Tang Wan did not feel the slightest bit natural. Instead, her whole body was cold, and even her hands and feet were cold. She recognized the white-robed man in front of her. It was Xianxia, the one who caused her to suffer the backlash. 683. Why is he here, at this time? Shouldn't he be in the ancient country of Vermilion Bird, in charge of the Immortal Academy? How could he be here? What is his relationship with Yin Mei? Could it be that Yin Mei's actions were all arranged and directed by him behind the scenes? Too many questions appeared in Tang Wan's mind, and she could not help but feel frightened. She subconsciously wanted to crush the jade talisman in her sleeve. However, the white-robed man in front of her suddenly raised his head, looked at her, and said casually. Oh? Miss Wan, you're here? Wait a moment. But before that, I advise you to put down the jade talisman in your hand, because when you crush it, your brother may die. Xianxia's words did not have much of a threat. It sounded like a kind reminder. However, Tang Wan felt cold all over and could not even hold the jade talisman firmly. That terrifying feeling of danger swept over her again. Also, let me remind you that in here, the jade talisman can't be transmitted. Xianxia finally finished his last stroke and put away the brush with satisfaction. Yin Mei beside him brought tea and handed it to him. Xianxia, why are you here? Tang Wan knew that she had fallen into a trap. At this time, she calmed down, thinking that Xianxia could not be so bold as to kill her at this time. Is it important that I'm here? Xianxia drank the tea and looked at Tang Wan carefully. He smiled casually. You do look the same. What do you mean? Tang Wan was puzzled by his words. She did not understand at all. What do you mean by look the same? You don't need to understand. Gu Chang'e did not have the intention to explain. He smiled casually. You only need to know one thing. Today, no one can save you. Even if Chu Hao grew wings and flew over, it would be useless. At this moment, Tang Wan felt a terrifying killing intent, causing her body to feel cold. Was Gu Chang'e really planning to kill her here? She did not dare to believe it. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You're still useful to me. Gu Chang'e smiled. As if he felt her fear, he waved his hand. The space in front of them seemed to be separated. A vast and supreme aura turned into a hazy fog, covering all directions. This scene caused Tang Wan's expression to change. She knew that this was the magical use of a space divine ability. It involved the extremely profound space law. Even those old monsters who studied this path painstakingly could not reach this level. Gu Chang'e actually separated an independent space with a wave of his hand. This kind of method caused a storm to rise in her heart. Unless she could break this kind of rule, otherwise, what happened here would definitely not be discovered by the outside world. So you were the one who planned all of this behind my back? Why? How did you know? Tang Wan's mouth revealed a bitter smile. She really did not expect to meet Gu Chang'e in the end. She originally thought that she was careful enough when she helped Chu Hao. However, Gu Chang'e still found out about it and took action in advance. Know what? Is your relationship with Chu Hao? Or are you planning to deal with me together with Chu Hao? Gu Chang'e smiled casually, showing that he did not care. As a leak, you should have the awareness of a leak. There's no need to know too much. A pitch-black light appeared in his palm. In the end, it turned into a palm-sized bottle. There was a terrifying fog surrounding it. It was as if millions of demons were dancing together, causing chaos in the heavens. Just one look was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Magic bottle of speed. The moment she saw the small black bottle, Yin Mei's expression couldn't help but change. Slightly. She immediately recognized it. Even though it had been a long time, she still remembered how terrifying this bottle was and felt her heart palpitate. If she hadn't accidentally seen Gu Chang'e use a forbidden demonic technique in the ruins, she wouldn't have such a deep relationship with Gu Chang'e. Later on, as she revealed her true feelings, Gu Chang'e removed the magic bottle of speed. However, that uncontrollable fear still remained in the depths of her soul and could not be erased. The terrifying thing about the magic bottle of speed was that it was impossible to guard against. As long as one's mind relaxed, it was very likely that they would be affected. Moreover, the degree to which it controlled one's mind was unfathomable. Even the old monsters who had the deepest understanding of the divine soul would not be able to detect anything. Even if they did, they would not be able to remove it. The only result was that one's divine soul would be destroyed. It seems that Master plans to directly control Tang Wan. However, Tang Wan has a strong personality and will not easily submit. Could it be that Master plans to kill Tang Wan here? Or does he have other motives? A thought flashed through Yin Mei's mind. She was curious about what Gu Chang'e was going to do. Wang. The magic bottle of speed spewed out a terrifying light. It was hazy and black, as if there was a great Tao interweaving. Gu Chang'e, what are you planning to do? My family knows that I came here today. If something happens to me, do you think Yin Mei won't be suspected? Seeing this scene, Tang Wan couldn't help but ask. Although she felt uneasy, even her divine soul couldn't help but tremble. After all, the bone-chilling cold had swept through her entire body. With her innate ability to foresee good and bad things, it was equivalent to being magnified hundreds of times. However, she still forced herself to remain calm. She knew that she couldn't panic at this time. The more she panicked, the more it would seem that she had no strength to resist. Look at how scared you are. I'm not a scourge. Gu Chang'e casually smiled. The black light in his palm became denser and denser, as if it was the source of darkness that devoured everything in the world. This is only a small bottle. Why do you look like you're facing a great enemy? But I like the way you struggle in despair. The more you struggle, the faster you'll die when I stomp down. Although he was smiling casually, his words made Tang Wan's face turn pale and her limbs turn cold. She wasn't sure if she could break through Guchunga's space and send out a message for help even if she used her strongest technique. But the only thing that was certain was that Guchunga's true face, which was hidden under his usual gentle appearance, was absolutely terrifying. From scheming against her younger brother to scheming against her, everything seemed to be perfect to her. She couldn't find a single flaw in the plan. Because Guchunga had even calculated all of her thoughts. Just how terrifyingly shrewd was he? Even the heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan called him master. What exactly had happened? No one had ever heard of such a thing before. What else was Guchunga hiding? Guchunga, what are you trying to do? Logically speaking, we have no enmity between us. The two of us have never met before. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? If there's a misunderstanding, it can be solved. I can swear on my Taoist heart that I won't tell anyone about what happened today. I can promise you anything you want as long as I have it. Tang Wan tried to calm herself down. She planned to use her usual methods to calm Guchunga down. After all, no matter how powerful Guchunga's methods were, he was just a young man. She had been in the business alliance for hundreds of years and was confident that she had a good grasp of people's minds. At this moment, as long as Guchunga's goal was satisfied, he wouldn't do anything risky, like killing her. Logically speaking, we have no enmity between us. But you're secretly helping Chu Hao to deal with me? As for what you have, do you think I need it? It seems like you're similar to Chu Hao. Both of you are so self-righteous. Guchunga smiled faintly with contempt and indifference. Tang Wan was the one who wanted to secretly help Chu Hao to deal with him. Now, she was saying that they had no enmity between them. TSKU. Tang Wan was stunned. She didn't expect Guchunga to say that. He directly said that she was self-righteous. Her expression turned ugly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Then what's your goal? Open your mind and let me plant the slave imprint. Of course, you can choose to reject me. However, your brother might die today. You can take a gamble and see if I'll kill him or not." Guchunga was still smiling casually. The devil's bottle of passage in his hand was still emitting a terrifying black light. It seemed like it could drag all living things into eternal darkness. Guchunga, if you kill my brother, the Tang family behind me won't let this go. Also, do you really think that my brother means a lot to me? You should know that what you're doing now can't be made public. Even if you have the Longevity Gu family behind you, you can't be so reckless. Tang Wan said coldly. She seemed to have expected that Guchunga would use her brother's safety to threaten her. Instead, she was unusually calm. However, Guchunga wasn't surprised at all. He continued to smile faintly. "No, I'm just giving an example. After all, I can use another method. I don't need to kill your brother. However, I can control him and let him return to the Tang family safely. From then on, he'll turn over a new leaf and become stronger. I can even help him and let him take over the Tang family. Then, one day, when everyone in the Tang family is celebrating, I'll let him kill your parents, your grandfather, and all your relatives. What do you think of this method? I think it's quite interesting." Guchunga. How can you be so despicable and shameless? Hearing this, Tang Wan's expression couldn't help but change. She felt a terrifying chill spread from her spine to her skull. She couldn't help but tremble. How could this be something a young prodigy should say? He was so sinister and despicable, yet he said it so calmly, as if he was telling the truth. She couldn't help but think along with Guchunga's words. That scene made her shudder uncontrollably. Her entire body was cold, and she was terrified to the extreme. Now, she could ignore Tang Tian, but she couldn't ignore her family and parents. I'm just giving an example. As for whether it will happen in the end, it's not up to me to decide. Guchunga smiled. Now, I'll give you a choice. However, my patience has never been good. Sacrifice yourself to save your entire family? Or do you plan to commit suicide and let your entire family accompany you? Guchunga, I'll fight it out with you. Tang Wan was furious. Her expression was filled with hatred. Guchunga's words seemed to have ignited her last bit of rationality. Boom! A dazzling light appeared on her body. It was like a painting appearing in the air. Mountains, rivers, insects, fish, and all kinds of people seemed to be coming to life. The laws of the Saint Realm condensed on these scenes. It was terrifying and dazzling, as if it wanted to break through this space. An ancient light gray brush was being activated by Tang Wan. It bloomed with dazzling light, as if it wanted to shatter everything. It seemed like an ancient existence was about to awaken. The two words "Heaven's Secret" were arranged in the air like stars. Some kind of consciousness was about to awaken. It was even more dazzling. At this moment, the power she displayed was close to the level of a quasi-supreme. One had to know that Tang Wan's cultivation was only at the Saint Realm. Do you really think you can break free? However, Guchanga still had a faint smile on his face. He didn't seem to care at all. Suddenly, he slammed his palm forward. The terrifying power of the void instantly caused the nearby space to collapse. Even the power of the rules was distorted. This tyrannical power was simply unstoppable. It instantly tore apart the scenes that Tang Wan had condensed. The Heaven's Secret brush wailed. Some of the patterns on it were even worn away. It fell to the ground. Peerlessly powerful, this palm didn't stop. It was still pressing down. Puff, Tang Wan was in disbelief. She couldn't avoid it. With a groan, she flew backward while spitting out blood. The terrifying palm print slammed down, almost causing her body to collapse. If it wasn't for the fact that Guchanga didn't want to kill her. The moment this palm fell, it was enough to make her explode. Then, the misty space that Guchanga had created just now spread out in all directions with a single thought from him. Not only did it not weaken, it became more and more stable. It was indestructible. Can't you recognize reality now? Guchanga's voice still didn't have much emotion. He pressed his palm down again. Tang Wan coughed out blood again. Many of her bones were broken. She could barely stand. Guchanga, just kill me. I won't agree to your request. Although Tang Wan was in despair, she still didn't want to surrender. She would rather die than let Guchanga plant a slave imprint. At that time, she would definitely be asked by Guchanga to deal with Chu Hao. Seems like you think that I won't do anything to the Tang family? Guchanga smiled. You have to think carefully. If you die here, the Tang family will take revenge on the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. All of your relatives will accompany you in the future. I only need to say one sentence and your so-called friends won't dare to help you. Do you think there's hope for revenge? Tang Wan gritted her teeth. In the next moment, her eyes suddenly opened. Her face was pale. Guchanga waved his hand. Tang Tian, who had fainted, was caught by him. Seems like this brother of yours is still useful. Guchanga said casually. His palm reached for Tang Tian's glabella and passed through it easily. The soul was caught by him and could be crushed at any time. Do you think that if I use a little more strength, he will become a fool or die directly? Guchanga said with a smile. Looking at his smile, Tang Wan felt chills all over her body. Her heart was filled with sadness, despair, hatred, and pain. In the end, it turned into unwillingness. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let go of my brother. I promise you. But you have to swear on your Tao heart and promise me one thing. Otherwise, I won't promise you even if my family dies with me." Guchanga smiled and interrupted her. No problem. You just don't kill Chu Hao, right? That's easy. I, Guchanga, swear on my Tao heart today. If I break this oath, my Tao heart will collapse and I will go berserk. I will be destroyed by the heavens. What do you think? Tang Wan saw that Guchanga swore so quickly without hesitation. She was stunned and could not believe it. Her instincts told her that this matter was not so simple. But she could not find any loopholes. Swearing on one's Tao heart is the biggest oath a cultivator can make. No one will cut off their future. Even the existence of the immortal path cannot break it. Guchanga is no exception. Thinking of this, Tang Wan more or less heaved a sigh of relief. But her heart was filled with sadness and pain. Brother Hao, I'm sorry, I had no choice. Forgive me. Tang Wan let go of her mind unwillingly. Guchanga smiled meaningfully and waved his hand. Buzz. Almost instantly, the devil's bottle turned into a ray of black light and disappeared without a trace. Tang Wan did not even feel a trace of fluctuation. This made her heart palpitate. Such a slave seal technique was unheard of. In a trance, she saw an ancient, indescribable deity sitting upright in her sea of consciousness in the midst of the surging gray fog. If one looked at it too much, they would go crazy and lose themselves in it. What technique is this? She could not help but feel fear. Facing Xianxia, she only had a feeling of respect for him. She did not dare to disobey his words. "Greetings, master." But soon, Tang Wan's expression gradually calmed down. She did not look much different from usual. But there were stormy waves in her heart. This kind of change was really too fast. Tang Wan could not believe it. Clearly, this was not what she thought in her heart, but her actions showed another kind of reaction. She never thought that she would call Xianxia master. But she could not help but blurt it out. "Son of Destiny, this surprise is finally prepared for you." Xianxia's mouth was a little playful, and then he no longer cared about Tang Wan in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the misty space in front of him suddenly shattered like a mirror and appeared in the outside world. In the courtyard, the tea had not yet cooled down and was still steaming. Tang Wan's expression was very complicated. Her body was stained with blood, and her injuries were very serious. Even if Xianxia did not want to kill her, just that palm just now was enough for her to suffer. "Master, what should we do with Tang Tian?" Yin Mei asked. "Return her to the Tang family. After all, we are reasonable people." Xianxia smiled. Tang Wan did not dare to say anything. Then, Xianxia looked at Tang Wan and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I don't have any bad intentions. It's just that Chu Hao wants to deal with me, so he needs to prepare in advance. As long as he is obedient and does not provoke me, he will be fine as the so-called Vermilion Bird Prince. You are his childhood sweetheart, and he doesn't know about all this. I won't tell him either. Don't you think this is a good thing for everyone?" Tang Wan was stunned when she heard this. She thought carefully about what Xianxia said and it seemed to make sense. As long as Chu Hao did not provoke Xianxia, and the conflict between Xianxia and Chu Hao was not to the point of life and death. At that time, Chu Hao was humiliated by Xianxia in front of everyone's eyes. This kind of thing. If she advised, maybe Chu Hao would bear with it and it would be over. If he still wanted to deal with Xianxia, he would inevitably be killed by Xianxia in the end. Chu Hao would not be able to win against Xianxia. Tang Wan had deeply experienced the horror of Xianxia's methods. However, she was not sure if Xianxia really did not have any other plans for Chu Hao. Or was it just because of the conflict in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird? Alright, it's about time for me to leave. The calamity of Absolute Yin is still waiting for me to solve it. After that, Xianxia told Yin Mei a few more things and did not continue to stay here. He left the rest of the cleaning up to Yin Mei. He was very assured. During this period of time, Xianxia was not in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. As time passed, it was inevitable that people would suspect. All in all, today's matter went smoothly and Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. This was because he realized that Tang Wan's appearance was more than 80% similar to the Taoist companion of Qin Wuya, the Taoist companion of his eldest senior brother who came from the return of the Nine Heavens. At that time, in the image given by the system, the only 4 people who showed up in the Boundless Tao sect were Heavenly Lord Zi Yang's previous life, Gu Xianer's previous life, Qin Wuya's master and Taoist companion. Xianxia remembered very clearly. He was not very sure if Tang Wan was the reincarnation of that eldest senior brother's Taoist companion. Speaking of which, Tang Wan had quite a lot of fate points. However, compared to the real daughter of fate, she was still very far away. However, with this layer of similarity, it was convenient for him to plan many things. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much time talking. With Tang Wan's personality, if she did not let go of her mind, the devil bottle of speed would most likely fail. Although it was troublesome, the benefits were huge. Xianxia had already predicted the following situation. 2 children of fate fighting? No, it's 2 chives fighting each other, and I'm waiting to watch the show from the sidelines. This is more than wonderful. He did not choose to return through the teleportation formation. Instead, he hurried through the void. With his current speed, in this area, he could travel 1,000,000 miles in a flash. It would not take long at all. Next door. Mei, what is the relationship between you and Guchanga? On the other side, not long after Guchanga left, Tangwan also breathed a sigh of relief. The incomparable pressure from before had finally disappeared. She felt as if she had just been fished out of ice water, and her hands and feet were still cold. This feeling made her heart palpitate and was unforgettable. So much so that in front of Guchanga, she didn't dare to speak casually, for fear that she would accidentally call him master. But at this moment, she couldn't help but ask Mei. She knew that now she and Mei were grasshoppers on the same rope. Tangwan subconsciously felt that Mei should be like her. For some reason, she was forced by Guchanga. In the end, she had no choice but to submit and let him plant the slave mark. Just now, she was worried that Guchanga would make her do something that she was unwilling to but unable to refuse because of the slave mark. But Guchanga didn't and directly chose to leave. This more or less made Tangwan breathe a sigh of relief. I am master servant. What does this have to do with anything? Hearing this, Mei smiled casually. There was a faint smile on her flawless face. It was very moving. She witnessed the whole process of Guchanga forcing Tangwan. Guchanga didn't ask her to retreat, which showed that he was very assured of her. This made Mei very happy. She was in a good mood, and the fox tail behind her couldn't help but sway gently. You are the heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan. Don't you think it's shameful for you to say such words? Tangwan was shocked. She either felt that Mei was teasing her, or felt that the slave mark on Mei was more terrifying than the one on her. What is there to be ashamed of? In private, I am master's servant. I am very happy that master has time to visit me. Mei knew what Tangwan was thinking in her heart. She said so with a smile and looked very happy. You're crazy. Tangwan's expression was a little ugly. She had planned to privately think of a way to work with Mei to remove the slave seal on them. But Mei's behavior left her speechless. Also, let me tell Miss Wan one more thing. I don't have a slave imprint on me. Mei said with a smile. Impossible. Did you do it willingly? Tangwan was shocked again. She couldn't believe it. Without a slave seal, why did Mei call Guchanga that way? However, Mei did not choose to answer her. She had already left the courtyard. However, this action already gave Tangwan an answer. She couldn't help but shudder. How many more tricks does Guchanga have up his sleeve? However, she soon calmed down and regained her usual calmness. In order to prevent himself from noticing anything unusual, Tangwan purposely waited until her injuries were healed before leaving the courtyard with the unconscious Tang Tian. A group of Tang family experts were waiting outside. They were anxious and uneasy. Seeing Tangwan bring Tang Tian out of the courtyard without any problems, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. Miss, is young Master Tang Tian okay? An absolute saint cultivator couldn't help but ask. He was a servant of the Tang family. He was tall and had a glow around him. He was loyal and devoted. He's fine. He might be unconscious for a while, Tangwan said. Tangwan said. At that time, Guchanga took out Tang Tian's divine soul. Although she didn't do anything, it was more or less affected. That's good. The servant heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he couldn't help but ask, Miss, did you agree to several conditions this time before she let him go? This is too much. She's going too far. That's right. Since young Master Tang Tian is fine now, why don't we kill them and let them know that we're not easy to bully? The rest of the Tang family experts echoed. They were filled with righteous indignation and felt humiliated. Tangwan waved her hand and said, There's no need. Today's matter is settled. There's no need to mention it in the future. Bring Tang Tian back to the family and tell my grandfather that I'll be in the ancient kingdom of Suzaku for a while. Since the family didn't believe her this time, there was no need for her to hide. She might as well tell them everything. Yes, Mississippi. Everyone received the order and left quickly with Tang Tian without hesitation. Tangwan looked in the direction of the ancient kingdom of Suzaku and sighed in her heart. Because of the slave seal, she couldn't betray Guchanga or harm Guchanga's interests. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't do it. The conflict between Tang Tian and Yin Mei was finally resolved because of Tang Wan's intervention. Many cultivators who wanted to watch the show were disappointed in the end. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Tang Wan must have agreed to some conditions of the heavenly maiden Yin Mei in the end. The small conflict within the business alliance of 10,000 Dao soon calmed down like a ripple in the ocean. Not many people would mention it. A few days later, in the Tang family's mansion, Tang Tian, who was unconscious, finally opened his eyes. However, if someone took a closer look, they would see a faint golden pattern in the depths of his eyes. Ouch, my head hurts. Damn it, that Yin Mei ordered someone to knock me out. Tang Tian held his head in pain. However, this pain came and went very quickly. Eh? What's this? Tang Tian was suddenly shocked. He realized that there seemed to be more memories in his mind. It was as if he had encountered something while he was unconscious. However, the images were very messy and blurry, as if they contained some kind of ultimate mystery. He could vaguely see a boundless world. There were palaces and pavilions in the world. Even the heavenly gates seemed to have been opened for eternity. Misfortune and fortune come hand in hand. Could it be that after this dangerous encounter, my opportunity has come? Tang Tian was very excited. He had heard a lot of such stories about heroes. He had also heard of stories like this where one suddenly learned a supreme divine power after falling into a coma. However, he never thought that it would happen to him one day. No, this secret can't be known by others. Tang Tian tried his best to control his emotions and remained calm. He did not dare to make such a thing public. Although he was a playboy, it did not mean that he was stupid. Along with the ancient and mysterious images, he realized that there seemed to be an additional chant in his mind. What was the wedding dress? He knew nothing about the obscure ancient words, but it did not stop him from knowing how powerful the chant was. Young master, you're back? Deep in the palace of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, a woman in white stood outside the palace. Her hair was soft and smooth, and her face was fair and shiny. She looked obedient and quiet. She was Xianxia, who had been waiting for Guchanga for a few days. In terms of appearance, there was no difference between her and Xianxia. The only difference was their personalities. Xianxia was slightly gloomier and colder, while Xianxia was more quiet and elegant. Guchanga nodded and answered casually. You're back. Did anything happen in the ancient kingdom of Phoenix? Xianxia shook her head and said, nothing. Young master went to deal with the absolute Yin calamity. The ancient kingdom of Phoenix is peaceful. However, something happened in the Black Tortoise ancient kingdom, which is not far from the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. Oh? Black Tortoise ancient kingdom? Isn't that where Lord of Purple Sun and Six Crown King went? Guchanga looked surprised. In fact, when Xianxia said it, he had already guessed that Xianxia, as the inheritor of demonic arts, would be looking for a target. To her, the best place was actually the Purple Sun Lord's place. Lord of Purple Sun and Guchanga had a grudge against each other. The first person that Xianxia wanted to deal with would be Lord of Purple Sunday. Even if she couldn't kill him, she would give him some trouble. Yes, something happened to a few of them. Their origins were all devoured. It seems that the inheritor of demonic arts is hiding in their team. Xianxia nodded and stared at Guchanga with her bright eyes. It seems to be an eventful time. I hope Lord of Purple Sun and the others are fine. Guchanga smiled and soon forgot about this matter. Speaking of which, it was time for him to deal with Ying Shuang, who was in Lord of Purple Sun's team. Ying Shuang, the child of luck, had been left alone for so long. It was time for him to harvest her. Of course, before that, he still needed Ying Shuang to do something for him. After that, Guchanga returned to the palace and used the communication talisman to ask Jiang Chuchu about the source of the Absolute Yin disaster. The Absolute Yin origin that he longed for was still waiting for Jiang Chuchu to find it for him. However, even though Jiang Chuchu answered him through the communication talisman, he was not polite. I didn't find it. His answer was concise and to the point. Guchanga smiled and quickly threw the message talisman aside, not caring much about it. In a region far away from the territory of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, gray fog filled the sky. Many creatures of the absolute calamity were wreaking havoc here. The cities and tribes along the way had been turned into ashes. Xianxia stood in the sky. Celestial light floated in the dust and bone words flashed. They turned into terrifying Taoist swords and fell from all directions. Many creatures of the absolute calamity died tragically. No one survived. Unlike Xianxia, who said that he was going to solve the absolute calamity, he didn't move at all. Xianxia went straight to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird from the first day he arrived. He planned to clean up the creatures of the absolute calamity and find the source of the outbreak. At this moment, she stared at the communication talisman with a faint expectation. But after a long time, she still didn't hear from Xianxia. That made the expression in her eyes darken a lot. But soon, she returned to normal. But the movement of her hands became more and more fierce and terrifying. The Taoist swords turned into thousands of Taoist swords and fell from the sky. It seemed that she had mistaken the creatures of the absolute calamity in front of her as Xianxia. But in the next moment, she felt that the communication talisman in her hand seemed to light up. Xianxia stopped killing the creatures of the absolute calamity for a moment. She looked at the communication talisman with a puzzled look. Then, she heard Xianxia's voice. "Be careful." It was also concise and to the point. Xianxia was stunned. She wondered if she had heard it wrong. He actually cared about her. She listened again. Yes, it was the voice of Xianxia, that annoying, despicable, and shameless bastard. Xianxia felt her heart suddenly beat very fast. That sudden surprise caught her off guard. "Yes." In the end, she replied softly. But her eyes seemed to be sparkling as if starlight had fallen into them. "It's all thanks to you, Howard. If it weren't for you, the entire ancient kingdom of Phoenix would have been destroyed." In the royal palace, the king of Phoenix said with an emotional expression. His words were full of regret. Now, all the ancient kingdoms were in chaos. Who would have thought that the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, which was slightly weaker, would be the first to solve the crisis? Of course, it didn't mean that the absolute calamity was solved. But it was no longer as urgent and uneasy as it was in the first few days. They were afraid that the creatures of the absolute calamity would come and destroy the entire ancient kingdom of Phoenix. "Father, you're too kind. It's what I should do." Chu Hao waved his hand and said with a calm expression. "You still have to thank us. Howard, you've exhausted a lot in the past few days." "Rest well," the king of Phoenix said with a smile. He was in a good mood. Chu Hao nodded. He was in a good mood too. Although he had been stopping the absolute calamity outside the ancient kingdom of Phoenix for the past few days, he had also been paying attention to the reclusive Wang family and the most supreme cave. Wang Zhao's death had infuriated the Wang family. But in this matter, Chu Hao didn't hesitate to offend Xianxia to protect Wang Xiao. That made the Wang family speechless. They couldn't find anything to blame. But they didn't dare to express any gratitude to Chu Hao. Moreover, there were even people in the Wang family who spread the word that Wang Xiao deserved it and that his death was not to be regretted. Such an act of burning the bridge after crossing the river made Chu Hao angry, but there was nothing he could do. Xianxia's background was too terrifying. Even the reclusive Wang family was very wary and didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge. Chu Hao even learned that there were cultivators from the Wang family who planned to capture him and bring him to Xianxia as an apology. If it weren't for the intervention of the most supreme cave, there might have been cultivators from the Wang family who came. As for whether or not they could capture him, it didn't matter. What mattered was their attitude. Those things made Chu Hao even more angry and sullen. He almost pointed at the Wang family and scolded them for being shameless. In the end, it was his own wishful thinking. However, in this matter, the most supreme cave in his body showed an incomparably tough attitude. His sect even sent a message to Chu Hao, telling him not to worry. The most supreme cave's eldest senior brother was not weaker than anyone. After receiving this news, Chu Hao also became more excited. "My king, the group of geniuses from the Immortal Academy played a big role in resolving this disaster. I saw that they were very brave and fearless. They blocked many Yin creatures in the east. At this time, an old eunuch beside the Vermilion Bird King couldn't help but laugh. However, as soon as he said that, the Vermilion Bird King's expression changed. He was a little angry. He waved his hand and said, "Don't mention them in front of me." He still couldn't forget what Xianxia did that day. Now that the people in front of him were his confidants, there was no need to show respect. Do you really think they are so kind? It's just that the more Yin creatures they kill, the more points they get, and the better it is for them. The Vermilion Bird King said with a cold smile. But, they did solve a lot of problems for the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. They killed many Yin creatures and prevented the kingdom from falling again. The old eunuch was a little stunned. Then, he explained. Humph. The Vermilion Bird King snorted. So what? Even without them, Howard can still solve this disaster. Because of Xianxia, he already had no good feelings for this group of geniuses. If it weren't for the Immortal Academy's trial, would these geniuses come here? This is their mission. Even if the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was another ancient kingdom, it would be the same to them. So, eunuchly, you don't have to worry too much. This time, even if Xianxia led so many geniuses, the number of Yin creatures he killed was less than me. Chu Hao also smiled warmly and explained, so, actually, father is right. Even without them, I can solve this problem by myself. As he was talking, the voice of a guard came from outside the palace. Third Prince, Miss Wan requests an audience. Waner? Chu Hao was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. He ignored the Vermilion Bird King beside him and went to welcome her. At the entrance of the palace, Tang Wan stood there with a smile on her face. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind. How come you have time to come here today? Chu Hao asked with a smile. I just solved a problem recently, so I have some time, Tang Wan said with a smile. I know. It's about your brother, Tang Tian, right? Chu Hao had heard about this before. In his opinion, Tang Wan must have been schemed against by the so-called Heavenly Lady of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The problem has been solved. Tang Wan smiled and did not mention it. That's good. If you have been wronged, you must tell me, Chu Hao said. Tang Wan was stunned. Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared in her mind. She could not help but feel fear in her heart and did not dare to say anything. She waved her hand and said, Brother Chu Hao, don't worry. I haven't been wronged. That's good. Actually, I have something to discuss with Brother Chu Hao. Tang Wan chose her words carefully. Oh? What is it? Is it about dealing with Xianxia? Chu Hao asked. He still had the jade slip that Tang Wan gave him previously. It clearly listed the various Skyprides who had a grudge against Xianxia and had conflicts with him. He subconsciously thought that Tang Wan was here to help him. He could not help but feel warm in his heart. Hearing that, Tang Wan suddenly sighed and said, It's indeed about Xianxia. Brother Chu Hao, I think you should bear with it for a while and wait for this matter to pass. Xianxia is too powerful. I'm worried that you, what? However, she was interrupted by Chu Hao before she could finish her sentence. He was in disbelief. Waner, what happened? Why did you suddenly say that? Could it be that the Tang clan behind you is pressuring you? Tang Wan did not have such an attitude a while ago. Or did she hear something? Tang Wan stared at him and said helplessly in the end, Brother Chu Hao, you can't win against Xianxia now. A wise man doesn't eat what's in front of him. Can you listen to me? Why don't you bear with the humiliation this time? She did not know how to say it. Xianxia meant that as long as Chu Hao did not provoke or obstruct him, he could not be bothered. In other words, Chu Hao only had to bear with it for a while and it would pass. Chu Hao did not have any advantage in front of Xianxia. Outside the palace, Tang Wan stood there with a worried look on her face. She was persuading Chu Hao. Her dress was fluttering, and her snow-white skin was glowing. Chu Hao was stunned when he heard that. He could not react for a while. Tang Wan actually advised him to bear with it and let this matter pass. He really didn't believe that this sentence would come from Tang Wan's mouth. She even said confidently that as long as they worked together with Xianxia's enemies, they could find a way to wash away the humiliation. Although Chu Hao was proud, it did not mean that he was stupid. He knew how to bear with it. He would not be reckless when facing an enemy that he could not defeat. Although Guchanga had a strong background, it was not to the extent that he would choose to retreat. In terms of cultivation, he would soon reach the supreme realm. Even if Guchanga could use a supreme weapon, he was still a young junior. He was not a match for Chu Hao at all. If it was an ordinary man, he would be angry when he heard what his childhood friend said. However, Chu Hao was not. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He calmed down quickly and did not suspect Tang Wan's motive. He knew Tang Wan's character very well. He knew that she would not harm him. He must have received some kind of news. Wanner, you must have a reason for saying that. You know my character. It's okay if you ask me to bear with it. But you must tell me the reason. He took a deep breath and looked at Tang Wan with a clear gaze. During this period of time, he was not in the Vermilion Bird Palace. He was not sure what happened to Tang Wan. Could it be that Guchanga sensed something and forced her? However, during this period of time, Guchanga was also in the land of absolute calamity. He was leading the geniuses of the Immortal Academy to kill the absolute living beings. Where did he get the time? So, what was the reason? Tang Wan sighed. She stood there with all kinds of thoughts in her mind. She could not tell Chu Hao about Guchanga. She told Chu Hao so straightforwardly because she knew him very well. She was not worried that he would misunderstand or get angry. Brother Chu Hao, you have to believe me. I won't harm you. After you deal with the absolute calamity, you should return to the sect and hide for a while. As long as you don't provoke Guchanga, he shouldn't take the initiative to attack you, said Tang Wan. What the hell is going on? You can't even tell me? Chu Hao was puzzled. Tang Wan shook her head and smiled bitterly. Brother Chu Hao, you have to believe me. As for the reason, I can't tell you now. Chu Hao fell silent when he heard that. He thought of the business alliance of 10,000 Dao behind Tang Wan. Could it be that the business alliance of 10,000 Dao had noticed what she had done? After that, he warned Tang Wan. After all, offending Guchanga would not benefit the business alliance at all. At the thought of this, Chu Hao nodded. I know. I understand. But don't worry, Wanner. I will soon become the next mansion master of the Most High Grotto Heaven. At that time, the forces behind you won't be able to force you to do anything. He clenched his fists tightly. He had a great ambition in his heart. The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was on the decline. It was only because it was weak that it was pressured by the various orthodoxies. After that, he would establish the supreme celestial dynasty. The 9 heavens would worship him and he would rule the heavens. Somehow, as if it had sensed Chu Hao's great ambition, his 9th heaven quasi-supreme spirit suddenly lit up with a dazzling golden light. Chu Hao was able to see a vague sign from it. What's this? Chu Hao was a little shocked. He saw that there seemed to be a ring of mysterious light appearing above his godly soul. Then, the mysterious light turned into a small and weak sparrow. He witnessed the rise of the weak sparrow with his own eyes. It grew stronger step by step until it turned into a python. It was planning to turn into a dragon and soar into the 9 heavens. Chu Hao felt like he had become the little sparrow. He was witnessing its growth with his own eyes. One day, even the sparrow could turn into a dragon and soar into the sky. What's going on? This emotion. Could it be that it's asking me for help? Suddenly, Chu Hao was stunned. His eyes widened as he thought he had sensed wrongly. He saw the sparrow's eyes. The pleading and crying for help in its eyes made Chu Hao's heart palpitate. How can I save you? He could not help but ask. However, in the next moment, Chu Hao was stunned. A terrifying bloody light bloomed in front of him. He saw a boundless black saber fall. The head of the little sparrow that was about to turn into a dragon was directly cut off from the middle. Blood spurted out like a fountain. At the moment when it dissipated, there were still traces of fear and despair in the sparrow's eyes. Vaguely, he saw the vague figure of a young man through the sparrow's eyes. Although the young man had a smile on his face and was as warm as the wind, there was no warmth in his eyes. Guchanga? What does this mean? Chu Hao's scalp went numb. He had a feeling that the sparrow was closely related to him. Somehow, something very important was slipping away from him quickly. Could it be that his greatest enemy was destined to be Xianxia? Brother Hao, what happened to you just now? Soon, Tang Wan's voice made Chu Hao recover from his shock. He looked at Tang Wan and did not know what to say for a moment. Brother Hao, you should think about it carefully. I'll take my leave first. Seeing this, Tang Wan sighed. She knew that it was up to Chu Hao to decide. It was difficult for her to influence his choice. After that, Tang Wan left directly. However, unlike before, she did not need to use the spatial instrument to leave. Instead, she left directly from the palace's main gate. This scene made Chu Hao frown. He was a little confused. He knew Tang Wan's character very well. She was very cautious when dealing with people. Previously, she was very careful. No matter when she came or left, she would use the spatial instrument. She did not use the palace's main gate because she was worried that Xianxia's people would notice her. It was impossible that she did not notice this because of her carelessness. This could only mean that Tang Wan felt that there was no need to be secretive and she could meet him openly. What's going on? Wanner was so secretive today. She looked as if she had some difficulties and she was unwilling to tell me. Chu Hao had a bad feeling in his heart as he thought to himself. In the next moment, he suddenly made up his mind. With his cultivation at the quasi-supreme realm, Tang Wan would not notice that he was following her secretly. If it was in the past, with Chu Hao's character, he would not do such a thing. However, Tang Wan's behavior today made him feel very uneasy. It was obvious that she was hiding something from him and she was unwilling to tell him. I'm sorry, Wanner. I'm doing this for your own good. Virum, as he thought of this, Chu Hao regained his composure. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. He followed closely behind Tang Wan. However, what made Chu Hao feel slightly relieved was that Tang Wan did not go anywhere else after leaving the palace. Instead, she returned to the commercial building, which was the business of the Business Alliance of the 10,000 Daos. Could it be that I'm wrong? Chu Hao heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, his expression froze. The figure that was hiding in the void could not be hidden anymore. This was because when he scanned the area with his divine thought, he realized that Tang Wan had left through the back door of the commercial building and was heading in another direction. There were many pavilions and palaces there and they looked extremely majestic. It was the temporary residence of the supreme talents from the Immortal Academy. When they first arrived, the Emperor of Vermilion Bird Country had specially arranged for them to stay so as not to offend them. Wanner seems to be in a hurry? She doesn't look good? What's wrong? Why would she come to such a place? Normally, Chu Hao would definitely not come to such a place. This was because he could not stand the arrogant attitude of the group of young supreme talents. However, he had no choice but to step into that area now. With his cultivation at the quasi-supreme realm, Chu Hao did not believe that anyone would be able to discover his tracks easily. How could this be? Why would Wanner come here to meet Xianxia? However, Chu Hao's divine thought followed Tang Wan closely. When he saw the figure that he hated the most in the pavilion, he was stunned. His expression changed greatly as he found it hard to believe. After Tang Wan left him, she actually came here to meet Xianxia. Chu Hao was infuriated. He subconsciously wanted to show himself and go forward to question them. However, his rationality told him otherwise. It was not the right time to move yet. Judging from Tang Wan's expression, she must have come here because she had no other choice. Damn it. It must be the family behind Wanner who forced her to come here to meet Xianxia. Businessmen seek profit. The power and influence behind Xianxia is unimaginable. The Tang family would definitely not give up such a good opportunity. Chu Hao's expression changed rapidly. He quickly figured it out and suppressed his anger. He wanted to see what exactly Tang Wan was hiding. The Uni Pavilion was located deep in the east of the Vermilion Bird Imperial capital. It was a pavilion built by the Business Alliance of 10,000 Daos. It was usually used to entertain important guests. It was 33 floors high and was not open to the public. It was dazzling and magnificent. At the top floor, when Tang Wan arrived with a complicated expression, Xianxia was writing something with his back facing her. It was as if he did not notice her arrival. However, the lady in white beside Guchanga caught Tang Wan's attention. If it was not for her, the conflict between Guchanga and Chu Hao would not have happened. Her appearance could be said to be a beauty that could bring calamity to a country. Tang Wan did not know why Guchanga was looking for her, so she did not say anything. She really couldn't bring herself to call Guchanga master in front of this woman in white. You don't have to call me that in front of others. However, I thought you would return to the Tang family directly and choose not to show yourself. It seems like you care a lot about Chu Hao. Don't worry, I will keep my word. As long as Chu Hao does not provoke me, I will not bother with him. Otherwise, you should know that it is as easy as stepping on an ant for me to step on him. Guchanga finally spoke. However, he did not turn his head. He was still writing something and his tone was very casual. He did not care about Chu Hao at all. Tang Wan remained silent. She stood there and did not know what to say. She was more or less relieved that Guchanga did not ask her to call him master directly. It was awkward and humiliating to call him that. Of course, Guchanga was right. If she did not care about Chu Hao, she would not have come to remind him. However, Chu Hao was still hesitating and had not made a decision. What does Guchanga mean? Where did he get the confidence to step on me? Chu Hao, who was hiding in the dark, naturally heard these words as well. Instantly, anger rose in his heart. Since when had he, who was proud and unyielding, been looked down upon like this? However, Tang Wan did not defend him at all. However, he also knew why Tang Wan advised him to bear with it. Although Tang Wan had good intentions, Chu Hao still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Asking for fresh flowers, why did she feel that he could not win against Guchanga? Why did he have to bear with it? It seems that Wan'er is really being pressured by her family. I wonder what kind of role Guchanga played in this matter. Soon, Chu Hao suppressed his anger. He did not want to alert the enemy. After knowing Tang Wan's difficulties, he was relieved. He was worried that Tang Wan would betray him. The uneasiness he had before was completely gone. Guchanga, are you serious? Inside the pavilion, Tang Wan still did not know that due to her carelessness, Chu Hao had followed her and was currently hiding in the dark. When she heard Guchanga's words, she could not help but feel hopeful. She did not know why Guchanga asked her to come here. However, after thinking about it, what could Guchanga want from Chu Hao? She really could not think of anything. Do you think I need to care about a little Chu Hao? Guchanga smiled and said casually. She didn't turn around and continued to write her own words. Then I promised to persuade brother Chu Hao to let go of this grudge. If possible, it would be best to forget about it. With a smile, Tang Wan nodded and said. No need. I am not looking for you for this kind of thing. So what if he has a grudge against me? Do I need to care? Guchanga interrupted her and smiled faintly. You are a little too full of yourself. Tang Wan's expression froze as she remained silent. After seeing Guchanga's terrifying means, she understood that he was not lying. Whether it was strength or background, Guchanga did not need to care about Chu Hao. Guchanga is too arrogant to have such an attitude. One day, I will definitely make him regret it. Seeing this, Chu Hao, who was hiding in the dark, had an ugly expression and could not help but clench his fists tightly. If it was not for his strong state of mind, he would have exposed his quasi-supreme aura by now. His heart was burning with anger. Guchanga's belittling and careless attitude, especially when she said such words in front of Tang Wan, made Chu Hao very sullen and angry. If Guchanga said that in front of an ordinary person, he would at most smile and think that he was blind and would not take it to heart. However, it was in front of Tang Wan. This made him feel that he was being belittled by Tang Wan. As a man, how could he bear it? However, Chu Hao endured it in the end. He did not want Tang Wan's efforts to go to waste. At this moment, if he suddenly appeared and attacked Guchanga, not to mention whether he would succeed, the ancient country of Suzaku behind him and the Tang family behind Tang Wan would definitely be in a sea of fire and face a terrifying catastrophe. Guchanga, why are you looking for me? After hesitating for a while, Tang Wan was confused and asked again. Hearing this, Guchanga put down the pen in his hand and turned around. He did not answer and just smiled casually. My neck is a little sore after writing for so long. Seeing Tang Wan's expression change slightly, Gu Changge said calmly, the Tang family is not in a good position in the Myriad Daos business alliance now. Tang Wan looked at him in confusion. She did not understand why he suddenly mentioned this. However, Gu Changge did not continue on this topic. Instead, he changed the topic and said, actually, it's not a big deal. Seeing that you're quite pretty, I just want you to warm my bed tonight. Tang Wan's expression changed immediately. If it was someone else who dared to speak like this, she would have chopped that person into pieces. However, it was Gu Changge and she was even implanted with a slave seal. She suddenly felt a sense of panic and uneasiness in her heart. Maybe I can consider having a concubine or something in the future. Gu Changge was still smiling calmly. Damn it, Gu Changge, you've gone too far. Hearing this secretly, Chu Hao could not help but feel his face turn green even though he had cultivated for many years and had a stable state of mind. His murderous aura was boiling and he was filled with hatred. At this moment, he did not care about the consequences. He was about to move and take Tang Wan away. However, at this moment, Gu Changge opened his mouth again and said calmly, of course, these are all lies. I'm not interested in you at all. However, it's true that my neck is sore. His smile was somewhat thought-provoking. Hearing this, Chu Hao, who was about to make a move, suddenly stopped. His expression was uncertain and changed a few times. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He had never hated someone so much before. Tang Wan's expression also changed a few times. She was not stupid. She understood the meaning behind Gu Changge's words. He wanted to humiliate her and make her do the work of a maidservant. Sore neck, how could a cultivator's neck be sore? However, the situation was more powerful than the person. Although she was unwilling, she had to give in. This was because she did not know if what Gu Changge said just now would become true if she angered him. Concubine, if the Tang family behind her heard about this, they would be eager to do so. How hateful. Seeing Tang Wan gritting her teeth and walking towards Gu Changge unwillingly, Chu Hao, who was hiding in the dark, could not stand it anymore. His figure disappeared quickly. However, the hatred and grievance in his heart could not be described as just monstrous. He was mad with hatred, witnessing his beloved woman being ordered around like a maidservant in front of Gu Changge with his own eyes, and he did not dare to stop it. Was there anything more humiliating and infuriating in this world? At this moment, Chu Hao wished that he could cut Gu Changge into 1,000 pieces, tear him into 1,000 pieces, grind his bones and scatter his ashes, and destroy his body and soul. Only then could he vent his hatred. 1,000. Has he left? In the pavilion, Gu Changge smiled when he sensed that Chu Hao's aura had left. He waved his hand and said, stop, there's no need for that. You can go back now. He said to Tang Wan, who was stunned. Miss Wan, you should leave this maid job to me. Xianxia was smart enough to step forward and say with a smile. Seeing Gu Changge's expression, she knew that Gu Changge was not interested in Tang Wan. Tang Wan looked at Gu Changge anxiously. She was at a loss. Boring. However, Gu Changge only shook his head. He had no intention of explaining. At this moment, the system was giving him notifications in his mind. Harvesting destiny points and luck points was a pleasurable process. Of course, he knew that Chu Hao was not in a good mood. He even wanted to kill him. When Tang Wan came to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, Gu Changge had guessed that she would try to persuade Chu Hao. With Chu Hao's character, he would definitely be suspicious. After that, he would definitely follow her. If that was the case, Gu Changge would just help him and let him understand Tang Wan's good intentions. Of course, Gu Changge was just adding fuel to the fire with the help of others. He wanted to let Chu Hao know that Tang Wan did not betray him. At the same time, he wanted Tang Wan to feel that he had no other intentions towards Chu Hao. That was not difficult at all. As for what happened just now, he just wanted to take the opportunity to disrupt Chu Hao's state of mind. After all, he was the son of fortune. He was just luckier than ordinary people. He had all the flaws that he should have. However, what surprised Gu Changge was that Chu Hao was so tolerant. This allowed him to test Chu Hao's bottom line. Tang Wan was more tolerant than the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird behind him. As long as he did not do anything worse to Tang Wan, Chu Hao would be able to tolerate it. You're so tolerant. As expected of the green one. Gu Chang'e could not help but laugh. Don't worry, I will not tell Chu Hao about what happened today. I don't have that kind of bad taste. Gu Chang'e then gestured for Tang Wan to leave. As for how Chu Hao would face Tang Wan next, it was not something that he had to consider. There was no need for him to worry. After all, Chu Hao was the son of fate. He was a righteous person. Even if he witnessed everything with his own eyes, would he tell Tang Wan the truth? It was impossible. Chu Hao still had to pretend that he did not know anything. He had to wear the hat of an honest person firmly. Purple Sun Heaven Monarch has been jumping around for so long. It's time to make a move on him. After this matter was settled, Gu Chang'e began to consider the matter of Ziyang Sky Monarch. As the junior brother of the eldest senior brother, Qin Wuya, who had returned from the 9 heavens, he more or less had some use. Moreover, Gu Chang'e already had a plan to deal with Purple Sun Heaven Monarch from the very beginning. This involved him harvesting another leek. In addition, Suchinga's recent appearance in Black Tortoise Ancient Country had brought a lot of trouble to Purple Sun Heaven Monarch. In addition, a spy reported that Ziyang Sky Monarch had noticed the traces of the inheritor of demonic arts and had chased her out of the territory of Black Tortoise Ancient Country. This gave Gu Chang'e the perfect opportunity to make a move. Suchinga did not let him down at all. Gu Chang'e was considering if he should treat her better the next time he saw her. The Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise are very close to each other. Coincidentally, Ziyang Sky Monarch is not in Black Tortoise Ancient Country. After that, Gu Chang'e left again. However, this time, he was even more secretive than before. First, he brought many followers to the place where the absolute calamity occurred. Then, he went deep into the Black Tortoise Ancient Country alone. Of course, on the way, he would definitely enter the void and choose to return. In this way, almost all the Skyprides knew that he was leading many followers to kill the living beings of Absolute. It was necessary to have such an obvious alibi. Even if no one dared to doubt him, Gu Chang'e liked to arrange everything flawlessly without leaving any loopholes. At the same time, Black Tortoise Ancient Country, which was not far from Vermilion Bird Ancient Country, was not peaceful. Many young Skyprides were in danger. They were worried and did not dare to act alone. The appearance of the inheritor of demonic arts had already killed several Skyprides. The way they died was almost the same. Their source energy was completely devoured, and no trace was left behind. All these proved that the inheritor of demonic arts had indeed infiltrated their group. Many young Skyprides who followed 6 Crown King and Ziyang Sky Monarch were regretting. It was needless to say how powerful the inheritor of demonic arts was. That was a ruthless person who could escape unscathed from Gu Chang'e. Even Ziyang Sky Monarch might not be a match for the inheritor of demonic arts. At this moment, in a quiet mansion, immortal chi was faintly discernible and spiritual chi was dense. The artificial mountains and spiritual ponds were almost liquefied. Not far away, in the herbal field, there were all kinds of immortal herbs and sacred herbs. Multicolored light intertwined and filled the air. It was exceptionally dazzling. Many auspicious beasts were foraging in the herbal field. Occasionally, they would look up at the gray-robed youth sitting cross-legged on a blue stone not far away. 6 Crown King's original name was Junyao. After revealing his true appearance, he looked extremely ordinary. Compared to that dazzling exceptional Skypride who suppressed his peers for 6 generations, there was a great difference. Only, there were extremely few cultivators who knew his true name, let alone those who saw his true appearance. It was because the Skyprides of the same generation as him had long disappeared. They either passed away in meditation or were long buried in their past struggles. Even those who survived from that era were all old ancestors of their clans, their seniority incredibly ancient. He was an ancient who did not fit in with this great era. For the sake of becoming number 1, he didn't hesitate to seal himself several times, all for the sake of finding the most powerful opponent. In this world, he once again felt battle intent from Gu Chang'e. Dao brother said that you were framed? I don't believe these words. 6 Crown King said with a faint smile. In front of him, there was an extremely valiant-looking young man standing there. The valiant young man was tall and large, his hair seemingly burning. However, golden symbols flickered within his eyes, making him look like a divine child of the sun. This was Xianxia, who had disguised himself and infiltrated Purple Sun Heaven Monarch's group. He originally planned to find an opportunity to find Purple Sun Heaven Monarch and cooperate with him to deal with Xianxia. But now, many young sky prides of the Black Tortoise ancient country had been secretly harmed by the inheritor of the demonic arts, their source energy being devoured. His plan could not help but be disrupted and come to an end. Xianxia also did not know what method Xianxia had used to make a move in the Black Tortoise ancient country and throw the blame on him. Logically speaking, Xianxia was currently in the Vermilion Bird ancient country. How could he have come to the Black Tortoise ancient country to commit murder when many young sky prides had met with mishaps? During this period of time, many people had begun to search for the inheritor of the demonic arts. Xianxia was not worried. After all, he was not the true inheritor of the demonic arts. With this disguise, he was not afraid of others seeing through it. However, he did not expect that Six-Crowned King would see through his disguise today and recognize his identity. This caused Xianxia to feel uneasy. He had no choice but to brace himself and follow Six-Crowned King to his residence. "Then what do I have to do to make you believe me?" Xianxia asked in a low voice, golden runes flickering in his eyes. Even if he was an impostor, he still displayed the dignity of a prince. "You said that the true inheritor of the demonic arts is actually Xianxia? What is the evidence?" "According to my understanding, Xianxia is currently in the Vermilion Bird ancient country. Although it is not very far from the Black Tortoise ancient country, to come here and commit murder? Do you think he can do it?" Six-Crowned King said indifferently. His appearance was very ordinary, but his tone was very calm and confident. There was an unquestionable bearing. "I don't know how he did it, but the person who framed me is definitely Xianxia," Xianxia said in a low voice. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Regarding this point, she had never doubted it. Other than Xianxia, he could not find anyone who would do this to him. Of course, in the absolute battlefield, Xianxia had sent out several great saints to put on a show in front of everyone. From then on, he could not shake off this black pot. Words have no proof. In my opinion, you are the biggest suspect. Six-Crowned King smiled faintly, appearing incomparably confident. However, don't worry, I won't expose you. As the inheritor of the demonic arts, you better not disappoint me. Right now, you are still too weak and are not my opponent. I hope you can grow to the day when I have the will to fight." After saying this, he waved his hand. Layers of resplendent runes spread out like a rain of light. In the next instant, Xianxia's figure disappeared, appearing outside the residence. So strong. This kind of method caused Xianxia's expression to change greatly. He was very shocked. This was another monster. His strength was definitely above Purple Sun Sky Monarch's. His mood was somewhat gloomy. After his identity was exposed, he insisted that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts. He did not even give him half a chance to explain. After leaving the residence, Xianxia strolled around the streets of the Black Tortoise imperial capital. His expression was not good. He found that Elder Imo no longer cared about him recently. He almost did not appear again. "I heard that Purple Sun Sky Monarch has left to search for the inheritor of the demonic arts. If it is really Xianxia, then Purple Sun Sky Monarch might not be able to survive." His expression became more and more serious. In this way, he would have one less partner. Wouldn't the matter of dealing with Xianxia be far away? Suddenly, Xianxia's expression changed. At the entrance of the pavilion in front of him, he saw a familiar figure walking in. This caused his mind to tremble. His eyes widened. He did not dare to imagine that he would meet her here. Could this be the so-called fate? Xianxia's heart was beating very fast. He remembered the days when he was still a horseboy. If it was not for the pity of the young miss, he would have starved to death on the streets. Compared to the days of fear now, he found that those days were more comfortable. Xianxia thought that he would never have a chance to see her again in this life. However, he really did not expect to see her again in the Black Tortoise imperial capital. This must be fate. What a pity. I am now a rat crossing the street that everyone wants to kill. To her, I am a stranger that she has never seen before. Miss May was once saved by Xianxia. It seems that she still does not know the true face of Xianxia. I have to find a suitable opportunity to remind her. Xianxia thought to himself. He could not help but clench his fists. In the immortal ancient continent, Mei had encountered the inheritor of the demonic arts. In his opinion, this was definitely related to Xianxia. Xianxia had even used this to gain a good reputation. He had even won Mei's admiration. If I go there rashly, with Miss Mei's character, she will definitely be suspicious of me. I have to find a suitable method. Xianxia sank into contemplation. In the end, he decided to use the simplest method. After all, when he was still feeding servant Ma, he remembered a lot of Mei's likes and dispositions. He knew what she liked. As long as he used this method, he believed that he could become familiar with Mei. Thinking of this, Xianxia walked toward the pavilion in front of him. He wanted to see the reason why Mei came to the Black Tortoise ancient country. Miss, there is a young heaven's pride following you. Hearing the maid's reminder, Mei smiled and waved her hand. Don't worry. Let him follow me. I want to see what his purpose is. Although she said so, she could not help but remember Xianxia's order. This should be the pitiful scapegoat of Prince Mei's smile was somewhat pitiful. Of course, in the eyes of others, it was not strange. She seemed to be choosing something with the servant girl beside her. In the ancient Azure Dragon City, the sky was dark. In a stone room, Xianxia frowned deeply. He was currently studying a bone book in his hands. There were many strange symbols hanging down from it, and they were like small golden suns. They were incomparably brilliant. She muttered to herself in distress, will this invincible Vajradharma body turn a person into that kind of golden bronze statue that looks like it's made of gold? When he thought of what he had become in the end, she couldn't bring herself to practice it. After all, her ethereal image had turned into a golden bronze statue in the blink of an eye. Xianxia might not even recognize her. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. In the end, he could only accept the bone book and give up on practicing. Of course, she definitely wouldn't throw it away. When the time came, she would just casually put it on the ground and it would attract a large number of cultivators. After all, this was a supreme-level body refining technique. She couldn't figure it out. How did she get such an opportunity in this trial? Instead, it was Qin Xiaoyi's Green Moon Dao incantation that moved Xianxia a little. She was thinking about how to use this body refining technique in her hands to get her Green Moon Dao incantation. No, it was a trade. Although there were only 3 of them in this trial, it was surprisingly easy. They even found an ancient cultivator's cave abode in the area where the absolute calamity broke out. There were exactly 3 opportunities, and each of them could split one equally, no more and no less. At that time, Xianxia didn't know that the jade scroll in her hands was a body refining technique. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accepted it even if she was beaten to death. Xianxia, that guy, said he would come to help, but he's nowhere to be seen. As expected, we can't count on him. Xianxia muttered softly, thinking of Xianxia. Although she said that, she also knew that they didn't need Xianxia's help in this trial. It was ridiculously easy. Because of the geography of the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon, there were a few other ancient kingdoms in front of them. They had gotten a great deal. But, was Xianxia really going to ignore them? Well, actually, she wanted to see Xianxia, so it was a little boring to stay here. Boom. However, at this time, a terrifying wave suddenly came from outside the stone room. It was like a heavy wave that came crashing in. Even though there was a layer of restrictions in between, Xianxia could feel it clearly. What's going on? This direction? Could it be where Qin Xiaoyi and Qin Feng are? Did something happen to them? With no time to think, Xianxia left the stone room in a flash and rushed towards the direction of the wave. In the sky, Xianxia only had time to see a blurry figure. It seemed to have opened a space tunnel and was preparing to leave. He was holding an unconscious girl in his hand. It was Qin Xiaoyi. Stop. Put her down. Seeing this, Xianxia immediately understood everything and shouted coldly. At the same time, she took out a jade sword and slashed it towards the sky. Strange phenomena appeared and sacred runes shone brightly, illuminating the night sky. However, the blurry figure only slapped casually, and a terrifying force pressed down. The runes broke, and the jade sword was sent flying and fell to the ground. The sage state? Xianxia frowned and took out another instrument. This was a quasi-saint instrument, a battle spear. It shone brightly and brightly, illuminating the sky. Under one attack, the void cracked open, and a terrifying crack spread out. It was a testament to its terrifying power. However, the figure seemed to be very impatient. He put 2 fingers together and turned them into the shape of a sword, and pointed directly at her quasi-saint instrument. With a crack, the battle spear cracked and turned into hundreds of pieces, falling from the sky. For a moment, it was like a meteor shower, and it was unusually bright and dazzling. However, it seemed to be deliberately avoiding Xianxia and did not hit her. This made her a little puzzled, but this puzzlement quickly dissipated. At this time, she did not have time to think too much. Put her down. Xianxia's figure flew up into the sky. Her delicate fist seemed to be carved out of jade, but it contained incomparable power. She suddenly smashed it towards the blurry figure, trying to save Xianxia. However, the other party's method was very simple. With a wave of his sleeve, the void in front of him blurred and a passage opened. He stepped into it and disappeared in an instant. Xianxia's powerful punch could only hit empty air, which made her very unwilling. Damn it. Xianxia has been taken away. I have to contact the elders of the Immortal Academy about this. Xianxia is a thorn in their hearts. Thinking of this, Xianxia took out a jade talisman and planned to contact the Immortal Academy. She was not worried that the elders would blame her for not protecting Xianxia well. However, she still felt a little guilty. If she was a little stronger, or a little more decisive, she might have been able to save Xianxia by using other instruments. Could it be that the person who took Xianxia cares about her immortal demon body? Xianxia frowned and suddenly thought of Xianxia's brother, Qingfeng. However, in her opinion, for something like this to happen, Qingfeng should be doomed. Soon, Xianxia's figure flashed and appeared in the courtyard of Xianxia and Qingfeng. Here, she saw Qingfeng, who was about to explode, and there were bloodstains everywhere. He seemed to be dead. I'm too slow. Xianxia felt a little guilty. However, her expression changed quickly, and she was a little surprised. No, there is still a trace of life. What saved him? In the courtyard, dark clouds blew in and covered the surroundings. It was dark and gloomy, making the environment seem even more desolate. The thick smell of blood filled the air, causing the expressions of many nearby cultivators to change rapidly. In the sky, streaks of divine rainbows rushed over from all directions at high speed. The leader of the group was the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. As soon as they heard the commotion, they rushed over in a panic. However, they did not expect to see such a scene. Someone, come quickly. Bad news, there's an enemy attack. The ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon's face turned pale. Seeing this scene, he felt dizzy and hurriedly called for a doctor. The siblings, Qingfeng and Xianxia, did not have any powerful backing. However, the talent they displayed was valued by many elders of the Immortal Academy. If something happened to them here, it would be useless even if he went to meet them. Now, he could only hope to save Qingfeng's life first. When this kind of thing happened, it would definitely alarm the elders of True Immortal Academy and hurry over. That aura just now was at least the work of a saint. With the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon's ability, how could they take down a saint assassin? However, what made the Emperor of Azure Dragon relieved was that Xianxia was safe and sound. She was calm and tranquil as she stood there. What he was most worried about was that something had happened to Xianxia and that he knew who was behind her. If she was hurt in the slightest, even the destruction of the entire ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon would not be enough to appease that person's anger. Miss Xianxia, it's good that you're fine. The Emperor of Azure Dragon revealed a relieved smile. Xianxia nodded but did not reply. Runes flickered in her eyes. Strands of divine light shone as she carefully observed Qingfeng's current situation. At this moment, Qingfeng was lying on the ground, covered in blood and looked like he was about to explode. His vitality was also extremely weak, like a candle in the autumn wind that could be extinguished at any time. However, there was a hazy light that was protecting his heart, meridians, and divine soul. If not for Gu Xian'er's strong perception, she would have thought that he was already dead. What is that? Gu Xian'er was puzzled and shocked. She looked over and saw a bottle-like object glowing faintly in Qing Feng's arms. The patterns were extremely simple and unadorned, and there were even traces of rust. Although it was stained with blood, it still looked extraordinary. Could it be that this God 21 secret bottle saved Qing Feng's life? Gu Xian'er's shock was not unreasonable. The mysterious man who had kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi was very powerful. He was at least in the saint realm. Her quasi-sage level battle spear could fight at least a sage level existence after being activated by her. However, with a casual flick of the mysterious person's finger, it was shattered into pieces. With such terrifying strength, he was definitely not a simple saint. In the end, Qing Feng had only been on the path of cultivation for a short while. His strength was not even at the almighty realm. Not to mention a palm strike from a sage, even a wisp of pressure would not be able to withstand it and would directly explode. Although the mysterious man's aura is at the saint stage, his strength is definitely not at the saint stage, it's most likely an ancient freak. Gu Xian'er guessed. How could an ordinary sage realm cultivator have such strength? Moreover, what puzzled her was that after the mysterious man attacked, he seemed to be deliberately avoiding her. Could it be someone she knew? But which acquaintance would come and kidnap Qing Xiaoyi? Immortal demon body origin? Could it be someone related to the inheritor of demonic arts? Recently, I heard that an inheritor of demonic arts has appeared in the Black Tortoise ancient country. It seems that Qing Xiaoyi is most likely dead this time. Gu Xian'er sighed. Her heart was filled with doubts. She could only wait and see if Qing Feng would know anything after being saved. Otherwise, if Qing Xiaoyi was lost, it would be difficult to find her. However, this is a good opportunity to tell Gu Changge about this matter. Back then, in front of all the elders, he solemnly guaranteed the safety of Qing Xiaoyi and her brother. But now, one of the siblings is seriously injured and the other's life is uncertain. Could it be Gu Changge's enemy who did this? She guessed in her heart. However, without evidence, it was hard to say. After that, a group of doctors from the Azure Dragon ancient country rushed over, intending to treat Qing Feng first. Speaking of which, Qing Feng's injuries were extremely fatal. It was obvious that the mysterious man was determined to kill him. However, to be able to withstand a saint's palm strike and survive, and still have a glimmer of life left, shocked all the doctors. His heart and veins were protected by a mysterious force. His soul was almost destroyed, but in the end, it was still protected by that force. This is really strange. They were very surprised. They had seen many injuries, but this was the first time they had seen such a situation. He had just returned from the gates of hell. If it wasn't for his incredible luck, then he was not destined to die. Even the heavens could not bear to take him away. This little bottle is a little strange. There were some sharp-eyed people who saw the quaint little bottle in Qing Feng's arms. However, they did not think too much about it. They did not have Gu Xian'er's eyesight and naturally could not see through the mysteries of this little bottle. Gu Xian'er did not think too much about it. Although she was stingy, and loved to take advantage of others, it did not mean that she would take advantage of the situation. At this moment, she was mainly worried about the safety of Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng. She was the leader of this trial in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. As the senior sister, she could not even protect the two of them. This made the proud and arrogant her feel a little uncomfortable. If it was Gu Changge, nothing would have happened to Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng. That mysterious man might not even have been able to escape. I am still too weak, she was a little disheartened. Previously, she had been defeated repeatedly by Gu Changge. She did not expect that she would not even be able to take down a mysterious man. Gu Xian'er suspected that the teachers in the Peach Village were lying to her. They actually said that with her strength, she could easily defeat those of the same generation and become invincible. Even she herself did not believe this. After hesitating for a while, she still took the initiative to send a message to Gu Changge. She hoped that Gu Changge could come up with a solution. But soon, the communication amulet lit up. The moment she told Gu Changge about what happened here, Gu Changge sent a message back. Gu Xian'er was a little surprised. Normally, Gu Changge would not be so concerned about something. Why are you so useless? You can't even take care of two people. However, she did not expect Gu Changge's first sentence to be a scolding. Gu Xian'er was a little angry. She almost threw the communication amulet in her hand away. Shouldn't he be concerned about her at this time? However, Gu Changge actually scolded her. I'll be there soon. However, when she heard Gu Changge's next sentence, she gave up and snorted, I'm just telling you about this. Who asked you to come? If you could save me some trouble, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. After saying this, Gu Changge crushed the communication amulet in his hand. Naturally, he could not hear Gu Xian'er's endless chatter. He glanced at the unconscious Xianxia in his hand. Then, the space in front of him blurred again. He stepped into it and soon disappeared from the territory of the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. From Gu Xian'er, he found out that Qing Feng was not dead. Of course, this was all part of his plan. If he killed Qing Feng now, who would testify against him later, when he killed Qing Feng, he deliberately held back. On one hand, he was worried that he would accidentally kill Qing Feng. Of course, Gu Changge knew that he had the heaven-wielding bottle. That item was Qing Feng's life-changing divine weapon. It should be able to protect him at a critical moment and save his life at the same time. For this game of chess, he had rushed over from the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird without stopping. However, with his current speed, it would not take him much time. When he was rushing, he merged with the Tao of space and traveled thousands of miles in an instant. Even a small teleportation formation was not as fast as his speed. What he had to think about now was how to find a suitable place to leave Qing Xiaoyi there. If there's enough time, I can use the guidance Tao fruit to get her immortal demon body origin source. A dense radiance appeared in Gu Changge's palm. Then, it turned into a dazzling sapling. All kinds of rules and runes flashed and spewed out multicolored light. There were fruits on the sapling. One of the fruits was surrounded by a primordial purple aura. It was extremely mysterious and mystical. All kinds of Tao and skills fell and intertwined on it. Gu Changge looked at the unconscious Qing Xiaoyi. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Then, a sparkling and translucent fruit fell from the sapling. It turned into a ball of light and fell toward Qing Xiaoyi's forehead, merging with it instantly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. What happened in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon did not spread at first. Only a small group of people knew about it. In the end, it was because there were too few geniuses in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. However, Gu Xian'er told Gu Changge about it through the Jade Talisman. The news of Qing Xiaoyi's abduction spread among the geniuses of the Immortal Academy, causing a huge uproar. Gu Changge, who was far away in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, returned immediately after dealing with the absolute calamity. Then, he led his people and rushed to the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. Many young geniuses and ancient freaks were paying attention to Gu Changge's every move. Someone saw him leaving the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. After asking around, they knew what happened in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. Word spread. Almost all the geniuses of the ancient kingdoms knew about it. They were extremely shocked. Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng were very special in the Immortal Academy. They did not have any background. However, their talents were very strong. Many elders fought to take them in as disciples. Now that Qing Xiaoyi was in trouble, many of the young geniuses were gloating. It was said that her body was very special. The appearance of the inheritor of the demonic arts made many people connect the dots. They wondered if it was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. Many geniuses in the ancient kingdom of Black Tortoise were harmed by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Could it be that the inheritor of the demonic arts had run to the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon? The inheritor of the demonic arts? In a residence filled with divine aura, 6th Crown Prince Jun Yao was sitting cross-legged on a green rock. He seemed to be deep in thought. Suddenly, he thought of someone. Of course, it was not the inheritor of the demonic arts. After all, he had just seen Ying Shuang in the Black Tortoise royal capital on the day Qing Xiaoyi was abducted. Even if Ying Shuang had wings on her back and could travel through the void, it was impossible for her to abduct Qing Xiaoyi in such a short time. Therefore, he did not think the rumors about the inheritor of the demonic arts were true. The real culprit was someone else. It was not the inheritor of the demonic arts. But it should be related to him. It is said that the Purple Sun Sovereign went to chase after the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, Xianxia did not leave the Black Tortoise royal capital. Then who is the person he was chasing? Interesting. So the two of them are in cahoots. No wonder Xianxia is so daring. The Purple Sun Sovereign's golden cicada shell-shedding technique has reached perfection. Junyao smiled. Then, he closed his eyes and did not continue to care. He had seen through everything, but he was too lazy to point it out. The inheritor of the demonic arts, Xianxia, was so capable. She had actually joined hands with the Purple Sun Sovereign in secret. He had underestimated Xianxia. With such ability, no wonder she was able to escape unscathed from Xianxia. At this time everyone is in the dark. I just don't know if Xianxia can see through all of this. Junyao murmured. He had a little bit of expectation in his heart. If Xianxia couldn't even see through this, then he would be a little disappointed. In his opinion, this great enemy was only SOSO. Inheritor of the demonic arts? Could it be that he wants to push the blame to me again? No, Six Crown King saw me personally that day. He can definitely prove that I did not do it. On the other side, as the scapegoat, Xianxia naturally received this news as well. At the beginning, he was also very shocked. But after he reacted, his expression became incomparably ugly. After all, according to the rumors, everyone suspected that this was done by the inheritor of the demonic arts. In other words, he had become the scapegoat again. Xianxia, I have no enmity with him. Why is he trying to frame me time and time again? Even if the Six Crown King knows that I did not do it, so what? Thinking of this, Xianxia was incomparably sullen, angry, and unwilling. He clenched his fists tightly. But there was nothing he could do about this. He could not even defend himself. You have been following my young miss these past few days? Is there something you want to do? However, at this moment, a woman's cold voice rang in Xianxia's ears. He suddenly regained his senses and looked at the beautiful girl who was walking over. Xianxia was momentarily stunned. Only now did he react. Right now, he was standing next to a street stall. This young girl dressed as a maid was staring at him with unkind eyes. Xianxia did not expect that even though he was so careful, he would still be noticed by Yinmei. Not far away, Yinmei was frowning and staring at him. She had a suspicious, puzzled, and cautious expression on her face. I am actually not a bad person. Xianxia smiled in a simple and honest manner, rubbing his nose. You followed my young miss for so many days, yet you still say that you are not a bad person? The maid's eyes were unkind. Magical force surged from her body, divine symbols flickering, looking like she was about to attack. Don't attack, I am really a good person. Xianxia hurriedly said. He did not want to offend Yinmei over such a small matter and incur her displeasure. Little Zhu, let him come over. At this time Yinmei not far away spoke, sighing. I also feel that he is not a bad person. I seem to see a familiar shadow on him. Her words were not loud, carrying a sigh and a bit of helplessness, but Xianxia heard it. Xianxia was stunned. After he reacted, his eyes could not help but widen in shock. He faintly guessed the meaning of Yinmei's words. Did she see the shadow of the horseboy he used to be? Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly became excited, but more importantly, he was moved. It had been so long. Young Miss Yinmei still did not forget him, even if he was only a lowly horseboy. At this moment, Xianxia did not know what kind of mood he was in as he walked over. What is your name? Are you the genius of Immortal Academy? Yinmei's voice sounded again, making Xianxia could not help but come back to his senses. He was stunned for a moment, and for some unknown reason, he unexpectedly shook his head. No. He was trying to calm his excited mood. He remembered that last time when young Miss Yinmei asked for his name, he was being bullied by a group of people and almost died on the street. I am no longer the servant boy of the past. I can stand in front of young Miss Yinmei with dignity. I will let her know who in this world is truly good for her. Xianxia's mood was surging. After several twists and turns, he could finally speak to Yinmei with dignity. Are you not? Yinmei looked a bit disappointed and shook her head. If you are not the genius of Immortal Academy, why would you appear here? Shuang was speechless for a moment. If he was not the genius of Immortal Academy, why would he be here? He had no choice but to brace himself and say, "Actually, I am the genius of Immortal Academy who came here to train. A long time ago, I knew about the existence of Heavenly Maiden Yin Mei and admired her, so you secretly followed me, right?" Yin Mei calmly interrupted him. "Seeing that you have an honest attitude, I will not pursue this matter today. Don't let me see you again in the future." After saying that, she was about to leave. Hearing this, Shuang was suddenly stunned. He stood in place and quietly watched Yin Mei leave. However, his mood was not calm at all. When he was still a servant boy, he understood Yin Mei's character very well. If she was really angry, it was impossible for her to let him leave safely. In other words, she is actually not angry at my actions. It should be because she feels that I am somewhat familiar. In that case, in Yin Mei's heart, the previous me actually had some weight. Thinking of this, Shuang suddenly felt that being framed as an inheritor of demonic arts was not something unacceptable. His current life was no longer as gloomy as it had been in the past. The ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon was no longer peaceful. There was a fluctuation in the air, and after a moment of fuzziness, a space passage appeared. The elders of the Immortal Academy who had received the news finally broke through space and rushed over. There were 3 of them, 2 men and 1 woman, and all of them were extremely old. Xianxia, the king of Azure Dragon, and the others had been waiting for a long time at the entrance of the palace. 3 people came? Xianxia was slightly surprised. She glanced at the sky in the distance, but still didn't see Chang'e. "Greetings to the elders." The king of Azure Dragon and the others hurried forward to greet them. "No need to be so polite." The old woman waved her hand and said lightly. She was called Granny Yinhua. She wore flowery clothes and held a dragon-headed walking stick. Her silver hair was neatly combed, and not a strand of hair was out of place. At this moment, her face was very ugly. She had originally thought highly of Xianxia, and had even fought with the other elders over her. When she suddenly heard this news, she didn't know how to react for a long time. She couldn't imagine who would be so bold as to kidnap Xianxia during the trial. The other 2 elders felt the same as Granny Yinhua. Although they were extremely shocked, worried, and angry, they didn't dare to blame Xianxia. Although Xianxia didn't protect her as the senior sister, Chang'e was behind her. Who would dare to blame her? However, they didn't treat her well either. Xianxia naturally knew the reason, but she didn't bother to say anything. She looked cold. She had done everything she could. In order to save Qing Feng, she had even sacrificed a few precious sacred medicines. After that, everyone came to the palace where Qing Feng was recuperating. With the help of many old doctors in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon, Qing Feng was still breathing, but he was still unconscious. When the 3 elders rushed over, he was still subconsciously grabbing forward, as if trying to save his sister. Xianxia's expression was cold and calm. She noticed this detail and raised her eyebrows slightly. At that time, Qing Feng must have noticed that Xianxia was suddenly taken away by someone and chased after her. As a result, that mysterious person sent a palm strike over. Not only did it shatter the protective item that the elder had given Qing Feng, it also almost killed him. The fluctuation she felt at that time was actually from that palm. Because she had arrived in time, the mysterious man did not attack again. Instead, he took Xianxia away and did not bother her too much. What a pity, I don't know how he survived with such injuries. The 3 elders sighed and quickly examined Qing Feng's injuries. They were shocked at how he had survived. But they couldn't find the reason. This old man has a 9 transformation soul return elixir on hand. Consider it a bargain for this brat. An elder then painfully took out a pill the size of a thumb. It was enshrouded in 9 colored pill clouds. But the moment it appeared, it emitted an aura that made one's hair stand on end. Not only that, but various strange phenomena also appeared in the vicinity of the medicinal pill. Immortal birds soared, divine mountains towered, and it was indescribably marvelous. Looks like you've really put in a lot of effort. The expressions of the 2 elders at the side changed and they couldn't help but take in a cold breath. The 9 transformation soul return elixir was a pill that could be used even when they were heavily injured. But soon, they realized this guy's intention. If he saved Qing Feng and then found Xianxia, she would definitely be greatly indebted to him. She was bound to be deeply grateful to him and would very likely take him as her master. This made them somewhat regretful that they had missed such a good opportunity. Then, this 9 transformation soul return elixir was swallowed. Along with a burst of colorful light, many strange phenomena intertwined. Even the unconscious Qing Feng was dazzling. This 9 transformation soul return elixir is indeed miraculous. This elder couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression. Although it was painful, it was good that it was effective. At this moment, Qing Feng's weakened state was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his pale and bloodless face gradually became rosy and lustrous. As expected of the 9 transformation soul return elixir. With such effects, it really is called a life-saving elixir. Granny Yinhua couldn't help but praise. On the other hand, Gu Xian'er noticed that there seemed to be a strange pattern flashing across Qing Feng's simple and unadorned little bottle. Very soon, this elixir was swallowed. Qing Feng coughed out a mouthful of dirty blood. His ruptured organs and bones began to heal. Divine light intertwined and turned into a purple immortal aura that drowned him, causing his complexion to become better. Sister, let go of my sister. Qing Feng suddenly opened his eyes and subconsciously shouted. He wanted to get up, but because he tore his wounds, he felt a piercing pain. His face turned pale, and cold sweat flowed down his face. At this moment, he finally realized that he was no longer in the courtyard that night. He actually came back to life. Seeing this scene, Gu Xian'er couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The other elders at the side also let out a sigh of relief. The elder who took out the 9 transformation soul return elixir couldn't help but smile. Good, good. It's not a loss. Little sister has been kidnapped. However, Qing Feng was in a daze, as if he didn't notice them. He couldn't help but mutter, feeling incomparably uneasy, panicked, and worried. Seeing this, Granny Yinhua frowned. Her soul has been frightened. She needs to calm down and recuperate for a while. However, as she spoke, she waved her sleeve, and a ball of hazy light landed on Qing Feng. Qing Feng, who was still in a daze, gradually recovered and became calm. This was the heart-calming mantra. Thank you elders and senior sister Xian'er for saving my life. Qing Feng calmed down. He knew that this was not the time to talk nonsense, so he began to narrate what happened that night. He finished cultivating and was preparing to sleep. However, he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation coming from his sister's courtyard next door. Of course, this fluctuation wasn't felt by him, but by the heaven-wielding bottle. Therefore, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. When he rushed over, he happened to see a mysterious person. His entire body was covered in pitch-black runes, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. He was grabbing the unconscious Xianxia and was about to leave. This scene made his eyes pop out of their sockets. Without thinking, he wanted to go and save Xianxia. However, that mysterious person just casually slammed his palm down, and the protective item that the elders gave him instantly exploded into pieces. His consciousness also dissipated in an instant. At that time, if it wasn't for this mysterious bottle that blocked the attack for me, I would have been destroyed in both body and soul. Qing Feng said bitterly. At this time, he couldn't hide the existence of the mysterious bottle anymore. After all, the 3 elders had already noticed this when they were saving him. With his own strength, it was impossible for him to block that attack. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. This bottle? Granny Yinhua took the bottle in surprise and carefully examined it. The ordinary patterns were extremely simple and unadorned. It was covered in rust, and there was nothing special about it. This bottle, could it be the heaven-wielding bottle? On the other hand, the other elder at the side had eyes like torches. After a few careful glances, he said in a deep voice, recognizing him. The heaven-wielding bottle of the heaven-wielding 7 artifacts? Gu Xian'er was also a little surprised. Naturally, she had also heard of the heaven-wielding 7 artifacts. It was rumored that if one gathered all 7 artifacts, they would be able to find the secret treasure of the Immortal Palace. It contained countless precious opportunities. To be honest, the ordinary-looking bottle in Qing Feng's hand was the heaven-wielding bottle. To be honest, it was out of her expectations. However, at this time, Qing Feng took the initiative to speak frankly. Even if the elders were tempted, they couldn't take it for themselves. After studying it for half a day, they returned the bottle to Qing Feng. At that time, that mysterious person was very decisive. He predicted that Qing Feng wouldn't be able to block a single attack and would die instantly. This also made it difficult for us to trace the situation back then. However, we should still try. Xianxia's soul tablet hasn't dissipated yet. This means that her life isn't in danger yet. Then, the three Supreme Being Elders appeared in the courtyard where Xianxia was abducted. Each of them used their own methods to trace the scene back then. Soon, along with various colored lights and laws, a hazy fog of chaos spread out. It was as if they had arrived at the beginning of the world. Vague signs appeared in the sky, making one's heart palpitate. Just as the elders were about to see that mysterious person, a terrifying gray fog suddenly swept over. The three of them groaned and their faces paled as if they were struck by lightning. They hurriedly retreated from this state. After going through so much trouble, they didn't see anything in the end. What kind of method does that mysterious person have? He either has a secret treasure or some kind of divine ability that can interfere with heaven's secrets. The elders' expressions were extremely solemn. They felt that this matter was very troublesome. No matter which possibility it was, it meant that the mysterious person had a powerful background. Kidnapping Xianxia was definitely premeditated. Something's not right. Perhaps there's a way to find that mysterious person. Then, just as everyone was at a loss of what to do, Granny Yinhua suddenly spoke. She was very confident as she stared at the heaven-wielding bottle. It's rumored that the heaven-wielding bottle is called the heaven-wielding bottle because it's made of a special material. It's both offensive and defensive and can even absorb the opponent's attack and rebound it. Her words made everyone's eyes light up. At that time, the heaven-wielding bottle blocked the attack for Qing Feng. Perhaps we can try activating it and trace the attack. That mysterious person probably didn't expect Qing Feng to have something like the heaven-wielding bottle. Based on the aura and laws contained in the attack, we can naturally trace the person who did it. The two elders nodded and looked at Granny Yinhua with admiration. Gu Xianer also felt that this method was feasible. There was always a light at the end of the tunnel. No one would have expected Qing Feng to have the heaven-wielding bottle. Then, the three elders acted together. They planned to activate the heaven-wielding bottle and restore the attack that it had absorbed. Buzz, the terrifying laws of the Supreme Realm descended. Even if it was only a wisp, it was extremely terrifying. It changed the color of the sky, and all the cultivators and living beings within a radius of 10,000 miles couldn't help but want to kneel down and kowtow. A monstrous aura suddenly rose in this place. Then, the rust on the surface of the heaven-wielding bottle fell off as if it had been washed clean. It became full of Taoist rhymes, and streaks of dazzling light appeared on it. Then, a pitch-black palm print appeared from the reflection of the sky-wielding bottle and condensed in the void. The divine power fluctuation from it made Qing Feng's expression change drastically. He revealed a bone-deep hatred. That's right, it's this aura. Back then, it was this palm that almost destroyed my body and soul. Qing Feng's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. How could he forget such a feeling? The other party had just casually slapped him to death like an ant. Although it's wrapped in dark runes, the origin aura is another kind. This kind of origin aura is very rare. No, it's not rare. It should be other than that person. Granny Yinhua carefully sized up the large black palm print. With her eyesight, she quickly noticed the abnormality. However, she thought of something and her expression changed. She was a little afraid and didn't continue speaking. The other elder's expression also changed abruptly. Then, he chose to shut up. He was a little flustered and was forcing himself to calm down. How is this possible? The last elder's expression was uncertain. He glanced at Qing Feng and sighed deeply. He seemed to be very conflicted and helpless. What's going on? Elders, why are you suddenly like this? Qing Feng, who was originally full of anticipation, was suddenly stunned. Looking at the three elders' expressions, uneasiness rose in his heart. Could it be that the person who kidnapped Xianxia was not simple? Why were they so afraid that they couldn't say anything, or did they not dare to believe it? How is this possible? Staring at the large black palm print, Xianxia's eyes flickered with runes. After many deductions, he was also shocked in the end. This aura is almost the same as the Purple Sun Lord who fought with Xianxia. This kind of primordial energy, other than him, no one else should be able to use it, right? After a moment of silence, she took the initiative to speak. Her voice was cold and calm. Xianxia glanced at the elders who kept silent and continued, "It seems that the three elders should have seen through it as well. The Purple Sun Lord's identity was a disciple of the Immortal Academy. He once suppressed the younger generation of the Upper Realm and was the number one of his generation. Behind him was the Purple Mansion of the Imperishable Sect. It was normal that the three elders were afraid of this and did not want to talk about it. Even Xianxia was very surprised just now. She wondered if the Purple Sun Lord was wrongly accused. However, thinking about it carefully, she also wondered if it was an ancient freak who did it. Moreover, the other party deliberately avoided her. Thinking back to how Ziyang Lord of Heaven had pursued her, Xianxia finally figured it out. Why would the Purple Sun Lord kidnap Xianxia? Xianxia could not understand, but she had already said it. The three elders looked at each other. There was fear in their eyes, but they did not say much. The Purple Mansion was powerful and mysterious. There was no need to say more. This time, the Purple Mansion specially sent an extremely old freak who was in the Immortal Academy. He thought highly of the Purple Sun Lord and planned to protect him. That old freak was not someone they could compare to. It was rumored that after that person failed to achieve Tao, he cut off his own blade. However, he could return to his peak at any time. His strength was unfathomable. Although they suspected the Purple Sun Lord, they did not dare to say much. They did not dare to think deeper. Why would he kidnap Xianxia if he did not have any enmity with her? After all, no sequence disciple had a simple background. Their background was not to be underestimated. Senior Xian'er, what should we do? Qing Feng's face turned pale. He was not stupid at all. After hearing Xian'er's words and seeing the change in attitude of the elders, did it not mean anything? The Purple Sun Lord was an ancient freak who had the Purple Mansion behind him. Not only did he have a powerful background, but his strength was also unfathomable. He and Xianxia had no power or influence. They were only chosen by the elders because of their talents. However, would they offend the Purple Sun Lord because of this? Offend the Purple Mansion behind him? Was it worth it? Xianxia was also stunned. She quickly thought about the Purple Sun Lord's intentions in her mind. What was the reason for him to kidnap Xianxia? Could it be that it was the same as last time? First, he kidnapped Xianxia, set up a trap, and then let her go and claim that he was the one who found her. Or was it to gain her favor? This possibility was not high. Then it should be because of Xianxia's immortal demon body. When did the Purple Sun Lord ally himself with the inheritor of the demonic arts? Xian'er's expression was heavy. It was not that she did not want to help Qing Feng. However, if she was alone, she would not be able to face the power behind the Purple Sun Lord. The Gu family would not listen to her. Moreover, the three elders in front of her were all smart people. They did not want to interfere and seemed to want to stay out of this. Most importantly, she could not be sure if the Purple Sun Lord was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. If he was, she could use this opportunity to inform everyone. After all, there were too many reasons to kidnap Xianxia. As long as the Purple Sun Lord refused to admit it, what could she do? Senior Xian'er, I beg you to save Xiaoyi. Qing Feng's face turned pale. He quickly begged and took out the heaven-wielding bottle. As long as you can save Xiaoyi, I am willing to give this bottle to you. Although the heaven-wielding bottle was precious, the elders were not stupid. The elder who used the 9 Revolution Soul Return Elixir to save Qing Feng waved his hand and said, "We will think of a way. We will definitely save Xiaoyi, but we need to think about it carefully." Hearing the perfunctory tone in their words, Qing Feng felt even more desperate. He could only look at Xian'er for help. "I will do my best to help you." She nodded gently, but could not promise anything. "Senior Xian'er, thank you. I know you will have a way. Young Master Chang'e dotes on you so much. If you ask young Master Chang'e, At this time, Qing Feng was like grasping at a life-saving straw. He couldn't help but say anxiously. He saw hope in Gu Xian'er. If there was anyone in the younger generation who could help him, it would definitely be Gu Chang'e, there was no doubt about it. Since when did Gu Chang'e dote on me? Hearing this, Gu Xian'er's cold expression suddenly froze. Then, he subconsciously asked. Young Master Chang'e treats you so well. Back then, when Lord Purple's son wanted to get close to you, he was beaten up so badly by young Master Chang'e. Qing Feng thought that Gu Xian'er was unhappy and quickly explained. Stop talking. Gu Xian'er reacted and quickly interrupted him. He said a little angrily, you are not allowed to say such things in the future. Oh? Not allowed to say what? However, at this moment, a surprised young man's voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Gu Xian'er was stunned. He saw Gu Chang'e leading a group of followers here. Behind him was the Azure Dragon King, who was leading the way with a fawning expression. Young Master Chang'e. When did you arrive? The three elders were also shocked. Even as supreme beings, they had not sensed when Gu Chang'e had arrived or when he had walked here. Just a little trick. Gu Chang'e seemed to know why they were shocked. He waved an ancient artifact in his hand and smiled. Next door. Outside the courtyard, Gu Chang'e slowly walked in. He was tall and had a handsome face. With a warm smile, he gave people a sense of transcendence, like a spring breeze. The followers behind him were not simple either. There were people from all races. There were people from the immemorial royal family who were surrounded by lightning. There were also people from the ancient family with golden horns on their heads. Their auras were powerful and surging. The king of the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon, who was leading the way, turned pale. They were very nervous and fearful. This was the first time they felt such a terrifying aura from the strongest person in the younger generation. Even as he walked beside Gu Chang'e, he felt his entire body tense up. It was difficult for him to relax. After all, he was the ruler of an ancient country. Gu Xian'er glanced at Gu Chang'e and snorted. He did not answer Gu Chang'e's question and directly ignored him. Young Master Chang'e suddenly came. Could it be because of Xianxia's matter? Very soon, the three elders also reacted, and their expressions were different. That's great. It's young Master Chang'e. At this moment, Qing Feng was also very excited. It was as if he had seen his savior. After glancing at the ancient weapon in Gu Chang'e's hand, Grandma Silver Flower nodded in realization. Then, she could not help but ask curiously. Young Master Chang'e actually came by concealing his aura. Could it be that he was worried about being noticed? This ancient weapon had the effect of concealing one's aura. They did not sense it carefully just now, so they did not notice Gu Chang'e's arrival. That was also why. However, they could not figure out why Gu Chang'e came with an ancient weapon that could conceal his aura. Could it be that he was afraid that others would find out his whereabouts? No, I came for this girl. Gu Chang'e looked at Gu Xian'er, who had a cold expression and did not want to bother with him. He smiled and said, I wanted to give her a surprise, but I didn't expect to hear her talking behind my back. Nonsense. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er glared at him angrily. When had he ever spoken ill of Gu Chang'e behind his back, framing her as soon as they met? Then who was the one who said not to mention me? Gu Chang'e didn't take it seriously and smiled. However, Gu Xian'er was ashamed and angry, and could only maintain a cold and frosty expression, not saying a word. She really did not expect that Gu Chang'e would hear her words. What did he mean by wanting to give her a surprise? He was obviously planning to sneak over to scare her and find an excuse to bully her. Gu Chang'e was truly a vicious and hateful person. Elders, what do you think I'm trying to do? Why don't we first listen to your results in secret before we discuss? Gu Chang'e didn't care about Gu Xian'er's cold stare, as if he wanted to poke holes in his back. He walked towards the three elders and asked with a smile. The expressions of the elders froze. At this moment, they couldn't help but take a step back. 687 They didn't dare to be as casual with Gu Chang'e as they were with Gu Xian'er. It seems that young Master Chang'e has already heard what happened. Grandma Silver Flower took a deep breath and said helplessly. Before this matter was settled, it was indeed not good for them to offend Lord of Purple Sunday. Although they were supreme beings, they didn't have much confidence in front of Lord of Purple Sun, who was destined to surpass them in the future. Most importantly, they couldn't afford to offend the Purple Mansion sect. To put it bluntly, no matter how talented Xianxia was, she wouldn't be able to go against the Purple Mansion sect even if she matured. Not to mention that she hadn't matured yet. She didn't have any backing. Who would protect her at all costs because of such an uncertain factor? It was too presumptuous to say that Lord of Purple Sun was related to the inheritor of demonic arts just because of the kidnapping of Xianxia. There was no evidence. Once such a thing was said, it would only invite trouble for no reason. Yes, I came just in time. I just happened to hear a little. Xianxia said with a smile. It seems that I didn't miss anything. When the three elders heard this, they looked at each other and smiled bitterly and helplessly. They were all smart people. If Xianxia said it just in time, it meant that he must have heard the whole story in secret. What else could they say at this moment? Young Master Xianxia, since you are so smart, we'll be frank with you. We don't have the ability to deal with this kind of thing, and we don't dare to intervene. It's not that we don't want to interfere. An elder smiled bitterly. He couldn't wait to save Xianxia. After all, he had just used a 9 Revolution Soul Return elixir to save Qing Feng. He still hoped that Xianxia would be grateful to him and accept him as her master. Otherwise, he would die of heartache if he wasted it for nothing. Xianxia smiled and nodded. I heard about Xianxia's kidnapping from Xian'er. As her senior sister, she didn't take good care of Xianxia. She can't escape the blame. As her brother, I am naturally involved. Of course, since you have already determined who kidnapped Xianxia, leave the rest to me. I think you all know what to say when the time comes. You don't need Xianxia to remind you, do you? Young Master Xianxia, don't worry. We know what to say. Hearing this, the three elders' expressions changed. They seemed to have seen a turbulent sea and an earth-shattering scene. They hurriedly nodded and knew that Xianxia really wanted to interfere. With his status, he didn't need to be so wary of Lord of Purple Sunday. Before this, they had heard that there was a deep conflict between Xianxia and Lord of Purple Sunday. Now that such a good opportunity was in front of him, how could Xianxia let it go so easily? This made them sigh. Previously, it was because of Xian'er that Xianxia had a conflict with Lord of Purple Sunday. Now, it was also because of Xian'er, her brother was so good to her that it made them envious. At this moment, Xian'er stared at Xianxia with a stunned expression on her delicate face. Xianxia agreed so quickly. This was not his style. Shouldn't he be the first to decline? Xian'er couldn't help but wonder if Xianxia was up to something. Previously, because of her, Xianxia had a conflict with Lord of Purple Sun twice. In the end, he even led a group of followers to surround Ziyang Heaven Monarch and teach him a lesson. He was utterly humiliated and could no longer raise his head in front of his disciples. Speaking of which, if not for her, there wouldn't be so many conflicts between Xianxia and Lord of Purple Sun. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Although Xianxia liked to bully her, he had never allowed anyone to bully her and wouldn't let her suffer. These few conflicts between Xianxia and Lord of Purple Sun are all related to me. No wonder Qing Feng said that Xianxia dotes on me so much. To outsiders, he is indeed so. But when he bullied me, who saw it? Xian'er snorted softly in her heart. That's great. Thank you, young Master Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia agreed so readily, Qing Feng was overjoyed and extremely grateful. Before this, he always thought that Xianxia was not in the same world as them. Even if he helped them before, it was just a moment of pity. At this time, he wouldn't help to protect this pair of weak siblings. But he didn't expect that Xianxia would really agree without any hesitation. Young Master Xianxia is really a warm-hearted person. I was biased against him before. Qing Feng was a little ashamed. Then, he thanked Xian'er again. Thank you, Senior Xian'er. Qing Feng also knew that Xian'er had a lot to do with this. Xian'er nodded slightly. Don't worry. Xianxia never breaks his promise. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. When did you know me so well? Xian'er rolled her eyes at him and didn't say anything. Young Master Xianxia, this is the heaven-wielding bottle. I can't repay you for your kindness, I can only. Thinking of this, although Qing Feng was reluctant, he still took the initiative to pass the heaven-wielding bottle to Xianxia. Now, his body had been secretly improved by the heaven-wielding bottle. He didn't need to hide like before. He could also cultivate like a real heaven's pride. The heaven-wielding bottle wasn't as useful as before. Although it was precious, it couldn't be compared to his sister. The few elders saw this scene. Although they were envious, they didn't dare to say anything. Qing Feng was willing to do this. No one forced him. Is this your heaven-wielding bottle? But do you think I need this kind of thing? Xianxia took a look at it and smiled casually. Then, he passed it to Qing Feng and said, this kind of thing is dispensable to me. But to you, it should be more useful. Qing Feng was also stunned. He didn't expect that Xianxia wouldn't care about such a precious heaven-wielding bottle. Seeing this, not only were the three elders stunned, even Xianxia was very surprised. Since when was Xianxia so kind? He didn't want to be rewarded for doing good deeds, he actually didn't want a treasure. Qing Feng took a deep breath. He didn't take it back. He took a deep breath and said, young Master Xianxia, you must accept it. Otherwise, I don't know how to thank you. The last time we were in front of the mountain gate, you helped us out. We haven't had time to repay you for this kindness. Now that Xiaoyi has been kidnapped, if not for you, I'm afraid no one would save her. Moreover, many people now know that the heaven-wielding bottle is in my hands. Young Master Xianxia, do you think I can keep such a precious thing? When that time comes, there will definitely be many cultivators who want to snatch it. I might even lose my life because of it. Qing Feng explained. He was very clear-headed. The heaven-wielding bottle was a hot potato in his hands. It could bring about a fatal disaster at any time. But in Xianxia's hands, it was different. Would anyone dare to snatch it, even if those supreme martial artists knew that Xianxia had the heaven-wielding bottle? No one dared to do anything. Oh, in that case, does this count as me saving your life again? Xianxia smiled casually. At this time, he didn't say anything else and kept the heaven-wielding bottle. A long time ago, he said that Qing Feng would take the initiative to hand over the heaven-wielding bottle to him. He didn't need to think of a way to snatch it. All of this was within his expectations. He had long anticipated that such a day would come. This? Qing Feng rubbed his nose awkwardly. Although he said so. Why did it feel weird? Not only did Xianxia accept his treasure, but he also owed Xianxia a favor. Xianxia waved his hand and said, you don't have to worry about Qing Xiaoyi. I'm sure the three elders brought her life jade when you came, right? Granny Yinhua nodded and waved her sleeves. A glowing life jade appeared in the void in front of her. The fluctuation on it was very stable. This meant that Qing Xiaoyi was very safe and wasn't in any danger. Seeing this, Qing Feng heaved a sigh of relief. With this life jade, things will be much easier. As long as we get close to where Qing Xiaoyi is, I will use my secret skill to sense and I will know her location. Xianxia smiled and said. That's great. Qing Feng was very excited. As for Ziyang Lord of Heaven's matter, I will have to trouble the elders. As Xianxia said so, Granny Yinhua and the other two elders looked a little helpless. At this time, what they wanted to do the most was to not help either side and not offend either side. But since Xianxia had said so much, she was sure that she could find Qing Xiaoyi. How could they refuse? Don't worry, young Master Xianxia. We will act impartially and not take sides. We will report what we have seen today to the academy. The three elders immediately promised. Then I am relieved. Xianxia smiled slightly. Then, the three elders didn't say anything else, directly leaving with their supreme being methods. With their supreme power, they would be able to report everything that had happened here to the academy. At that time, they wouldn't have to worry about the decision. Spread the news that Ziyang Lord of Heaven has kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi. When Xianxia saw this, he squinted his eyes and ordered the followers behind him. At this time, Ziyang Lord of Heaven wasn't in Black Tortoise Ancient Country. Therefore, Suemo wasn't worried about that. This was because Mei was in Black Tortoise Ancient Country. She was paying close attention to the actions of the sovereigns there. At the same time, she was helping Sumo to monitor Xuan's whereabouts and movements. Ziyang Lord of Heaven was probably still tracking Suqingga. Chang'e planned to give him a big surprise when he returned. Yes, master. Soon, his followers left. Each of them had a shadow recording stone in their hands. They had followed Chang'e's instructions and recorded everything that had happened here. After all, it was a clue that the elders had found personally. If Chang'e went out without any evidence, it was very likely that people would think that he was framing Heaven Monarch Ziyang. Of course, he was indeed framing Heaven Monarch Ziyang. Now, even if the elders didn't want to make this matter public, it was impossible. Since the three elders had said so personally, even if Ziyang Lord of Heaven wanted to clear his name, he couldn't do anything. Soon, Qingfeng tactfully left. Only Chang'e and Xian'er were left in the courtyard. Xian'er glanced at the composed Chang'e. Suddenly, he felt a little flustered. However, he still maintained his cool and calm expression. Don't pretend in front of me. You have nothing to do with floating immortal qi. Chang'e laughed casually and broke the silence between the two. I'm not pretending, what are you laughing at? Xian'er glared at him angrily. Only in front of Chang'e, she couldn't be as calm as usual. Her state of mind was disturbed by him every time. I'm laughing at you. You're quite a troublemaker. I'm hoping that you'll behave yourself and cause less trouble for me. Chang'e found a stone stool and sat down. He picked up the teacup on it and started drinking. I don't want you to care, Xian'er had a look of disdain. Then, seeing his action, her delicate and flawless face became angry. Put down the teacup. That's for me to drink tea with. No wonder it tastes so bad. Chang'e calmly put down the teacup that she had just taken a sip from. Have you been heaty recently? You're the one who's hot. I think you just want to drink the tea that I've drunk. Xian'er snorted. Her eyes were cold, and even her words were like ice shards. It was cold and threatening, but more than that, there was shame and anger. After all, Chang'e actually drank from the same place that she drank from. He actually complained that it tasted bad? Bad. Chang'e shook his head and repeated it. His expression was calm. You're still pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of me. Xian'er looked as cold as ice. With a whoosh, she unsheathed her sword. Go away. Don't sit on my stool. Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. You won't even let me sit on your stool. You called me all the way here because you really want to gain something without risking anything? Xian'er, do you really think that it's so easy to take advantage of me? Last time, you took advantage of me. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Hearing this, Xian'er finally couldn't keep a straight face. She waved her delicate fists angrily. Chang'e, how can you be so shameless? You still have the nerve to say that. You're the one who took advantage of me. Oh? What advantage did I take? I solve your problems every day. Do you think that I don't have enough problems? Chang'e said casually. He suddenly got up and closed in on her step by step. Boom. Xian'er felt a terrifying pressure sweep over her. It was like a vast and surging river of stars. For a moment, she didn't dare to move. She could only stare blankly at Chang'e walking over. I don't care. In any case, my problems are your problems. Wah wah wah, what are you doing? Chang'e laughed and pinched her delicate nose. What do you think I'm going to do? I'm going to fight it out with you. Xian'er was furious. She felt wronged. She felt wronged. But if they really fought, she wouldn't be able to beat Chang'e. In the end, she would still be knocked over by him. Chang'e, I'm telling you, don't bully a poor girl, then I'll bully you for the rest of your life. Chang'e laughed and interrupted her. Seeing that she was about to go berserk, she held the sword in her hand and was about to slash him. His figure immediately floated backwards and appeared on the distant eaves in an instant. Then, he flashed past like a graceful leaf and disappeared without a trace. Xian'er watched angrily as Chang'e disappeared. In the end, she could only rage at her own courtyard. I knew that Chang'e was up to no good. Who wants you to bully me for the rest of my life? She couldn't help but mutter. In the end, she snorted. Humph, you wish. The news of Lord of Purple Sun kidnapping Xianxia quickly spread throughout the ancient kingdom of Dragon. It even spread to the other trial grounds. Like an earthquake, it caused a huge uproar. The Heaven's favorites and cultivators who heard the news were all shocked. They could not believe it. Because who would dare to say such things? If there was no evidence, it would be a frame-up. After all, Lord of Purple Sun was not an ordinary person. He was a disciple of the Immortal Academy and was once the #1 in the upper world. He was an ancient freak of the Purple Mansion. Spreading such rumors was no different from offending him. After offending Lord of Purple Sun, how could an ordinary person survive? However, very quickly, the shadow recording stones recorded by the elders during their investigation began to circulate. Many Heaven's favorites began to fight over them. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell whether the shadow recording stones were fake or not. That was why when the records were circulated, everyone fell silent, a deathly stillness. Whether it was the young Heaven's favorites or the cultivators who came to join in the fun, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. Anyone who knew a little about this would realize that this was an undeniable fact. The mysterious person who kidnapped Xianxia obviously had a premeditated plan. If Qing Feng did not have a divine weapon like the heaven-controlling bottle, he would have been smashed into pieces by that palm. Who would have expected such a thing to happen? It could only be said that it was a heaven-defying fate, and it was because of the heaven-controlling bottle that people found clues in the end. Based on the power of the heaven-controlling bottle, they reconstructed the situation. After all, other than Lord of Purple Sun, who else knew the primordial energy? It was impossible for someone with such talent to be a nobody. Not to mention, the primordial energy was extremely rare. It was hard to find even one throughout history. After so many years, only Purple Sun Heaven Monarch had such talent. The commotion caused by this news was too great. Lord of Purple Sun kidnapped Xianxia? Yu Mingkong's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She instantly concluded that it was impossible for Lord Ziyang to have done this. He was merely thrown out as a scapegoat. As for who wanted to frame him, other than her fiancé, who else could do this? Does Lord of Purple Sun have anything to do with the inheritor of the demonic arts? Xianxia? I remember that she has some kind of god-devil body. Wang Zijing glanced at Yu Mingkong and couldn't help but mutter. The two of them were assigned to the same team, and neither of them found the other an eyesore. As a transmigrator, Prince Jin couldn't see through Yu Mingkong. Yu Mingkong, who had been reborn, did not have any memories of Wang Zijing. The only topic of conversation between the two of them was when they talked about Guchanga. Wang Zijing always liked to mention that Guchanga still owed her a favor. Then, Yu Mingkong would casually reply that Guchanga would never return the favor he owed because of his ability. As a result, the enmity between the two of them grew deeper and deeper. Yu Mingkong said that Wang Zijing was just a chess piece used by Guchanga and could be discarded at will. Wang Zijing would scold her and say that she was willing to do it. As such, the many proud daughters of heaven who chose to follow them suffered unspeakable hardships. Does Lord of Purple Sun have something to do with the inheritor of the demonic arts? Did Ying Shuang secretly find him? No wonder I heard that the inheritor of the demonic arts had appeared in Black Tortoise ancient country. So this is the reason. The divine prince drove the four spirits' war chariot. His eyes were like heavenly blades and he was in high spirits. Runes flickered, and his figure was tall and straight. Ba. This time I will go with the divine prince to subdue the demons. The golden cicada Buddhist child rode a golden-winged rock and said solemnly. His golden nine-headed lion didn't leave with him this time. It stayed in the Immortal Academy. There were many talented people behind the two of them. Both the divine prince and the golden cicada Buddhist child wanted to find the inheritor of the demonic arts. One of them wanted to wash away the humiliation of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, while the other wanted to eliminate the demonic arts. In the various ancient countries, many talented people were discussing this matter. They were extremely shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Who would have thought that Qing Feng would have the heaven-wielding bottle? He's so lucky. He's not destined to die. Yeah. When Lord of Purple Sun made his move, he probably didn't expect this to happen. In the end, he let that guy live. I heard that this matter alarmed young Master Chang'e. He rushed to the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon at night. He didn't even care about the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. After all, Xianxia is there. It's normal for young Master Chang'e to rush there. I heard that if he didn't rush there, the elders wouldn't have announced this matter to the public. After all, it's related to Lord of Purple Sunday. It's normal for the elders to be afraid. It's all thanks to young Master Chang'e that we know about this matter. Otherwise, we might have been kept in the dark. Some of the talented people sighed. No matter what, this matter was confirmed by the elders. Even if Lord of Purple Sun wanted to deny it, it would be useless. Many of the talented people noticed that Lord of Purple Sun hadn't been in the ancient kingdom of Black Tortoise for a while. He claimed that he had gone to find the inheritor of the demonic arts. Who would have thought that this was just a trick? In the end, he went to the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon and kidnapped Xianxia, who had the immortal demonic body. Why did Lord of Purple Sun kidnap Xianxia? There were many guesses. The most shocking one was that Lord of Purple Sun was actually related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. In other words, they were secretly working together. He kidnapped Xianxia to help the inheritor of the demonic arts collect the source of the talented people. Of course, there were other theories. They said that Lord of Purple Sun was actually taking revenge on Xianxia for humiliating him. Because that day in front of the elders of True Immortal Academy, Xianxia had solemnly promised that she would take care of Xianxia and Feng when the time came. Now that something had happened to Xianxia, how was Xianxia going to explain himself to the elders? What he had said that day was a slap to his own face in the end. Many of the talented people guessed that Lord of Purple Sun had such a motive. In short, there were all kinds of rumors and theories. However, no one suspected that Lord of Purple Sun was wrongly accused. Even the disciples of the Purple Mansion sect were shocked. They found it hard to believe, but they couldn't defend themselves. If the rumors were false, why didn't Lord of Purple Sun come out to defend himself? The current saintess of the Purple Mansion sect was called Ziyan. Her face was covered with a veil, and her purple hair was like silk. She frowned and planned to inform Lord of Purple Sun through the messaging charm. However, she wasn't sure if Lord of Purple Sun was wrongly accused. However, after she sent the message, there was no response. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. This made her feel uneasy. Could it be that Lord of Purple Sun was really like this? Was he hiding in some secret corner, ancient kingdom of Black Tortoise? Inside the mansion, Six-Crowned King, who was meditating on a rock, opened his eyes. When he heard the report from his subordinate, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As expected of Xianxia, he discovered the truth so quickly. At the start, he was still a bit worried that he might have overestimated Xianxia. He was worried that Xianxia would be kept in the dark. However, he never expected that Xianxia would discover the truth so quickly. Although this process relied on the heaven-wielding bottle and had a bit of luck, it was still enough to prove Xianxia's ability. Six-Crowned King wasn't disappointed. "Sir, did you already know that it was Lord of Purple Sun?" Hearing Six-Crowned King's words, his subordinate at the side asked with a shocked expression. He felt incomparable admiration and reverence for Six-Crowned King. Normally, he wouldn't doubt his words. He didn't expect that when the outside world was in an uproar over this news, Six-Crowned King would actually act like he already knew. "Of course I know." Six-Crowned King smiled. He was very confident and calm, but he didn't explain too much. As expected of the Great One. When the subordinate heard this, his eyes were full of reverence, not doubting the truth of Six-Crowned King's words at all. In his heart, Six-Crowned King's words were no different from laws and rules. After that, the subordinate took his leave. Soon, the news spread out from his mouth. From the very start, Six-Crowned King actually already knew that it was Lord of Purple Sun who kidnapped Xianxia. Even before Xianxia, this news quickly shook the entire Black Tortoise ancient country. Now that Lord of Purple Sun wasn't here, Six-Crowned King was the backbone of the many True Immortal Academy's heaven prides. Moreover, Six-Crowned King's might was far more terrifying than Lord of Purple Sun's. When these words were spoken, it immediately stirred up great waves. He knew before young Master Chang'e? How is that possible? Then why didn't he say anything before? Was he pretending to be mysterious, or did he have some other goal? Many heaven prides began to speculate, but no one doubted the truth of Six Crown King's words. Instead, they began to imagine all sorts of possibilities. Could it be that Six Crown King had long been on guard against Lord of Purple Sun, or rather, what did Six Crown King know? Could it be that he had always known about Lord of Purple Sun's actions? In short, all sorts of rumors and news spread. The matter of Lord of Purple Sun kidnapping Xianxia had become common knowledge. Because of this, Xianxia led many followers all the way from the Azure Dragon Ancient Country to Black Tortoise Ancient Country. Many heaven prides also gathered their gazes. Even Yu Mingkong, Wang Zijin, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others, who seemed aloof from worldly affairs, also paid attention. Rumble, in the sky, divine rainbows appeared one after another, resplendent and dazzling, illuminating the surroundings. Cultivators rushed over from all directions, riding on clouds and mist. Many heaven prides rode on various Dharma artifacts and mounts, rushing to Black Tortoise Ancient Country. They had all heard that Xianxia had rushed here, so they wanted to join in the fun. At the same time, they also wanted to know why Lord of Purple Sun kidnapped Xianxia. Could it be that it was really related to the inheritor of demonic arts? In an instant, the situation in Black Tortoise Ancient Country changed, and everyone's attention was focused on it. Cultivators came and went on the streets. The heaven prides of various races gathered, and it was extremely lively. Many primordial beings were powerful and had become mounts to pull carriages. A tall young man whose hair seemed to be on fire was walking in this place. It was Xianxia. Lord of Purple Sun went to kidnap Xianxia. He didn't go after Xianxia. But why did he do that? Xianxia was confused when he heard the news. As the scapegoat of the inheritor of demonic arts, he was especially concerned about such things. In the end, he couldn't figure out why Lord of Purple Sun would do that. However, if it was related to the inheritor of demonic arts, it was related to the true inheritor of demonic arts, Xianxia. It had nothing to do with him, who was the scapegoat. Sooner or later, I will reveal everything that Xianxia has done to the world. Everything that he has done to frame me will be returned in full. Xianxia clenched his fists. Hatred flashed in his eyes, but he hid it well. The person he hated the most was undoubtedly Xianxia. I have something to do today. I wonder why Yinmei invited me to the tea house. Is it because of what happened these days? Soon, Xianxia put this matter to the back of his mind. He couldn't help but smile. He strode to the tea house. Because there were more important things waiting for him. Under his persistent pestering, Yinmei finally didn't chase him away like before. Asking for fresh flowers, although she was impatient and disgusted with him, Xianxia felt that this was an improvement. One day, he would move Yinmei. For example, what happened today was a sign that his relationship with Yinmei had improved. Soon, Xianxia also arrived at the tea house. On the second floor, by the window. A woman in white was looking out of the window with her chin in her hands. She seemed to have something on her mind. She was very beautiful. This kind of beauty was charming, but more importantly, it was flawless. Her figure was graceful, and her skin was shining. It was very attractive. Yinmei. Xianxia couldn't help but say. He was a little excited. He tried to calm himself down, but he couldn't. Because Yinmei was too beautiful. When he was still a servant, he could only look at her secretly. He couldn't look at her openly like now. You're here. Yinmei frowned and said lightly, do you know why I'm looking for you? Well, Xianxia was stunned. He didn't expect Yinmei to be so straightforward. At this time, he definitely shook his head. No. Really? Yinmei looked at his expression. It was a little thought-provoking. Then she continued to drink. But I know what you're interested in. Xianxia didn't know why Yinmei wanted to see him, but he guessed that it was to threaten and warn him to stay away from her in the future. So at this time, seeing that she was silent, Xianxia took the initiative to mention something. Oh? What is it? Yinmei looked at him with a strange expression. The inheritor of the demonic arts. Xianxia replied. He wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to tell Yinmei about this. Otherwise, he didn't know if there would be such an opportunity in the future. The inheritor of the demonic arts? Yin Mei's expression changed slightly, but she didn't seem very shocked. She asked, "How much do you know about this?" "I know more than you." Ying Shuang enjoyed Yin Mei's gaze. He smiled and said, "I even know who the true inheritor of the demonic arts is. But I'm afraid you won't believe me. But, for your safety, I decided to say it. It's up to you to believe it or not. In any case, I won't harm you." When Yin Mei heard this, she snorted and said indifferently, "Then tell me." Ying Shuang smiled lightly and said word by word, "The inheritor of the demonic arts is actually Gu Chang'e." After saying this, he wanted to see shock, anger, or disbelief on Yin Mei's face. Yin Mei might even chase him out because of this. But to his surprise, Yin Mei was very calm. It could even be said that he was not surprised at all. "Aren't you shocked? Or you don't believe it?" At this time Ying Shuang was a bit shocked and surprised. He felt that Yin Mei's performance was too extraordinary. Logically, shouldn't she be shocked and disbelieving? Why was she even calmer than him? "I'm not shocked, because I know." Yin Mei nodded. She was very calm. "What, you know?" Hearing this, Ying Shuang was stunned. Suddenly, a terrifying chill rose from his spine to the top of his head. Although he was obsessed with Yin Mei, he wasn't stupid at all. "Then why are you looking for me?" Ying Shuang forced his voice to calm down, but he couldn't help but tremble. "Because I'm looking for you." At this time another voice with a faint smile sounded behind Ying Shuang. At this moment, his skull was almost opened. His limbs were cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He didn't even dare to turn his head. "Master, you're here?" Yin Mei smiled and hurriedly got up to greet him. Hearing this, how could Ying Shuang not understand? His face changed dramatically, and all blood drained from his face. His whole body was like a clay statue, and he couldn't even move. His previous confidence and calmness collapsed in an instant. An indescribable fear shrouded him. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, Yin Mei was Gu Chang'e's woman. Only he was so stupid that he was kept in the dark and didn't know it. "Should I call you Prince Ying? Or feed the horse? Or call you the scapegoat?" Gu Chang'e walked over and sat down beside the stiff Ying Shuang. He picked up the steaming teacup on the table, took a sip, and asked with interest. You know everything?" Ying Shuang's voice was trembling. Although he tried to calm himself down, the fear swept over him, making his legs and stomach spin. "Yes, I know everything. It's been like this from the beginning." Gu Chang'e smiled lightly. "I let you take the blame for so long, I feel very sorry. Today, I'll help you free." He said it very simply. He even picked up the teacup, put it to his mouth, and blew the steam on it. But Ying Shuang was dumbfounded. His whole body was cold, and he was trembling with incomparable fear. After all, no matter how he disguised himself, he was just a lucky horseboy. When faced with such a situation, what else could he do other than fear? "Gu Chang'e, I'll fight it out with you." Hearing that Gu Chang'e wanted to kill him, Ying Shuang didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He gritted his teeth and shouted. All the hatred, murderous intent, and anger during this period of time all burst out. There was a terrifying shadow in his eyes, followed by a five-colored light. The power in Emperor Ying's bloodline was stimulated and seemed to be awakened. 1,000. Buzz. This was a surging power, vast and shocking. It was even more powerful than what Ying Shuang usually displayed. An ancient and heavy power was awakened in his bloodline. As five-colored light gushed out from his eyes, a terrifying shadow condensed behind him. It seemed like a peerless heavenly emperor was standing there, with a majestic aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. The entire tea house trembled as if it was about to collapse. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be burning. Even his hair was dazzling. His eyes were like heavenly swords, making clanging sounds. "I was waiting for you to make a move." Gu Chang'e was not surprised at all. He smiled and put down the teacup in his hand calmly. Yin Mei, who was behind him, immediately understood what Gu Chang'e meant. She took a step forward and waved her hand. Streaks of dazzling divine light fell in front of Ying Shuang like a waterfall. It looked extremely dazzling. There was a ray of light that soared into the sky and shone out from here. However, these waterfalls were not very powerful. Before they could get close to Xianxia, they broke. Xianxia's control of his own power was not as simple as before. With just a wave of his hand, he blocked Yin Mei's attack and sent Yin Mei flying. Then, her white dress was stained with blood. She fell out of the tea house. This. Xianxia was a little stunned. He did not expect Yin Mei to be so weak. She could not withstand a casual attack from him. Many geniuses and cultivators outside were still in shock. They were wondering why there was such a shocking aura. Suddenly, they saw a figure flying out of the tea house. She spat out blood and fell. Before they could react, they saw the terrifying aura erupting from the tea house. Layers of buildings exploded into ashes. That is the heavenly maiden Yin Mei of the nine-tailed fox clan. A sharp-eyed Heaven's Pride recognized Yin Mei's figure immediately and exclaimed in shock. What happened? Why did the heavenly maiden Yin Mei suddenly get injured and fall? Was she fighting with someone just now? Many geniuses were shocked. Who would suddenly fight with Yin Mei at this time? What happened to the heavenly maiden Yin Mei? Why does she look so pale and flustered? Some Heaven's favorites noticed Yin Mei's pale and bloodless face. They couldn't help but feel pity for her. However, he quickly realized that it was probably the nine-tailed fox clan's unique bewitchment technique. When their lives were in danger, they would take the initiative to reveal it. It could be considered as their unique life-saving method. This could only mean that the heavenly maiden Yin Mei was on the brink of death. Damn it, he even dared to lay his hands on someone as beautiful as the heavenly maiden Yin Mei. Could the person opposite her be an inheritor of the demonic arts? Some of the young geniuses were enraged. They clenched their fists and were about to rush forward to save the beauty. At this moment, they might be able to win the beauty's heart. There were actually quite a few skyprides who had the same idea as him. After all, there weren't many proud daughters of heaven like Yin Mei who possessed such good looks. Cough cough. It's Prince Ing. The one who attacked was the inheritor of the demonic arts, Prince Ing. He's inside. However, at this moment, Yin Mei staggered and coughed out blood. Her face was pale and bloodless, which made her look even more pitiful. Her voice trembled slightly and contained a trace of fear. She revealed the identity of the person who attacked her. What? The inheritor of the demonic arts, Prince Ing? It's him? Why is he in the Black Tortoise ancient country? Didn't the Lord of Purple Sun go after him? How could he be here? Could it be that the Lord of Purple Sun didn't go after the inheritor of the demonic arts? It was indeed a scheme to escape. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned at first. Then, an uproar broke out. Many of the skyprides and cultivators' expressions changed at the same time. Some were even frightened and shocked. After all, the inheritor of the demonic arts was someone who had escaped from Xianxia many times, even Yin Mei had been severely injured by him. She looked like she was on the verge of death. If they rushed forward recklessly, wouldn't they be courting death? At the thought of this, the skyprides who were eager to make a move just now hesitated and retreated. Yin Mei also took a deep breath. She stared at the broken tea house and said, "If I didn't react quickly enough, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him." As she said this, deep hatred appeared in her eyes. Bai Lai, the young master of the White Tiger clan, died tragically at the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts. I didn't expect that he wouldn't even let me go. Hearing this, the skypride's expressions changed again. Oh no. Yin Mei did this on purpose. My attack won't hurt her at all. In the tea house, which had collapsed into ruins, Xianxia was still covered in dust. When he heard this, his expression changed drastically. Soon, he realized Yin Mei's purpose. He cursed in his heart, she is indeed from the nine-tailed fox clan. Her acting skills have fooled so many people. Even he was fooled by Yin Mei without realizing it. Where's Xianxia? Soon, his expression changed again. He looked around and felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Just now, he had been guarding against Xianxia, but in the blink of an eye, Xianxia was gone. Didn't he say he would kill him? Xianxia, get out here. You have the ability to frame me, but you don't have the ability to come out. Xianxia was extremely angry. His angry voice spread everywhere. He rushed into the sky. At this time, even if he hid his true appearance, many people recognized him. After all, the aura of the emperor-ing bloodline was familiar to the entire upper realm. At this time, he still dares to provoke young Master Xianxia. I think he's crazy. It's really him. Prince Ing. How many Skyprides have he killed and devoured during this period of time? Accept your death. Damn it, the inheritor of the demonic arts stole my senior brother's origin. I'm going to fight him. It doesn't matter. Killing demons is what we cultivators do. Why should we be afraid of a mere inheritor of the demonic arts? The moment Xianxia appeared, the eyes of many cultivators below turned red. As if they had gone crazy, they were filled with murderous intent and righteous indignation. They took out all kinds of artifacts. Divine light surged, dazzling, and streaked across the sky with astonishing power. They were all enemies of the inheritor of the demonic arts. At this time, they naturally did not care. Relying on their advantage in numbers, they rushed forward and captured Xianxia. Don't let him escape. Yimei did not forget to shout at this time. On her delicate face, there was deep hatred and murderous intent. Damn it. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression changed again. He planned to escape because the more Skyprides that rushed here, the more dangerous his situation would be. At this time, he had vaguely guessed the purpose of Xianxia and Yimei, which was to let him take the initiative to expose himself and attract the other Skyprides to hunt him down. In this way, Xianxia did not even need to go through his own hands to kill him. Where is the inheritor of the demonic arts? In the east, a roar sounded. Then, 5-colored divine light gushed out, accompanied by surging golden light. A handsome young man rushed over, driving the 4 spirits' war chariot. He was aggressive, with the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and many other strange phenomena surrounding him. It was the other prince of the heavenly emperor mountain, the divine prince. He had also rushed to the Black Tortoise ancient country. Behind the divine prince, the golden cicada Buddha, riding on the golden winged rock, also arrived. He chanted the name of Buddha, and his face was full of compassion and calmness. The inheritor of the demonic arts should be killed by everyone. As he chanted the name of Buddha, many golden Buddhist lights shrouded the heaven and earth. Many Buddhas, Vajras, Bodhisattvas, and other figures could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged behind him. The pressure of the sage realm covered the heaven and earth. There was even a purple gold bowl. A buzzing sound was magnified in the sky. Suddenly, thousands of rays of Buddhist light shone down. The divine prince also made his move. A dazzling holy sword that looked like the sword of the gods condensed in his palm. It was sharp and unstoppable. For a moment, the sky in the east was covered by the 2 figures. Their dharma bodies surged, and all kinds of sage realm rules fell. The divine prince. The golden cicada Buddha. That's great. With these 2 echelon disciples, the inheritor of the demonic arts won't be able to escape this time even if he has wings. At the sight of this, many of the geniuses below were incomparably excited. The few Skyprides who had been cowering just now also roared and rushed forward, as if they had a deep hatred for the inheritor of the demonic arts. Damn it. Xianxia and Yimei, what a vicious plan. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. Without thinking too much, she turned into a rainbow and rushed in another direction. At this moment, if she stayed here, she would be killed by all the Skyprides sooner or later. Her speed was very fast, and she did not stop at all. However, the divine prince and the golden cicada Buddha did not fall behind at all. Their feet moved, and various runes flashed under their feet. They both used their own extreme speed skills and chased after her. It is indeed that Xianxia. Stop right there. Today, I will kill you and wash away the humiliation of the heavenly emperor mountain. The divine prince stared at Xianxia in front of him. His eyes were extremely cold, and there was a faint sense of excitement in them. Since the day he was born, he had announced that he would find Xianxia and personally kill this traitor who cultivated the forbidden demonic arts and betrayed the heavenly emperor mountain. In order to find Xianxia, he had spent a lot of effort, but in the end, he did not find any clues. He did not expect that when he came to the Black Tortoise ancient country to watch the show between Xianxia and the Purple Sun Sovereign, he would coincidentally run into Xianxia. He really didn't have to put in any effort at all. When the time came, he just had to kill Xianxia. Wouldn't that mean that he was stronger than Guchanga? After all, Guchanga had let the inheritor of the demonic arts escape many times. Ba. You have killed too many people. I advise you to put down your knife and become a Buddha immediately. The golden cicada Buddha child looked calm as he chanted. The purple gold bowl behind him smashed down like a meteor. It kept expanding like a mountain, trying to suck Xianxia into it. Although the auras of the divine prince and the golden cicada Buddha child were both saints, their strength was definitely not that simple. Their power could be described as earth-shattering. This battle made the many elites and cultivators below change their expressions. For the first time, they felt how terrifying the power of the echelon disciples was. Even ordinary absolute saints wouldn't be a match for them. Miss May, are you okay? While many elites were staring at the three in the distance, a tall, silver-haired girl appeared in front of May. Seeing that she was heavily injured, she couldn't help but ask with concern. May shook her head and said weakly, I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest. The silver-haired girl was Xianxia's younger sister, Yu. She looked at the escaping Xianxia with a complicated expression and couldn't help but say, I didn't expect that Xianxia would hide here in the end and change his appearance into this. Heavenly Maiden May, how did you meet him? She asked curiously. May swallowed a healing pill and recovered a lot. Then she said, at first, I didn't know that he would be the inheritor of the demonic arts. These days, he has been secretly following me. Sometimes, he doesn't hide at all. Today, I was going to tell him. But I didn't expect that he would suddenly attack. Speaking of this, she sighed helplessly. Miss, are you okay? I knew that stalker was up to no good. At this moment, a young maid suddenly rushed over from outside the crowd, her face full of worry and concern. I'm fine. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I might have been killed by him. May shook her head. At this moment, Yu also sighed slightly. From these words, she had basically guessed the cause and effect of this matter. Xianxia should have planned to attack May at first, but as the saying goes, one's shoes will eventually get wet. This time, she finally failed. Although May made it sound simple, and she only escaped because she reacted quickly, what was the truth? There was no need to explain the strength of the inheritor of the demonic arts. May herself was also not to be underestimated. Last time, she had escaped from someone related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. How could such a method be simple? Xianxia, don't continue to be so stubborn. Soon, a cold look appeared in Yu's eyes. Strands of silver light flashed as she planned to attack Xianxia. I heard that the inheritor of the demonic arts has appeared. Where is he? At this moment, just as the divine prince and golden cicada Buddha were chasing after Xianxia. Rumble, the sky trembled, followed by a dazzling and brilliant fluctuation. In the sky, a golden path stretched out, with waves of immortal light and ethereal immortal intent. A young man stood on it, strolling leisurely. His eyes were bright, and his hair fluttered in the wind. He had a transcendent attitude. It was Guchanga. Senior brother Changa. May was stunned. Then, she shouted in his direction with a calm smile on her face. Daoist Changa. Yu was a little surprised. Then, she hurriedly greeted, I didn't expect Daoist Changa to arrive in such a timely manner. Guchanga smiled, I just happened to hear this subordinate's message, so I came first. It seems that the inheritor of the demonic arts has not left Black Tortoise ancient country. He chose not to chase after Xianxia. Instead, he landed beside May and asked with surprise and concern, Junior sister May, what happened? You seem to be heavily injured. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this, May couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. It stained her dress, making her look even paler and more pitiful. Her legs went soft, and she seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Then, Guchanga reacted quickly and supported her. May also took the opportunity to lean into his arms. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Changa. I just encountered the inheritor of the demonic arts and was injured by him. But this injury is nothing. I'll be fine after some rest. She replied. When only Guchanga could see, she blinked her eyes. Don't worry, junior sister In Mei. This time, the inheritor of the demonic arts injured you. I will definitely seek justice for you. Guchanga breathed a sigh of relief. Then, his eyes were cold and murderous as he promised. She really is a vixen. Ingyu noticed In Mei's little action and couldn't help but purse her lips. She could see that In Mei was more or less interested in Guchanga. Her complexion was quite good just now, but when Guchanga arrived, she suddenly became so weak that she couldn't even stand properly. However, she didn't mention it. Boom. After that, Guchanga didn't spend much time talking about the past. He let go of In Mei and rushed in the direction of the energy fluctuation. Many skyprides recognized him immediately. He was shocked and excited at the same time. He felt much more at ease than when the golden cicada Buddha child and the divine prince made their moves. It's young Master Chang'e. Young Master Chang'e is here too. That's great, that's great. This time, the inheritor of the demonic arts won't be able to escape. I'm afraid today will be the day he dies. With young Master Chang'e, golden cicada, and the divine prince on the side, today will be the day the inheritor of the demonic arts dies. From now on, we won't have to worry about encountering the inheritor of the demonic arts anymore. Many skyprides were very happy and excited. They followed behind, wanting to witness this battle with their own eyes. Guchanga? You deserve to be called the number one of the younger generation? Ying Shuang also noticed Guchanga, who was following behind. She cursed in her heart, but she was even faster. If it wasn't for Guchanga, how could he have been exposed? Now, Guchanga was chasing after him as if he didn't know anything. This made Ying Shuang extremely sullen and angry. She could only curse in her heart. Is the inheritor of the demonic arts finally willing to show himself? Guchanga's clothes fluttered in the wind as he walked with his hands behind his back. He chased after Ying Shuang with a divine rainbow. The void was blurry, and his speed was so fast that it was as if he had appeared out of thin air. He spoke casually. However, he seemed extremely cold. Then, he attacked. Many runes flickered in his palm, and the loss fell. Then, like a star exploding, brilliant sword rays burst out. These sword rays instantly scattered into billions of rays and fell from all directions. Thousands of rays clanged, terrifying and threatening, rumble. The instant the sword radiance descended, the heavens were completely covered, becoming dusky. This was an inconceivable divine might. All the mountains were collapsing and turning into ashes. This scene made all the skyprides who were chasing after change their expressions. There was a deep sense of fear in them, and their souls trembled. What kind of power was this? He could change the color of the sky with just a wave of his hand. As expected of young Master Chang'e. With the power of the Saint Realm, he has the might of a supreme being. Young Master Chang'e has never disappointed me. Just a sword art at any time, and it already contains the embryonic form of the supreme being's laws. Many skyprides with amazing eyesight were full of praise. Their faces were full of sincere admiration. Puff, facing Guchanga's terrifying attack, Ying Shuang's expression changed. A dazzling light appeared on the top of her head, and the golden ancient bell appeared again. This was a supreme being artifact. Every time it felt a life and death crisis, it would take the initiative to wake up and take the fatal blow for Ying Shuang. This time was no exception. After spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, Ying Shuang stopped. His figure did not stop. He continued to run forward, planning to flee for his life. The golden ancient bell turned into a terrifying mountain range. Golden light surged and floated in the sky. It seemed to be able to shatter the universe, and a waterfall like Supreme Being's aura descended. Ba. Young Master Chang'e, I'll leave this item to you. We'll go after it first, in case the inheritor of the demonic arts escapes. Seeing Guchanga arrive so quickly, the divine prince and Golden Cicada had different expressions. Golden Cicada took the initiative to speak. He felt that Guchanga could resist this supreme being artifact. Then he and the divine prince went after Ying Shuang. Since brother Golden Cicada thinks so highly of me, how can I refuse? Hearing this, Guchanga smiled slightly and did not refuse. The divine prince looked at him in surprise, and a strange thought rose in his mind. However, it was good to leave the matter of resisting the supreme being artifact to Xianxia. It would save him a lot of trouble. He did not say a word and continued to chase. However, Xianxia's speed was very fast. Soon, she had crossed tens of thousands of miles and left Black Tortoise ancient country. Mountains and rivers passed under her feet. Even Golden Cicada and the Divine Prince could not help but frown at this speed. They could not catch up immediately. This was because they had to activate their artifacts and attack continuously. They could not be like Xianxia, who was running with all her heart. From the looks of it, he's planning to rush into the place of the absolute calamity. The grey fog ahead is filled with a large amount of absolute chi. If we rush in recklessly, we might lose him. Why don't we split up? Split up and chase? The Divine Prince's eyes flashed as he asked. Golden Cicada nodded in agreement. He did not care about the Divine Prince's little scheme. Be careful, Divine Prince. With that, he rushed into the grey fog. The Divine Prince's eyes were cold as he went in the opposite direction. Although Xianxia cultivated a forbidden demonic art, the aura on him was that of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain's inheritance. With this reason, the Divine Prince did not have to worry about losing Xianxia. This time, I will definitely kill the inheritor of the demonic arts. No matter how popular Xianxia is, he will be suppressed by me. His eyes were filled with a sharp light. Although he knew that the inheritor of the demonic arts was not easy to deal with, he was still very confident and was not very worried. Golden Cicada and the Divine Prince are both chasing into the absolute fog separately. Isn't this too dangerous? Yeah, at this time, it's better to stay together. Young Master Xianxia is left behind to fight against that supreme artifact. When the many geniuses who were following behind saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. They were somewhat worried. They did not dare to chase him casually. A single supreme weapon won't be able to stop me. Many geniuses looked at Xianxia, only to see him chuckling. Suddenly, a vast supreme being pressure appeared behind him. It was like an endless mountain and river slowly rising there. The mountain and river were endless, and so was the power. This was a divine might that could not be described with words, even the sky seemed to be unable to withstand this majestic power. The great seal of mountains and rivers was engraved with countless complicated and ancient patterns. It seemed to have come to life, and a shocking supreme being pressure spread out from it. This was also a supreme artifact. Rumble. The aftermath of the collision of the two supreme artifacts was too terrifying. It was as if many stars had exploded there, and the light was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia's figure flashed and passed under the golden ancient bell. The great seal of mountains and rivers floated up and down, casting down light to protect him as he rushed into the vanishing fog. He quickly disappeared. The terrifying pressure of a supreme being interweaved between heaven and earth. In the end, it turned into a vast and boundless galaxy of order. It was densely packed and was about to completely cover the sky. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. The two supreme artifacts had almost completely awakened. Their divine might surged, causing the souls of all the prodigies and cultivators below to tremble. They couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground. This kind of power could even sink the sky. If a wisp of it leaked out, it was enough to destroy everyone below. Some prodigies' faces turned pale as they hurriedly retreated. The inheritor of the demonic arts has a supreme artifact in his hand, and it's the kind that can be awakened at any time. No wonder he's so fearless. Even if he's discovered, he can kill everyone and then escape Yao. After all, even the elders of the Immortal Academy can't recognize his disguise. This time, the inheritor of the demonic arts will definitely be killed. He won't be able to escape. Many prodigies' eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Although they couldn't directly charge over like the Divine Prince, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the others. However, they were near the absolute fog, blocking all the exits. At that time, if the inheritor of the demonic arts wanted to escape, he could only go deep into the absolute land. Buzz, in the sky, all kinds of runes trembled, turning into a whistling power that was like a mountain and sea. After Xianxia's figure quickly disappeared, the two supreme artifacts floated in the sky, facing each other. The great seal of mountains and rivers was also almost awakened. the god inside was no longer the original god. After being influenced by Xianxia's demonic arts, it only obeyed him now. The current Great Seal of Mountains and Rivers was originally snatched by Xianxia from the human ancestor's reincarnation, Jianyang, when he was in the lower realm. It was originally the immortal Luan seal, which contained mountains, rivers, and billions of stars. It gathered the various forms of the mortal world and was extremely powerful. However, he was worried that Supreme Immortal Luan would notice, so he changed the appearance of the immortal Luan seal and concealed its original origin, creating the Great Seal of Mountains and Rivers. Supreme Immortal Luan didn't die, and it might even be a backup plan left behind by the human ancestor. However, the human ancestor had already been dealt with by Xianxia. This so-called Supreme Immortal Luan had never appeared, so Xianxia didn't take it to heart. So, where did the Great Seal of Mountains and Rivers come from? Even the people of the Gu clan did not know. They just assumed that Xianxia was extremely lucky and obtained a supreme venerable weapon outside. Everyone in the outside world thought that it was a gift from the Gu clan. Over time, many cultivators and geniuses found out that Xianxia actually possessed a supreme artifact. Not only that, but he could also activate it, displaying the divine might of a supreme being. Even when he faced Chu Hao, who was at the peak of the quasi-supreme plane, in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, he was not afraid at all, and was able to contend with him. Thus, when the Golden Cicada Arhat and the Divine Prince asked Xianxia to stay and fight the Bell, everyone knew the reason and did not doubt it. After all, only Xianxia had the ability to do so. If the Divine Prince and Golden Cicada were to fight against the supreme weapon, they would have to use many different methods and might not succeed. Did Senior Brother Xianxia rush in? Behind the group of Heaven's Prides, two beautiful figures were riding on divine rainbows as they rushed over from the sky. They were Yingyu and Yinmei. The one who asked was Yinmei. Her face was full of concern as she looked at the gray fog in front of her. She was very concerned about Xianxia's safety. This scene made many young geniuses feel envious. Why didn't a heavenly girl like her care about their safety? Heavenly girl, young Master Xianxia just rushed in. One of the geniuses nodded and replied. What's wrong? Why do you look so flustered? One of the geniuses asked curiously. Oh no, I suspect that Senior Brother Xianxia has fallen into a trap. The demonic arts inheritor's target may not be me, but them. Yinmei's face paled slightly when she heard this. Her delicate body trembled as she spoke worriedly. What? Beside her, Yingyu was also very shocked. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Why didn't Yinmei tell her this before? No, it should be because Yinmei didn't realize it before. Yinmei, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by falling into a trap? She couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Hearing this, all the geniuses' expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Xianxia and the other two fell into a trap? Young Master Xianxia's plan was flawless. How could he have fallen into a trap one day? And the Golden Cicada Bodhisattva and the Divine Prince were not easy to deal with either. Hearing this, Yinmei took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. I thought about it carefully just now. When the demonic arts inheritor attacked me, he intentionally let me react so that I could escape successfully. It wasn't because I was lucky. And no matter what, at that time, there were many cultivators in the tea house. Wasn't he afraid of being discovered by others for being so brazen? As long as there was even the slightest movement, it would have attracted the attention of many cultivators and geniuses. Yinmei's words made all the geniuses fall silent. Thinking about the situation carefully, it seemed that something was very wrong. The demonic arts inheritor had always been very careful. Why would he choose to attack when it was the easiest time to be exposed? So, he did it on purpose? Yingyu also felt a chill run up her spine, making her shiver uncontrollably. Then, he took advantage of this opportunity to attract the attention of all the geniuses. He even said that he wanted Senior Brother Xianxia to come out. His goal was to attract the attention of Senior Brother Xianxia and the others. He probably also heard that Senior Brother Xianxia and the Divine Prince were coming. At that time, there were no elders here. Now, even Senior Brother Xianxia's supreme weapon was left outside the Yin field by him. Yinmei nodded. At this point, her face turned even paler. Her delicate body trembled, and tears were about to flow out of her eyes. Senior brother Xianxia, please don't let anything happen to you. It was all because of me that he broke in. Seeing how sincere and worried she was, the expressions of Yingyu and the others changed drastically. They also fell silent. So, this was all part of the demonic arts inheritor's plan. His goal was to attract everyone here. After all, he has a huge demonic arts inheritor organization behind him. Some of the geniuses' mouths and voices were dry. They couldn't help but feel numb. At this time, many people also realized why Xianxia had been running all the way without fighting back. Was it because he was weak? Definitely not. It was because he wanted to lure the Divine Prince, Golden Cicada, and the others here. The demonic arts inheritor is too arrogant. He actually set up a trap to lure everyone here. Is he planning to kill all the geniuses? This must be a counterattack that the demonic arts inheritor had planned. Thinking of this, some people couldn't help but shiver. Their faces were drained of blood. This time, young Master Xianxia and the others are most likely dead. Since the demonic arts inheritor dared to do this, it means that he is confident. No, we have to report this to the academy. If no elders come, it's useless for us to go in. Many geniuses fell silent. However, no one dared to move into the gray fog. I have to find Senior Xianxia. Last time, he fought with the demonic arts inheritor to save me and injured his origin. Mei was about to rush into the fog to follow Xianxia's footsteps. You can't go. Yingyu frowned and pulled Mei back. She said in a cold voice, with your strength, won't you just be adding to Dao brother Xianxia's troubles? Then what should we do? If something happens to Senior Xianxia, I will follow him. Mei was so anxious that she was about to cry. Her eyes were red and her 9 fox tails were no longer as white as before. Seeing this, many geniuses fell silent. Many people sighed in their hearts. Last time in the immortal ancient continent, Mei had been saved by Xianxia from the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts. After that, she had probably already had a crush on him. This made them envious and emotional. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. At this time, we can only wait for the Academy's elders to come. Some geniuses fell silent and sighed. Young Master Xianxia and the Divine Prince are not simple people. There shouldn't be a problem. The gray fog filled the sky, accompanied by many terminating living beings. However, they couldn't even get close to Xianxia. With a casual wave of his hand, the void collapsed and a terrifying palm print appeared. Everything within a 10-mile radius was annihilated. If this was a domain, it was actually the use of void rules. Before the extreme spirits could even get close to this area, they all exploded with popping sounds, their bodies and souls destroyed. At this time, Xianxia should have escaped to the east. The one chasing her is the Divine Prince. The Golden Cicada Buddha is in the other direction. I'll let her go for now. Xianxia had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. She walked in the void leisurely and unhurriedly. Great Tao-like imprints interweaved beneath his feet, quickly moving into the distance, so close yet so far away. He squinted his eyes. Many rules of heaven and earth flowed, including auras, and so on. He could see everything clearly. Of course, the traces of the Divine Prince and the Golden Cicada Buddha were also visible. Xianxia, stop right there. At this time, where are you going to run to? On the other side, in the depths of the gray fog, a great battle was breaking out. Many mountain peaks that had long dried up exploded. Terrifying fluctuations spread outwards. Streak after streak of divine ability symbols interweaved and filled the air, streaking in all directions. It was incomparably brilliant. The Divine Prince shouted angrily. He rushed over with the 4 spirits' war chariot. He was tall and handsome. Even his hair was dazzling as if it was burning. He was attacking Xianxia, who was in front of him. His moves were large and powerful, extremely swift and powerful. He punched out. The runes around him were like dazzling fireworks. The sky rumbled as if a sun was being pushed forward. This kind of power was no longer something a saint could use. It was an ultimate attack. At this moment, he was like a young deity. Many phantoms surrounded him. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise roared as if they were coming to life. They were fierce and domineering. I said I'm not the inheritor of demonic arts. I was wrongly accused. Shuang's expression changed. He couldn't help but shout. After being chased for so long, he was already incomparably sullen and angry. At this time, he took out a small green sword. Hundreds of millions of divine lights fell from the sky. He was going to take the divine prince's punch head-on. However, in the end, he was only an imposter. He wasn't the real Prince Ying. Under this attack, the small green sword broke and exploded. He immediately coughed up blood and retreated. His hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. Without the protection of the supreme artifact Golden Ancient Bell, he was only a bit stronger than an ordinary young supreme being. He was no match for an ancient freak like the divine prince. Is this all you've got? The divine prince snorted. His eyes were cold. He stood on the four spirits' war chariot. His whole body was flowing with dazzling brilliance. He was like a matchless emperor. How many times have I said it? I'm not the inheritor of demonic arts. I was wrongly accused. Xianxia is the real inheritor of demonic arts. Shuang coughed up blood. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that he couldn't even take a single attack from the divine prince. The two of them were both saints. However, the gap between them was so big. If it was the real Prince Ying, even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be so one-sided. Hee, you're still quibbling at this time. You don't want to show me your true strength. I don't know what you're thinking, but I'll definitely get rid of you today. As long as I kill you, I can prove that I'm stronger than Xianxia. All of his momentum will belong to me. The divine prince didn't care about Shuang's current state at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly charged forward. Multicolored blood condensed in his palm, turning into a multicolored spear. It was incomparably sharp. It tore through the sky and pressed down, wanting to kill Shuang. Damn it! You still don't believe me? Shuang's expression was extremely unsightly. Multicolored blood mist began to rise from his body. This was something like the blood of a deity. After all, he was the son of the divine prince, the heavenly emperor. Needless to say, the power of this kind of bloodline made the void tremble, carrying a terrifying burning power. Puff, in the next moment, the two of them clashed together. It was as if two asteroids had collided. However, Shuang's body shook violently. He coughed out blood directly. His arm spasmed and almost exploded. That spear had passed through an unparalleled power, almost tearing his internal organs apart. Therefore, Shuang was very decisive. He retreated rapidly like a rock spreading its wings. He was swift and powerful. He didn't want to fight anymore. Where do you think you're going? Where's the demonic art you cultivate? Why haven't you used it yet? Are you looking down on me? The divine prince snorted coldly. He drove the four spirits' war chariot to chase after him. However, his expression soon changed. He said with shock and anger, Xianxia, why are you here? The inheritor of the demonic art is my prey. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Shuang, who was running away, also changed his expression. He even turned pale with fright. He felt cold from head to toe as if he had seen a ghost. He had never thought that ripples would appear in the void before him. Then, Xianxia walked out with a smile. His eyes were calm and deep. His clothes fluttered in the wind. He was extraordinary and refined. Why aren't you running anymore? Xianxia looked at the pale and frightened Shuang. He couldn't help but smile. As for the divine prince who was chasing after him on the four spirits' war chariot, he completely ignored him. Xianxia, I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to frame me again and again? Shuang felt cold from head to toe. His limbs were cold and his spirit was trembling. He forced himself to calm down, but his voice was shaking. He had never felt as terrified and desperate as today. Wasn't Xianxia fighting against the Golden Ancient Bell? Why did he suddenly rush here? No enmity? No, there is enmity. Xianxia was still smiling casually. Don't forget who you are. We are mortal enemies. Shuang's face paled in despair. She gritted her teeth and said, why? He was just jealous of Guchang's identity and wanted to take everything away from him. However, he had never told anyone about this. How did Guchang find out? Guchang, what is the meaning of this? Xianxia is my prey. In the distance, the divine prince snorted coldly and drove the four spirits' war chariot closer. He still hadn't figured out the current situation. Although he felt that Guchang's appearance was too sudden, he didn't think too deeply about it. In his opinion, it was Guchang who wanted to take advantage of Xianxia after seeing her severely injured. How could there be such a good thing in this world? What do I mean? Can't you see it now? Guchang glanced at him casually and smiled. However, since Xianxia is your prey, I will leave her to you. Don't worry, I won't interfere. After saying that, his figure floated, and his white robe fluttered as he retreated to the other side. The divine prince frowned. His instinct told him that this situation was a bit strange. Could it be that Xianxia was right? That he was wrongly accused. However, in the next moment, a divine rainbow appeared under Xianxia's feet. Just as she was about to escape, his expression changed. Without thinking too much, he immediately chased after her. The fist wind swept over, and Xianxia was blown away like a leaf. Blood spurted out of her mouth. Who knew how many of her bones were broken? She fell to the ground and couldn't get up immediately. What a trash. I didn't expect that you couldn't even take a punch from me. If you are still pretending it this time, don't blame me for being ruthless. The divine prince snorted coldly and quickly closed in. The five-colored spear condensed in his hand again, wanting to pierce Xianxia into the ground. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. It was as if he was struck by lightning. Puff, blood splashed out like a dazzling flower of blood, blossoming on his body. A slender white hand pierced through his back and tore him apart. The terrifying wound was like a torn piece of cloth, almost penetrating the front and back. Guchang's figure appeared behind him. There was a faint smile on his face. Guchang, you, the divine prince groaned and turned around. His face suddenly paled, and he couldn't believe it. At the critical moment, Guchang suddenly attacked him. Shouldn't he be dealing with Xianxia? However, his reaction was fast. He spat out a sparkling and translucent divine sand from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a mountain. Like a shield, it bombarded Guchang behind him. Do you think it will work? Guchang didn't care and smiled. A terrifying sword ray gushed out from his fingers. It was almost as if it was made of divine gold, and it tore the divine prince apart. The multicolored blood of the gods fell from the sky with a crystalline intent. The mountain-sized divine sand was slapped down by his other hand, and it instantly exploded with a bang, turning into fine powder that filled the sky and drifted down. Guchang, why are you doing this? The divine prince kept vomiting blood. His face was extremely pale and frightened. His body was about to explode. His bones and organs had been torn apart by the sword chi. There was also a sword ray that was hard to resist. It was constantly eating away at his vitality, making it difficult for his injuries to heal. His scalp was numb. His back was full of cold air. His divine soul was almost frozen. Is what Xianxia said true? He suddenly reacted. He wasn't stupid. Before, he just didn't understand and didn't think so much. Now, he thought about Xianxia's frightened expression and Guchang's actions. He finally understood. Xianxia didn't lie. It turned out that everything was controlled by Guchang behind the scenes. Guchang was the real inheritor of demonic arts. This made the divine prince's skull almost explode. He felt a bone-chilling coldness. Before this, he had never thought about this. In other words, from the beginning, Guchang had been scheming against everyone. Even the various orthodoxies were toyed within the palm of his hand. How terrifying was that? Just thinking about it made one shudder. I told you before, but you didn't believe me. Xianxia vomited blood and got up from the ground. Seeing this, a hint of gloating flashed across her eyes. But soon, she became gloomy again. Now, only by working together can we have a chance to escape from him. Otherwise, both of us will die here today. Guchang, Xianxia wanted to say something, but her expression suddenly changed and she vomited blood. She didn't know when Guchanga suddenly appeared in front of her and stepped on her. Along with a cracking sound, his bones shattered. Under such a terrifying force, his entire body almost exploded. It was too fast. It was as if he disappeared into thin air. Working together? Do you have some misunderstanding about your own strength? Guchanga smiled casually. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic aura appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the 8 Desolation demonic halberd appeared in his hand. With a trembling sound, he slashed down casually. The terrifying blade light seemed to have descended from another universe. It crossed over and arrived in the blink of an eye. The blade light was peerless, and nothing could stop it. It directly pierced through the Divine Prince, who was trying to defend himself. At this moment, the void exploded, and a terrifying crack instantly spread out for hundreds of miles. Many terminating beings felt this terrifying aura. Even though they had lost their minds, they didn't dare to get close. They fled in fear. Is this why you're so confident in working together? You can't even withstand a single blow. Guchanga smiled casually. In the void, black runes of the Great Tao circulated. Rays of light and mist rose, turning into a Great Tao treasure bottle and falling down on the Divine Prince. Boom! But in the next moment, the Divine Prince's expression suddenly changed. In his sea of consciousness, a peerless aura appeared. A sword embryo appeared. It was golden and dazzling, as if it was made of divine gold. The primordial spirit held the sword and slashed down. Along the way, a terrifying shadow appeared. The universe split open, the stars collapsed, and even the world turned to dust under this sword. But Guchanga only pointed forward with a calm expression. A ray of sword light gushed out, making clanging sounds. Everything was washed away and returned to the mortal world. The 2 swords collided, and the terrifying aftermath almost destroyed the world. The Divine Prince groaned, and his forehead split open. The primordial spirit almost collapsed. I don't believe it. He couldn't help but roar. A light flickered in his divine soul. A purple gold divine lamp appeared. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a supreme aura that could burn down the sky. As the son of Heavenly Emperor Shen, he also had a life-saving item. He could only use it when his life was in danger. Buzz. But Guchanga had expected this. The Great Tao treasure bottle appeared behind him, and a boundless gray mist overflowed into the sky and directly enveloped him. Although it was only condensed. However, even a supreme being-level divine lamp was quickly swallowed up. You are indeed the true inheritor of the demonic arts. You hid it so deeply. The Divine Prince's face was pale, and his entire body was trembling. Even the 4 spirits' war chariot was shattered into pieces by the Great Tao symbols. It's just that you are too stupid. Guchanga smiled indifferently. The terrifying black light instantly submerged him. Then, an unwilling and angry voice sounded, making Xianxia's hair stand on end. His divine soul trembled, and he was terrified to the extreme. Guchanga, you can't kill me. If you kill me, people will definitely know your identity. His voice was trembling, and he wanted to kneel and beg for mercy. In the end, he was just a servant. At this time, he was almost scared out of his wits. That's not necessarily true. Guchanga smiled casually. Then, he reached out with his palm, and with a pu sound, he was directly slapped to death, his body and soul destroyed. At the last moment, Xianxia was still planning to beg for mercy. He was full of despair and fear. Of course, before this, Guchanga had already plundered the providence points of the so-called Son of Providence of the possession style. Just in case, Guchanga still kept the wisp of soul that was connected to the soul lamp in his divine soul. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding! Killed the Son of Destiny, triggering the rules of the drop of fate points. Dropped the Heavenly Tao treasure chest. Calculating. P.S. I'm really sorry for these few days. I will make up for the lack of updates. Grey fog billowed, and the runes of the Great Tao interweaved in the void, forming a Great Tao treasure bottle that devoured the origin of the Divine Prince's bloodline. Many inherited abhijanas flashed quickly in Guchanga's mind, like flickering lights and passing shadows. He squinted his eyes slightly. He didn't care much about these celestial techniques that were originally inherited from the heavenly emperor of God. The supreme divine lamp floated in the air for a while. A ray of fire could burn the sky, but it quickly dimmed. The artifact spirit deity let out a roar of unease and fear, but it disappeared in a few breaths' time. Even though it was just a great Tao treasure bottle formed by the runes of the great Tao, under Guchang's current strength, it contained terrifying divine power. Without a true user of the supreme artifact, even if the artifact spirit within was awakened, it would be like a rootless duckweed. It wouldn't be able to resist for long. I wonder what kind of heavenly Tao reward will be dropped this time. Guchanga stood in the void, his white robe fluttering as he muttered to himself. He looked like he had just done something simple. Then, he cleaned up the traces in front of him, and created the feeling of a terrifying battle. Especially the aura of the various demonic techniques, which filled every inch of the void. As long as a cultivator stepped in here, they would feel chills all over their body, and their hair would stand on end. Fear, palpitations, chills, terror, this place had turned into a terrifying area like hell. Not only was the aura of Yin terminating, but there was also a strong aura of forbidden demonic techniques. It was like a black hole in the universe that could swallow anything. At this time, as long as an elder came and used tracing methods to investigate, they would feel like their soul was frozen. It couldn't be investigated, it couldn't be found. Of course, the most important thing was that they could feel the intensity of the battle. They even had a feeling that even if they had participated, they wouldn't have been able to escape alive. If that's the case, who knows what happened? No, only I know what happened. Guchanga couldn't help but laugh, and then looked at the golden treasure chest in his hand. The moment he killed Ing Shuang, the system notified him. Even the mission that Guchanga accepted to kill the child of fate was completed. He didn't really care about fate points and fate points. He just wanted to know what the heavenly Tao reward chest would be this time. However, compared to the faint purple treasure chest he had obtained when he killed the human ancestor, this one was a little shabby. Of course, he was not surprised. After all, not every child of Providence was like the human ancestor. Apart from having good luck, what else could a child of Providence possess? He couldn't even use the most basic strength of the body's original owner. Do you want to open the heavenly Tao treasure chest? Activate. A strange look flashed across Guchanga's eyes. As the dazzling golden brilliance blossomed before his eyes, a crown enshrouded in grayish-brown divine light jumped out and flickered within. Strands of aura that symbolized misfortune condensed and manifested inside. They coiled up and down. They were strange and ancient, and had a natural aura of the Tao. Great crown of providence? Guchanga raised his eyebrows slightly and quickly understood the function of the great crown of providence. Speaking of which, it was fundamentally different from the purple crown of providence that he obtained when he killed the human ancestor's reincarnation. That was because the purple crown of providence could reverse one's providence. It could significantly increase the user's providence in a short period of time. It was equivalent to the Son of Heaven. However, there was a limit to the number of times the purple crown of providence could be used. Once the limit was exceeded, it would shatter and explode. Until now, Guchanga had not found a suitable time to use the purple crown of providence. The great crown of providence in front of him had the opposite effect. It could cause the user's providence to fall to the lowest point in a short period of time. It was the same for the child of providence, who was known as the Son of Heaven. There was no mention of any counteracting function. The original Prince Ing was also an unlucky person. The son of the emperor was possessed by a horse feeder. It was indeed considered lucky. That's why this thing dropped for me. Guchanga's smile was somewhat thought-provoking. This kind of thing sounded quite useless. However, it was not the case. The introduction of the great crown of providence said that any existence could work. That naturally included those powerful cultivators who had surpassed the supremacy realm. Those powerful existences were even more sensitive to the providence of heaven and earth and would easily deduce and calculate. With the great crown of providence, one might be able to directly take him away when he was in seclusion. For Guchanga, this was a good thing to kill and rob. Providence itself was elusive and difficult to find. Even a supremacy would be very wary of such means. They would not know who was secretly harming them. Then, he put away the great crown of providence and glanced at the providence points and destiny points he had obtained this time. He had obtained about 30,000 providence points. He could exchange them for a lot of transcendence bones. At Guchanga's current level, there were transcendence bones that would take the initiative to provide him with various insights into the great Tao of heaven and earth and the laws of the world. There was also a forbidden demonic technique that could devour a lot of origin energy, so there was no need to consider cultivation at all. Other people broke through by comprehending in seclusion. Even people like Jian Chuchu, who was known as the reincarnation of an immortal, and Wang Zijin, who was born to be a saint, had to take one step at a time and slowly break through. However, Guchanga did not need to think about this. His cultivation had reached a certain level. When it was time to break through, he would naturally break through. He estimated that with this speed, it would not be long before he broke through to the quasi-supremacy realm. Now, the origins of various geniuses are not of much use to me. It's time to consider making a move on the older generation. Guchanga began to consider another matter. At present, even an ancient freak like the divine prince would not be of much use to him. To him, it would not be of much use. He would rather benefit less from it than Ing Shuang, who was a child of destiny. Therefore, his cultivation had to be held back. He did not forget that the system had mentioned the red-cloaked female demon before. Calculating the time that he had obtained from Yu Mingkong, she would be born soon. A place like the demon burial abyss was a place that even supremacies were not willing to go near. Guchanga combined with his previous memories. When he was a demon master, his cultivation was indescribable. However, the extent to which he could destroy the heavens with a single hand had far surpassed the concept of being an immortal. The red-cloaked female demon could take a blow from the halberd and not die. She was only sent into the demon burial abyss. Was this not shocking enough? As for whether he had shown mercy at that time, this was not clear. However, the red-cloaked female demon was definitely terrifying. A hatred that cannot be erased even in the deepest depths of hell. Every time Guchanga muttered this sentence, the red-cloaked figure would appear in front of him. Although he had a plan in mind, it was hard to say if it would work. However, he quickly put this matter aside. There was something else that needed to be done. Guchanga's figure flashed and appeared on a mountain peak not far away. He looked in another direction. At that time, the golden cicada Buddha and the divine prince had separated, but it had passed in a while. The golden cicada Buddha had not caught up. As long as he was not stupid, he would turn back and chase in this direction. Moreover, he always felt that the golden cicada Buddha was not as simple as he seemed. Perhaps even the likes of the Purple Sun Lord and Six Crown King were not as simple as he was. Of course, he could not see anything from the fate points. Most importantly, this was the intuition that Guchanga had after fighting with him. However, no matter how complicated he was, Guchanga did not need to care. The golden cicada Buddha should feel the abnormality here soon and rush over. Then let's give him a surprise first. He could not help but smile. With a wave of his sleeve, a majestic aura suddenly rushed into the sky. The aura surrounded by chi and blood gushed out from every pore, shattering the sky. He did not believe that the golden cicada Buddha would not be attracted by this fluctuation. Immediately after, from between Guchanga's eyebrows, a deep and heart-throbbing devil chi spread out. Vaguely, a small person could be seen walking out. Its face was indifferent, and it was no different from Guchanga. However, soon after, their faces were covered by mist. Even supreme beings couldn't see through them clearly. This was naturally Guchanga's primordial spirit. However, he had condensed it with visualization. It was indescribable and indescribable. The next moment, a blurry and terrifying figure appeared behind him. Its demonic might was awe-inspiring and overwhelming. Four supreme saint puppets in black robes appeared. Black Tao runes intertwined in each of their hands. In the end, they condensed into a terrifying great Tao treasure bottle that bobbed in the sky. Whoosh, on the other side, grey mist surged. The sky was incomparably dark. A streak of golden light moved quickly. Divine runes shone, and Buddhist light flowed all over his body. Many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas appeared on his robes. They looked solemn and dignified, and some were smiling while holding flowers. It was the golden cicada Buddha. He was frowning and had an uneasy feeling. Looks like the inheritor of the demonic arts should be in the divine prince's direction. Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? Looking at the time, it's about time to go back and take a look. Under the Xianxia temple, I kowtow before the Buddha for thousands of years, the golden cicada Buddha sighed. There was a Buddhist seal between his eyebrows. There was a sun-like seat in it, shining in all directions under the lake. Thus, even though this place was incomparably dark, it could not obstruct his vision and footsteps. There were rumors that he had 108 Buddhist bones, but in reality, he had more than that. In his sea of consciousness, he was born with the light of merit. Later, he cultivated the light of merit into a divine seed of merit, which could support the Buddhas in the world at any time. Of course, this was his trump card. He rarely showed it in front of others. Even when he fought with Xianxia in front of the True Immortal Academy, he did not show it. I'm afraid the Divine Prince is in trouble. The inheritor of the demonic arts led us all the way here. His intention is obvious. The golden cicada Buddha shook his head slightly and sighed. He looked like he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. Asking for fresh flowers, it was not that he did not know what the Divine Prince was thinking. He just did not say it out loud. On the other hand, the inheritor of the demonic arts was very powerful. Although he had a Buddhist heart, it did not mean that he was stupid. Killing demons and defending the Tao were all words and deeds. He had a Buddhist heart, which could illuminate mountains and rivers. Naturally, the layers of mysteries could not escape his eyes. After that, the golden cicada Buddha's figure turned into a Buddhist light that illuminated the sky. He turned back and did not stay for long. I hope it's not too late now. Not long after, a surging aura came from the gray fog. He shook his head and quickly followed the original path, rushing in the other direction that the Divine Prince had gone. Along the way, he had already sensed some terrifying aftershocks of the battle. There was another aura that he was very familiar with. When they fought in front of the True Immortal Academy, the golden cicada Buddha had already remembered Xianxia's aura. Naturally, he would not mistake it now. Thus, he was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Xianxia would be one step ahead of him. Xianxia is already here. Did he leave his supreme weapon outside? I didn't expect that even he would be tricked. The inheritor of the demonic arts purposely blocked the way with his supreme weapon. He wants to kill us. Bah. I hope that the Divine Prince and young Master Xianxia are fine. The golden cicada Buddha was slightly stunned. His figure appeared in a mountain range. He traversed the area. With one step, the space changed. He was extremely fast. After a moment of silence, he put his palms together and sighed. Looks like I'm a bit late for this battle. In this mountain range, he felt the Divine Prince's aura. Of course, it was the remnant aura. The situation was not good. He could feel that. However, while the golden cicada Buddha's words were merciful, his eyes were calm. There were no ripples of emotion. He had already guessed the inheritor of the demonic arts goal, but he did not point it out. Back then, the Divine Prince had been very anxious, afraid that the inheritor of the demonic arts would escape. He would not say anything. Thus, this situation was within his expectations. He has the heart to subdue demons, but he does not have the power to subdue demons. He overestimates himself. The golden cicada Buddha moved. His monk robes fluttered as he rushed toward the mountain range ahead. If his senses were correct, there had been a battle there. However, when golden cicada Buddha's child arrived and saw the situation, he was immediately shaken. Even with his Buddhist heart, he was somewhat shaken. Xianxia, to think that he would be in such a sorry state. A ripple of emotion appeared on his calm face, but it quickly returned to its original state. High up in the sky, a gray fog overflowed into the heavens. Terrifying laws and order descended, covering everything and surging violently. It was pitch black like the Milky Way, thick and heavy. A pitch black bottle formed by great Tao runes floated there. It seemed to want to suck in the world. A blurry figure was shrouded in black fog. His face could not be seen clearly. He stood under the bottle, his expression cold and mocking. Four great sage experts stood towering by his side, and numerous talisman markings appeared in their hands as they firmly sealed off the surroundings. Every inch of the void was filled with an aura that made one's heart palpitate. The golden cicada Buddha could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. What kind of battle had happened here? Just the remnants of the battle were enough to make one's soul tremble. Xianxia, you've been chasing me for so long. Have you ever thought that such a day would come? The figure shrouded in black fog in the sky could not help but laugh coldly. He was extremely proud, and his chill filled the sky. His face was covered by fog, but the golden cicada Buddha could tell from his aura that it was Prince Xianxia. The 4 supreme saints from before had also appeared in the Yin battlefield. They were suspected to be subordinates of the inheritor of demonic arts. Xianxia sat cross-legged at the foot of the mountain range. A golden decree unfurled before him, protecting him within. However, his current state was not right. His body was covered in blood, and his aura was chaotic. The most terrifying thing was that there was a wound on his dantian. 5-colored light flowed, trying to heal the wound. However, as layers of black fog rose, it was corrosive and difficult to expel. Xianxia's face was pale and weak. His eyes were like candles that were about to be extinguished. His origin source is damaged. Even Xianxia's life is in danger. The divine prince's aura has disappeared. The golden cicada Buddha's pupils constricted. He did not expect the result to be so unexpected. He could only be described as shocked. Once news of this spread, there would be a terrifying earthquake in the outside world. It would be difficult to calm down. Looks like the outside world is going to change. P.S. I'll be back to normal tomorrow. I'll make up for the missing chapters. 1,000. At the same time, in the outside world where absolute mist surged, streaks of divine rainbow light rushed over from various mountain peaks. They were all heavenly geniuses and cultivators. After hearing the news, they quickly rushed over. In that instant, this place became incomparably lively. The heavenly geniuses of several ancient countries all gathered here. The mysterious 6-crowned king wore gray clothes, medium build, face shrouded in mist. He arrived on a white immortal crane, currently looking down. Streaks of divine multicolored light flashed past his eyes, symbols appearing. Many terrifying scenes appeared, deducing what happened here. At this time even he felt a type of uneasiness, actually feeling a type of heart-palpitating feeling. There is great danger hidden here. This time, the demonic art inheritor definitely put in a lot of effort to lure so many heavenly geniuses here. Otherwise, there is no way things would be like this. This is a premeditated scheme. Xianxia, I've underestimated you. 6-crowned king couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. Then, he looked towards the supreme being artifact that was still in confrontation, frowning. Xianxia's supreme being artifact was left here. I wonder if he anticipated this. It seems like both him and the divine prince are in danger. Taking such a great risk, the demonic art inheritor definitely had confidence. Another disciple appeared at 6-crowned king's side, her face extremely beautiful, figure tall and slender. There were divine phoenix patterns between her brows, a pair of phoenix wings that flowed with brilliant radiance spread out behind her, as if flowing with divine flames. This was precisely the heavenly phoenix maiden. She also hurried here, but just like 6-crowned king, she felt restraining fear towards the methods inside, not choosing to enter. Xianxia is definitely doing this to kill those who were chasing after her. 6-crowned king nodded. He admitted that he made a mistake back then. He never expected Xianxia to hide this well, actually fooling his eyes. This type of vicious scheming and methods, as well as this type of courage, made him have no choice but to treat it seriously. However, this was more in line with the demonic art inheritor he previously knew. I hope young Master Xianxia, Golden Cicada Buddha Child, Divine Prince, and the others are fine. The heavenly phoenix maiden said, otherwise, I fear that in the future, there really won't be anyone who can contend against the demonic art inheritor. Xianxia is so strong, and it has always been him scheming against others, so how could he be schemed against by others? It's impossible for anything to happen to him. On a mountain range, Xianxia's figure appeared. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. Her skirt fluttered in the wind. Her expression was cold, but her brows were furrowed. Although she said that, she couldn't calm down at this time. She couldn't help but worry. He had promised to bring back Xianxia, who had been abducted. But now, he was going to bring her back. However, Xianxia had disappeared midway, saying that he knew the whereabouts of the inheritor of the demonic arts and had arrived at the Black Tortoise ancient country before her. However, Xianxia never thought that when she came here, she would hear that Xianxia and the others had been schemed against by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Now, it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. This made her feel very uneasy and worried. She clearly knew that Xianxia was very strong and that no one could hurt him. Moreover, after his accident, it meant that no one could bully her in the future. But Xianxia was not happy at all. After all, that was the inheritor of the demonic arts, Xianxia had severely injured him many times. It went without saying how much she hated Xianxia. How could she let go of such a good opportunity? Thinking of this, Xianxia began to urge Xianxia's followers to encourage the other heaven's favorites. At this time, if she rashly went, she would only bring trouble to Xianxia and become a burden. However, if there were more people, it would more or less make a difference. One had to admit that her method was very effective. Many heaven's favorites were encouraged and suddenly felt confident. Whatever, there are so many of us now. When the time comes, we will go in together. I don't believe that the inheritor of the demonic arts will be so arrogant. That's right, that's right. What's there to be afraid of at this time? Young Master Xianxia and the others are rushing in. At this time, can we only cower here? We are not worthy of being called heaven's favorites. Soon, many people were filled with righteous indignation. They were all young heaven's favorites and could not tolerate sand in their eyes. When they heard the heaven's favorites beside them secretly comparing them to Xianxia and the others, they immediately felt their faces heat up. They felt somewhat ashamed and could not explain themselves. After all, eliminating the inheritor of the demonic arts was not just a matter for Xianxia and the others. Every cultivator was duty-bound and would not shirk their duty. Thinking of this, many heaven's favorites suddenly felt more confident. There were so many people. No matter how many tricks the inheritor of the demonic arts had, could he possibly trap and kill everyone? Indeed, it's useful to say that. Xianxia nodded slightly. Soon, his figure moved and left the mountain peak. He followed the crowd and hurried towards the land of absolute negative energy. Because the two supreme weapons were facing each other, no living creatures jumped out to stop them. They went deep into the land of absolute negative energy without any danger. Senior brother Xianxia, nothing must happen to him. Mei's face was full of worry. Xianxia already did not treat this vixen well when they were in Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Now that he saw her care for Xianxia so much, for some reason, he eased up quite a bit. Now was not the time to throw a tantrum. Six-Crowned King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others revealed strange expressions. At this time, they also followed behind. They all had their own plans, not planning to walk in front. If they encountered danger, they could immediately retreat. As well-known figures of the younger generation, none of them were easy to deal with. Hong Long Long, in the sky, grey mist overflowed into the heavens. For great sages shrouded in black robes took action, sealing off every inch of space. Great Dao symbols interweaved and fell, turning into a great Dao precious bottle that bobbed up and down, releasing overflowing divine might. It was as if a boundless stellar river was about to descend. Xianxia, I want to see how much longer you can last. Xianxia, when you were hunting me down, you should have thought of this day. Soon, you will accompany that idiot divine prince. Arrogant and powerful laughter resounded in the sky. The figure shrouded in thick mist looked down with a cold smile. He had noticed Golden Cicada Buddha's arrival. However, he had no interest in him. Right now, there was only Xianxia in his eyes. It was as if once he killed Xianxia, no one in the world would be able to stop him. Hearing these words, Golden Cicada Buddha found it difficult to maintain his previous calm expression. His heart trembled. Before, he had guessed that Xianxia and the Divine Prince might have fallen for the demonic arts inheritor's trick. He also guessed that the two might suffer a great loss this time. However, he really did not expect that the battle would be so bitter. The Divine Prince might even have fallen. Once news of this matter spread, it would set off a boundless wave. The demonic arts inheritor's powerful edge would once again shock the world. He sensed again, and even secretly used the seed of virtue. However, in the end, he still found that the divine prince's aura had disappeared. What Xianxia said was not false. Guchanga also looked like his origin was heavily injured. He sat there cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed. His expression was calm. However, his aura was also very weak. He no longer had the extraordinary aura he had before. His white clothes were dyed red, and the terrifying wound almost tore his body apart. It was a shocking sight, frightening and shocking, if not for the extraordinary golden decree in front of him, which spewed out 5-colored divine light like a shield. It would have resisted the many rules and orders in front of it. Perhaps Guchanga would have already taken the divine prince's path of retreat today. The demonic arts inheritor's plan could be said to have put in a lot of effort. First, he cleverly exposed himself to lure everyone in. Then, he used the supreme weapon to block the path, forcing everyone to separate. He also used this method to restrict Guchanga's supreme weapon. Meanwhile, he had already set up layers of traps and ambushes in the land of Absolutine. He was waiting for them to enter before he launched an attack. Under this type of scheme, not to mention the divine prince, even if a true supreme being came, they might still suffer a calamity and fall here. Thinking of this, even though the golden cicada Buddha's heart was firm, he could not help but feel a little shaken. If he had not followed the divine prince's words and chased in the other direction, he might have been the one in trouble today. This demonic arts inheritor was really too ruthless. However, a strange light flashed in the golden cicada Buddha's eyes. He had another idea. From the tragic fluctuations, the battle just now was extremely tragic. No one dared to underestimate Guchanga's strength. He was already injured to such an extent. Then, Xianxia would definitely not have it easy. It was very likely that she was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. She had already used many methods just now. Otherwise, with her personality, she would not have spared Guchanga. Instead, she said so much and made him rush over. In other words, Xianxia was actually very afraid of Guchanga. Even in such a situation, she did not dare to act rashly because she was not confident and was not sure what other tricks Guchanga had up his sleeve. Judging from Guchanga's weak but still calm expression, it was also the case. Good. It is the responsibility of cultivators to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. Young Master Chang'e, hold on for a while. I'll take care of the demonic arts inheritor now. The golden cicada Buddha said with a smile and chanted the name of Buddha. Then, he stepped forward and appeared in midair. Looking at the figure shrouded in grey fog, he directly attacked to investigate the situation. Demonic arts inheritor, don't be so arrogant. Today, I will eliminate evil for the people. After saying that, a dazzling light appeared behind him. Phantoms of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Vajras appeared. With a single thought, all kinds of Buddhist techniques were launched forward to attack. At the same time, a purple gold bowl appeared and enlarged in the sky like a thunder tribulation pool. In it, dense lightning flashed and crackled. All kinds of terrifying true thunder appeared, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Golden cicada Buddha, you came at the right time. Hearing this, Guchanga also looked over. His words were calm, and there was no excitement or the slightest hint of being saved. Unfortunately, you're still one step too late. The divine prince has already been killed by the demonic arts inheritor. I didn't expect the two of you to be separated, he said indifferently. Even though his face was pale and bloodless, it still made one's heart palpitate, and they didn't dare to look at him directly. The golden cicada Buddha did not turn around. He only raised his eyebrows. This action seemed a little frivolous, but it made him look like a demonic monk. He knew what Guchanga meant. She was saying that even though he knew it was a scheme, he didn't explain it to the divine prince. Young Master Chang'e, I don't understand. Do you think I'm trying to harm the divine prince? The golden cicada Bodhisattva merely smiled, but he did not stop his attack. A layer of faint golden light appeared on his palm. His entire body seemed to be made of divine gold, exuding shocking chi and blood. You bald donkey, do you want to die? Seeing this, the figure in the sky snorted and waved his hand. Monstrous demonic chi surged, turning into all kinds of ferocious beasts that drowned out the golden cicada Buddha's Buddha shadows. The four supreme saints were wrapped in dark mist and sealed the space. Suddenly, the great Tao treasure bottle emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Many black runes flowed and turned into all kinds of rune Taoist swords. At the same time, hazy black light fell from the Great Way treasure bottle. It was so fast that it broke through the golden cicada Buddha's many attacks like lightning. In the end, it hit the purple gold bowl. However, the bowl was very sturdy and made of an unknown material. It took the hit head-on and offset much of the divine might. Boom, the golden cicada Buddha had a smile on his face. He looked very weak. But at this moment, he punched forward fiercely. The fist light was like a Buddha, bright and righteous, purifying the darkness and destroying everything. Poof, the next moment, the two collided. As expected, the golden cicada Buddha was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His Buddhist light dimmed, and his arm spasmed. Many of his bones were broken, but he was not surprised. He even smiled. Bah. You're indeed strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Looks like your attacks have been exhausted on young Master Xianxia. This kind of attack can't hurt me, the golden cicada Buddha said with a smile. As he spoke, the smile on his face became even wider. The purple gold alms bowl that had flown out once again returned to his hand. It was completely different from the purple gold alms bowl that he had fought with Xianxia before. Xianxia saw this and narrowed his eyes. Mahavairakana's immovable golden body? Golden cicada Buddha, you've hidden your strength well. I don't dare to hide it, but I have to be serious now. The golden cicada Buddha smiled. His injuries healed quickly. His Buddhist light was vast, and he looked solemn. Xianxia's smile was meaningful. He didn't say anything else. He looked into the distance, thinking about something. Calculating the time, some elites should be here. In order to put on this show, he had to be more solemn and shocking. It was not enough. Buzz, suddenly, the golden Dharma decree rose into the air. Golden light surged, dazzling and covering everything. It was as if many stars were rotating. Majestic and heavy sword chi suddenly gushed out. At the same time, Xianxia stood up. His eyes were bright, and his white clothes were stained with blood. But his aura was rising. Chi and blood surrounded by five-colored divine light gushed out from the top of his head. It pierced through the sky, enough to attract everyone's attention. Every single one of his 60 trillion cells had come to life. Xianxia, what is he doing? This scene shocked the golden cicada Buddha, who was fighting with the inheritor of demonic arts in front of him. Although he was at a disadvantage and had to be on guard against the four great saints, he still had some strength left. The golden cicada Buddha realized that the inheritor of demonic arts in front of him had used up a lot of his strength. It was not as easy as it seemed. In fact, he was already seriously injured in the fight with Xianxia. He was just holding on. As for the other four great sages, they couldn't leave the great Tao treasure bottle in the void. Therefore, the golden cicada Buddha guessed that the great Tao treasure bottle was suppressing the divine prince's protective soul artifact. It was just like the golden ancient bell that the inheritor of demonic arts, Xianxia, had. That was a supreme artifact. The divine prince had the same status as Prince Ying. How could he not have a supreme artifact to protect him? Therefore, it was very likely that the sovereign weapon had already been suppressed. It was being suppressed by the great path Aquarius floating in the sky. If he could buy a little more time, he would have a chance to take down the inheritor of demonic arts in front of him today and even take revenge for the fallen divine prince. The golden cicada Arhat could not understand why Xianxia would suddenly go on a rampage at this time. He took out that golden decree and wanted to kill his way over. From the looks of it, he must have used a forbidden technique. Young Master Xianxia, is this worth it? He couldn't help but shake his head and recite a Buddhist mantra. You really do have some tricks up your sleeve. Xianxia, you finally can't hold back anymore. While the golden cicada Buddha sighed, the inheritor of demonic arts in front of him suddenly sneered. His aura also changed, and his demonic chi surged. The golden cicada Buddha's expression changed. Feeling that something was wrong, he tried to retreat. Whoosh, however, a blade made of pitch-black runes and surrounded by black devil fire appeared in the air and pierced through golden cicada Buddha, who was caught off guard. The saber chi cut through the sky, whistling past, spreading out an incomparably terrifying large crack in the void. The golden cicada Buddha turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly used his Buddhist techniques to shatter the demonic saber. Then, he retreated. He didn't expect the inheritor of demonic arts to still have some tricks up his sleeve. He and Guchanga really wouldn't use all their tricks until the end. How patient, the golden cicada Buddha wanted to curse. He had to use his Buddhist light to expel the black mist. This kind of injury was very difficult to heal and required time to heal. Fortunately, it was only a minor injury and didn't hurt his core. This allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Rumble. Don't you have some tricks up your sleeve too? Guchanga appeared in the sky with a pale face and spoke with a calm expression. As the golden page of the decree fell, it was boundless and majestic. As if it was ordered to kill, the golden words swept through the boundless killing intent and fell toward that direction. Instantly, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was terrifying to the extreme. The inheritor of demonic arts techniques were all destroyed by the sword chi. His eyes widened and he spat out blood in disbelief. Oh no. This guy is crazy. He's planning to burn his essence blood. I miscalculated today. Retreat. With this shout, he planned to escape with the 4 great saints. The void blurred, and a passage that had been opened appeared. He stepped into it without stopping. In the sky behind him, the gray mist split open, and many divine rainbows rushed over. They were all geniuses. Everyone saw the shocking scene just now, and they trembled and feared from the bottom of their souls. They almost knelt down and kowtowed. However, some people quickly reacted and couldn't help but shout anxiously, "Young Master Changa." P.S. The next chapter will be very late. This, all the heaven's favorites widened their eyes as they stared at the scene in front of them in shock. Actually, just now, if it weren't for the terrifying energy that suddenly pierced through the sky, illuminating all directions and dispelling the interminating fog, they wouldn't have noticed it. They wouldn't have noticed the commotion here and would have arrived quickly. On one hand, it was because the distance was too far. Many heaven's favorites didn't have the terrifying perception of Guchanga and the other sequence disciples. On the other hand, it was because of the influence of the interminating fog. The heaven's favorites who rushed here had to be careful of the inheritor of the demonic arts. On the other hand, they had to kill the interminating spirits that attacked them. They had no time to care about other things. Now, under the sky, there was a young figure standing tall. His hair was as black as ink, his eyes were deep, and his entire body was flowing with light. He was like an immortal god surrounded by 5-colored clouds. As he moved, Taoist rhymes fell and intertwined as if he was the center of heaven and earth. He was powerful and unparalleled. But in contrast, the young figure was covered in horrifying injuries, and the robes that were almost dyed red with blood. This scene shocked all the heaven's favorites. Their scalps were numb, and they couldn't believe that this was Guchanga. That extraordinary, almost perfect, flawless man was now 21 years old. How could he be like this? What kind of terrifying battle had happened here? Guchanga, Xianxia was also dumbfounded. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. In all her memories, Guchanga had always been so powerful and confident. He was always calm and composed. It was as if he could easily withstand the collapse of the sky. She still remembered that the last time Guchanga was injured, it was a long time ago. In the immortal ancient continent, in order to save Mei, he took a hit from the inheritor of the demonic arts and was injured. However, today, he was injured again because of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Furthermore, compared to last time, the injuries he received this time around were even more frightening. Even from a great distance, she could feel Guchanga's pale complexion, his life force quickly fading away. It wasn't that she couldn't tell that something was wrong with Guchanga's current condition. His chi and blood were extremely weak, and he was completely relying on the forbidden art to sustain himself. This made Xianxia very sad, as if his heart was being squeezed. She couldn't help but clench her jade-like hands. She felt an icy killing intent towards the inheritor of the demonic arts. It turned out that even Guchanga could get hurt. He was not as omnipotent as she had imagined. Rumble. The heavens trembled as countless laws and orders intertwined and permeated the air. It was as if they had become a seething ocean. From the top of Guchanga's head, qi and blood, entwined with 5-colored rays of light, spurted out. Then, they turned into a long dragon and gathered in the golden decree. With a hum, it suddenly came to life. A myriad of divine lights gushed out, dazzling and dazzling, so brilliant that one couldn't look directly at them. In the eyes of the many geniuses who had rushed over, it was like a sun that illuminated the heavens. It was the purest yang, and nothing could stand in its way. At this time, even the most terrifying terminating qi was quickly disappearing like melting snow. Many people didn't even dare to look directly at it. Their eyes were extremely painful. Even if they closed their eyes, it was very painful, and they couldn't help but cry. Rumble, the golden decree rose into the air. Many sword rays rumbled and rotated there like galaxies, majestic and vast. Then, they suddenly slashed toward the void. The great path runes collapsed, accompanied by a few faint groans. Then, the void continued to crack open, and a terrifying and shocking crack appeared, spreading out for thousands of miles in an instant. However, even with such a terrifying burst of divine power, even the heavens were covered by this wave. However, the inheritor of the demonic technique still managed to escape. He took his 4 great sage subordinates with him, and soon disappeared without a trace. Everyone watched all this in shock. In the distance, the golden cicada Buddha, who was recovering from his injuries, resumed his calm appearance in front of others. He chanted the name of Buddha and didn't say anything. In his opinion, Guchanga had shown such strength at this critical time, other than to frighten away the inheritor of the demonic arts. Perhaps his other purpose was to gain prestige. Fishing for fame. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly, not understanding why Guchanga had used such a method. Burning one's origin source and qi and blood, if not done well, was likely to leave behind the roots of cultivation, and it would be difficult for one to break through. At this moment, black fog billowed, and only the waves left in the world told everyone what had happened here. It was difficult for even a supreme saint to survive such an earth-shattering battle. Every inch of the void was still filled with the aura that made one's soul tremble and almost freeze. It seeped into one's soul. It's a pity that I didn't have time to make a move in the end. If I got here earlier, maybe I could have done something. Many people were regretful. They didn't expect to see the inheritor of the demonic arts escape as soon as they got here, and they couldn't capture him. But they also knew very well that under such circumstances, even the most proficient old monsters of the rule of space couldn't intercept the inheritor of the demonic arts. Since the inheritor of the demonic arts dared to scheme against a group of geniuses, he must have arranged everything before this. Naturally, this included the matter of spatial passageways. Of course, many geniuses breathed a sigh of relief and felt somewhat lucky. They had already experienced the strength of the inheritor of the demonic arts. It was already very lucky to be able to get out alive. They didn't expect to destroy the inheritor of the demonic arts so easily. But soon, some people noticed something strange. Although this battle was very terrifying, and the remaining auras were so frightening, one person was missing. The Divine Prince. Why do we only see young Master Chang'e and the Golden Cicada Buddha? Where's the Divine Prince? The 690 young primordial sovereigns were puzzled. They looked around, but they didn't see any trace of the Divine Prince. Yeah, I remember that the Golden Cicada Buddha and the Divine Prince came first, and then young Master Chang'e came later. Could it be? A Heaven's Favorite's expression changed as his face turned pale. His voice came to an abrupt halt, not daring to say anything more. The Divine Prince's followers, including Ying Yu, also panicked at this time. They were very uneasy and began to look around to ask. The Divine Prince's aura has disappeared. If I'm not wrong, the Divine Prince is most likely dead. At this time, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden took the initiative to speak, her expression very serious. Strands of immortal phoenix-like runes flashed in her eyes, as if little immortal phoenixes were dancing with her. Her words made the Divine Prince's followers' expressions change greatly. With a whoosh, all the blood drained from their faces. They couldn't believe that this was true. It was like a bolt from the blue. Their legs went soft, and they couldn't stand steadily. The nearby geniuses who were watching all this were extremely shocked, their souls trembling. The Divine Prince's aura has indeed disappeared. I fear that he is dead. I truly never expected that he would end up like this. I wonder what the Heavenly Emperor Mountain behind the Divine Prince will do when they find out that the Divine Prince died under Prince Ying's hands. Six Crown King nodded and said. Towards the end, his voice became thought-provoking, but his expression didn't change much. It was as if he didn't mind that this matter was too big, and still wanted to watch the show. The Divine Prince has fallen. When Six Crown King's words sounded, this place immediately became deathly silent. Many people's expressions changed greatly, revealing alarm. If it was said that just now, there were still some who doubted whether this was real or not, now, it was all confirmed. After all, it wasn't just the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden who felt this, even the always low-key and mysterious Six Crown King said this. Was there any other possibility? These two weren't the type of people who would casually speak nonsense. Could it be that the Divine Prince really fell here? That can't be, right? The Divine Prince is Heavenly Emperor Mountain's inheritor, the Divine Emperor's son, his strength great, trump cards numerous. How could he, the demonic art inheritor, set up a trap to kill everyone this time? Truly vicious. When they heard these words, many heavenly talents were stupefied, their scalps going numb, chills sweeping through their bodies. Someone couldn't help but mutter, voice trembling. Impossible, Master is so powerful, even having the protection of the Supreme Being artifact bestowed by the Divine Emperor. How could he fall here? This is definitely fake. Master is definitely still somewhere else, not coming here. When they heard this, the Divine Prince's followers felt as if they were struck by lightning, stupefied for a long time, their faces pale with fright, even more so in disbelief. In their eyes, the Divine Prince was destined to be an unmatched existence, someone who would sweep through everything in this world, reach the very peak. How could he fall under the hands of the demonic art inheritor? They didn't dare imagine what kind of consequences would happen if Heavenly Emperor Mountain found out about this. Using heaven's shocking waves to describe this wouldn't be an exaggeration. Sigh, after all, even young Master Xianxia was seriously injured, so it isn't impossible for the Divine Prince to fall here. Many people sighed, their eyes heavy, emotions complicated. They all had a premonition of what was going to happen soon. The higher realms that had been peaceful for a long time would definitely be shaken up again because of this matter. Even Xianxia's strength is like this. It seems like Ying Shuang really isn't someone to be underestimated. Six Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others didn't pay the Divine Prince's followers any more attention. They quickly turned their attention towards Xianxia, their expressions different. Then, their figures moved, walking over. Ba, Dao brothers came at the right time. It's a pity that the Divine Prince has already been killed by the inheritor of the demonic arts. On the other side, the golden cicada Arhat, who had almost fully recovered from his injuries, also walked over. When he walked over, his monk robes carried a bit of blood. Buddhist light flickered about. His hands moved together, greeting Six Crown King and the others. There was a sense of transcendence. Hearing his words, the young prodigies who still had a lot of hope in their hearts turned gloomy. Golden Cicada Arhat, do you know the cause and effect? The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden could not help but ask. She was tall and slender, and her legs were long and straight. She was much taller than the average female cultivator. When she spoke, she gave off an indescribable pressure. I know a little. By the time this little monk arrived, the Divine Prince had already been killed. Even young Master Xianxia was heavily injured. This little monk knows nothing about what happened before this. Hearing this, the golden cicada Bodhisattva smiled faintly and gave a flawless answer. Really? Even golden cicada Buddha child did not know what had happened here before. No wonder the golden cicada Buddha child is in such good condition and is not injured. A strange look appeared in Six Crown King's eyes as he sized up the golden cicada Buddha child. In his view, the golden cicada Buddha child's cultivation was at most on the same level as the Divine Prince. Back then, he had clearly rushed in with the Divine Prince, while Xianxia was the last to enter. In the end, the Divine Prince died. Xianxia was heavily injured, but he was unscathed. Even his injuries were not that serious. This was truly strange. Either he had hidden his strength well, or he had not participated in that great battle and had found a place to hide. The golden cicada Buddha child's explanation was simply an excuse to not admit that he had sensed danger and chosen to retreat. Many people thought of this and their expressions changed, but they did not point it out. They all knew what was going on. The golden cicada Buddha child was not surprised at all. Still smiling, he said, "This little monk also regrets not coming sooner." Afterward, everyone hurried toward Guchanga's place of cultivation. However, that mountain range was almost completely occupied by his followers. Everyone's eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, in case someone suddenly attacked the seriously injured Guchanga. After all, who knew if the inheritor of demonic arts still had any hidden allies? The divine light of many precious artifacts enveloped the world. One could even see many divine artifacts floating in the air, pouring down multicolored light and mist, exuding a dangerous aura. Gu Xian'er, Yin Mei, and the others hurried over as soon as they arrived. At this moment, they were all looking at Guchanga with worried expressions. Even Gu Xian'er, who was used to bickering with Guchanga, clasped her hands together. She was very worried and uneasy. This was the first time she had seen Guchanga so heavily injured. However, she did not know how to help him at this time. She could only watch as he continuously resisted the demonic energy in his body, his face calm but incomparably pale. This made her recall what had happened in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. In order to repay her for digging out his bone, Guchanga had ordered her to kill him. Then, he did not resist at all, forcibly taking her blade. That blade was the same, almost tearing his entire body apart. His injuries were a ghastly sight. Senior brother Chunga's cultivation is powerful and his foundations are deep. These injuries should not be a problem. At this time, it was Yin Mei who calmed down and comforted her. This made Gu Xian'er nod, and the expression on her face relaxed slightly. However, she was also worried about something else. Guchanga's injuries were so severe. If he could not suppress his demonic heart and erupted with demonic nature, what would they do? At that time, besides Guchanga himself, no one here would be able to help him. How is Brother Chunga's situation? The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crowned King, and the others quickly arrived. The one who spoke was the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, her eyes flickering with divine light. Streak after streak of immortal phoenix-like symbols flickered, sizing up Guchanga's current situation. Six-Crowned King was also like this, divine splendor. Flickering in his eyes, all types of symbols swirling about. He carefully examined Guchanga's aura. In the end, he shook his head slightly, discovering that Guchanga's source was indeed injured. Moreover, because Guchanga used a forbidden technique just now, burning his source blood and essence, his injuries worsened. It was unknown when he would be able to recover. This was much more serious than what he had guessed before. This time, the demonic arts inheritor's plan really succeeded. Guchanga might not be able to use magical force for half a month. The Divine Prince has fallen. Heavenly Emperor Mountain will definitely be furious, but there is nothing they can do. After all, Prince Ing was once Heavenly Emperor Mountain's inheritor, Six-Crowned King thought to himself. He gave Golden Cicada Buddha child a strange look. He discovered that his expression was exceptionally calm, Buddhist light faintly discernible, as if he didn't care too much about Guchanga's injuries. Or perhaps he already knew about all of this before this. In order to fight against the inheritor of the demonic arts, young Master Chunga did not hesitate to burn his source even when he was seriously injured. This little monk really admires you for your magnanimity and righteousness. At this time, Golden Cicada Buddhist child faintly smiled as he spoke. Then, he took out a sparkling, translucent, light yellow pill from his Buddhist robes. Buddhist light shone on it, releasing rainbow-colored radiance, appearing extremely mystical. A pure and holy radiance pervaded the air. It was as if there were many eminent monks sitting there, chanting about the afterlife, dispelling all things. This is the Holy Buddha pill unique to Buddha Mountain, refined by eminent monks using the power of virtue. It is extremely strong and yang, extremely effective in dispelling all types of evil and demonic energy. Perhaps it will be of great help to young Master Chunga's injuries. Guchanga sat there cross-legged, his expression calm and without ripples. Wisps of black mist curled about him, giving him a strange and sinister aura. However, other than the fact that his injuries were very serious, there was nothing else on his body. Hearing this, he opened his eyes and glanced at him. Golden Cicada Buddha child, I appreciate your kindness. However, you should keep this Saint Buddha pill for yourself next time. If you encounter another demonic arts inheritor next time, you won't be as lucky as today. Although he played it down, the expressions of many prodigies changed. Many of them were not stupid. They could hear Guchanga's dissatisfaction towards Golden Cicada, as well as his faint mockery. This made many people frown involuntarily, and they began to imagine the cause of this matter. Six-Crown King also narrowed his eyes, somewhat interested. He vaguely guessed the reason Guchanga said this. What happened? Why would young Master Changa treat Golden Cicada like this? Many prodigies looked over, confused. They felt that this had nothing to do with Golden Cicada. Gu Xian'er, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others also stared at Golden Cicada, as if waiting for an explanation. That's right. What happened at that time? Why is Golden Cicada Bodhisattva, who went in first, safe and sound while young Master Changa was severely injured? Could it be that the demonic arts inheritor didn't attack Golden Cicada? When everyone first rushed over, they just happened to see Guchanga forcefully activate his origin, burning his chi and blood to unleash a terrifying attack, forcing the demonic arts inheritor to retreat. At that time, many people didn't notice Golden Cicada, so they didn't know what he was doing. At this thought, many prodigies guessed something and felt a sense of disdain and contempt towards him. As a Buddha, he didn't appear at the crucial moment. Instead, he let the heavily injured young Master Changa do it. In comparison, although Guchanga was usually strong, his righteous actions were more admirable. Thank you for your concern, Brother Changa, but I still have a lot of Saint Buddha pills. If I'm unlucky next time, I have a solution. Golden Cicada didn't expect Guchanga to say this. His expression changed slightly, but he quickly recovered and smiled. Golden Cicada, you're really lucky this time. Who would have thought that you would split up? Guchanga sighed slightly, but didn't deny it. Then, he tried to get up, but seemed to have touched his injuries. His face paled and he coughed out blood, looking even weaker. This scene made the hearts of quite a few heavenly beauties clench. Was this still the young Master Changa they admired? At this moment, he was more like an immortal who had been banished to the mortal world, suffering all kinds of hardships. Guchanga, are you okay? Gu Xian'er hurried over to support him, worry written all over her face. I'm fine. What could happen to me? Guchanga looked at her and smiled. But before he could finish, blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth again. His face grew paler. Don't say anything. Don't force yourself at a time like this. Gu Xian'er's heart ached. She took out a clean handkerchief and wiped the blood away. Everyone had different expressions. Many people knew Gu Xian'er's identity and background, so they weren't surprised. Young Master Changa is right. I should have been with the Divine Prince. If we hadn't split up, he wouldn't have been killed. Hearing this, Golden Cicada sighed. He didn't expect Guchanga to say this. Was he explaining for him? These words caused everyone to be somewhat puzzled. Then why didn't Golden Cicada stop the Divine Prince if you knew that this was all part of the demonic arts plan? Guchanga asked calmly, ignoring Gu Xian'er's glare. In any case, he was very proficient when it came to things like labeling people. The Divine Prince was in trouble. The demonic arts inheritor was the first to bear the brunt. But Ying Shuang's identity was a bit awkward. After all, he was once the successor of Tianhuang Mountain. At this time, he naturally had to think of a way to help Tianhuang Mountain. No matter how he looked at it, Golden Cicada was the best choice. On the other hand, the Xiankong Temple was built by Buddha Mountain to guard the demon burial abyss. Guchanga had made a move on the Golden Cicada Arhat for the sake of the subsequent plan. Guchanga, Gu Xian'er whispered, can you stop talking? He's already so injured, what do you mean, young Master Changa? Hearing this, Golden Cicada's expression changed slightly, but he still maintained his composure. He knew that Guchanga was here to denounce him. At that time, he indeed knew that this was all part of the demonic arts plan, but he still didn't stop him. He felt that the Divine Prince was overestimating himself and knew that he wouldn't listen to him. Stopping him wouldn't be of any use. Rather than wasting time, it was better to let him die on his own. But now, Guchanga wasn't letting go of this matter, which was no different from pushing him to the center of the storm. Golden Cicada knew all along that this was all part of the demonic arts plan? The expressions of the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Ying Yu, and the others all changed. Only Six-Crowned King's expression didn't change, as if he had already guessed this. Many Heaven's favorites were enraged when they heard this. They glared at the golden cicada Buddha and demanded an explanation. Especially the divine prince's followers. Since golden cicada knew this was all part of the plan, why didn't he stop it? Wasn't he trying to kill the divine prince and Xianxia? No wonder Xianxia treated him like that just now. As a monk and the successor of Buddha Mountain, instead of being benevolent, you have such vicious thoughts. Golden cicada, aren't you going to explain? The prodigies of Sky Emperor Mountain couldn't help but shout. Normally, they wouldn't dare to shout at golden cicada like this. But today, the divine prince was killed, so they wouldn't have a good ending. Naturally, they weren't afraid of anything. Young Master Xianxia, why do you say this? Golden cicada asked again, looking calmly at Xianxia. He ignored everyone else. Monks don't lie. I hope golden cicada will tell the truth and give the divine prince an explanation. Xianxia calmly met his gaze. Xianxia was a bit annoyed that he was ignoring him, but knowing that he was seriously injured, he didn't argue. At that moment, she looked at the golden cicada Arhat with an unfriendly gaze. Young Master Xianxia, please give my master justice. Young Master Xianxia, please give my master justice. Plop, seeing this, all the prodigies of Sky Emperor Mountain fell to their knees. They knew that golden cicada wouldn't care about them, so they begged Xianxia to give justice for the divine prince. They knew that apart from Xianxia, no one could get justice for the divine prince. Buddha Mountain behind golden cicada was no weaker than Sky Emperor Mountain. Six Crown King and the others also looked like they were watching a show. Although the divine prince's death was related to the successor of the demonic arts, it was also related to golden cicada. All of you, get up. I really can't help with the divine prince's matter. Xianxia glanced at them, sighed, and said helplessly. Young Master Xianxia, you're really good at foresight. This little monk indeed guessed that all of this was actually a scheme of the successor of the demonic arts. Golden cicada also sighed. Monks didn't lie. Although his temperament was different from other monks, he still had to abide by many rules. Lying meant breaking the rules. His many years of profound Buddhist cultivation would all be for naught. Hearing this, everyone's pupils constricted. They didn't expect golden cicada to admit it so calmly. This shocked them. Looks like the divine prince didn't die in vain. Six Crown King smiled. He had long expected this. Although golden cicada was a monk, he was actually very shrewd. Facing the demonic arts successor scheme, he chose to retreat, and the divine prince didn't notice this. My master has no enmity with you. Golden cicada, why do you want to harm him? Hearing this, the prodigies of Sky Emperor Mountain glared at golden cicada with hatred, demanding an explanation. The divine prince insisted on sending himself to death. What does it have to do with this little monk? At that time, even if I tried to persuade him, I couldn't. Everyone, please restrain your grief, golden cicada replied without changing his expression. Hearing this reply, many prodigies were furious again. Compared to golden cicada's usual solemnity, his words now seemed extremely hypocritical. Seeing someone die was not going to help, but he said that he couldn't persuade him. The divine prince wasn't an idiot. If he knew that this was a scheme, he would definitely choose to retreat instead of sending himself to death. Instead, it was Xianxia who had been seriously injured many times because of the demonic arts successor. He was usually strong, but in the face of such a righteous cause, he stood up without hesitation, earning the admiration of many prodigies. Now, compared to him, more prodigies were convinced by Xianxia. Golden cicada's words had angered everyone, even the heavenly phoenix maiden and Six Crown King couldn't say anything at this time. Seeing that many people were filled with righteous indignation and were about to take action to seek justice for the divine prince, Xianxia waved his hand and said helplessly, forget it. Since golden cicada has said so, we can't blame him for this. After all, whether or not to tell or persuade is not something that can be forced. Xianxia had drawn enough hatred, so he naturally knew when to stop. At this point, the divine prince's death was inseparable from the golden cicada Buddha in the eyes of many prodigies. Although his words seemed to be persuading them, they were actually adding fuel to the fire. As a monk, he naturally had to be merciful. However, golden cicada Buddha's actions made others wonder if there was a grudge between him and the divine prince. Otherwise, why would he watch as the divine prince went to his death? From today onwards, there would definitely be conflict between Tianhuang Mountain and Buddha Mountain. This was also what Guchunga wanted to see. Although the prodigies of Tianhuang Mountain were unwilling to accept this, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, Guchunga had already said so. If they still didn't know what was good for them, they wouldn't be giving Guchunga any face. Then, they reported what had happened back to Tianhuang Mountain. Tianhuang Mountain should already know about such a big matter. Tianhuang Mountain should have noticed once the Divine Prince's life tablet shattered. Since young Master Chunga is fine, this little monk will take his leave first. The inheritor of the demonic arts has already matured. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with him in the future. Guchunga nodded, and the golden cicada Arhat smiled. A Buddhist light appeared under his feet, and he left on his Buddhist cloud. He didn't seem to care about what the other prodigies thought of him. Golden Cicada Buddha is a scheming person. He's not easy to get along with. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and the others had mixed feelings. Then, they also bid farewell to Guchunga and planned to leave first. No matter what, the inheritor of the demonic arts would definitely cause a stir in the world again. Guchunga naturally wouldn't ask them to stay. After all, this was the place where the terminating chi erupted. It wasn't a safe place in the outside world. He could guess what everyone was thinking. Don't worry, this injury will heal in no time. It won't affect me. Let's leave this place too. Guchunga smiled at Gu Xian'er, Yin Mei, and the others. Then, the group of prodigies turned into heavenly rainbows and left one after another. Soon, what happened here spread like wildfire through everyone's mouths as if it had grown wings. The moment the news spread, it caused a terrifying earthquake. Not only was the perfected Immortal Academy shocked, but all the supreme orthodoxies and imperishable sects in the upper realm were shocked. Endless waves were set off. No one would have thought that so many terrible things would be involved in a trial out of nowhere. The Divine Prince had fallen, Guchunga's origin source was damaged and he was severely injured. Regardless of which news it was enough to make all cultivators and living beings tremble and feel chills run down their spines. The inheritor of the demonic arts was bold enough to shock and terrify everyone. Everyone was in danger. In the eyes of many cultivators, the inheritor of the demonic arts had schemed to kill so many prodigies. Was it not a provocation to the various orthodoxies in the upper realm? For a moment, many orthodoxies were considering whether to send their powerhouses to track down the inheritor of the demonic arts. The degree of cautiousness towards this matter had risen to an unimaginable level. When the perfected Immortal Academy received the news, they also sent their elders over. Although the trial was not over yet, it cast a shadow in the hearts of many prodigies. Through this incident, Guchunga's reputation once again reached a peak. The Golden Cicada Bodhisattva was cursed a lot, but he did not care at all. Back in Black Tortoise Ancient Country, Guchunga naturally sent everyone away, including Gu Xian'er and Yin Mei. At this time, he told the public that he was in seclusion to heal his injuries and would not see anyone. He disguised his injuries very well. Even a supreme being would not be able to detect the truth. Guchunga had nothing to hide. At that time, all the prodigies clearly saw what happened. Even if his true identity was exposed in the future, many people would suspect that he had been wrongly framed. In any case, everyone who wanted to visit him would use the excuse that he was in seclusion to heal his injuries. At this time, no one would be stupid enough to barge in, unless they wanted to face everyone's wrath and seek death. During this period, things were not peaceful. The monarchs of the various ancient countries were even more anxious, afraid that they would be implicated. However, Yin Mei could guess Guchunga's plan. She was very cooperative. She led Gu Xian'er and Guchunga's followers to use the power of the business alliance of 10,000 Daos to investigate Xianxia's whereabouts. Guchunga did not forget about the Purple Sun Sovereign. After such a big incident, the Purple Sun Sovereign was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. He could not even protect himself. Although he had not shown himself yet, he must have received the news. His face was livid with anger and hatred, but he did not dare to show himself. After that, Guchunga took advantage of the chaos and quietly left the Black Tortoise Ancient Country. He rushed to the land of Yin Elimination where Jiang Chuchu was. This was because according to the news she sent, the Yin Elimination origin had gone crazy, It was a good opportunity to take it away and arrange some plans in the meantime. Lord of Heaven Xiang has been chasing me for so long. It seems that he has given up in the end. A woman in white appeared on the peak of a mountain. She was as ethereal as a fairy, pure and beautiful. There was a smile on her flawless face. But the smile was a little cold. It was Xianxia. After leaving the ancient country of Suzaku and telling her senior brother, Chu, how why she wanted to go back to her family, she came to the ancient country of Suzaku. Thus, she had arrived at the Black Tortoise ancient country. With a few simple tricks, she easily dealt with a few geniuses with unique physiques and obtained their primary essences. Moreover, Xianxia had other plans for Lord of Heaven Xiang. She did not want to let him go so easily. But with her current cultivation, she was still no match for Lord of Heaven Xiang. So after thinking about it, Xianxia came up with other countermeasures. But somehow, Lord of Heaven Xiang saw through her countermeasures. He seemed to have the heavenly eyes that could see through everything. That was why she was chased by him. But as the inheritor of demonic arts, she had many means, and the other soul in her sea of consciousness was not easy to deal with either. Using various means, Lord of Heaven Xiang suffered great losses. Not only were many of his followers killed, but he was also in a mess. During this period, Lord of Heaven Xiang was extremely angry. He chased her all the way without stopping. Xianxia even lured him into the land of extreme mean. But no matter what, Lord of Heaven Xiang could not catch her. But the news that caused a lot of commotion recently spread. Even Xianxia heard about it and was very surprised. The inheritor of demonic arts set up a trap and killed many heavenly legends. Lord of Heaven Xiang seemed to have sensed something was wrong and gave up the chase. This attracted Xianxia's attention. In the end, she guessed that it might be the doing of the hidden organization of inheritors of demonic arts. She did not ask Elder Mo too much about Ing Shuang's identity because she was worried that he would be suspicious. She was worried that Elder Mo would know that she, the inheritor of demonic arts, was not as powerful as they thought. Young master is injured. Why do I feel that this is a trick of his? Well, as long as young master is fine, it's good. Now this is a chance for me. Xianxia was communicating with the other soul. Now that all parties were in chaos and feared the inheritors of demonic arts, it was a good chance for her. Otherwise, with her current cultivation, she could not even deal with the disciples. At the same time, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was vast and majestic. Many mountain ranges were lofty and ancient, exuding a barbaric aura. There were many pavilions and palaces in the deepest part of the palace. They were beautiful, grand, and ancient. Shrouded in the fog of chaos, it was as if it had existed since the beginning of time. At this moment, there were many terrifying auras in this place. The heavens and earth changed color as all sorts of nomological great Daos filled the mountain peaks and palaces. Even the Saint Realm cultivators were suffocated by the pressure. Their faces were pale, and they could only kneel on the ground in fear. 690 The Heavenly Emperor Mountain's Jizun was furious. There were even some ancient existences who woke up, almost achieving the Tao in the past. Their current cultivation was deep and immeasurable, already not belonging to the Supreme Being level. Their mood changes could easily trigger changes in outer space. Large amounts of stars shattered, turning into powder that filled the sky. An ancient existence from the Divine Prince's bloodline released an angry roar, shattering many life stars millions and millions of li away. In fact, when the Divine Prince's life tablet shattered, the old man in charge of guarding the life tablet had already noticed it. At that time, he was so scared that his face turned pale, and his soul almost left his body. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. After Prince Ing betrayed the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Divine Prince appeared. His status and talent were not lower than Prince Ying's. In addition, he had many unyielding methods, so he quickly gained a great reputation in the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, gaining a large number of supporters. In many people's eyes, the Divine Prince would very likely take charge of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain in the near future. His future was limitless, destined to stand at the peak of the upper realm. But now, he had fallen, and it was in a small entrance trial of the Immortal Academy. For the many ancient existences of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, this was like a bolt from the blue, like a dream, simply unbelievable. Moreover, the most important thing was that the one who killed the divine prince was the other successor of the heavenly emperor mountain, the traitor Prince Ing. This matter had already caused an uproar in the upper realm. Many orthodoxies were watching as a joke. Now, Prince Ing had abandoned himself to become the inheritor of demonic arts, abandoning his previous identity and status, and even wanted to kill the clansmen who came from the heavenly emperor mountain with him. This made the entire heavenly emperor mountain furious, but there was nothing they could do, unable to find a place to vent their anger. In the end, they heard that the divine prince's death was actually related to the golden cicada Buddha child. The Buddha mountain behind him naturally became the place where many ancient existences of the heavenly emperor mountain vented their anger. Damn bald donkey, this sovereign will not let this matter rest. Immediately, a furious roar sounded. An existence with an incomparably terrifying aura stepped out from the heavens, his body crossing tens of thousands of li, rushing towards the Buddha mountain to seek justice. The heavens trembled, all types of scarlet multicolored light gushing out, turning into heavenly great paths, directly piercing through the void, crossing the universe. Back then, the methods and opportunities left behind by the heavenly emperor Shen for his son. It was definitely not as simple as an inheritance or a supreme artifact. Among them, the most powerful forces were the various great sections. They had fought together with the heavenly emperor Shen, slaughtering endlessly. Everyone's cultivation was unfathomable. And now, the various great sects had recovered, all of them rushing towards the Buddha mountain, wanting to demand an explanation and a price for this matter, not willing to let this matter rest. Immediately, many orthodoxies and great sects paid attention, feeling that this was a good show that couldn't be missed. The situation in the upper realm was changing, and it was difficult to calm down. In the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, in a majestic and quaint pavilion, a few figures were talking about something. That inheritor of the demonic arts failed to kill Guchunga in the end. Bam! Chu Hao slammed the teacup in his hand heavily on the table. If he didn't control his strength, everything in front of him would have been destroyed into ashes. His expression was very unpleasant. Obviously, he had also received the latest news. Guchunga was the person he hated the most, so naturally, he couldn't wait for Guchunga to die. Unfortunately, he was still disappointed. The one who died tragically at the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts was another disciple of the sequence. Guchunga only suffered an injury to his origin. This injury was not even worth mentioning to him. However, please don't be angry. Why do you have to be so calculated with a junior? Next to Chu Hao, there was an old man with a long beard who had a transcendent aura. He was full of vigor and vitality. At the same time, he put down the teacup in his hand. Tang Wan was sitting opposite the two of them. She didn't say anything when she heard that, but she felt that this matter was a little strange. However, she couldn't tell what was strange about it. Of course, she also hoped that Guchunga would die tragically. If that happened, wouldn't the slave mark on her be removed? Chu Hao's face was full of anger, but he quickly calmed down and smiled bitterly. Masters Jr., you don't know how arrogant that Guchunga is. He's too much of a bully. Even Sai, when Tang Wan was mentioned, he recalled the scene that he witnessed when he was hiding in the void. This drove him crazy, and it had become a nightmare that he couldn't get rid of during this period of time. Every time he wanted to meditate and cultivate, he always felt uncomfortable and couldn't calm down. However, Chu Hao still didn't mention this to Tang Wan. Tang Wan naturally didn't know what he was talking about. She just thought that Chu Hao felt that the Tang family behind her was being forced by Guchunga. Because of the slave mark, she couldn't betray Guchunga. She could only stay beside Chu Hao and talk about persuading him to let go of his hatred. However, although Chu Hao agreed verbally, he already hated Guchunga to the core in his heart. However, don't be anxious. Although Guchunga has a terrifying background, it doesn't mean that you don't have a chance to take revenge. The Great Battle of the Present Era. Once you attain the Tao, there will naturally be no more matters regarding the other geniuses of this era. No matter how talented Guchunga is, can he be better than you? Then, the old man with the white beard smiled and said. His name was Bai Yang, and he was Chu Hao's senior uncle in the Taishan Cave Heaven. He treated Chu Hao very well, and his cultivation was unfathomable. He had already broken through the Supreme Realm many years ago. After knowing that Chu Hao had offended Guchunga, he rushed over from the Taishang cave heaven immediately to support Chu Hao. In their eyes, what young geniuses like Gu Chang'e did was just child's play. The ones who really affected the situation in the upper realm were the real powerhouses in the orthodoxies. Even those who were above the supreme realm were called emperors. Why do I suddenly feel a strange sense of familiarity? At this moment, Tang Wan suddenly frowned and had a strange expression. She had a strange feeling in her heart. A scene from a very long time ago suddenly flashed through his mind. However, it was very blurry and incomplete. She couldn't see it clearly at all. What's wrong, Wan? Chu Hao's expression changed slightly as he asked with concern. He thought that she was feeling unwell. However, Tang Wan didn't answer him. She looked a little dazed. She got up and walked to the window of the pavilion. She looked down as if she was looking for something. That feeling just now came too suddenly and caught her off guard. It was as if someone very close to her suddenly appeared beside her. The two of them met again after a long time. However, there were many cultivators and living beings on the streets. She wasn't sure who she was looking for. Brother Chu Hao, I'm fine. Tang Wan shook her head and walked back quickly. However, she thought for a while and asked hesitantly, Brother Hao, do you believe in reincarnation? Chu Hao was stunned when he heard this. He was confused by Tang Wan's question and didn't know how to answer. Why did she suddenly ask this? Did she notice something just now? Of course, reincarnation exists in the past. Reincarnation is the end of the world. Many of the geniuses were born with the wisdom of their past lives. This isn't something strange. Hao, for example, was definitely an amazing person in his past life. However, due to various reasons, he didn't awaken the memories of his past life. In the vast upper realm, there are very few cultivators who can awaken the memories of their past lives. It's extremely rare. At this moment, Bai Yang smiled slightly and answered. Tang Wan nodded as if she understood. Chu Hao frowned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Why did Tang Wan suddenly say that? That woman just now is definitely right. It's definitely Wan. It's really like what Brother Ziyang said. She also reincarnated into this era. That's great. I owe her in my past life. I can finally make up for it in this life. The heavens have treated me well. At this moment, not far from Chu Hao, Tang Wan, and the others' pavilion. At the entrance of the alley, a man with a medium build and an ordinary face was excitedly clenching his fists and muttering to himself. It was the eldest senior brother who had returned from the 9 heavens. He was treated as a strange stone and then cut open by the elders of the Immortal Academy. Qin Wuya. From his junior brother Ziyang, he knew that Gu Xian'er hadn't awakened the memories of his past life. Therefore, he took the initiative to go to the reincarnation lake to get some water. The reincarnation lake was a forbidden land in the upper realm. It was extremely dangerous. Even supreme martial artists didn't dare to enter. Because it involved the true meaning of life and the profound meaning of reincarnation. The water in the reincarnation lake could help cultivators remember their past lives. Although this rumor was somewhat shocking, it more or less proved its miraculousness. This trip to the reincarnation lake, Qin Wuya spent a lot of effort to obtain a small bottle of the reincarnation lake's water. Moreover, he used a divine object in the 9 heavens to exchange with the ruler of the reincarnation lake. Then, he rushed back without stopping to rest. When he found out that Ziyang was in the Black Tortoise ancient country, he planned to meet up with him. However, Qin Wuya really didn't expect to meet a woman who looked exactly like his past life's companion in this place. To him, this was already an indescribable surprise. Luck, it was as if there was something shining upon him from the unseen world of spirits. Wan shouldn't have awakened her memories in this life. This bottle of reincarnation lake's water is enough for 2 people. When Wan and junior sister Daoxian regain their memories, we can reunite. Thinking of this, Qin Wuya became more excited. He faintly thought of the future scene and couldn't help but smile. However, he didn't plan to show himself. Instead, he decided to investigate Wan'er's identity in this life and plan for the long term. In his opinion, Heavenly Monarch Ziyang's methods were too crude and impatient. That was why Gu Xian'er was disgusted and disgusted. Then, Qin Wuya's figure flashed and disappeared from the alley. He rushed towards the Black Tortoise ancient country. For this matter, he had to find Ziyang first. Through his influence, he could help him find out the woman's identity. At this moment, Qin Wuya still didn't know that Ziyang had disappeared for many days. Deep south of the Vermilion Bird ancient country, the mountain range was dried up. The absolute mist was vast and endless, as if it was going to drown and cover everything, appearing vast and turbulent. Waves of absolute spirits were wreaking havoc below like a tide. It was incomparably violent. However, at this moment, one could see a crack appearing in the sky. Many absolute fog fell from within. One after another, it was as if life was being nurtured. A beautiful woman was standing there. She held a Taoist sword in her hand. It was bright and resplendent. She slashed down, looking peerless. Her dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a flawless fairy dancing in the moon palace. It was Jiang Chuchu. She raised her hand and a large amount of divine light scattered. It was as white as the bright moon. It was so powerful that it turned a large number of absolute spirits below into ashes. There was a communication talisman tied to her sleeve. It contained the various things that happened in the outside world during this period. Naturally, it also included the matter of Gu Chang'e being schemed against by the inheritor of the demonic arts and being severely injured. Jiang Chuchu didn't believe a word of this. Gu Chang'e being attacked by the inheritor of the demonic arts, wasn't that a thief pretending to be a thief? In her opinion, the fact that Gu Chang'e was seriously injured was purely a trick that Gu Chang'e made to frame others. Gu Chang'e had used this method countless times before. Who knew how many elites were kept in the dark by him? However, during this period, she finally found the source of the outbreak of the absolute Qi and sent the news to Gu Chang'e. As for whether Gu Chang'e would come or not, that was his business. She couldn't interfere. After all, he was a true demon. He had no responsibility to shoulder the responsibility of saving the world. That wasn't something Gu Chang'e should do. However, Jiang Chuchu still had some expectations. She hoped that Gu Chang'e would come. Just like last time when he helped her solve the absolute disaster. Boom, suddenly, the place exploded. Inside the crack, a terrifying absolute spirit rushed out. Its gray hair danced in the wind. It had intelligence and displayed the terrifying cultivation of a supreme saint. It killed her. Jiang Chuchu's expression changed slightly. Her eyes were cold. She formed a seal with both hands. Majestic power poured down. Immortal light surged. A saint artifact was summoned, turning into a stream of light to resist. With her current abilities, as long as she was careful, she would be able to contend against a great saint stage being for a while. However, soon, another roar sounded from another direction. It was accompanied by the majestic pressure of a saint. Oh no, why is there another supreme saint? Jiang Chuchu frowned. Her thoughts flashed. She planned to retreat first. She had found the source of the outbreak. However, at this time, she couldn't solve it with her ability. Suddenly, a beam of divine light flew over. It was dazzling. It crossed the sky and easily penetrated the supreme saint. It almost collapsed and exploded. A silhouette walked over, bringing with it terrifying fluctuations of power. Gu Chang'e stepped forward with a mocking expression on his face. You can't even deal with a supreme saint. You're really not qualified to be the successor of the human ancestors' palace. Gu Chang'e, you're here? Jiang Chuchu was surprised and happy. She didn't care about his sarcasm. She really didn't expect Gu Chang'e to come, and so quickly. As expected, Gu Chang'e said he wouldn't care about her. However, he just said that. Soon, Jiang Chuchu thought of something. Her expression turned cold. She snorted and didn't say anything else. You're really useless, Saintess Chuchu. You can't even solve this kind of thing. You just have to make things difficult for an injured person like me. Gu Chang'e stepped forward and came to her side. He looked up at the crack and said casually. I didn't ask you to come. I just wanted to let you know, Jiang Chuchu said coldly. So if I don't come, you're going to die here? Gu Chang'e smiled. Do you really think I can't bear to? Wang. Ripples spread out, and the void became blurry. It was as if there was endless divine light spreading out. It was more like a door opening. Gu Chang'e appeared. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked otherworldly as he walked out from the void. As he walked, a vast and terrifying aura spread out from his body. It was unfathomable. At this moment, he didn't look like he was injured in front of everyone. His complexion couldn't be any better. No matter what, the origin and bloodline of the divine prince came from an ancient heavenly emperor. It contained many innate rules and rune bones. After devouring it, there would be some benefits. At this moment, if the heavenly phoenix maiden, six-crowned king, and the others were here, they would be so shocked that their scalps would go numb. They all thought that Gu Chang'e wouldn't be able to use any mana for at least half a month. He could only hide in the palace and heal his injuries. Boom! At this moment, Gu Chang'e reached out with his palm. Five-colored divine light gushed out, turning into a terrifying black millstone. It was as if a sea of stars had fallen into the mortal world, causing many terminating beings to explode. They turned into a bloody mist, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. When did I say that I wanted to die? You think too much. And if you count as injured, then there's probably no one in this world who is unharmed. As for whether you're willing or not, that has nothing to do with me. After reacting, Jiang Chuchu looked at Gu Chang'e and said coldly. It was very mocking, like 1,000-year-old ice falling onto a jade plate. It was incomparably crisp and cold. But even so, seeing that Gu Chang'e cared about her, she was actually very happy. After all, Gu Chang'e's personality was like this. Don't expect to hear anything good from him. You're so lively. Looks like you haven't encountered any danger. Then it seems that I came too much. I thought too much. Gu Chang'e said casually. His figure flashed, and he appeared beside her. Jiang Chuchu lightly snorted. Even if there is danger, I can deal with it myself. I'm telling you because I can't deal with the danger in the depths of the interminating land. What does it have to do with me if you can't solve it? Of course, it's a different story if you beg me. Gu Chang'e glanced at her and said calmly, you are right. Then, he looked up at the crack in the sky and narrowed his eyes. At first, he was just trying to see if he could find the interminating origin source. He never thought that Jiang Chuchu would be able to help him find the interminating origin source. But he didn't expect her to be a treasure hunter. Of course, this treasure was the real treasure for Gu Chang'e. He could increase his own strength and also increase the devouring power of the great Tao treasure bottle. For other cultivators and living beings, the vanishing essence was a terrifying calamity that they could not avoid at all costs. Their expressions changed upon hearing it, as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, not daring to get involved. Of course, Gu Chang'e couldn't say such things to Jiang Chuchu. He still hoped that she would continue to be his tool in the future. She would enjoy searching for the interminating origin anyway. At most, he would just have to work a little harder like now and rush over as soon as he got the news. I'm not going to beg you. Besides, Gu Chang'e, you wanted to come here yourself. I'm just reminding you. Don't get it wrong, Jiang Chuchu's voice was cold. She couldn't say the words to beg Gu Chang'e, this despicable, shameless, and annoying guy. However, Gu Chang'e smiled and waved his hand to interrupt her. If you're not going to beg me, then I'm going to leave. As for the remaining terminating calamity, you can deal with it as you see fit. Anyway, I can't be bothered. This has nothing to do with me. But don't you think it's embarrassing that the successor of the human ancestors' palace is as stupid as you are now? Gu Chang'e, you're scolding me again, you're too much. Jiang Chuchu was stunned. Her face was filled with indignation. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to not deal with the interminating calamity first. Instead, he used this matter to threaten and bully her. He even called her stupid. Why was this guy as annoying as always, as the successor of the human ancestors' palace? Just her extraordinary status and reputation among the younger generation made it difficult for others to underestimate her. Was there a need to say more about her talents? Jiang Chuchu still had this bit of confidence and pride. It's fine if you don't want to beg me. Anyway, it saves me some effort. Gu Chang'e said calmly. He didn't have the slightest self-awareness of bullying her. He grasped her weakness tightly. Of course, even if Jiang Chuchu didn't beg him, he would definitely rush over in the end. After all, how could he not want the terminating origin source? However, he wouldn't say this to Jiang Chuchu. Seeing that Gu Chang'e was about to leave at any time, Jiang Chuchu was also very angry. But what could she do now? After all, she was the one who sent the message to inform Gu Chang'e. Her purpose was to hope that he could deal with the terminating calamity here. In the end, Gu Chang'e came here to help her. I know. You just want to take advantage of the situation and make me give in. Gu Chang'e, you bastard. Can't you give in to me? Jiang Chuchu said coldly. Gu Chang'e smiled. You can see that. It seems that you're not that stupid. You didn't damage your brain because of cultivation. Jiang Chuchu's eyes were like ice blades that had been tempered with cold air. They were so cold that they wanted to poke a bloody hole in Gu Chang'e. If ice could kill, Gu Chang'e would have been killed countless times by her. Are you begging me? Gu Chang'e was still smiling lightly. I'm not begging you. At this time, Jiang Chuchu didn't know where her courage came from. It was rare for her to be so tough. Her cold and beautiful eyes stared at him coldly. She felt that maybe it was because she had always been very weak in front of Gu Chang'e. This caused Gu Chang'e to take pleasure in bullying her. Therefore, she couldn't give in at this time, even if it might cause Gu Chang'e to teach her a lesson. However, what surprised and stunned Jiang Chuchu was that after hearing her words, Gu Chang'e didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. Forget it. Seeing that you're so delicate and pitiful, I won't bully you today, wait for me here in peace. After saying that, he didn't wait for Jiang Chuchu's reply. His figure flashed and he took a step forward. He was already gone. In the next moment, Gu Chang'e appeared in the sky. With a wave of his hand, a surging and terrifying pressure came crashing down like a sea of stars breaking through a dam. Many terminating creatures couldn't even get close to him. They were crushed into a bloody mist and exploded in the void. Yes. Then you have to be careful. After coming to her senses, Jiang Chuchu, who was still a little dazed, couldn't help but reply in a low voice. Then, she realized that something was wrong. How could she care about Gu Chang'e? However, this surprise came a little too suddenly. Why was Gu Chang'e suddenly so nice to her today? He didn't even get angry when she said that. Could it be because of the request she made to Gu Chang'e last time, asking him to be nicer to her? Gu Chang'e actually agreed, but this guy was very hateful. He just said no verbally. Even though Jiang Chuchu had a cold and calm personality and didn't like to talk much, she was still very angry with Gu Chang'e at this time. However, she soon changed her mind. Gu Chang'e's change in attitude meant that Gu Chang'e was actually taking her feelings into consideration. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuchu suddenly felt much happier. In the depths of the terminating fog. In the crack. Gu Chang'e's figure appeared here. However, he had just taken a step when he felt a tyrannical divine sense sweep over from behind. At the same time, a terrifying wave was simply like a volcanic eruption. It was incomparably powerful. Great Saint Realm, he didn't think too much and directly punched behind him. Fist light filled the air with unfathomable divine power. It directly overturned the grey mist and turned everything around it into ashes. Even though that great sage-leveling creature had developed intelligence, it was still easily blasted into ashes by a single punch, directly scattering. With his current strength, Gu Chang'e could easily contend with a quasi-supreme even if he didn't use demonic techniques. If he used various methods, he was confident that he could even contend with a supreme or even an existence above the supreme level, who could be called an emperor. Of course, this so-called emperor could only be considered as a quasi-emperor at most. If it was an existence that had already achieved Tao, he would have to at least break through to the quasi-supreme level first. The 9 steps of a supreme being, each step was a different heaven. Therefore, even if it was a supreme, the gap between them was still very big. According to Jiang Chuchu, the source of the eruption of terminating qi is in the depths of this place. Judging from the fluctuations of this aura, it's obviously much stronger than the terminating origin I encountered last time. Gu Chang'e went deeper, and then his eyes became a little interested. This was because he sensed the aura of the interminating origin. It was obviously much stronger than the interminating origin he encountered before. In other words, after devouring the interminating origin this time, his cultivation would be able to increase again. At this time, he suddenly remembered the purple crown of destiny that he had obtained a long time ago. Although that thing had a limit to the number of times it could be used. However, Xianxia wasn't sure how effective it would be. Since there was a chance this time, he could give it a try. With that thought, a purple gold brilliance flashed in his palm, and a purple crown appeared. It seemed to be made of immortal gold. It was incomparably real and magnificent, exuding a mysterious and unfathomable aura. After using it, Xianxia saw a shadow flash in front of him. Somehow, he felt that the aura around him had become much more unfathomable and mysterious. However, not long after he moved forward, he suddenly saw a figure rushing over from the gray fog with unparalleled power. The entire space was rumbling and constantly collapsing. It was a headless corpse stained with gray fog. A quasi-supreme headless corpse, even its origin is complete. Xianxia murmured. Jiangchuchu's luck is really good. She can be considered my lucky star. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. The space in the crack looked more like a small world, with no end in sight. However, there were mountains, lakes, mountain ranges, and even pavilions and palaces. This headless corpse had been stained by the interminating chi for who knew how long. It was even wearing broken armor and battle clothes, holding a sky spear and a long spear. When it swept over, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and all the peaks collapsed and turned into dust. The might of a quasi-supreme was like the heavens were pressing down, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Asking for fresh flowers, not only is the interminating chi left in the body, but also the immortal chi, Xianxia's figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. He still followed the headless corpse and charged over. Then he stretched out his hand, and a vast wave suddenly enveloped all directions, wanting to suppress the corpse, intending to devour the remaining origin in it. The void collapsed, turning into a terrifying palm print. Even a quasi-supreme would not be able to break free from his shackles in a short time. The headless corpse's divine consciousness swept over, seeming to be very angry. But in the next moment, the world suddenly exploded and was enveloped by the palm print. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, many mountains collapsed, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. He was directly covered and pressed down by the palm, and his tyrannical quasi-supreme body almost exploded. Not long after, the complete origin of a quasi-supreme was quickly devoured, leaving only ashes behind. Xianxia's figure flashed and left this place. He was a little suspicious that encountering a complete quasi-supreme's origin was related to the purple crown of destiny. Huh? But at this time, Xianxia suddenly felt that something was wrong. His figure flashed and disappeared quickly, reappearing in another direction. In the thick gray fog, a pitch-black boat was sailing over. It was rusty and stained with blood, and there were all kinds of traces of battle on it, broken battle clothes, ancient armor, and another headless corpse. The boat was made of an unknown material. It was pitch-black without any luster, but it gave off an indescribable feeling of horror. Who would have thought that such a strange boat would suddenly appear at the source of the disaster in the land of extreme? As long as one was a cultivator, they would feel a chill down their spine at this time. In addition, the great fog was roiling like a terrifying deep sea, boundless and endless. It was this pitch-black boat that suddenly appeared silently that surprised Xianxia. He did not expect to see someone intruding here. From the boat, a wave of divine will suddenly swept over, and the gray fog exploded. It was incomparably terrifying. Even the headless corpse that attacked Xianxia just now quietened down and knelt on the ground as if it was kowtowing to its monarch. On the boat, there were many figures. They were all Yin creatures, and their cultivations were not weak. They were all existences that had developed intelligence. To be able to pass through the land of extreme Yin, it seems that they should be from the imperial court of extreme Yin. The old guys from the Immortal Academy guessed right. This time, there really is someone from the imperial court of extreme Yin behind the disaster. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly as if she was thinking of something. He recalled the news he had received from Yu Mingkong. The imperial court of extreme Yin planned to establish the Yin Samsara in an attempt to find the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. In Yu Mingkong's previous life, she had personally witnessed the people of the imperial court of extreme mean appearing and searching everywhere for the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara. At that time, Yi Ling was very cautious and did not reveal any traces. As for whether Yi Ling had contacted the imperial court of extreme mean after that, Yu Mingkong did not know. Gu Changge had indirectly asked for a lot of information from her, but he did not expect that the people of the imperial court of extreme mean would appear so early. Could it be that the timeline is much earlier? Maybe this has something to do with the purple crown of providence. Maybe I can give it a try. With that thought, Gu Changge's expression did not change. The moment the other party's divine sense swept over, a blurry fog immediately rose on his face, and only a pair of godlike cold eyes were revealed. Boom, the next moment, an even more terrifying aura appeared, as if an ancient heavenly palace had fallen into the mortal world. The fluctuations of the 6 paths of reincarnation were vast and boundless, evolving everything and overturning the sky. Dong, a muffled groan was heard, and the boat trembled violently. At the same time, several figures on the boat flew out and fell directly, their faces full of shock and embarrassment. Damn it, an incomprehensible voice sounded, and then a pale-faced man in violet gold armor walked out of the boat. His apparent cultivation level was at the early stage of the quasi-supreme realm. He was a member of the royal family of the imperial court of extreme mean. Gu Changge almost recognized this person at first glance. Most of the extreme mean living beings had different appearances, but only the members of the royal family looked like humans. In addition, the bloodline of the imperial court of extreme mean was enough to suppress the other extreme mean living beings, allowing them to walk in the land of extreme mean as if it was flat ground and go anywhere. The man in front of him did not look very old, but in fact, he was very old, and even his clothes were very simple and unadorned. At that moment, he was looking at Gu Changge with some shock. The other figures that appeared behind him were also shocked and stood there motionless. They also did not understand why there would be an outsider in a place where the extreme mean aura was so dense. Moreover, it was a young man. What made them feel even more incredulous was that even the third prince was not a match for this young man. The divine sense that had just probed was severely injured the moment it came into contact with the other party. An outsider? The man in the purple gold armor looked at Gu Changge with fear and spoke in the common language of the outside world. Qian. Extreme mean royal family? Gu Changge asked unhurriedly. At the same time, he took a step forward. Terrifying fluctuations of aura covered the sky and covered the earth, oppressing them to the point of suffocation. Even after guessing the other party's identity, he didn't care at all. What Gu Changge was more interested in was whether or not there was a leader among this group of terminating beings. Although the man in front of him was very strong, he didn't look like the leader. Outsider, what do you want to do? The man in the purple gold armor looked at Gu Changge in fear. The extreme mean aura appeared in his hand, condensing into a spear with quasi-supreme level laws. The power of a quasi-supreme was too terrifying. However, it was difficult for Gu Changge to be afraid of it. The other extreme mean beings behind him were much weaker than him, and there were even some who had just entered the Saint realm. Boom, however, Gu Changge didn't care, and his expression was casual. You appeared at the right time. I want to see your leader. As he raised his hand, a bright light lit up in his hand. Then, a pitch-black long saber appeared, condensed by all kinds of terrifying runes and laws, and slashed forward. It was peerless and seemed to be able to split the universe and the sky. The expressions of many people who came down from the black boat changed. But they didn't have time to react. When the saber slashed down, everyone was directly cut in half at the waist, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Not even a wisp of the saber could withstand it. Even the purple golden armored man, who was a quasi-supreme, groaned as the spear in his hand broke. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He was extremely shocked and in disbelief. It was the first time he saw a human who wasn't afraid of the extreme mean aura and started a massacre here. Moreover, facing a group of people, he wasn't afraid at all and even took the initiative to kill them. This made the man's heart palpitate. Who did he provoke? He was just about to use his divine sense to investigate. At this time, you still don't want to come out? Gu Changge's figure moved, and the void froze. In the next moment, he had already appeared beside the man. On the black saber, supreme offensive law energy circulated. Because of the existence of the Transcendence Bone, Xianxia didn't need to waste time comprehending it. Therefore, although his cultivation base was only at the Great Saint realm, his comprehension and control of the laws far surpassed those quasi-supremes. Even though this person was a quasi-supreme, he was still unable to detect the spatial fluctuations that Xianxia had displayed. Puff, the black long blade descended, hacking horizontally. It was unstoppable, instantly piercing through. Light gray blood splashed out. However, his vitality was strong, and he did not die. He was in incomparable fear and pain. His body was filled with chaotic laws within the black saber, and it was difficult for him to heal. He looked at Xianxia with a terrified expression as if he was looking at a demon. He was even more terrified than when normal cultivators saw absolute beings. However, Xianxia's gaze did not land on him, as if he did not care. "Still not coming out?" he said again. He exerted force in his hand and his dermic power surged. The saber chi suddenly pierced through, almost tearing the man in front of him apart. The other absolute beings witnessed this scene with their own eyes. They were already extremely shocked and felt a chill from head to toe. They were extremely fearful of Xianxia and did not dare to go forward at all. "Royal sister, save me," the purple gold armored man was extremely terrified. He asked for help from the small boat behind him in an obscure language. He was truly afraid of Xianxia. This person was simply unreasonable. He did not care about anything else. And injured him first. His strength was unfathomable and extremely powerful. He still had many tricks up his sleeve, but he did not have time to use them. What a piece of trash. Accompanied by a cold and emotionless voice, fluctuations came from the black boat again. This time, it was even more vast and terrifying than before. It was as if a large piece of the sky had fallen and overturned everything. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "You're finally willing to show yourself?" The black saber in his hand shattered and he casually threw it away. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and pushed out his palm. It covered the sky and the sun, and a rumbling sound exploded in this space. Every inch of the void was filled with a vast and terrifying aura and rules. Under this palm, many terrifying phenomena appeared. Mountains and rivers, divine mountains, the heavenly court, and even the evolution of a world. Boom, the black boat shook violently. Some of the runes in it were destroyed. Even if it came from the land of absolute it was still difficult to block. Humph. Accompanied by a cold snort, a saber light suddenly appeared. It was very long and very bright, as if it was opening the sky and the earth. A figure in a long black dress with a bell tied to her fair ankles appeared. She was extremely tall, her black hair was like a waterfall, her waist was slender, and her face was as white and delicate as jade. However, her eyes were cold and noble like a god. She looked very slender, but her attacks were very fierce and invincible. Facing Xianxia, she directly took out a black demonic saber and poured it forward. It was incomparably brilliant and terrifying. The supreme power shook heaven and earth, as if it was going to collapse this space. This attack collided and easily destroyed Xianxia's attack. The remaining power did not decrease and continued to fall. "Greetings, eldest princess." The moment this black-dressed woman appeared, the surrounding creatures immediately knelt down with respectful expressions. Even when facing the terrifying situation of the battle, they did not care at all. They were incomparably respectful. "What a bunch of trash," the black-dressed woman said coldly. She did not speak much. The purple golden armored man was very afraid of her and did not dare to say much. A true supreme being, and not just any supreme being. The living beings that appeared in the imperial court of absolute this time are not weak. Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly. The weapon formed by runes broke instantly, and it was difficult to resist the other party. However, he was not worried. His figure flashed and he had already dodged, but the other party quickly chased after him. Fortunately, the space in the crack was incomparably vast. This black-dressed woman was at least at the 5th or 6th heaven of the supreme realm. Her eyes were cold and aloof, as if she was a god looking down on everything. "Stop." She snorted coldly and displayed her supreme means. She sealed the sky and locked the earth, and even space was bound. She wanted to suppress Guchanga, but suddenly there was a clear cracking sound. A demonic halberd with monstrous demonic aura had unknowingly slashed in front of her. Many of the seals were instantly broken, causing the black-dressed woman's pupils to shrink. Soon, the demonic saber resisted, but it let out a terrifying cracking sound. It could not withstand it. It was not that she was not strong. It was that the other party's weapon was terrifying to the extreme. At the moment of collision, there was a monstrous murderous aura. This caused the black-dressed woman's expression to change slightly, and she stopped attacking. The young man in front of her clearly did not have a strong cultivation, but he made her feel fear and danger. Seeing this, Guchanga also stopped attacking and said unhurriedly, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The black-dressed woman snorted coldly and replied in the common language, "I am the eldest daughter of the imperial court of Absolutine." "Who are you?" "The eldest daughter of the imperial court of Absolutine?" "That is the eldest princess?" Guchanga came to a realization, but he did not answer her question. The black-dressed woman in front of him was indeed a supreme being, and a very powerful one at that. She had cultivated for countless years and was unfathomable. However, it was still not enough for him to take her seriously. What he wanted to know more was the reason why she left the imperial court of Absolutine and came to the outside world. Was it a coincidence, or was it because of the purple crown of providence? "Who are you? Did you use the reincarnation divine ability just now?" The black-dressed woman frowned and asked coldly when she saw that Guchanga did not speak. "It doesn't matter who I am. I want to know the purpose of your visit." Guchanga also guessed the other party's purpose. It was obviously related to the matter he had learned from Yu Mingkong. The timeline had indeed been brought forward. Soon, he had a plan in his heart. Since the other party intended to find the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Wasn't he the successor? All of these coincidences were reasonable. Of course, the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara might not recognize him as his successor. "Who exactly are you?" The black-dressed woman's eyes became even colder when she saw that Guchanga did not mention anything about himself. Although she was afraid of the mysterious Guchanga in front of her, it did not mean that she needed to be afraid of him. This time, she left the imperial court of Absolutine because she had things to do. She did not want to cause more trouble in this place. Therefore, when facing such a powerful enemy, she would try her best not to provoke him. "How did you see that I used the reincarnation divine ability just now?" Guchanga still did not answer. Instead, he asked with a slightly strange expression. Of course, he did deliberately use it to see how the other party would react and also to verify his guess. "Reincarnation divine ability?" Hearing this, the black-dressed woman's expression eased a little. She sized up Guchanga from head to toe. All kinds of divine lights flickered in her godlike cold eyes as she tried to see through him. However, what surprised her was that she could not even see Guchanga's face clearly. This kind of method made her feel that the situation was a little tricky. She could only guess in her heart whether Guchanga had some secret treasure that could hide his true appearance and aura. Although the imperial court of Absolutine was located in a completely different place from the outside world, the cultivation methods and many dharma artifacts were the same as the outside world. Ordinary cultivators would definitely not appear in the land of Absolutine, and it was impossible for them to display such powerful strength like Guchanga. That good-for-nothing younger brother of hers, after cultivating for so many years, was at the very least a quasi-supreme. In the end, he could not withstand a single blow and was instantly injured. "What do you want to say?" Guchanga asked indifferently. "You are the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara?" The black-dressed woman spoke again, and her cold tone softened a little. At this time, she was still a little confused in her heart. After all, this time, she left the imperial court of Absolutine to find the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. However, she had just left not long ago and planned to use this temporarily open passage to descend to the outside world. In the end, she met someone who could use the reincarnation divine ability here. This was too much of a coincidence. However, except for the royal family of the imperial court of Absolutine, almost no one knew her purpose this time. Guchanga should not be waiting for her here. Was all of this really just a coincidence, or was it that her luck was too good? Oh? So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Gu Chang'e had a strange look in his eyes as he asked calmly. At this time, he also understood the function of the purple crown of providence. Although he did not know what the relationship between the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara and the imperial court of Absolute Ein was, he needed the imperial court of Absolute Ein. However, there was no doubt that the divine court of Ju Ein needed his help. At this time, if the real successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, Yi Ling, was not dead, if he encountered the imperial court of Absolute Ein, it would not be so easy to talk to. After all, no matter how powerful Yi Ling was, he could not be a match for the eldest princess at this time. Not to mention the eldest princess, even the quasi-supreme man in the purple gold armor could easily suppress Yi Ling. However, Gu Chang'e was different. He could easily negotiate with the imperial court of Absolute Ein and even ask for a large amount of benefits. This would be of great help to Gu Chang'e in controlling the Absolute Ein sky in the future. So this is the effect of the purple crown of providence, he thought to himself as his gaze fell on the woman in the black dress. He began to think about how to get a large sum of money from her. The establishment of the imperial court of Absolute Ein was actually related to the Absolute Ein origin. It just so happened that he needed this thing now. Judging from the current situation, the woman in the black dress in front of him was also very afraid of him and was unwilling to speak about many things easily. However, Gu Chang'e was not in a hurry. It seems that you are the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Other than his successor, no one can use the reincarnation divine ability. Don't worry, I mean no harm. The woman in the black dress spoke again, and her tone was much gentler than before. In order to show her sincerity, she even dispersed her supremacy aura. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e raised her eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. I have indeed obtained many inheritances from the ancient celestial lord of Samsara. It makes sense for you to say that I am his successor. The woman in the black dress did not know why Gu Chang'e said that. However, from his words, she understood that Gu Chang'e was the person she was looking for. She heaved a sigh of relief. As for why Gu Chang'e would appear in this place, it was not something she needed to consider. Eldest princess. Eldest sister. The black boat sped over from afar, parting the grey fog and rushing over. Just now, the woman in the black dress and Gu Chang'e exchanged blows, and they were thousands of miles away in an instant. Many of the Absolute Ein living beings, including the purple golden armored man, did not know what had happened. Why did the two people who were fighting suddenly stop? How about we make a deal? The woman in the black dress did not care about the person behind her and directly said. Gu Chang'e also asked directly. What kind of deal? Actually, I left the Absolute Ein divine court this time to find you. Back then, the Samsara ancient heavenly lord of Samsara left behind, the woman in the black dress had a very straightforward personality. She directly told Gu Chang'e her purpose and did not intend to beat around the bush. If Gu Chang'e did not agree, she could only choose another more forceful method. You don't have to tell me these things. I am not interested. I just want to know what kind of deal you want to make with me. However, the woman in the black dress was slightly stunned. What surprised her was that Gu Chang'e interrupted her and did not listen to her explanation. This kind of personality surprised her. Was he too confident in himself, or was Gu Chang'e only interested in benefits? My tribe needs the Samsara ancient heavenly lord to help us build the Samsara platform. The Samsara ancient heavenly lord is nowhere to be found and we don't know whether he is dead or alive. Now, we can only look for you for this kind of thing. 2. As for the conditions, as long as the Absolute Ein divine court can satisfy you, we can do it. Even if it is to help you destroy the great orthodoxies, there is no problem. The woman in the black dress spoke with a hint of arrogance in her voice. Build the Samsara platform? Gu Chang'e was enlightened. This kind of thing involved the secret of the Absolute Ein divine court. The woman in the black dress would definitely not tell him, but he did not really care. Gu Chang'e only cared about the benefits that the Absolute Ein divine court could bring him. Destroy the other great orthodoxies. This kind of talk was quite big, but considering the uniqueness of the Absolute Ein divine court, they might really be able to do it. No problem. I agree to this deal. Gu Chang'e didn't hesitate. He just wanted to say, please come a little more when it came to sending warmth from such a long distance. You agree? The woman in the black dress was stunned. She did not expect him to agree so quickly. But since Xianxia agreed, this matter was easy to handle. Then, the two of them directly swore on their most severe Taoist heart. It was the most terrifying oath. Even the living beings of the absolute and divine court had things to be afraid of, and the woman in the black dress was no exception. She did not have any other thoughts, so there was no possibility of her being fake. And without a doubt, Xianxia naturally swore on his Taoist heart that he had swore countless times. As for the consequences, he naturally made it up. Anyway, the more severe the better. After all, it would not be effective against him. Seeing that Xianxia's attitude was sincere and did not seem to be fake, she felt a chill down her spine when she heard about the consequences of breaking the oath. The woman in the black dress was also relieved. She had a better impression of Xianxia. Such a straightforward character was very much to her liking. So, should we carry out the deal first? Xianxia then looked at her and asked. The woman in the black dress nodded. She did not know what Xianxia wanted. My name is Jianan. How should I address you? She took the initiative to introduce herself. She glanced at Kanan in confusion. Xianxia did not speak. At this time, he would definitely not tell her his name. After all, he had even concealed his true appearance. Even if the eldest princess of the imperial court of Ultimate Een investigated this matter, she might not necessarily know his current identity. After all, he should be recuperating in the Black Tortoise ancient country and could not go anywhere. Therefore, Xianxia did not answer her question. Instead, he made his request. The Een terminating origin of the Een terminating land. How many of these do you have? Een terminating origin? Kanan was stunned. She did not really care about Xianxia's lack of explanation. However, when she heard these words, she was honestly a little surprised. She did not know why Xianxia asked about this. Logically speaking, as a human cultivator, no matter how mysterious and powerful Xianxia was, he should avoid something like the Een terminating origin that could devour many substances like the Een terminating origin. Could it be that his purpose of coming here was to find the Een terminating origin and find a way to break it? Other than that, what other explanation could there be? When she thought of this, Kanan was a little impressed by his courage. The Een terminating origin was something that even the imperial court of Ultimate Een was unwilling to touch. Moreover, the birth of the Een terminating origin was very mysterious. Even if they sealed the Een terminating origin, there was not much of it. Sometimes, in order to create some disasters, they had no choice but to use it and place it in a certain area. This was because once the Een terminating origin spread, it was like a mountain fire encountering a strong wind. It was unstoppable and could not be resisted at all. For example, the Een terminating fog that appeared in the upper realm now had nothing to do with the imperial court of Ultimate Een. Her arrival this time was all thanks to the sudden outbreak of disasters in 21. We also lack the Een terminating origin, but if you want, we can give you some. As for the consequences of touching the Een terminating origin, you should know. I don't want you to be devoured by the Een terminating origin before the transaction is completed. Kanan said. Xianxia nodded and said indifferently, Eldest princess, you don't have to worry. I know these things very well. That's good. Jianan nodded. At the same time, he withdrew a dark black token from beneath his sleeve. They looked like chess pieces, but Xianxia could sense the spatial fluctuations contained within them. This is the space chess. If anything happens, I will use it to inform you. At the same time, I will send you the Een terminating origin that you need through this item. Said Jianan. He handed the black chess piece made of an unknown material to Xianxia. Xianxia took it and sized it up before nodding. Made from the bones of a void beast, no wonder it has such a miraculous effect. A trace of surprise appeared in Jianan's eyes when he saw this, but he didn't say anything. Forging the reincarnation platform would not be that simple. There were still many things that needed to be arranged. Furthermore, Xianxia's current cultivation level was not high enough to do it. As such, Jianan directly bid farewell and left. She took the black boat and the people of the Een terminating imperial court back the way they came. She had no intention of descending to the outside world. The purple gold armored man glanced at Xianxia in fear from afar. The fear and terror from before still lingered in his heart, and he could not forget it for a long time. He did not know what his sister said to him that made her choose to turn back and return to the imperial court of terminating imperial court. However, the shadow that Xianxia left in him would probably haze him for a period of time. Interesting. The existence of the terminating imperial court is indeed a chess piece to me. Seeing Jianan leave, Xianxia withdrew his gaze and looked at the black chess piece in his hand. His smile was thought-provoking. Afterwards, he casually threw the chess piece into his summer ring and sealed off all senses within it. Jianan's thoughts could not be hidden from him. She had left her senses on this chess piece. Of course, it could also be a strand of her soul. As a sovereign, she had many methods. Xianxia was too lazy to pull it out. Perhaps this strand of soul would have other value in the future. However, considering that this strand of Jianan's soul might be able to detect his tracks and so on, Xianxia sealed this spatial chess piece and sealed off her senses. It was equivalent to trapping her within it. At this time, perhaps Jianan herself did not know that she had taken the initiative to hand over her weakness to Xianxia. As for the message that Jianan had passed to him, Xianxia did not plan to care at all. Once he obtained the terminating origin, everything would be up to him. Afterwards, Xianxia's figure flashed, and he headed towards the terminating origin that he had sensed before. There was a vast aura of darkness surging there. The grey fog was surging, and it was extremely dense. Many runes flickered. They were incomparably ancient, like the purest source of the universe. Its source could not be traced. It was formed by billions of strands of black light, and it could devour everything. The nearby laws, Tao, and order were all collapsing and reforming, and then converging into chaos. Even a sovereign would feel the deepest fear in this place. The terminating origin, moreover, in terms of size, it was a very large piece. It was at least 5 times the size of the terminating origin that Xianxia had encountered previously. As it spread and devoured, the void cracked and the laws collapsed. Even all kinds of powerful innate runes would be eliminated within it. Buzz, the great Tao treasure bottle appeared above Xianxia's head, emitting a terrifying brilliance as if it could devour everything. Even the terminating origin trembled slightly at this moment, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. Then, the great Tao treasure bottle descended, and the dark light was like a river of stars, containing it within. Xianxia sat there quietly and did not move. Boundless divine light descended, enveloping his entire body. He was like an immortal god that had existed since ancient times. His aura continued to rise, and every cell seemed to have awakened, spewing out 5-colored light. Mist flowed, and chaotic mist spread. His entire person was incomparably hazy, exuding a transcendent, mysterious aura. The pitch-black boat sped through the grey fog, leaving this area. A passage that was difficult to find appeared, and it quickly separated the spatial barrier, connecting to another mysterious world. Ordinary cultivators could not see this passage at all. This was the terminating passage that belonged to terminating beings. Imperial sister, in the boat, the purple gold-armored man stood in front of Jianan with a fearful expression. As a quasi-supreme, he seemed to be cowering. Idiot. Jianan sat on the throne. Her face was exquisite, and her black hair was like a waterfall. Her eyes were like that of a god, exuding nobility and coldness. Hearing this, the purple gold-armored man's expression changed, and he became even more fearful. Please forgive me, Imperial sister. That human is too much of a bully. I did not provoke him at all. He spoke with a trembling voice. He was extremely fearful and afraid of Jianan. Who in the Juyin royal court did not know of the eldest princess's reputation? Even the current old emperor of the Juyin royal court was somewhat afraid of her. I do not want to pursue this matter. Jianan looked at him coldly and said that human is an important guest of the Juyin royal court. If you meet him in the future, do not provoke him. Yes, Imperial sister. The purple gold-armored man hurriedly replied. Although he was sullen, he did not dare to say anything. It was clearly the other party who had attacked first, and had even heavily injured him. As the eldest princess, not only did she not take revenge for him, she even said that the human was an important guest of the Juyin royal court. This made him feel very resentful and unwilling, but more than that, he was terrified. What was the identity of that human male? You can leave. Jianan glanced at him indifferently. How could she not know what he was thinking? However, she did not care and waved her hand to dismiss him. After the purple-gold-armored man left, Jianan suddenly frowned as a wisp of surprise flashed through her cold face. He noticed? She never thought that the strand of soul she had hidden in the spatial artifact would actually be noticed by Gu Chang'e so quickly and directly seal off her senses. Jianan did not doubt Gu Chang'e's oath to the heavenly Tao. After all, an oath to the Tao heart was the greatest oath a cultivator could make. No one dared to overlook it. However, Gu Chang'e's promise was too simple. She had a feeling that something was not right. She felt like she had to keep an eye on him. Due to the uniqueness of the spatial artifact, even if she hid her soul inside it, ordinary cultivators would not be able to notice it. Jianan's original plan was to observe Gu Chang'e for a while. It would not matter even if he noticed it later on. But she really didn't expect that this strand of soul would be noticed by Gu Chang'e so quickly and cut off all her perception. Why do I have a feeling that this so-called successor of the ancient heavenly highness of reincarnation is not a good person? If you want to ask a tiger for its skin, you should be prepared to be devoured by the tiger. Jianan's brows knit together tightly as he sighed slightly. He quickly recovered from this unusual state of mind, and he kept an eye out for it. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the crack, Jiang Chuchu glanced at the thinning terminating qi and let out a sigh of relief. Looks like Gu Chang'e has solved the problem this time. Even though she had seen Gu Chang'e's method of solving the terminating calamity, Jiang Chuchu was still worried. After all, the terminating calamity this time was several times more serious than the previous one. Last time, Gu Chang'e was contaminated by the terminating qi and suffered serious injuries. Even if things went smoothly this time, Gu Chang'e would not have it easy. Moreover, it involved the terminating spirit of the quasi-supreme terminating realm. Young prodigies could only choose to flee when facing a great sage. They did not dare to fight back. In front of a quasi-supreme, they were as weak as ants. A breath from them could separate their flesh and blood from their soul and destroy their body and soul. Although Gu Chang'e was powerful, he was not invincible. However, seeing that the terminating mist was getting thinner and the terminating spirits were getting fewer and fewer, Jiang Chuchu knew that Gu Chang'e should have successfully solved the terminating calamity this time. This allowed her to relax and let out a sigh of relief. Solving the terminating calamity was clearly the responsibility of the human ancestor and the successor of the human ancestor palace. However, it was Gu Chang'e, the successor of the demonic arts, who was solving it. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuchu felt very conflicted. If it were not for her, Gu Chang'e would not have interfered in this matter. Just as Jiang Chuchu was letting her imagination run wild, a divine light appeared in the crack and turned into a golden passage. It was vast and boundless, and the terminating mist could not approach it at all. Gu Chang'e came out. His aura did not seem much different from usual, but Gu Chang'e knew that after devouring this terminating origin, his cultivation had improved greatly. P.S. I got off work a little late, so I did not update much today. I will update starting tomorrow. Outside the fissure, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared. There seemed to be a floating light flickering around him. With one step, he appeared beside Jiang. Chuchu. Are you okay? Jiang Chuchu's figure flashed forward and asked. She looked over Gu Chang'e from head to toe. She found that his aura was calm and stable, and did not seem to be injured. She breathed a sigh of relief. She still remembered that last time when Gu Chang'e was corroded by the eliminating mist, his shocking injuries. I'm fine. Gu Chang'e waved her hand and smiled naturally. I didn't expect that you, the saintess, would care about a demon like me. I'm really flattered. You're thinking too much. But this is all because of me. If anything happens to you, I'll feel bad. Hearing this, the concern on Jiang Chuchu's face froze. Then, she glanced at Gu Chang'e and revealed a cold expression as she explained. Okay. I know you care about me. Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to hold her slender waist. Jiang Chuchu was about to deny it when her body suddenly froze, and so did her expression. Like a clay sculpture, she stood rooted to the ground. She was very unaccustomed to Guchanga's intimate actions. A layer of goosebumps seemed to have appeared on her snow-white and delicate skin. She did not know what kind of mood she was in. She clearly felt that Guchanga was extremely annoying, but she could not refuse him. Moreover, Guchanga had bullied her time and time again. When they first met, he suppressed her and imprisoned her in his small world. That was the darkest and most helpless time for her. Then, she witnessed with her own eyes how Guchanga schemed against the reincarnation of the human ancestor and killed him. This caused an indescribable impact on Jiang Chuchu's state of mind after more than 20 years of cultivation. However, the terrifying Guchanga did not kill her, even though she knew many of Guchanga's secrets. He had even taken the initiative to save her, helping her solve the absolute calamity many times. Chuchu? At this time, Guchanga suddenly called out softly. Jiang Chuchu, whose mind was in a mess, suddenly came back to her senses. Her cold and beautiful eyes looked at him in confusion. Jiang Chuchu motioned for him to continue. Don't you have anything to say? Guchanga smiled. Jiang Chuchu was stunned for a moment before he said softly, thank you. That's it? Guchanga raised his eyebrows, seemingly dissatisfied with her answer. What else do you want me to do? Jiang Chuchu looked at him. After tasting the sweetness of last time, she was more and more daring to go against Guchanga. Then it seems that you want to gain something without risking anything? Guchanga asked with interest. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu thought about it seriously. It seemed that he was really trying to gain something without doing anything. In the end, Guchanga came all the way here and spent so many days to solve this problem. However, she only said a single word of thanks. Speaking of which, she felt a little apologetic. However, she did not feel apologetic towards this hateful guy, Guchanga. Jiang Chuchu thought about her words and felt that she had to show some sincerity. Who knows, she might have to trouble Guchanga again next time. Thus, she said indifferently, I don't care about that. This matter is related to you. If you didn't kill the human ancestor, there wouldn't be so much trouble. However, I still thank you very much. Woo, however, she did not say the rest of her words because her mouth was blocked. Jiang Chuchu's beautiful eyes widened. Her jade-like fist pounded on Guchanga's body, releasing a terrifying wave of energy. If it was an ordinary cultivator at this time, they might have exploded and been destroyed in body and soul. Her strength was not to be underestimated. When caught off guard, the power of her subconscious was still very terrifying. However, no matter how Jiang Chuchu struggled, she could not break free. In the end, she let out a snort from her nose and was too lazy to struggle. In any case, it was not the first time that Guchanga had bullied her like this. Jiang Chuchu was also used to it. Chuchu? Guchanga smiled and called out. Jiang Chuchu's beautiful eyes stared at him. At this time, she seemed very calm and composed. Even Guchanga's intimate name for her did not mind. She felt that it was normal. Guchanga had always been very picky when it came to women. Naturally, there were even fewer women who could interest him. Jiang Chuchu was not only useful to him, but she could help him obtain the terminating origin source and make him like her. At this time, Guchanga naturally would not be stingy with some gentleness. Chuchu, do you want me to do something to you? However, in the next moment, Guchanga smiled. His figure flashed and appeared in another direction. Jiang Chuchu had already closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. However, she did not know that Guchanga suddenly said this. Her entire body was stunned. She opened her eyes and reacted to all of this. Then, 2 red clouds suddenly appeared on her delicate and flawless jade-like face. She became angry and resentful, and her eyes immediately turned cold. Guchanga, you are a bastard. Jiang Chuchu said with anger and a cold voice. What? Chuchu, are you disappointed? Guchanga smiled and stood in the void in the distance. As his white clothes fluttered, he was extraordinary and had a celestial appearance. He was like a banished immortal who was about to step on the path to immortality. The smile on his face, in Jiang Chuchu's eyes, was no different from a bastard's. It was extremely hateful. Why do you always like to bully me? Jiang Chuchu felt wronged, but her expression was still cold. She had already retreated to this extent, but Guchanga still teased and bullied her. This made her, who had always disliked noise, want to grind her teeth and curse Guchanga. However, she forced herself to endure. "When did I bully you again?" Guchanga said with a calm expression. "I dote on you too much." Jiang Chuchu was very angry at his shameless words. Which man doted on his woman like he did? However, this is the reward I want. In the future, don't think about getting something for nothing. If you want me to help you, you have to pay the price, understand? Then, Guchanga spoke again. After that, he waved his sleeve, and the space blurred and a passage appeared. In the blink of an eye, he had left this place and disappeared. Although it was announced that he was recuperating in seclusion. In fact, except for Jiang Chuchu, no one knew that Guchanga had been here. However, just in case, he still had to go back first. Jiang Chuchu was stunned by Guchanga's words, and infinite resentment grew in her heart. What did he mean by don't think about getting something for nothing? She was Guchanga's woman. Did Guchanga intend to get benefits from her? Didn't that mean that in the future, she would be bullied by Guchanga for help like today? He was the one who got rid of the absolute disaster, but now all the credit is thrown to me. He doesn't want anything. Then, Jiang Chuchu thought of another matter, her eyes fixed in the direction Guchanga left. Ripples appeared in her heart, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Before this, she had never thought of letting Guchanga replace the human ancestor. Even if Guchanga took the initiative to mention it, she would directly reject him without hesitation or wavering. But now, when this thought appeared, it was like a raging fire that couldn't be stopped. After all, she was the successor of the human ancestor. With Guchanga's current reputation, she only needed to inform him when the time came. Who knew if it was true or not? How is young Master Chunga's injury now? After this period of time, young Master Chunga's complexion is much better than before. I can only say that as expected of young Master Chunga, even after suffering such a heavy injury. Even with such heavy injuries, he recovered in a few days. Such a strong vitality is even stronger than some ancient races. Yeah, if it were us, we would have died long ago. Black Tortoise ancient country, in a magnificent palace, it was very lively. Many people had come. Many geniuses were gathered, including Yin Mei, Ying Yu, Gu Xian'er, Qing Feng, and others. There were also several elders of the Immortal Academy who heard the news and rushed here. At this moment, the ones who spoke were the geniuses, all with admiration and admiration. In the center of the palace, Guchanga greeted everyone with a smile. His face was still slightly pale. This was the first time he appeared in front of outsiders in a long time. In front of him was a chessboard, black and white. When everyone came to visit him, he was playing chess with Ji Qingxian to pass the time. After returning to this place, Guchanga started to prepare for the next step of the plan. How could he not secretly add fuel to the fire between the two suns? Of Destiny, Qing Wuya, and Chu Hao, what Guchanga wanted to do was to start with Lord of the Purple Sun. Of course, only he knew about this. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Guchanga's cultivation and aura were slightly better than before. However, his injury had not healed completely. The injury this time was quite troublesome for him. Young Master Chunga's origin was injured. It will take a long time for him to recover. The elder who spoke shook his head slightly and retracted his hand that was checking on Guchanga's injury. With Guchanga's status, he naturally did not lack various divine materials and sacred medicines. However, he was still injured. It showed how terrible his injury was. Hearing this, everyone had different feelings. Thank you for your concern, elders. Guchanga smiled. This injury will heal in at most half a month. It's not a big deal. During this period of time, I wonder if any of the elders have any news about Qin Xiaoyi? Or should I say, news about Purple Sun Lord? Then, Guchanga took the initiative to ask about another matter. Hearing these words, the atmosphere in the palace suddenly changed. Even the few elders who had smiles on their faces froze and were suddenly speechless. Many of the skyprides had complicated and fearful expressions on their faces. Purple Sun Lord, during this time, if one were to say that the inheritor of the demonic arts was the most popular person, then Purple Sun Lord was definitely the second most popular person. Many people even thought that Purple Sun Lord might follow in Prince Xing's footsteps. Not only did he kidnap the immortal demon body Xianxia, but he also seemed to be related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. Purple Sun Lord said that he was going to hunt down the inheritor of the demonic arts, but in the end, he secretly kidnapped Xianxia. Many people would not believe that he had nothing to do with the inheritor of the demonic arts. In addition, during this time, there were all kinds of rumors and guesses, causing a sensation everywhere. However, Purple Sun Lord still did not appear. In the eyes of everyone, this was a sign of silence and avoidance. We've been asking the Purple Mansion about Lord Ziyang's whereabouts, but even they don't know anything. Of course, we won't forget about Qin Xiaoyi. However, with Lord Ziyang's whereabouts unknown, it's even harder to find Qin Xiaoyi. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's not that we're slacking off, but this isn't something we can do. An elder couldn't help but sigh. Although a supreme being was strong, it was still very difficult to find the other party when they were deliberately hiding their tracks. There was almost no chance of success. They had also tried to deduce Qin Xiaoyi's whereabouts based on her brother's bloodline. However, they weren't blood-related and weren't related by blood. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. His words made the expressions of many Skyprides change as they sensed a subtle meaning. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Young Master Xianxia still won't let this go. As the supreme sect behind Lord Ziyang, how could the Purple Mansion not know about his whereabouts? After all, Lord Ziyang's techniques came from the Purple Mansion. The Purple Mansion only needed to use a little trick to locate Lord Ziyang. Looks like the Purple Mansion is planning to protect Lord Ziyang. As a supreme sect, they do have the guts and power to do so. The Skyprides looked at each other and understood what each other meant. Hearing the elder's words, Qing Feng said with a bitter expression, "The Purple Mansion will not care about a small character like me. In front of them, not to mention that my sister was only kidnapped, even if she died miserably in their hands, they would not care. They're superior and look down on everything. In their eyes, Lord Ziyang is the hope of the future. As for me and my sister, we're just ants that they can kill with a wave of their hand." His words made many Skyprides speechless as they felt the sorrow of being a nobody. It was his sister who was kidnapped, but he couldn't do anything. He didn't even have the right to resist. All 693 people fell silent. The Purple Mansion behind Lord Ziyang was a ruthless person who would rather offend other orthodoxies to protect him. After all, Lord Ziyang could only be related to the inheritor of demonic techniques. However, this possibility could be erased by the Purple Mansion at any time. When that time comes, who would offend the Purple Mansion because of this? It seems that the Purple Mansion is intentionally hiding the whereabouts of the Purple Sun Sovereign. Could it be that the Purple Mansion intends to take the risk of offending the entire world and protect Heavenly Monarch Ziyang? Xianxia pondered for a while, sighed, and then said, "But don't worry. Since I've already made a promise, I naturally won't shirk it. Purple Sun Heaven Monarch and the Purple Mansion behind him are so arrogant. Perhaps the fact that the inheritor of the devil arts sneaked into the true Immortal Academy has something to do with Purple Sun Heaven Monarch." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. They didn't expect that even though Xianxia was injured, he was still so strong and didn't forget about this matter. Many people still thought that he would focus on recuperating and would not have the time to care about this matter. But now, it seemed like Xianxia was determined to drag Purple Sun Heaven Monarch out. Young Master Xianxia is a man of his word. I'm truly impressed. The group of Skyprides clasped their hands and sighed. Many thanks, young Master Xianxia. Xianxia understood the meaning behind Xianxia's words and immediately thanked him gratefully. Xianxia waved his hand. The few elders looked at each other and smiled bitterly. In any case, they didn't dare to interfere in this kind of matter. If it was light, they wouldn't be able to please either side. If it was heavy, they would be smashed into pieces and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Then, after visiting Xianxia, everyone left one by one. In the end, only Xianxia stayed. She looked like she wanted to say something but didn't. "Don't beat around the bush in front of me." Xianxia's expression was calm. He held the teacup in his hand and took a sip. Other than Xianxia, Ji Qingxian was standing beside him. "Xianxia, with your current condition, can you still interfere in this matter?" Gu Xian'er frowned slightly. She was worried about Gu Chang'e's injuries. However, Gu Chang'e himself didn't care at all. It's just dealing with Purple Sun Heaven Monarch. What's there to care about? Gu Chang'e didn't care about this. Gu Xian'er was still frowning. Don't be so stubborn. If I hadn't agreed to Qingfeng's request, you wouldn't have been dragged into this. She felt a little guilty and blamed herself. Gu Chang'e suddenly smiled. He put down the teacup and said calmly, "Don't think too highly of yourself and think that I did it for you. It's just that Purple Sun Heaven Monarch is blocking my path. Besides, I suspect that he's in cahoots with the inheritor of the demonic arts. Maybe I can find the inheritor of the demonic arts because of him. Gu Xian'er, if you don't change your character, one day I will sell you off. Who knows, you might even have to count the money for me." "Alright, I'm thinking too highly of myself. After all, it's your body, not mine. Do you think I care if you're injured?" Gu Xian'er didn't care about Gu Chang'e's sarcasm. She looked at him coldly. At this moment, her eyes were as cold as ice. After saying that, she looked away. Her dress fluttered in the wind. She left the hall with a celestial aura. This girl is really hopeless. She's cuter when she was a doormat. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly, and Ji Qingxian hurriedly filled the teacup for him. "Are Purple Sun Heaven Monarch's junior brothers and sisters still in Black Tortoise Ancient Country?" Gu Chang'e glanced at her and asked calmly. "Yes, they're still here. Do you want to attack them?" Ji Qingxian nodded and asked curiously. The Purple Mansion was a huge entity with a long history. It was one of the most powerful imperishable orthodoxies and supreme great sects. This was also the reason why many elders were afraid of it. Although the reclusive Ji clan behind her was ancient, it had declined. However, even if it hadn't declined, it couldn't compare to the terrifying ancient heritage of the Purple Mansion. Attack? No, why would someone as elegant and easygoing as me attack them? I just want to invite them over for a cup of tea. Gu Chang'e smiled and said casually. Ji. Qingxian was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Although she hadn't been with Gu Chang'e as long as her sister, Su Qingge, she was smart. However, she was very smart. There were some things that she could understand with just a hint. There was no need for more words. For example, she knew Gu Chang'e's personality and habits better. Ji Qingxian felt that Gu Chang'e had noticed her abnormality long ago, but he didn't point it out. She could feel Gu Chang'e's interest in her from some of their conversations. It was as if he was teasing a pet. At that time, it was the most unsettling and nerve-wracking. Ji Qingxuan's back was often drenched in cold sweat. Every time, her heart would jump to her throat. In the end, she found that Gu Chang'e was just casually asking and didn't care. This feeling was like walking on the edge of a cliff. One mistake and she would be crushed to pieces. Ji Qingxian felt that Gu Chang'e was doing this on purpose. After following Gu Chang'e for some time, she felt that many of the rumors in the outside world were untrue. No matter whether he was gentle and refined or domineering and arrogant, neither was right. She couldn't figure him out. These were the only words that could describe him. Send my order. Go to the Purple Mansion Disciples' encampment and invite all of them here. If they don't come, then there's no need to be polite. Those who should be suppressed will be suppressed, and those who should be crippled will be crippled. Then, Gu Chang'e spoke again and asked Ji Qingxian to pass down the order. Ji Qingxian didn't dare to delay and hurriedly went to pass down the order. Gu Chang'e rubbed the white jade teacup. His eyes gradually darkened. He began to think about other things. During this period, other than the major orthodoxies who started to pay attention to the existence of the inheritor of demonic techniques, they sent out various powerhouses to search for him. Another matter had also shaken the entire upper realm. Two ancient existences from Tianhuang Mountain and Foshan Mountain were fighting. It was said that these two existences were once people who failed to achieve Tao. Their current cultivation base was only a step away from achieving Tao. That battle happened in outer space, but even from hundreds of millions of miles away, there was still a vast wave of energy that shook the heavens and cracked the earth. All the stars within a radius of 1,000,000 miles were reduced to ashes. As for the result of that battle, no one knew. Some said that the Buddha of Foshan Mountain was slightly better, while others said that the existence of Tianhuang Mountain was stronger. In short, there were different opinions. Through this matter, the Golden Cicada Buddha was pushed to the forefront of the storm. Many people learned about what happened from the mouths of many skyprides. The reason for the battle between Tianhuang Mountain and Foshan Mountain. Speaking of which, it was all caused by the Golden Cicada Buddha. As a monk, not only did he not show mercy, but he also beat the Divine Prince at his own game, causing the Divine Prince to be killed by the inheritor of demonic techniques. Many people called him the demonic monk. Demonic monk? It seems that Tianhuang Mountain hasn't swallowed their resentment. I can find a place for them to vent. Gu Chang'e thought of the Purple Mansion disciples. At this time, he had to find a fool to lead the charge for him. After thinking about it, the Tianhuang Mountain disciples was the best choice. As long as the Tianhuang Mountain's hatred hasn't disappeared, they will definitely pay attention to the Purple Mansion disciples. I can give them a signal. Gu Chang'e smiled and placed a chess piece. The entire chess board changed vertically and horizontally. Suddenly, it was like thousands of scenes, mysterious and unfathomable. Checkmate. At the same time, in a tall mountain range not far from Black Tortoise ancient country, there were jagged rocks, cliffs, and tall ancient trees, their branches covering the sky. Large patches of fog drifted in the air. In the void, there were constantly flickering faint lights. If one looked closely, they would find that they were very hidden and mysterious runes. These runes covered the surroundings and condensed into a concealment formation. At this time, even if a supreme being's divine consciousness swept down from the sky, they would not be able to find anything unusual. That was because these concealment formation were extremely powerful. In addition, there were all kinds of concealment dharma artifacts around the mountain range. The area enveloped by the formation pattern was a ruin that had already been abandoned. The collapsed palace buildings, pagodas, and temples were covered in moss and looked very ancient. A handsome man in a purple robe was sitting there cross-legged. His black hair was draped over his shoulders and his facial features were firm. He exuded a righteous aura. Strands of light seemed to pour down from the sky and were finally absorbed by the formation between his eyebrows. There were many geniuses around the purple-robed man. There were both humans and primordial races. They had powerful chi and blood. They were guarding him and patrolling the surroundings vigilantly. The purple-robed man was Heavenly Monarch Purple Sunday. He was planning to refine the sunlight and solve the problem of his immortal Tao Heavenly Eye. He wanted to see if he could find a solution. Contrary to what everyone thought, Heavenly Monarch Purple Sun was not too far away from Black Tortoise ancient country. There was a reason why Heavenly Monarch Xianxia was here. On one hand, he did not know where to go. On the other hand, he wanted to know the latest news and wait for his eldest senior brother Qin Wuya. When he found out that the kidnapping of Qing Xiaoyi was related to the inheritor of demonic arts, Heavenly Monarch Xianxia was stunned. Heavenly Monarch Xianxia was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. His head buzzed and he did not regain his senses for a long time. His first reaction was that these rumors were all false, and that they were all framing him. After all, he was chasing after the inheritor of demonic arts. Although he did not succeed, he lost many of his followers. However, how did he manage to kidnap Qing Xiaoyi, which was related to the inheritor of demonic arts? After that, when he found out the details of the rumors, Heavenly Monarch Xianxia was furious and filled with hatred. He roared so loudly that it shattered mountains and rivers. He had been set up by someone, he did not do anything, but he was framed like a scapegoat. His followers could testify to this. Ever since he had left the Black Tortoise ancient country to hunt down the inheritor of the demonic arts, he had never moved alone. How did he manage to rush to the White Tiger ancient country and kidnap Qing Xiaoyi in such a short time? That was simply impossible to do. However, the details of the news, including the images recorded in the shadow recording stone, stunned Heavenly Monarch Xianxia. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If he did not know what he had done during this period of time, he would have suspected that he was the one who kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi. After all, the primordial energy was involved, the person who kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi had the same power as him. However, as far as Heavenly Monarch Xianxia knew, there was no one else in the world who had this power. The situation was even more coincidental. If the person framed him on purpose, how did he know that Qing Feng had the heaven-wielding bottle? If he did not have the heaven-wielding bottle, Qing Feng would have died and would not have exposed the existence of the primordial energy. All of this seemed to be a complete coincidence. Moreover, it was logical, and there was no flaw or explanation to be found. Furthermore, with the other shocking news, it almost sealed Heavenly Monarch Xianxia's last escape route. Wasn't he chasing after the inheritor of the demonic arts? But why would the inheritor of the demonic arts appear in the Black Tortoise ancient country and attract people to the terminating land in front of all the geniuses? The divine prince had fallen, and Guchunga was heavily injured. The commotion caused by this matter was tens of thousands of times more shocking than the abduction of Qin Xiaoyi. The impact of this matter was even more unimaginable. Heaven Monarch Ziyang felt a chill run down his spine and almost blacked out. A terrifying chill ran from his tailbone to the top of his head, making it hard for him to move. Fear, anger, unease, but most of all, fear. No matter how he tried to explain himself, he would never be able to clear his name unless he could find the real culprit behind Qin Xiaoyi's kidnapping. He wanted to find the mysterious person who possessed primordial energy just like him. But this kind of thing was even more difficult than clearing suspicion. The other party was planning to kill him. Just when he said he was going to hunt down the inheritor of the demonic arts, the inheritor of the demonic arts showed up and slapped him in the face. In this way, everyone would think that he and the inheritor of the demonic arts had already discussed this beforehand. Layers upon layers of schemes were interconnected. It was so terrifying that it made one's heart palpitate. Qin Xiaoyi has the immortal demonic body. Apart from the inheritor of the demonic arts, no one would dare to abduct her. And the person I was chasing was actually a fake inheritor of the demonic arts. All of this was done to set me up, damn it. Don't let me find out who's plotting against me. Heaven Monarch Ziyang was incomparably furious and unwilling to accept this outcome. He clenched his fists tightly. His killing intent was so strong that it was about to shatter the heavens. He couldn't wait to tear the person who plotted against him into pieces. However, he calmed down after a while. He wasn't an impulsive and brainless person. He knew that this kind of anger was futile. The most important thing now is to find out who the enemy is. The purple mansion behind me can't give up because of this. Heaven Monarch Ziyang calmed down and started to think seriously about countermeasures. This was because his identity was similar to the other ancient freaks. He was born in the Purple Mansion's ruling family. Therefore, he wasn't very worried that the forces behind him would give up on him. Then, Heaven Monarch Ziyang hesitated for a while and decided to use a secret technique. However, this would destroy the immortal runes in his celestial Dao Heavenly Eye. It would be even more difficult to use it in the future. There's no other way. If I don't even know who the enemy is, what can I do even if I have a countermeasure? Heaven Monarch Ziyang convinced himself. Buzz, suddenly, many runes appeared in his blood. They kept surging and gathered at the top of his head. Then, the rune in between his eyebrows cracked open. A blurry light appeared. It was extremely bright and condensed. It was as if all kinds of divine light were appearing. A blurry image appeared. It was a broken corner of the future. Although it was blurry, Heaven Monarch Ziyang saw the person's figure clearly. What? That's Gu Chang'e. Why is it him again? Heaven Monarch Ziyang's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Although it was only a blurry figure, how could he not recognize the person's temperament and appearance? This was his biggest enemy, Gu Chang'e. Could it be that Gu Chang'e was dealing with him again? Was this all part of Gu Chang'e's plan? Heaven Monarch Ziyang couldn't figure it out. His mind was in a mess. He still wanted to see the details clearly. However, in the next moment, the heartfelt fear came again. Vaguely, he saw the scene of the mountain gate being destroyed by that palm that swept through the 8,000 provinces. Every inch of his cells, flesh, and bones were trembling. He felt an indescribable fear. Heaven Monarch Ziyang's face was pale. He was sweating profusely. His entire body was drenched. It was as if he was fished out of the water. How is this possible? His voice was trembling. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. Heaven Monarch Ziyang couldn't figure out why he would suddenly see that nightmarish scene that would accompany him for life. The saint lady of the Purple Mansion was called Xian. However, her original name was Lu Xian. Her father was the current sect leader of the Purple Mansion. He had great power in the upper world. Lu Xian wasn't one of the 10 sequence disciples of the Immortal Academy. However, she was still a quasi-sequence disciple. However, she kept a low profile. Few people had seen her fight. She was definitely not weak. Some busybodies even collected the portraits of all the girls in the Immortal Academy. In the end, they chose the 10 most beautiful girls and named them the 10 Beauties portrait. Lu Xian was among them. She had a beautiful face and a slender figure. She wore a long purple dress that was embellished with flowers. She moved gracefully like a fairy swaying in the wind. She was cold and noble. She emitted a kind of shocking beauty. In the Purple Mansion, disciples of the Black Tortoise ancient country. Inside the palace, Lu Xian stood at the front. She frowned and said coldly, "Xianxia invited all of us to drink tea?" Behind her were the rest of the Purple Mansion disciples. They looked nervous and uneasy. They were also the ones who joined the Immortal Academy later. This time, they followed Heaven Monarch Ziyang to the Black Tortoise ancient country. However, because Heaven Monarch Ziyang had high standards, many didn't become his followers. They just stayed here to guard the place. "This is the Master's order. I hope Saintess Ziyan won't make things difficult for us." The Master said that if Saintess Ziyan refuses his good intentions, we can only take action and take you there by force. In front of the palace, a tall young man with divine light flowing all over his body said in a deep voice. His name was Wang Shan. His eyes contained divine characters and strands of divine light. When he opened and closed them, he had a majestic aura. There were many geniuses behind him. They were all people with powerful cultivation and shocking vitality. In the entire Immortal Academy, there was almost no one who didn't know them. The mighty pressure shrouded the place. Many cultivators and creatures on the street looked over in shock. Xianxia is really something. Hearing this, Lu Xian frowned. Her voice was like 10,000-year-old mysterious ice, crisp but cold. In terms of status, she was in the same generation as Xianxia. However, Xianxia had such an attitude. He didn't put her in his eyes at all. Asking for fresh flowers, this wasn't important to Lu Xian. What she was worried about was whether the Purple Sun Lord of Heaven's matter would implicate them. When they were in the Immortal Academy, Xianxia and Heavenly Lord Ziyang had a conflict. After that, Xianxia even made a move and humiliated Heavenly Lord Ziyang in front of all the geniuses and elders. This grudge wasn't easy to resolve. It was troubled times now. The matter of Heavenly Lord Ziyang was known by the whole world. Xianxia even said that he would seek justice for Qin Feng. Lu Xian had already guessed Xianxia's purpose. He just had to send someone to invite them to have tea at this time. Drinking tea was just a pretense. House arrest was probably the real reason. "Saintess Ziyan, please. My master has already prepared a tea banquet and is waiting for all of you from the Z Mansion. In addition, my master also asked us to pass a message. He is injured and may not be a good host. I hope you won't mind." Wang Shan spoke again. He was very polite, but his words were unquestionable. This was an undisguised threat. If Lu Xian dared to refuse, he and the people behind him would immediately take action and suppress everyone. Lu Xian was so angry that her body trembled. She clenched her teeth. Young Master Xianxia. Even if Xianxia was injured, she still couldn't fight against him. Moreover, Xianxia's words were very clear. If she dared to disobey, he would order everyone to be suppressed. Such a domineering attitude made Lu Xian extremely angry and unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. The faces of the many disciples behind her also turned pale, and they were incomparably terrified and uneasy. After all, these geniuses were sent by Xianxia. Who wouldn't be afraid in the Black Tortoise ancient country? Even the elders who came to take charge of the situation didn't dare to offend Xianxia. Even if he is injured, he can still do whatever he wants. "Alright, please wait for a moment, young Master Xianxia. Ziyan will be here soon." After taking a deep breath, Lu Xian calmed down and spoke to Wang Shan. The Purple Sun Heaven Monarch was an ancient freak from the bloodline behind her. According to seniority, he was many generations above her ancestors. Lu Ziyan didn't believe that Purple Sun Sovereign would do such a thing. Under Purple Sun Sovereign's guidance, she had comprehended an ancient heavenly art that she hadn't been able to learn for many days. She had also heard Purple Sun Sovereign talk about his ambition and Dao heart. She didn't believe that he would team up with the inheritors of demonic arts and kidnap Xianxia. Xianxia Yan, you've misunderstood. My master wants you all to go over now. Master's time is precious. He doesn't want to waste it on such a small matter. However, Wang Zhong's next words caused Lu Ziyan's entire body to stiffen. Endless humiliation and anger arose in her heart. How domineering was he? How much of a bully was he? Why did he say that? He didn't hide his contempt and disdain, although the other Violet Palace disciples were also enraged. They only dared to be angry and didn't dare to say anything. They didn't even dare to say anything. Wang Shan and the others had a mocking look in their eyes when they saw this. How dare she act in front of Master? Alright, we'll go over now. Lu Ziyan forced herself to calm down and gritted her teeth. This was the first time in her life that she had felt so powerless and humiliated. Soon, Lu Ziyan and the others left the area and headed to Guchangga's palace. When they arrived, Wang Chao led them into the hall. They finally saw Guchangga, who had invited them for tea. Young master, can't you go easy on me? You're always so heartless. There was a chessboard in the palace and two people were sitting across from each other. The beautiful and otherworldly woman had an aggrieved look on her face. She looked at her white face, which was smeared with ink. The man opposite her was dressed in white. His hair was loose, and he had a lazy expression. It was as if he didn't know what he was doing. He glanced over and smiled as if he had suddenly understood something. Oh, Xianxia Yan is here? Chinga, go make some tea. Don't neglect my guest. Ji Qingxian didn't have time to wipe off the ink that Guchangga had smeared on her face. She immediately went to brew some tea. She had asked Guchangga if she needed to prepare anything. After all, they were here to invite him for tea. If she didn't prepare any tea, wouldn't she be looking down on him? However, Guchangga only waved his hand and said that there was no need. Tea wasn't important. Ji Qingxian didn't bother about it. She could guess that the Violet Palace's saintess wouldn't be able to walk out of this palace today. Even if she could walk out, she would have to pay a terrifying price. Ziyan greets young Master Changga. Lu Ziyan's expression was unsightly when she first entered the palace, but she quickly regained her composure and greeted Guchangga. She had already expected Guchangga to make things difficult for her when she came. However, she never expected that he would be like this. He didn't even prepare the tea. Lu Ziyan was infuriated by Lin Yun's attitude. However, she endured it and responded with a polite smile. She didn't even bother to prepare a banquet for the feast at Hongmen. Guchangga was really strong and arrogant, just like the rumors in the past. Lu Ziyan calmed herself down. If there was a conflict, she definitely wouldn't be a match for Guchangga. Guchangga's injury was only for him. For the other skyprides, even if Guchangga was in such a state, he was still a terrifying demonic mountain. Greetings, young Master Changga. The numerous Violet Palace disciples behind Lu Ziyan were also incomparably nervous and uneasy as they bowed to Guchangga. Although the Guchangga in front of him looked harmless and even had an extraordinary demeanor, she didn't look like a mortal. However, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Only when they were facing him would they be able to feel the terrifying pressure and palpitations of fear. Take the rest of the disciples to the other palaces and treat them well. I have some matters to discuss with the Xianxia Yan. But I didn't expect Xianxia Yan to come so quickly. Chinga only knows how to slack off. I told her to prepare the banquet earlier, but she didn't go. I'll teach her a lesson when I have time. I hope Xianxia Yan won't take offense if she doesn't receive you well. Guchangga, on the other hand, smiled amiably and said to Wang Chao at the entrance of the hall. He then got up and walked down. When Ji Qingxian heard this, she wanted to roll her eyes. What do you mean she only knows how to slack off? She's so diligent. Guchangga's way of throwing the blame to others was something that she had truly experienced. Young Master Changga, you must be joking. How many girls would be honored to see young Master Changga's true appearance? It is Xian's fortune to be able to drink tea with young Master Xianxia. This is something that countless girls are envious of. Hearing this, Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. However, he still forced himself to remain calm and answered with a smile. Not a single drop of water leaked. She didn't believe that. Xianxia would be so bold as to casually attack her. Even if he had enmity with the Purple Sun Sovereign, he wouldn't take it out on her. If something happened to her here, then Xianxia wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. After all, many cultivators had seen her come to Xianxia's palace. Saintess, the Purple Palace disciples looked at Lu Xian worriedly. If they were taken away and something happened, they wouldn't be able to escape. They wouldn't be able to help in time. Could it be that you don't even trust young Master Xianxia's character? Lu Xian calmly asked. She was implying that if something happened to her, Xianxia wouldn't be able to escape responsibility, so they didn't have to worry. As for his character, from the rumors, Xianxia's character wasn't very good. Hearing this, the Purple Palace disciples couldn't help but relax and allow Wang Chao to take them away. Although Xianxia said he was going to entertain them, no one here was a fool. They all understood that he was actually going to put them under house arrest. Currently, the entire Black Tortoise ancient country was under Xianxia's control. Although he had chosen the Vermilion Bird ancient country as a training ground, the Purple Sun Sovereign had disappeared. Six Crown King kept a low profile and didn't like to fight for power. As a result, no one in the Black Tortoise ancient country dared to disobey Xianxia, even if they were Purple Palace disciples. Now, Xianxia was going to put them under house arrest. Even if the elders of the True Immortal Academy knew, they wouldn't dare to say anything. Instead, they would turn a blind eye. It seems that Saintess Ziyang has a deep misunderstanding of me. You're actually suspicious of my good intentions. Xianxia shook his head and helplessly smiled. Then, he pointed at the seat in front of him, indicating for Lu Xian to sit. Lu Xian nodded and sat down. Naturally, she didn't believe Xianxia's words. She wasn't a 3-year-old child. She had her own set of standards for right and wrong, not to mention judging a person's good intentions. Suddenly, she looked at the chessboard not far away and asked curiously, "Does young Lord Xianxia like to play chess?" She had dabbled in the art of chess. Although she wasn't a master, she had a good eye. Black and white were distinct, crisscrossing each other. From this simple chessboard, one could see the mysteries of the universe. She could even see the cultivation of the person who placed the chess pieces. In a daze, she saw the chessboard come to life. Black and white suddenly soared into the sky like a kunpeng breaking out of the water. A strong wind blew, turning into yin and yang, soaring for 90,000 miles. Yin and yang combined to form chaos. When chaos was created, heaven and earth were separated. Every chess piece on the chessboard became blurry, as if they had turned into living beings. They turned into the various orthodoxies and forces, the ancient supreme beings, the supreme rulers, using all living beings as chess pieces. Lu Xian's voice trembled slightly in her heart. At this moment, she couldn't find any other words to describe Xianxia's emotions other than stormy waves. Unfathomable. The tip of the iceberg. Everything that he had shown was like the tip of the iceberg. How much more was hidden under the surface, probably no one except Xianxia knew. This made Lu Xian unable to calm down for a long time. She didn't expect to see such a scene today. Xianxia looked at her expression and vaguely guessed what she saw. However, he didn't mind and only smiled. "I don't like it. I'm just bored and want to pass the time. After all, I'm seriously injured right now. I can only stay in the palace and can't go anywhere." Lu Xian looked at her deeply, then sighed and said, "I don't know why young Master Xianxia invited me here. What is the reason?" She had already made up her mind that she couldn't offend Xianxia. This was not a matter of intuition, but the scene on the chessboard made her feel a bone-piercing fear. It was as if she had touched upon some unspeakable and terrifying secret. How deep was he hiding to be so bold as to use all living beings in the world as chess pieces? Even those who had achieved the Tao wouldn't dare to be like Xianxia. They were far from being as bold as him. "I really only invited Saintess Xian to drink tea. Why can't you believe me?" Xianxia smiled helplessly. His eyes were calm and indifferent, giving people a feeling of peace. "Young master, the tea is ready, At this moment, Xianxia also brought the tea over. It was steaming hot from the 8 million-year-old tree heart spring water. It was extremely fragrant and rich. The tea leaves were like the ancient tea of enlightenment. They had various kinds of divinity and Taoist rhythms, but they were not the same. There was a big difference. Some were like ancient bells. With a gentle vibration, the sound of a bell would resound. Some were like cauldrons, divine swords, ancient seals, 5-colored divine lights lingered on the tea, as if a divine weapon scripture had opened in the void. Axes, hooks, tridents, blades, swords, whips, all kinds of divine weapons appeared as if they were about to materialize. Clanging sounds rang out as treasure lights surged. This tea is really strange. Lu Ziyan was a bit stunned. As the saintess of the Purple Mansion, she had seen many things. However, this was the first time she had seen such tea. Not to mention the preciousness of the tea, she had never seen these precious tea leaves before. Today, she had truly gained a lot of knowledge. For a moment, she didn't know what Guchanga's goal was. Did he really invite her to drink tea? However, the servants and followers that Guchanga sent out before were obviously very arrogant. After comparing the two, Lu Ziyan felt that it was very likely that the servants were used to being arrogant and despotic. After all, with the title of Guchanga's follower, who would dare to provoke them? This is the nameless ancient tea that I planted and cultivated myself. With the branches of the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, I grafted the branches of other ancient tea leaves onto it. In the end, I created this strange tea. Guchanga smiled gently and spoke elegantly. Then, he took the initiative to introduce the tea to Lu Ziyan. Of course, these words were definitely nonsense. He was quite interested in tea. However, planting and cultivating ancient tea was too troublesome. Guchanga preferred the process of directly picking the final fruit. This nameless ancient tea was something that he had exchanged for in the system store. As for the purpose, it was just to serve as a catalyst. I see. I didn't expect young Master Changa to have such leisure time, however, to be able to think of such a method to cultivate ancient tea leaves. I really admire you. Lu Ziyan's eyes lit up. These words came from the bottom of her heart and were very sincere. They were not flattering. She was not very interested in cultivation. Compared to her other hobbies, such as zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, tea art, dancing, etc., she studied them more thoroughly. She had some understanding of many ancient teas in this world, so she could judge whether Guchanga's words were true or not. She really did not expect Guchanga to have such a deep understanding of the way of tea. It seems that Saintess Xiyan also understands tea. Please. Guchanga smiled faintly and signaled Xianxia to fill his cup. At this time, he also spoke of his intentions. Actually, I invited Saintess Xiyan here for another reason. At this time, even if Guchanga did not say it, Lu Ziyan actually knew what he was talking about. At this moment, she bitterly smiled and said, I know that young Master Changa is looking for traces of Purple Sun Heaven Monarch, but even I can't contact him. Half a month ago, I notified him of something, but until now, I have not received any reply. If Purple Sun Heaven Monarch is really related to the inheritor of demonic arts, I will definitely not show mercy. Oh? Saintess Xiyan is talking about this matter? However, you seem to have misunderstood. However, in the next moment, Guchanga's words made Lu Ziyan's expression freeze. She was somewhat shocked. Did Guchanga not want to ask her for clues and traces of Purple Sun Heaven Monarch? Misunderstood? Misunderstanding? To be honest, Lu Ziyan was completely stunned by Guchanga's words. She had always thought that Guchanga asked her to come here to ask about Lord Purple Sunday. That was why she said those words without hesitation. From the interaction just now, Guchanga didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. However, Guchanga suddenly said that it was all a misunderstanding. Was that really the case? Young Lord Changa, why do you say that? Don't you want to ask about Lord Purple Sun's whereabouts? Lu Ziyan frowned and couldn't help but ask. Guchanga gently rubbed the white jade teacup and said with a smile, of course not. I already knew about Lord Purple Sun's whereabouts, so I will know about it sooner or later. Saintess Xiyan, I really only invited you here to drink tea. Lu Ziyan still had a skeptical look on her face. Guchanga continued to smile and said with a gentle voice, "You are too cautious. Of course, you know that the Purple Mansion is willing to offend many orthodoxies in order to protect Lord Purple Sunday. They are unwilling to reveal his whereabouts. And you are the Purple Mansion Saintess. If anything happens to Lord Purple Sun, the Purple Mansion will contact you immediately." Lu Ziyan fell silent. Guchanga was right. The Purple Mansion was very concerned about what happened in the Black Tortoise ancient country. Even under such circumstances, Purple Sun Heaven Lord was still under the protection of the Purple Mansion. It seemed that the Purple Mansion would rather fight against the other orthodoxies for Purple Sun Heaven Lord. Although she was the saintess and her father was the sect master of the Purple Mansion, she was not as important as Lord Purple Sunday. The Purple Mansion is digging their own grave. I think Saintess Ziyan is smart enough to know what to do. Guchanga took a sip of tea and narrowed his eyes with a smile. Digging our own grave? Lu Ziyan was slightly stunned, muttering these 4 words to herself. Yes, we are digging our own grave. In her opinion, if Lord Purple Sun was really related to the inheritor of demonic arts, the Purple Mansion would protect him. If the Violet Palace still wanted to protect him, it would definitely incur the wrath of the masses. When the Heavenly Emperor Mountain found out that Prince Ing was the true inheritor of the demonic arts, they immediately cut off all contact with him. They even claimed that Prince Ing had been expelled from the mountain for fear of getting into trouble. From this, one could see how much importance he attached to this matter. Being the enemy of the entire world was not just for show. If the Purple Palace continued to act willfully, it was very likely that they would face a situation where the entire world was their enemy. Currently, Tianhuang Mountain was worried that they had nowhere to vent their anger. What he lacked was a legitimate opportunity, not to mention that there were still enemies in the Purple Mansion who were ready to make a move. Previously, she felt that the way the Purple Mansion was handling things was inappropriate. Now that Guchanga had advised her, she felt that something was wrong. If the Purple Mansion continued like this, it was possible that it would walk the path of destruction. I understand what young Lord Changa said. However, as the saintess, in the vast Purple Mansion, I don't have much influence. Even if I explain the pros and cons, it won't be of much use. Lu Ziyan sighed helplessly. She turned to Guchanga and said, "Young Master Changa, please enlighten me and show me the way." Although she had met Lord Purple Sun many times and received pointers from him, she knew his Tao heart. However, after hearing what Guchanga said, Lu Ziyan's belief that Lord Purple Sun was not related to the inheritor of the demonic arts started to waver. Lu Ziyan was extremely beautiful. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her waist was as slender as a willow. Even with a veil, her skin was as white as snow. It was as if she was carved out of flawless white jade. At this moment, she was staring at Guchanga without blinking, which made her look even more beautiful. If a normal young genius was stared at like this, he would have been unable to stand it. However, Guchanga did not. His gaze was calm, and he said with a smile, "It's not like I'm enlightening you. Saintess Ziyan, you're thinking about the future of the Purple Mansion, and I'm thinking about the inheritor of the demonic arts. There is no conflict between us." Lu Ziyan nodded. "Young Lord Changa, you care about the people of the world. I admire you. The tea is cold." Guchanga pointed at the teacup in front of her. Lu Ziyan shook her head. "Don't be in a hurry to drink it. Young Lord Changa, don't keep me in suspense." She knew that Guchanga and Lord Purple Sun had a grudge against each other. No matter what the reason was, Guchanga would not let him go so easily. Guchanga obviously had a way to force Lord Purple Sun to show himself. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he invited her to drink tea and made her realize the danger of this matter. This made Lu Ziyan feel angry. She felt that Guchanga was doing this on purpose. However, as a saintess, she naturally had an aloof and gentle demeanor. Therefore, she did not say anything. However, Guchanga did not intend to explain. He only smiled and said, "All right, you've drunk the tea. Saintess Ziyan, please stay here for a while. Of course, I will tell others that you are under house arrest." House arrest? Lu Ziyan looked at him with a strange expression. When she first came, she did think that she would be under house arrest by Guchanga. However, Guchanga had made tea for her and was even treating her politely. This change made her feel very strange and uncomfortable. Moreover, Guchanga was going to tell others that he was under house arrest. Why was he doing this? Was it to be a Purple Mansion disciple? Lu Zian could not understand. Young Lord Chang'e, can you tell me the reason? Lu Zian did not understand. Is the reason important? Saintess Ziyan, do you really want to be imprisoned by me? Guchanga smiled and looked at her. Lu Zian was silent. She felt that Guchanga's actions and thoughts were difficult to understand. This made her feel very helpless. She knew that Guchanga was not a good person, but she could not hate him. She even wanted to lend him a helping hand in finding traces of heavenly monarch Ziyang. It was really irritating. However, Guchanga was right. They were in the same position. After seeing that Lu Zian did not say anything else, Guchanga did not say anything else and sent someone to send her away. His goal had more or less been achieved. The current headmaster of the Z Mansion really doted on his daughter, Lu Ziyan. Although the Purple Mansion was very strong and wanted to protect the Purple Sun Sovereign, it was because the voices of opposition had been suppressed. Lu Ziyan was not stupid. She knew how to deal with this matter. At this time, she would definitely think of a way to contact the Purple Mansion sect master and tell him her opinion and the pros and cons. The Purple Mansion sect master knew that his daughter was in Guchanga's hands. He would be more or less cautious and consider Lu Ziyan's words seriously. As long as the Purple Mansion showed signs of splitting, many orthodoxies in the outside world would immediately rush over as if they had smelled blood. This was one of Guchanga's goals. Once the Purple Sun Sovereign lost the support of the Purple Mansion, it would be easy for Guchanga to kill him. Secondly, if the Purple Mansion insisted on protecting him, Guchanga did not mind showing his fangs and claws. It was not the longevity Gu family behind him, but the many methods he had left in the immortal ancient continent. The upper world had been peaceful for too long. In fact, Guchanga knew that Yu Mingkong was secretly training the immortal guards. After all, the training method came from him. He did not need to think too much to know that Yu Mingkong had learned it from him in her past life. Or rather, he had personally taught her in her past life. When the time came, all he had to do was ask, and Yu Mingkong would definitely hand over the control of the immortal guards to him. Guchanga did not doubt this at all. He was waiting to use his Violet Palace to test the strength of this energy, and the use of this whetstone was just right. After developing for so long, Guchanga also planned to show his prowess to the upper world. The Devil Burial Abyss was about to be born, the imperial court of Juyin appeared, the appearance of the heirs of the demon realm, the 7 weapons of heaven wielding from the immortal palace. All these signs indicated that the situation in the upper world would only become more complicated. Guchanga had bigger ambitions. No matter how powerful he was now, there was almost no one in the younger generation who could compete with him. However, in the eyes of the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies, he was still a junior who was not worth their attention. Just like the inheritor of demonic arts, there was a lot of commotion before this. Many skyprides died tragically, but many orthodoxies and sects did not care. Until this time, when the divine prince of the heavenly emperor mountain was killed, and even Guchanga was severely injured, many orthodoxies started to take notice. The inheritor of demonic arts that they did not care about before had developed to this extent. This matter had caused a lot of panic, but the situation was not chaotic enough. Then, a piece of news spread in the Black Tortoise ancient country, causing a huge commotion. All skyprides and cultivators were shocked. The area where all the Purple Mansion disciples were at was now empty and quiet. Some cultivators were curious and went to investigate. Only then did they know that not long ago, everyone in the Purple Mansion, including the Purple Mansion Saintess, was taken away by a group of skyprides with terrifying auras. Many people recognized that group of skyprides as Guchanga's followers. Soon, the news about the Purple Mansion Saintess was spread by Guchanga's followers, causing a huge commotion. What? The Purple Mansion Saintess was taken away by young Lord Changa's followers and then put under house arrest. Is young Lord Chang'e taking advantage of this situation to provoke the Purple Mansion? Some skyprides widened their eyes in disbelief. Some people also expressed their disbelief, thinking that this was too unbelievable and reckless. This is absolutely true. Other than the Purple Mansion Saintess, the rest of the Purple Mansion disciples were also taken away. I saw it with my own eyes at the entrance of the palace, a cultivator swore solemnly. He saw the whole thing with his own eyes, but he still remembered the dark expression on the Purple Mansion Saintess' face when she was taken away. It's true. Looks like young Lord Xianxia put the Purple Mansion Saintess under house arrest in order to find out the whereabouts of the Purple Sun Sovereign. Everyone was shocked and deeply shocked. The Purple Mansion Saintess represented the Purple Mansion's reputation. She was taken away by Xianxia's followers in public. This was too disrespectful to the Purple Mansion. It was no different from slapping the Purple Mansion's face. Of course, when they thought about how this was done by Xianxia's followers, many people understood. Other than him, not many people had the guts to do this. However, some people also suspected that the Purple Mansion would not care about such a provocation. After all, they were protecting the Purple Sun Sovereign. The Purple Mansion Saintess was only under house arrest. What could happen, unless Xianxia really wanted to kill the Purple Mansion Saintess? But if that was the case, then what was the difference between him and the so-called inheritor of the demonic arts? As the most recognized leader of the younger generation, Xianxia definitely cared about his reputation. What happened after that confirmed the guesses of many cultivators. The Purple Mansion did not care about their saintess being under house arrest at all. Some elders even personally said that they hoped young Lord Xianxia would take good care of their saintess. Such a shameless attitude caused an uproar. Regardless of whether the Purple Mansion knew about the whereabouts of the Purple Sun Sovereign, their tough attitude of protecting the Purple Sun Sovereign was enough to shock many cultivators. However, the Purple Palace only said such words and did not do anything substantial. After all, this was a matter of the younger generation. If the older generation rashly interfered, it would lead to an unknown and terrifying situation. And among the younger generation, no one was Xianxia's opponent. Thus, they decided to compare who was more shameless and who was more shameless. They were also very cautious. From their words, they knew that they could not hold their ground. However, from the meaning of their words, it seemed that they were determined to protect the Purple Sun Sovereign. Lu Xian was now in Xianxia's hands. They did not care at all. As for the Purple Mansion's reply, Xianxia's answer was very simple. He said that he would take good care of the Purple Mansion Saintess. However, he could not guarantee that the next time the Purple Mansion Saintess returned, she would not give the Purple Mansion sect leader a big surprise and make him like her grandfather. Such a statement instantly caused a huge commotion. Many people were dumbfounded and their eyeballs were about to fall out. They did not expect Xianxia to really go against the Purple Mansion sect leader. The Purple Mansion sect did not even care about their reputation. They knew that the Purple Sun Sovereign had kidnapped Xianxia, but they still wanted to protect him. Xianxia simply put their saintess under house arrest and said that he would give the Purple Mansion sect leader a surprise. This made many cultivators feel ashamed. Anyway, they did not dare to say such words. Is this Xianxia's plan? The Purple Sun Sovereign's whereabouts are unknown. No one knows where he is hiding. However, according to the Purple Mansion sect's actions, they would not care about this matter. The Purple Sun Lord possesses the primordial Dao Bone, which is a rare talent. Although he was defeated by Xianxia, as long as he rebuilds himself, his cultivation will definitely improve. The Purple Mansion sect has always been ambitious. They want to improve further. The Purple Sun Sovereign is their hope. In Six Crown King's mansion, he stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the area where Xianxia was. He seemed to be thinking, then he shook his head. Is this Brother Xianxia's idea? In another mansion, the tall Yu with silver hair like a waterfall was holding a letter in her hand. She looked very surprised. It was the letter sent by Xianxia. She quickly finished reading the contents of the letter and frowned. As she expected, it was the information and clues about the Purple Sun Sovereign that Xianxia had obtained. The Purple Sun Sovereign worked with the inheritor of the demonic arts to kill the Divine Prince. With Brother Xianxia taking the lead, it saved me a lot of trouble. After reading, Yu clenched her hands and felt cold. Now that Prince Ying and the Divine Prince were not here, she naturally became the first successor of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Many things were left to her to deal with. The Purple Mansion sect protected the Purple Sun Sovereign and insisted on going against us. They are really hateful. We have to teach them a lesson. During this time, Yingyu was also depressed and angry. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain had become the target of ridicule. As the successor, she was naturally ridiculed. Then, Yingyu sent the news back to the sect and asked the ancient existences of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain what to do. At the same time, she planned to summon the troops that the Heavenly Emperor Ying had left behind for them and go to the Purple Mansion sect to seek justice. For a time, the small black tortoise ancient country became turbulent. It was no longer peaceful. Every day, cultivators with powerful auras could be seen coming from all over the country. The upper echelons of the Black Tortoise ancient country had their tails between their legs and cowered in their own territories. They did not dare to go out, fearing that they would bump into those geniuses that they could not afford to offend. At this time, on the mountain range outside the Black Tortoise ancient country, Gu Xian'er's figure appeared here. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind, and she looked cold and otherworldly. Her eyes were as cold as ice, and no one dared to approach her. On her shoulder, a big red bird was drooping its wings. Its eyes were searching everywhere. Big Red, you have to help me look carefully. This matter is very important to me. Gu Xian'er said to the big red bird on her shoulder. Although she did not know where the Purple Sun Sovereign was hiding, she believed that he was not far from the Black Tortoise ancient country. As long as they searched carefully, they would be able to find him. At this time, the Purple Sun Sovereign could not have gone too far. The most dangerous place was the safest place. Unless the Purple Sun Sovereign changed his appearance and did not want to continue staying in the Immortal Academy. Qin Xiaoyi's abduction had something to do with her. Now that Guchanga was injured, it was not easy for her to move. If she could find Lord of Purple Sun, it would save him some trouble. With this thought in mind, Gu Xian'er summoned the big red bird. Because it had a special talent for searching, no matter if it was a hidden cultivator, all kinds of heavenly treasures, opportunities, and so on, nothing could escape its eyes. Ga, suddenly, the big red bird cried out. Its eyes suddenly shined. Did you find a clue? Gu Xian'er was pleasantly surprised. She followed the bird's gaze and her expression froze. Between the cliffs of the mountain, there was a blue and red plant that looked like a star. It was emitting a hazy light. It was very beautiful and strange. I asked you to find someone. Who asked you to search for treasures? Her words were somewhat angry. How did she end up with such an unreliable big red bird? Hearing this, the big red bird looked at her with disdain. I don't want it. If I can't find the person, then I don't want the precious plant. Gu Xian'er shook her head. Her face was a little sad. This is the spark of starry fire, but very quickly, she looked again and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Her beautiful eyes brightened. Only now did she notice that under the plant, there was a small stone that was emitting rainbow-colored light. Gu Xian'er's figure flashed. She hurriedly rushed over to pick it up. Her gloomy mood was lifted. Her luck was really not bad. She didn't find the person, but the spark of starry fire was worth the time she spent searching. However, Gu Xian'er did not notice. Behind an ancient tree in the distance, a man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance was watching her leave with a complicated expression, but he didn't do anything. It was the eldest martial brother Qin Wuya who returned from the ninth heaven. At the same time, he was Gu Xian'er's eldest martial brother from her previous life. After Gu Xian'er plucked the star fire seed, she turned into a rainbow and left the place. She did not notice Qin Wuya, who was watching her from afar. Her personality is very similar to junior sisters, but there are still some differences. Qin Wuya sighed deeply. He walked out from behind the ancient tree and retracted his gaze. He did not take the initiative to greet Gu Xian'er. Although he had the reincarnation lake's water in his hands, he could help Gu Xian'er recover her memories. However, if he suddenly approached her with an unknown background, it would definitely arouse Gu Xian'er's suspicion. If he forced Gu Xian'er to drink the reincarnation lake's water, it would be inconsistent with his style. Not to mention Gu Xian'er's cultivation was not bad and she seemed to have many tricks up her sleeve. If he really wanted to suppress her, he would need to spend some effort. That would not be worth it. Qin Wuya came here only to find out where Ziyang Heaven Monarch was hiding. He did not want to get involved in other troubles. That was why he secretly watched Gu Xian'er leave. When he saw the reincarnation of his previous life's partner in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, Qin Wuya was excited and planned to meet up with his junior brother in the ancient kingdom of Black Tortoise. With Ziyang Heaven Monarch status, it should not be difficult for him to find out the identity of that woman. As long as he knew the identity of that woman, it would be much easier for him to find a way to reunite with her. Unfortunately, the idea was good, but the reality stunned Qin Wuya. He could not believe it. Qin Wuya did not expect that he would not find Ziyang Heaven Monarch after reaching the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Instead, he heard that Ziyang Heaven Monarch had allied with the inheritor of the demonic arts and kidnapped the girl with the immortal demon body. He even heard that Ziyang Heaven Monarch had killed a group of young geniuses in the Yin land and had almost killed Guchanga. He was extremely shocked. He did not expect that such a thing would happen so soon after he arrived at the reincarnation lake. At first, Qin Wuya did not believe that his junior brother would do such a thing. Back in the days when they were still in the sect, Ziyang Heaven Monarch was rather timid and cowardly. Most of the time, he was bullied by the other disciples. It was always him who sought justice for him. With junior brother Ziyang's personality, how could he do such a thing? Among them, the successor of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Divine Prince, had even died a miserable death. However, Qin Wuya wasn't very sure about his own thoughts. After all, so many years had passed, and people would change. Junior brother Ziyang hated Guchanga so much, so he naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to kill him, even if it meant cooperating with the inheritor of the demonic arts. After that, there was no news about the Purple Sun God Monarch. Instead, there were all sorts of other rumors that proved the truth. All of these made Qin Wuya fall into deep suspicion. He increasingly felt that this matter was related to junior brother Ziyang. Fortunately, Ziyang Heaven Monarch took the initiative to send someone to contact him, guessing that he had already left the reincarnation lake and rushed to the Black Tortoise ancient country. Thus, Qin Wuya rushed all the way here to meet up with Ziyang Heaven Monarch and discuss what to do next. I hope this matter has nothing to do with junior brother. It seems that the inheritor of the demonic arts is not simple. If you want to ask a tiger for its skin, you have to be prepared to be devoured by the tiger. Qin Wuya sighed in his heart. His figure flashed as he rushed to the place he had discussed with Ziyang Heaven Monarch. In their era, there was no news about the inheritor of the demonic arts. The inheritor of the demonic arts seemed to have only appeared in recent years. Their actions were feared by all cultivators and skyprides. Even those great sects and orthodoxies that had stood tall since ancient times avoided the inheritor of the demonic arts like snakes and scorpions. They wouldn't let them grow. If Ziyang Heaven Monarch cooperated with such a person, he might be killed at any time. Very quickly, Qin Wuya sensed a strange fluctuation in a seemingly quiet and desolate ruin in front of him. With his experience, he easily recognized that it was some concealment runes. Moreover, the formation was very clever. Even a supreme being would be fooled if they weren't paying attention. However, it couldn't be hidden from him. Junior brother Ziyang. At the entrance of the ruin, Qin Wuya took the initiative to shout inside. At the same time, he used his divine sense to check the surroundings to prevent anyone from following him. Eldest senior brother, he's finally here. After hearing Qin Wuya's words. In the depths of the ruin, a purple-robed man who was cultivating suddenly became excited. He hurriedly stood up and rushed to meet Qin Wuya. Junior brother Ziyang, are you all right? Qin Wuya looked at Ziyang Heaven Monarch who rushed over and heaved a sigh of relief. He asked with concern. I'm fine. Now that eldest senior brother is here, I'm relieved. After that, Qin Wuya and Ziyang Heaven Monarch exchanged greetings. Ziyang Heaven Monarch revealed a smile and also heaved a sigh of relief. The uneasiness in his heart was finally gone. In his eyes, Qin Wuya was like a pillar of support. No matter what happened, as long as eldest senior brother was here, he would be able to solve it. It was the same for the framing incident this time. Junior brother, what's going on? I'm just saying that I've heard too many rumors recently. After that, Qin Wuya frowned and went straight to the point. Ziyang Heaven Monarch also did not hide anything. He told Qin Wuya everything he knew, without hiding anything. including how he chased after the inheritor of the demonic arts and how he was framed for no reason and became the accomplice of the inheritor of the demonic arts who kidnapped Xianxia. He did not omit a single word from the beginning to the end of this matter. He told Qin Wuya everything. The person who framed you is truly vicious. It can be said to be flawless and without any flaws. Even though Qin Wuya was experienced and knowledgeable, after hearing all this, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His back was filled with cold air. He was shocked and somewhat frightened. One after another, it was a dead end. No wonder Ziyang Heaven Monarch would be in such a sorry state and hide here. If not, how could I be like this right now? Ziyang Heaven Monarch smiled bitterly. However, his face was filled with anger and hatred. Then junior brother, do you know who framed you? Qin Wuya asked in a low voice. Could it be Six Crown King? I heard that he was the first person to know that you kidnapped Xianxia. Hearing this, Lord of Heaven Ziyang was also stunned. The person he suspected the most was actually Gu Chang'e. However, he was not certain. When he used the immortal Dao Heavenly Eye to see the future fragment, he wanted to know what he would encounter in the future. Although he saw Gu Chang'e's figure at that time, it was not enough to prove that Gu Chang'e was scheming against him. Moreover, Gu Chang'e had been seriously injured in the land of Extreme Yin and had almost died in the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts. In Ziyang Heaven Monarch's opinion, Six Crown King was also very suspicious. After all, Six Crown King was in Black Tortoise ancient country when everything happened. Moreover, there was no enmity between the two of them. Without any evidence, why would Six Crown King be so sure that he was the one who kidnapped Xianxia? None of this could be justified. Secondly, there was that mysterious inheritor of the demonic arts. Soon, Ziyang Heaven Monarch mentioned the three people he suspected. He wanted to see what Qin Wuya thought of this. I understand. Don't worry, junior brother. I will do my best to help you. Qin Wuya nodded. His expression was heavy. Before the truth came to light, he could not say for sure who was the one who framed Ziyang Heaven Monarch. That's right. Eldest senior brother, can you help me with something? I know that your cultivation is powerful. This shouldn't be a problem. Ziyang Heaven Monarch suddenly thought of something and said with a slightly expectant expression. Please speak, junior brother. Qin Wuya nodded. Right now, due to the fact that Sanctus Ziyan was captured by Gu Chang'e and put under house arrest, the Purple Mansion is now divided. Many of the elders have started to side with the headmaster, said the Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch. So, you want me to take action and rescue the Sanctus Ziyan, right? When Qin Wuya heard this, he suddenly understood. This kind of matter was not difficult for him. He just needed to sneak into the palace where Gu Chang'e was and not be discovered. Although Gu Chang'e was powerful, he was nothing to Qin Wuya, who had lived in the 9 heavens for hundreds of years. In the eyes of outsiders, he was only a heavenly god. However, Qin Wuya was not very clear about his true strength. Thank you, senior brother. Ziyang Heaven Monarch was overjoyed when he heard this. In fact, he still had his own plans. He was actually quite possessive of Lu Ziyan, the Purple Mansion's holy maiden, who was extremely beautiful. Back then, the few old monsters in the Purple Mansion had promised him that they would bestow Lu Ziyan to him after he took over the Purple Mansion. Ziyang Heaven Monarch had come in contact with her because of this matter. He had also given her pointers and left a good impression on her. However, now that Lu Ziyan was imprisoned by Gu Chang'e and there were even some bad rumors about her, he felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, in the Purple Mansion's world, the territory was vast and boundless. It was difficult to find the border. Purple chi lingered in the air, and clouds rose. There were countless celestial mountains and divine islands. Silver waterfalls fell from the sky and chaotic fog shrouded the area. At the center of the Purple Mansion was a palace that stood in the void. Damn it! There was a tall middle-aged man with a dignified aura around him. He wore a purple great luo robe, and when he opened and closed his eyes, a radiance would appear. There was an aura that made one's heart palpitate. His face was pale as he clenched his fists. He was furious. The other elders by the side were also trying to persuade Xianxia helplessly. Gu Chang'e, this junior, has gone too far. Does he really think that I won't do anything to him just because he's the young master of the Gu clan? It's the Grand Elder who protected Lord Purple Sunday. What does that have to do with me? Not only did he lock up my daughter, but he also said that he would make me a master? How dare he? This person was the sect leader of the Purple Mansion, Lu Ming. Naturally, he had heard the rumors. Now, he was so angry that he almost laughed. His eyes were full of anger. Originally, he had a good impression of Gu Chang'e. Such a young talent had a righteous heart. His actions showed that he would achieve great things. However, he did not expect that Gu Chang'e would lock up his daughter, Lu Xian, and threaten him to tell him the whereabouts of Lord Purple Sunday. How would he know where Lord Purple Sun was? Furthermore, the one who protected Purple Sun Heaven Monarch was another Grand Elder. His authority was no less than that of the sect leader. Moreover, an old monster had recently awakened and thought highly of Lord Purple Sunday. Because of this relationship, the sect leader turned a blind eye and did not interfere. He gave full authority to the Grand Elder. How could the sect leader of the Purple Mansion not be angry that he had become the scapegoat? If Ziyan really gave him a big surprise when she returned to the sect, he would not be able to control himself. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold himself back and rush to the Longevity Gu family to cause a ruckus. Sect leader, please calm down. We were wrong in this matter. However, no matter what, the Saintess Ziyan is Gu Chang'e's woman now. We can't make him unhappy. After all, the Saintess is a rare beauty. What if Gu Chang'e can't control himself and does something stupid? Hearing this, the other elders also tried to persuade the sect leader with a bitter smile. Now that something like this had happened, as experts of the older generation, if they were to interfere, they would be suspected of bullying the younger generation due to their age. The forces behind Gu Chang'e would not sit back and do nothing. Once this matter was blown out of proportion, the Purple Mansion would not be able to gain any advantage. Not to mention, there were still other orthodoxies eyeing the Purple Mansion covetously. Right now, the only thing they could do was to prove that Purple Sun God Monarch was really related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, not only did their words of persuasion not have any effect, they instead made the Z Mansion's headmaster even more furious. How dare he? Damn it, this Gu Chang'e really pisses me off. To think that I thought that this child would become a great person in the future. There would definitely be a place for him at the peak of the upper realm. The headmaster of the Purple Mansion had a gloomy expression on his face. He began to pace back and forth in the hall with an ugly expression. If it wasn't for the fact that they were concerned about their sect's reputation and the other orthodoxies, they would have been able to do so. At this time, he wanted to show himself and go to the Black Tortoise ancient country to rescue Lu Xian and teach Gu Chang'e a lesson. Husband, there's no need to worry about this. Ziyan is intelligent, and she definitely won't suffer any grievances. Speaking of which, isn't this an opportunity for her? At this time, a soft and gentle voice suddenly came from outside the hall. A graceful and elegant woman walked in. She had a messaging charm in her hand and spoke with a smile on her face. Greetings, Madam Headmaster. The rest of the elders greeted her. Then, they looked at each other and tacitly excused themselves. The headmaster of the Purple Mansion and his wife were very loving. They also doted on their only daughter, Lu Xian. Madam. Seeing her, the anger on the headmaster of the Purple Mansion dissipated. Then, he put on a gentle expression and went forward to ask curiously, Madam, what do you mean? This is the message Ziyan sent back. You'll know when you see it. When the time comes and we have a grandson, we don't know who will lose out. The headmaster's wife smiled and handed the message charm in her hand to Lu Ming. In her opinion, with Gu Chang'e's status, he only said such things to embarrass the Z Mansion. It was impossible for him to do anything. If Gu Chang'e did something to Lu Xian, with his status, it was impossible for him to not take responsibility. When the time comes, it would save her a lot of trouble. Lu Xian was a very famous Z Mansion saintess in the upper realm. She was as beautiful as a flower and as delicate as jade. She was worried that her standards were too high and that she wouldn't be able to find a cultivation partner in the future. No matter if it was Gu Chang'e's talent or background, there was no one more suitable than him. If such a freak combination of factors were to happen, it would be a wonderful thing. The headmaster of the Z mansion, Lu Ming, didn't know what his wife was thinking. He looked at the message charm in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. Oh, Ziyan sent back a message? Could it be that Guchanga is bullying her? But soon, his expression froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. Then, he frowned and deeply sighed. After reading everything in the message charm, Lu Ming found it difficult to remain calm. House arrest is just what they call it. I didn't expect it to be like this. I can't believe I've wronged someone. With Ziyan's personality, she definitely wouldn't lie to me. Guchonga's schemes are really hard to ignore. Actually, I'm very clear about Ziyan's worries. Since Guchonga insists that Ziyang Sky Lord give him an explanation, I'll play along with him. The headmaster of the Z mansion pondered for a while and regained his composure. Lu Ziyan had explained everything in the message charm, including the cause and effect of Guchonga's invitation to tea that day. It also included the interactions between her and Guchonga during this period. They drank tea, played chess, and occasionally discussed cultivation. It was very relaxing. It didn't seem like she was under house arrest at all. In fact, Lu Ziyan even enjoyed it. It was rare for her to find a kindred spirit in the opposite sex. From this, Lu Ming could see Guchonga's tough attitude. There were only two things in front of him now. The first was to protect Ziyang Sky Lord and become enemies with many orthodoxies, including Guchonga. The second was to cooperate with Guchonga to search for Ziyang Sky Lord's whereabouts and announce that Ziyang Sky Lord had nothing to do with the Z mansion. Husband, you should think about it carefully. After all, this concerns the future of the Z mansion. If you're not careful, you'll be smashed into pieces and die without a burial place. The headmaster's wife also advised. How could the inheritor of the demonic arts be so easily involved? Lu Ming frowned and sighed deeply. He felt that this matter was very troublesome. The lineage behind the Purple Sun Heaven monarch is very ancient. At the same time, it has an inseparable relationship with my lineage. If we expel him because of this, he will definitely be punished. I can't make the decision to expel him. Hearing this, the headmaster's wife said, Husband, why don't you take a step back and say that this has nothing to do with you? Although it'll offend him, we can't care about it. That's true. Let's do as you say. Lu Ming pondered for a while and then nodded. He began to give orders and write the relevant edicts. Soon, a piece of news spread from the Z mansion and shook everyone. The headmaster of the Z mansion said that if Ziyang Sky Lord was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts, he would be the first to kill him. He would not leave any traces behind. Once this news spread, it was like an earthquake and caused a terrifying sensation. All the cultivators and skyprides were extremely shocked. They did not expect things to turn out this way. Did the headmaster of the Z mansion give in to Guchonga, or did he have other motives? There were many guesses. After all, the Z mansion still wanted to protect Ziyang Sky Lord even though the headmaster said so. What did this mean? It meant that there were differences in opinion in the Z mansion. Once this statement spread, many orthodoxies and cultivators were shocked. They realized that the Z mansion was not united. Some wanted to protect Ziyang Sky Lord, but some wanted to deal with him impartially. Since the headmaster of the Z mansion said so, if the situation went out of control, it was equivalent to giving the Z mansion a chance to resolve the situation. It was not that the entire Z mansion wanted to make the entire world their enemy. However, no matter what, the longer Ziyang Sky Lord did not appear, the more turbulent the situation would be. The entire Black Tortoise ancient country was immersed in the atmosphere of a storm. During this time, outside the Z Mansion Mountain, an ancient existence from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain came to seek justice. Without a doubt, a terrifying battle broke out. Outside the Z Mansion, many mountains and rivers were turned into dust. Some cultivators even saw the stars in outer space falling from the sky. Many Z Mansion disciples and cultivators were deeply uneasy. When they were traveling in the outside world, they were attacked by many people who thought that they were in cahoots with the inheritor of the demonic arts. Because of this, many Z Mansion disciples resented Ziyang Sky Lord. He was the one who caused this disaster. Why did they have to suffer in the end, deep in the Black Tortoise ancient country? Inside a magnificent and ancient palace, two people sat opposite each other. The fragrance of tea lingered in the air. Clack, as the last word was spoken, the situation on the chessboard changed instantly. The pieces intersected and divine light surged. It was as if a real phoenix that was about to leap into the 9 heavens was beheaded. Blood splattered everywhere. "You've lost again." Xianxia smiled and looked at the woman in purple in front of him. Within the hall, the aroma of tea wafted in the air. After Xianxia finished speaking, the hall became extremely quiet. Xianxia stood beside Xianxia and poured tea for him. She glanced at the lady in the purple dress from time to time. She seemed to be quiet and obedient. The lady in the purple dress looked like she was in her 20s. The veil that was originally used to cover her face was also removed. Her face was fair and delicate. Her lips and teeth were crystal clear, and her hair was black. She had a kind of otherworldly beauty. However, at this moment, her beautiful face was smeared with all kinds of black ink. It was a mixture of black and white, and it looked extremely strange. Although she was a little embarrassed, she did not look otherworldly. If the heavenly talents outside saw this scene, they would open their eyes wide in disbelief. Then, they would be furious and would jump out to support justice for the goddess and wash away the humiliation. Lu Xian held a chess piece in her hand and was about to place it down. However, she didn't expect that the hundreds of changes on the chessboard would instantly seal off all her paths of retreat, leaving her no chance of survival. For a moment, she was stunned and didn't know what to do. In the end, she could only sigh dejectedly. "I lost again." These days, every time she asked Xianxia for chess, she would lose terribly. She thought that her chess skills were excellent. No matter what kind of opponent she met before, even if it was a chess master who had been immersed in chess for hundreds or thousands of years, she was confident that she could match and win. However, in front of Xianxia, who was about the same age as her, she lost time and time again. She had never won. No matter what, she could not find a way out. Every escape route was calculated by Xianxia. Lu Xian could not believe it at first. After all, a person's energy was limited. Xianxia's cultivation was so strong, which meant that he spent a lot of time on cultivation. However, why was his chess skills also so good? Lu Xian could not accept it. He was even better than her, who studied chess. How could there be such a monstrous person in this world? Moreover, Xianxia's way of playing chess could be said to be flawless and closely linked. Even though it was just a game of chess, he couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. This made Lu Xian recall the scene she saw that day. Using all living things as chess pieces and the world as a board, such boldness was indeed not something she could compare to. Of course, Lu Xian had no idea that her so-called chess master, Xianxia, was actually Xianxia. It was all thanks to the system. Before this, he didn't know anything about chess at all. He was purely learning and adding points on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that he had to deal with Lu Xian, he wouldn't have bothered to study chess. "Yeah, Xianxia, you lost again. I've already given you 3 moves in this game, but I didn't expect the result to still be the same." Hearing this, Xianxia seemed to sigh helplessly, and then smiled. Then, he raised his wrist and unconsciously picked up the brush beside him. He dipped it in ink and planned to smear it on the face of the beauty in front of him. Lu Xian bit her lip and stared straight at him. "Young Master Xianxia, won't you let me win? I've already let you win so many times." "Xianxia, are you trying to go back on your word?" Xianxia lightly smiled. She was as beautiful as jade and had a celestial appearance. Even if what he was doing was a bit repulsive, it was very difficult for a woman to feel bad about it. Hearing this, Lu Xian could only accept her fate and close her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled as she allowed Xianxia to randomly smear her face with the brush. Who would have thought that she would even make a bet in order to ask Xianxia for advice on chess? Of course, this bet was proposed by Xianxia, so Lu Xian didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She was just a bit annoyed by Xianxia's bad taste. "That's fine." Soon, Xianxia stopped writing, his eyes filled with interest. Lu Xian lowered her eyes, inwardly annoyed. She didn't need to look at the mirror to know that her face was completely black. For a woman who loved beauty, this was simply torture. This kind of thing, except for Xianxia, probably no one else could do. Again. Lu Ziyan raised her eyes and said again. There was a sense of stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat in her eyes, as if she was determined to win against Xianxia. Not again. Xianxia shook his head and brought the teacup to his mouth. His eyes were calm, and he seemed to be very calm. There was a sense of transcendence. No, young Master Xianxia, you are such a bully. How can you not play again? Lu Ziyan suddenly stood up. She was a bit anxious and no longer as calm as before. If she didn't win against Xianxia, she would really have a mental block. Xianxia, you can't win against me anyway. It's meaningless to keep winning like this. Hearing this, Xianxia only said unhurriedly. Lu Ziyan understood what he was implying. He felt that this kind of bet was no longer interesting. Therefore, she was very straightforward and asked directly. Then, young Master Xianxia, what do you want before you agree to play another round with me? Xianxia, why are you so stubborn? Could it be that you like the feeling of being oppressed by me? Xianxia asked with a strange smile. Lu Ziyan was startled. Her face became a bit red, and she hurriedly waved her hand. Young Master Xianxia, please don't say such nonsense. I just want to play with you. I don't mean anything else. That's good. Xianxia smiled. His handsome face was flawless. Even though his face was pale and he hadn't recovered from his injuries, he still looked otherworldly. He looked outside the palace and gently put down the teacup. I thought you really wanted to bring back the chubby grandson of the Z Mansion's sect master. Otherwise, why would you be so stubborn? Hearing this, Lu Ziyan's beautiful face became even redder. However, because of the ink, it wasn't very obvious. She calmed herself down and hurriedly explained. Young Master Xianxia, you must be joking. I have never thought about this before. She had heard many rumors in the outside world. In particular, when Xianxia told the Z Mansion's sect master that he would like to be a master, Lu Ziyan was stunned for a long time. At that time, she even pretended to be serious and asked Xianxia about this matter. In the end, all she got was a sentence from him, Xianxia, you're dreaming. Lu Ziyan simply could not forget the dumbfounded and ashamed expression on her face at that time. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. She clearly knew that Xianxia only said that to the outside world. She was under house arrest. However, she still believed it to be true. Moreover, Lu Ziyan could see that Xianxia really didn't have any interest in her. Otherwise, why would he say something like that? Oh, then it seems that I was thinking too much. Xianxia smiled and then looked outside the palace. He seemed to be thinking about something. Seeing him like this, Lu Ziyan couldn't help but ask curiously, young Master Xianxia, why were you looking outside the palace? Did something happen? Hearing this, Xianxia looked at her and shook his head. I suddenly felt a bit uneasy. It seems that I won't be able to calm down for the next few days. Xianxia, you should be careful. I'll be careful? Lu Ziyan was stunned and didn't understand what Xianxia meant. Xianxia, you should move in with me for the next few days. Xianxia didn't explain much and only said this. Xianxia, don't even think about it. I won't give birth to your child. Hearing this, Lu Ziyan was stunned for a moment. Then, her beautiful face turned pale with fright and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this time, the first thing that popped up in her mind was the matter that Xianxia told the headmaster of the Z Mansion a few days ago about becoming a master. In a moment of panic, she couldn't help but blurt it out. However, as soon as she said this, she felt that something was wrong. Her reaction seemed to be too intense. Xianxia, why are you always thinking about such good things? Hearing this, Xianxia raised his eyebrows and seemed a little helpless. What I mean is that if you move here, I can take care of you if anything happens. Hearing this, Lu Ziyan quickly reacted and her eyes widened. She wasn't stupid. From Xianxia's actions, he seemed to have noticed something. Young Master Xianxia, are you saying that someone will come to assassinate me? Lu Ziyan calmed down and frowned. She seriously thought about it. She didn't doubt this possibility. If something happened to her at this time, Xianxia definitely wouldn't be able to get away with it. Most importantly, because of her, there were many people in the Z Mansion who were against protecting the Purple Sun Sovereign. If something happened to her, the Z Mansion would be enraged. Perhaps the little sign that had just appeared would be snuffed out. If I were Purple Sun Sky Monarch, I would definitely send someone to kill you. Gu Chang'e smiled. He didn't believe that Lu Ziyan didn't understand what he meant. Hearing this, Lu Ziyan fell into deep thought. Everything she did was for the sake of the Z Mansion. However, the Purple Sun Sovereign's actions were no different from pushing the Z Mansion into the abyss of no return. At this time, she had become the Purple Sun Sovereign's obstacle. After that, Gu Chang'e called a group of followers and ordered them to increase the patrols and be on guard in case someone came to seek revenge. Lu Ziyan had a lot on her mind and didn't have the mood to continue playing chess with Gu Chang'e. She took her leave first. Qin Wuya, it's time for you to make a move. After Lu Ziyan left, Gu Chang'e smiled. He had already set up an inescapable net and was waiting for Qin Wuya to make his move. In fact, he had already guessed the Purple Sun Sovereign's motive. Of course, he didn't want to kill Lu Ziyan. He wanted to save her. And the only helper Ziyang Heaven Monarch could find now was his eldest senior brother, Qin Wuya. After that, Gu Chang'e sent a message to Tang Wan and asked her to come over. He had something for her to do. At this time, it would be best if he could get the other son of Providence, Chu Hao, to join in. At the same time, outside the group of palaces, a man with a medium build and an ordinary face was looking at something in a secluded alley with a frown on his face. He was murmuring softly. In his right hand, there was a stone with strange patterns on it. It was moving inexplicably. With Gu Chang'e's current condition, as long as I avoid his followers, he won't be able to find me. At that time, I'll be able to rescue the Saintess Ziyan secretly and complete the mission that junior brother Ziyang gave me. This person was naturally Qin Wuya, who had agreed to the Purple Sun Sovereign's request to rescue the Saintess Ziyan. In order to accurately control the whereabouts of Gu Chang'e's followers, as well as the security of the palace where Gu Chang'e was at, Qin Wuya spent 3 days in total. Qin Wuya observed this place for a full 3 days. Only then did he have complete confidence. This place was heavily guarded. The entry and exit of cultivators and skyprides were firmly controlled. No strangers were allowed to enter. In the entire Black Tortoise ancient country, even the forbidden area of the imperial capital didn't have such a terrifying security. It was obvious that Gu Chang'e's injuries were not simple. In many people's eyes, although Gu Chang'e claimed that his injuries were almost healed. However, how could an Origin Dao injury be so easily healed? If his injuries weren't serious, he wouldn't be so vigilant like now. He wouldn't let go of the slightest disturbance. It seems that although Gu Chang'e's methods are outstanding, he is still worried that others will take advantage of the situation to attack him. The inheritor of demonic arts is hiding in the dark, ready to make a move. Gu Chang'e is definitely a life and death threat that must be eliminated. Qin Wuya carefully concealed his presence and hid in the vicinity of the palace. Even the patrolling skyprides didn't discover his presence. Asking for fresh flowers, soon, the sky darkened. The afterglow of the sun shone on the group of palaces in front of him. It was as if an ancient palace was located in the mortal world. It was incomparably majestic. The skyprides passing by all looked at him in awe. However, they didn't dare to stop in the slightest. Right at this moment, a slight fluctuation came from the void. Qin Wuya's figure became blurry. He stepped into it. And soon disappeared. At this moment, even the most proficient skyprides in space wouldn't be able to discover his tracks. In Qin Wuya's hand was a mysterious shining stone that came from the 9 heavens. Regardless of whether it was concealing heaven's secrets or the aura of a cultivator, it had indescribable miraculous effects. Of course, Qin Wuya still had many tricks up his sleeve. That was why he was so confident. Along the way, Qin Wuya saw many patrolling skyprides, but none of them noticed him. At this moment, as long as they weren't stupid, they should know how terrifying the situation was after Gu Chang'e was injured. Therefore, unless they really wanted to kill Gu Chang'e, no one would dare to barge in. The patrolling skyprides and cultivators more or less had the same thoughts. They weren't as serious as Qin Wuya previously thought. Most of them were just wandering around in the vicinity. Soon, after entering the group of palaces in front of him, Qin Wuya's gaze was slightly strange. He swept his gaze across the formation runes and the patrolling skyprides. After that, he carefully avoided them and went directly into the depths of the palaces. He already knew the location of Guchanga's palace, as well as the area where the Violet Palace disciples were imprisoned. In fact, it was only 100 miles away from where Guchanga was. For cultivators like them, it was just a matter of a thought. After arriving at the palace, Qin Wuya began to search for traces of Saint Xian. The most important thing now was to find Xian and take her away. This way, the Violet Palace realm wouldn't have to be afraid of Guchanga. Just as Guchanga had guessed, Xian wasn't in a good situation. Even though the Violet Palace realm behind him was still protecting him. However, there was another message from the Violet Palace realm. It said that if Xian was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts, they wouldn't be merciful and would kill him personally. That was why Xian was panicking. His biggest reliance now was the Violet Palace realm behind him. If even the Violet Palace realm gave up on him, what would happen to him? He was afraid that even Prince would be far inferior. You are, on the other side, in a quiet palace. Lu Xian, who was about to sleep, frowned. She had a bad premonition. The divine talisman in her hand shone brightly and her magic power surged. She quickly got up and was ready to attack. Outside the courtyard, a black shadow suddenly appeared. The moonlight became blurry as if it was covered by endless dark clouds. Lu Xian looked at the black-robed figure in front of her and felt uneasy. This person suddenly broke into her courtyard in the middle of the night. Moreover, he didn't make a sound. Lu Xian also noticed that as the black-robed figure appeared, the aura in the surroundings became strange. Even the night sky seemed to be covered by darkness. A terrifying black fog suddenly swept in from all directions and enveloped the entire courtyard. Even if she made a big noise, the patrolling cultivators and skyprides outside wouldn't notice. Such means made Lu Xian feel very uneasy. The other party must have come prepared. One had to know that she was currently in Guchanga's palace, which was heavily guarded beyond imagination. However, someone was still able to sneak in. Didn't that mean that if this person had bad intentions, it would be easy for him to assassinate her here? Thinking about it more broadly, if this person was in cahoots with the inheritor of the demonic arts, their goal would be to take advantage of Guchanga's serious injury to assassinate him. This was simply unimaginable. At this time, Lu Xian recalled Guchanga's words and felt a chill down her spine. Could it be that someone really wanted to kill her at this time and cause hatred between Guchanga and the Violet Palace realm? She was a bit regretful that she didn't listen to Guchanga's words and move the courtyard to his place. At this time, it would be much safer to have someone to look after her. Saint Xian, the black shadow suddenly appeared and looked at Lu Xian with a cold smile as if he was looking at a prey. His entire body was shrouded in black mist, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, the terrifying aura was almost suffocating. With such an appearance, Lu Xian instantly thought of a person, and that was the inheritor of the demonic arts. Of course, the person in front of her was definitely not the inheritor of the demonic arts, but he definitely had something to do with it. Back in the land of Extreme, almost all the skyprides had seen it. Next to the inheritor of the demonic arts, there were several terrifying figures in black robes and shrouded in black mist. Each of them was at least in the Great Saint stage. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Did Lord Xiang send you? Although Lu Xian felt uneasy, she forced herself to calm down and asked coldly. She knew that she couldn't panic at this time. Moreover, she wanted to use this opportunity to get information from the other party. Who is Lord Xiang? However, the black-robed person only sneered and didn't say much. You're about to die, but you still have so many questions. If you want to know, go and ask someone else. After saying that, he didn't waste any time and directly slammed his palm down. It was like a peerless heavenly sword that slashed down with endless laws. The terrifying aura of the Great Saint stage appeared and was about to kill Lu Xian. Lu Xian's expression changed drastically. She floated backward in an attempt to avoid the palm. However, the power was too terrifying. The precepts were as heavy as the vast sea of stars. Even though she was a short distance away, her skin felt like it was going to explode. She couldn't withstand it at all. Buzz. The void trembled and collapsed inch by inch as if it was going to shatter. If this place wasn't covered by the runes just now, The commotion here would have spread everywhere immediately and caused a huge commotion. That was why the other party came prepared and had anticipated all of this. That was why he set up a concealment array. His goal was to kill her silently here. Lu Xian's face turned cold at the thought of this. Although the other party didn't admit it, she had already guessed that this matter was definitely related to Lord of Purple Sunday. The black-robed man was the subordinate of the inheritor of demonic arts, and Lord of Purple Sun couldn't wait to kill her. Now is the best time to do that. I didn't expect Lord of Purple Sun to work together with the inheritor of demonic arts. Now that I've discovered this secret, they probably won't let me live. Lu Xian took out a magic tool. It was a heavenly luo umbrella that was overflowing with colorful lights, and it let down all kinds of brilliance. Suddenly, it spread out like a shield, wanting to resist the black-robed man. Lu Xian was also very decisive. At this time, she knew that she wasn't the other party's match. She immediately took out the protective Dharma artifact that her father had left for her. It was a golden decree. The moment she activated it, endless golden light gushed out. It was like a golden sun that rose up brilliantly. Even though the courtyard was covered in black fog and was completely isolated from the outside world, there were still signs of breaking through. The black-robed man was extremely powerful. He was far stronger than the great sage cultivators that Lu Xian had encountered before. In her opinion, the black-robed man in front of her could even fight a quasi-supreme. With her own means, it would be a problem for her to stay alive. That was why she was so decisive. Rumble, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, it was as if hundreds of stars had exploded. The Tian Luo umbrella took the hit head-on. Immediately, cracks appeared on it and it collapsed. However, under the light of the golden decree, the black-robed man didn't care at all. He even sneered. "I knew you had such means." He waved his hands, and two pitch-black beams of light appeared in the air. There was a supreme aura surging within them. Immediately afterwards, the two streaks of light crisscrossed, forming a terrifying cross-shaped crack. Endless devouring force transmitted from within, great Tao symbols gushing out, terrifying beyond compare. The golden decree resisted and was instantly swallowed by the cross-shaped fissure. The two contended against each other, and it was difficult for them to struggle free. They clashed and cancelled each other out, creating a great scene. This scene left Lu Xian stunned. The golden decree was restrained, so she had to use other methods. However, in the void, the black fog that filled the sky had already swept over and instantly sent her flying. With a pu sound, blood spurted out of her mouth. And her aura rapidly declined. "This is the divine ability that Master personally bestowed upon me. I knew that you would have such a technique and was waiting for you to use it. Xianxia, no one will be able to save you today. Today will be your memorial day." The black-robed figure laughed coldly. His silhouette rapidly closed the distance between them before vanishing. He unleashed a terrifying innate technique, causing darkness to envelop the entire area as he rushed towards Lu Xian. Seeing this, Lu Xian's expression could not help but become desperate. In the next moment, her silhouette flew out horizontally and fell to the ground. Her entire body was covered in blood, and her injuries were severe. Large patches of her snow-white skin were covered in wounds. "You're about to die. Are you still going to resist?" The black-robed figure appeared again, his gaze cold. Lu Xian coughed out blood and struggled to stand up. She coldly looked at the other party without saying anything. She used many methods, but they were all useless. Even the golden decree, which contained her father's full power attack, was blocked by the other party's special divine ability and could not be used. Could it be that she was really going to be killed today? She was very regretful now. If she had listened to Xianxia's words and moved to his palace, she would have done so. Would this black-robed man dare to be so arrogant tonight? It seems that Xianxia is regretting now. At this moment, a voice with a faint smile suddenly came from the house behind Lu Xian. Her entire body suddenly froze, and she abruptly turned around. She was incomparably shocked and pleasantly surprised. It was like a dream. "Xianxia?" Lu Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. But more than that, she was unable to conceal her joy, surprise, and excitement. Who would have thought that Gu Chang'e would suddenly appear in such a life-or-death situation? How did he appear here? Lu Ziyan didn't have time to ask. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e's strength was enough to fight against the black-robed figure in front of her. After all, the other party's most powerful method was used to fight against her golden decree. It seems that it was as I expected. Indeed, someone couldn't hold back and attacked you. Gu Chang'e walked out of the house unhurriedly with an unfathomable smile on his face. You already expected this? Lu Ziyan looked at him and calmed down a bit. She recalled Gu Chang'e's previous actions. He did say that he guessed that Purple Sun Lord would send someone to assassinate her. Was that why Gu Chang'e hid beside her and waited for the attacker to appear? If that wasn't the case, why would I appear to save you? Gu Chang'e smiled and began to emit a powerful aura. Even though his source was damaged, he still had an undefeatable aura. Rumble, the sky seemed to be about to explode. Many terrifying phenomena rose. Gu Chang'e? My master will come and take your life personally. Seeing Gu Chang'e appear, the black-robed figure glanced at him with fear. He seemed to have the intention to retreat. Oh, but it seems that your life will end here today. Gu Chang'e looked at him and said indifferently. His expression didn't change at all. Haha, what arrogance. Do you really think that I'm the only one? Moreover, Gu Chang'e, you've been injured by the source of your great Tao. Do you really think that I can't see that you're heavily injured and can't use much of your strength? The black-robed figure sneered. He wasn't afraid at all and spoke again. He even found a signboard for him to enter the arena. Soon, the two people in the courtyard started to fight. The place shook and the concealment formation started to collapse. Black fog surged and the void trembled. This kind of majestic aura was like a large piece of blue sky crashing down. It wanted to smash Gu Chang'e into a bloody mist and destroy his body and soul. However, Gu Chang'e quickly took action. Strand after strand of bizarre radiance appeared. There was a supreme fluctuation that swept outwards, crushing everything. Aren't you heavily injured? The black-robed figure's expression changed. He waved his sleeve and felt that the situation was not right. He planned to escape. Even if I'm heavily injured, it's easy to kill you all. Gu Chang'e said indifferently. His figure flashed and he quickly chased after the black-robed figure. The formation that enveloped the place was suddenly broken. What happened? What's going on? Is someone here to assassinate the young master? Many geniuses and cultivators felt the fluctuations of the battle at the first moment. They all appeared in the sky and were extremely shocked. I hope young Master Chang'e can catch the black-robed figure and ask for the whereabouts of Heavenly Lord Ziyang and the inheritor of the demonic arts. Seeing Gu Chang'e chasing after the black-robed figure, Lu Ziyan also heaved a sigh of relief. She gradually calmed down and felt more at ease. She started to think about other things. What happened tonight was definitely related to Heavenly Lord Ziyang and the inheritor of the demonic arts. I have to tell Father about this and let him decide. It's already a fact that Heavenly Lord Ziyang colluded with the inheritor of the demonic arts. At the same time, within the group of palaces, within the void, Qin Wuya, who was carefully hiding his tracks, also instantly noticed the chaotic situation in this place. To be honest, he was also very shocked. He didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. Someone noticed him? Could it be that Gu Chang'e was attacked by the assassin? If that's the case, the heavens are helping me. Although I don't know the reason, but it should be related to Gu Chang'e being attacked by the assassin. In such a chaotic situation, I can take the opportunity to rescue her. Qin Wuya couldn't help but smile. His figure moved and became blurry. Relying on the information he had gathered in the past few days, he rushed to Lu Ziyan's courtyard. Who are you? However, the moment he appeared in the courtyard, a dazzling light flashed. A dazzling sword ray suddenly appeared. Its peerless sharpness formed a supreme murderous force that slashed down at him. Lu Ziyan shouted, accompanied by her cold killing intent. Saying to Ziyan, don't be anxious. I don't mean any harm. Junior brother Ziyang asked me to come and save you. Qin Wuya explained when he heard that. He didn't want to attract any unnecessary trouble. However, he felt that Lu Ziyan's current state was very strange. Heavenly Lord Ziyang saved me? Hearing this, Lu Ziyan sneered. Her pretty face became colder and colder. It was as if the profound ice chi that wouldn't melt for thousands of years suddenly swept in all directions, wanting to devour everything. This time, she chose to attack directly without showing any mercy. She used her most powerful ancient heavenly art and deduced all kinds of runes and divine powers. It was mysterious and boundless. Qin Wuya frowned. He felt that the situation had become very troublesome. Why was Lu Xian's performance so different from what he had expected? However, he didn't want to hurt Lu Xian, so he didn't attack. He just kept dodging. Oh? It seems that this is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. I was wondering why that guy was trying to delay me. So that's the real reason. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. A figure in white clothes flashed past the eaves like a graceful swan and appeared here. There was a faint smile on his handsome face, as if he had just been enlightened. Rumble, the sky trembled and an indescribable sound was heard. Outside the courtyard, many geniuses and cultivators suddenly swarmed in. It was so crowded that not even a fly could pass through. Even a fly couldn't fly out. Everyone stared at everything in the courtyard and took out all kinds of Dharma artifacts. Brilliant lights flowed and filled the sky with killing intent. It could cover the sky. Guchanga, Qin Wuya stared at the young man who was walking in unhurriedly. His expression suddenly changed and his scalp went numb. An endless chill suddenly rose from his back. Looks like you recognize me. Then who are you? Guchanga walked in slowly with a smile on his face. His clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal under the moonlight. Then, he clapped his hands, and a large number of cultivators and geniuses swarmed in from outside the courtyard. All of them were glaring at Qin Wuya with murderous intent as they surrounded him. A terrifying aura surged in the courtyard, shrouding an austere atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. There was also a lingering fear in their hearts. In their opinion, Qin Wuya and the black-robed man who had suddenly barged in to assassinate Lu Xian were actually in cahoots. However, the two were very smart. When one of them was exposed, they immediately lured the tiger away from the mountain. The mysterious person in front of them took the opportunity to come here and continue to assassinate Lu Xian. Such a scheme was truly vicious. If Guchanga hadn't reacted quickly enough to notice that something was wrong and turned back, Lu Xian might have already met with some mishap. Once such a thing happened, they, as patrolling guards, would naturally not be able to escape the blame. Thinking of this, they were filled with killing intent towards Qin Wuya. They couldn't wait to kill him immediately. Seeing everyone's murderous expression, Qin Wuya had a bad feeling in his heart. Even though he was very confident in the beginning, he still felt a chill down his spine. At this time, he also felt a chill on his back. He didn't expect Guchanga to suddenly appear. Wasn't he chasing after the assassin? Why did he suddenly turn back? If he didn't explain himself, he would probably be considered to be in cahoots with the black-robed man. However, Qin Wuya had cultivated for many years, and his mental state was extraordinary. He quickly calmed down and asked in a deep voice. Guchanga, if you know what's good for you, let go of Xianxia. He didn't directly answer Guchanga's question. Instead, he preemptively said that he was in cahoots with the black-robed man. Moreover, his face was covered with a black cloth that flickered with runes. There was a special law flowing around it, so he wasn't afraid of being seen clearly. Young Lord Chang'e, Lu Xian, whose beautiful face was filled with coldness, was also pleasantly surprised to see Guchanga walking over. She didn't know why, but whenever Guchanga was by her side, she would feel a sense of security. It was also Guchanga who had suddenly appeared and forced the black-robed man to retreat, saving her life. And now, when she was in danger, he turned back. Although Lu Xian knew that if she was ambushed in Guchanga's mansion, it would bring him a lot of trouble. This was the reason why Guchanga saved her so many times. But she was still very touched. Release Xianxia? How do you know how I treat Xianxia? You're pretty good at playing the blame game. If I hadn't suddenly sensed that there was something wrong with that black-robed man and guessed that he had an accomplice, I'm afraid you would have succeeded by now. Who are you? Guchanga smiled faintly. Between his hands behind his back, divine talismans began to appear. A peerless sharpness was revealed. Brilliant light flowed, and a terrifying aura appeared. Guchanga, the whole world knows that you've imprisoned Xianxia. What are you trying to say now? I just don't like you, so I came to save Xianxia. Qin Wuya frowned. At the same time, he looked at Lu Ziyan. Xianxia, please don't worry. I have no ill intentions. The reason I came here tonight is to save you from the demon claw. He knew that when he first appeared, Lu Ziyan was too vigilant. That was why she thought that he was with that black-robed man and attacked him. And now, he only needed to explain the situation clearly. Lu Ziyan would understand who came to save her. Save me? Save the demon claw? But hearing this, Lu Ziyan still sneered. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were still cold. If it wasn't for her quick reaction, she would have already died here, her body and soul destroyed. This person still wanted to deceive her at this time. Did he really think that she couldn't see the situation clearly? He didn't even want to come up with a decent excuse. In Lu Ziyan's view, this mysterious man was sent by the Purple Sun Lord, just like the black-robed man. However, the Purple Sun Lord was very careful. He still didn't feel at ease after sending one person, so he sent another. Xianxia, you have to believe me. I really have no ill intentions towards you. Qin Wuya still said in a low voice. He didn't know why, but Lu Ziyan was very vigilant towards him. Young Lord Chang'e, are your injuries okay? But at this time, Lu Ziyan was no longer worried about him. She asked with concern, remembering that Guchang's origin was damaged. Even if his injuries were better now, if he attacked forcefully, it would leave a big impact. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with this guy. Guchanga replied with a smile. His demeanor was extraordinary and peerless. Buzz. As he spoke, he directly attacked. His sleeves fluttered, looking tyrannical and disdainful. Rumbling sounds spread in all directions, shaking the heavens. The many followers behind him also attacked at the first instant. All kinds of divine abilities and precious techniques appeared under the night sky. Their brilliance was dazzling, and their auras were incomparably terrifying. Their strength was considered to be at the peak of their generation. Many of them used to be famous young supremes in their own regions. Now, they all attacked together. Their moves were swift and fierce, surging and surging, causing chaos. It was as if many stars were exploding. The terrifying fluctuations shook everyone in the Black Tortoise Imperial capital. All kinds of precious techniques and artifacts were displayed under the sky, one after another, attacking Qin Wuya. You want to stop me with just you? Seeing that Lu Ziyan didn't believe his words and was worried about Guchanga instead, Qin Wuya frowned again. His voice was not polite at all. Originally, he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. If Guchanga was tactful and let Lu Ziyan go, he would directly take her away. He wouldn't attack Guchanga. Guchanga had many tricks up his sleeve, but he was already seriously injured. How much strength could he display now? As for Guchanga's followers, they weren't worth mentioning in his eyes. He didn't need to care about them at all. He could defeat them with a wave of his hand. How arrogant. It seems that my methods are too gentle, causing any random cat or dog to dare to bully me. Seeing this, Guchanga slightly shook his head. His expression was calm, but there was some indifference. Bang, in the night sky, divine talismans flowed. An indescribable giant hand slapped forward, carrying the boundless power of the great Tao. It was as if a piece of the sky was about to fall, absorbing the power of the void. Guchanga attacked powerfully. His methods were even more terrifying. A terrifying crack in the void instantly spread out. It was like a palm print, pressing down in all directions, causing every inch of the void to collapse. There wasn't the slightest sign of injury on his body. Rumble, moreover, at this time, Guchanga's aura had already reached the Great Saint realm. All kinds of rules fell. The Great Saint Dharma body stood indomitable. Golden light surged, like a god standing under the dome of heaven. With a wave of his hand, various colors of divine light gushed out. They were densely packed and vast like a sea of stars, enveloping the area. Large areas of buildings and palaces collapsed, turning into ashes in an instant. It was earth-shattering. At this time, the identity of the inheritor of the demonic arts had been determined. Guchanga was too lazy to hide his cultivation. At this moment, his aura had reached the great saint realm, but the strength he displayed was enough to make a quasi-supreme's heart palpitate. Great saint realm, Qin Wuya's expression changed slightly. His figure swept across the dome of heaven, and at the same time, he also made a move to resist this attack. The technique he cultivated came from ancient times. His aura was completely different from the current era. Large amounts of bone text gushed out from his palm. Lightning and runes were like a sea, turning into a long dragon that pierced through the sky. This was a terrifying scene. It was as if stars had gathered into a single point and then exploded there. It was unimaginably powerful and peerlessly powerful. No one expected Qin Wuya's method to be so strange. The remaining heavens prides who made a move were no match for him at the first moment of contact. Their weapons exploded. With a groan, they all vomited blood and retreated, losing the ability to fight in an instant. At the same time, Qin Wuya's boundless divine sense turned into a divine sword with a dong sound, sweeping in all directions. Countless cultivators were frightened. Sensing this, their souls trembled. If a quasi-supreme attacked, if it was in the outer realm, it could destroy the stars at any time, destroying everything. In the territory of Black Tortoise ancient country, this was already a very restrained result. Otherwise, 697 Li would be destroyed in an instant, turning into a land of calamity. Quasi-supreme? Where did heavenly monarch Ziyang find such an expert? Lu Zian was also shocked. Cold sweat broke out on her back. She was incomparably scared. If Guchanga hadn't arrived in time, she would have been doomed facing such an expert. However, what shocked her even more was that Guchanga's current strength was far beyond what she knew. It seemed that the divine prince's death was justified. Even such a powerful Guchanga was heavily injured at that time. It was obvious how terrifying the strength of an inheritor of demonic arts was. Quasi-supreme level, but this shouldn't be his full strength. Guchanga's body was huge, and his attacks were boundless. He resisted this attack head-on and remained unmoved. Seeing this, a strange look flashed across his eyes. Qin Wuya was an expert who returned from the 9 heavens. He experienced all kinds of hardships there, and his methods and battle experience were incomparable to ordinary cultivators. There was a reason why the 9 heavens was a place that many cultivators yearned for. Qin Wuya's methods were commendable in Guchanga's eyes. Moreover, Qin Wuya still hadn't shown his true strength. Seems like junior brother Ziyang's worries were justified. This Guchanga is so young, but his strength is already so terrifying, he didn't show his full strength before. After that attack, Qin Wuya frowned and reappeared on the other side. His expression was calm, but his heart couldn't calm down. Actually, before this, many people were guessing how strong Guchanga was. Because he had just arrived, he didn't show his true strength in front of everyone. Even when facing heaven's favorites of the same generation, he easily crushed them. After a long time, Guchanga's strength became a mystery. Everyone knew that he was unfathomable. Guchanga's true immortal potential wasn't just for show. Many cultivators guessed that his realm had already surpassed many ancient freaks. Today, even when he was heavily injured, Guchanga's display had already surpassed the Supreme Saint level. It truly shocked everyone. Qin Wuya felt that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. When he fought with Guchanga, he did feel that his opponent's aura was weak. There was no way to hide it. In other words, Guchanga, who was fighting with him now, was still injured. Qin Wuya, who was proud and believed that his horizons were wider than others after leaving the 9 heavens, could not accept this. Although he still had many tricks up his sleeve, he found it hard to accept that he was defeated by Guchanga in terms of cultivation. He can even fight against a quasi-supreme expert. As expected of the young lord. Even though the young lord is injured, he is still invincible. Many of Guchanga's followers were also excited. For the first time, they felt the invincible strength of Guchanga. Of course, in their eyes, Guchanga was the symbol of invincibility. At this moment, in other parts of the Black Tortoise ancient country, many geniuses rushed over after hearing the news. They immediately learned that Guchanga had been attacked by an assassin. Boom, in the sky, a divine rainbow swept over like a red glow. Faintly, there was the image of an immortal phoenix spreading its wings. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating everything. A woman in a red dress walked out. She was extremely beautiful and tall. She was none other than the heavenly phoenix maiden. Could this be the strength that Xianxia has been hiding all this time? She was shocked and her beautiful eyes widened. She had seen the scene of Xianxia and Qin Wuya fighting just now, and her heart was in turmoil. Great Sage Realm, in another direction, Six-Crowned King Jun Yao also appeared. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on his face. He frowned. This was unexpected. However, many people were still paying attention to Qin Wuya's figure and guessing his identity. Although his face was covered, there were not many people with such strength at such a young age. Before this, they had only heard that the prince of the Vermilion Bird ancient country, Chu Hao, had a powerful cultivation and reached the quasi-supreme realm in just a few hundred years. This mysterious person in front of them should not be very old. What's going on tonight? Young Lord Xianxia has not recovered from his injuries. Why is he fighting again? Some of the heavens' favorites who rushed over asked in confusion. I heard that there was a black-robed man who came to assassinate young Master Xianxia. When he was no match for him, he fled. This person hid in the dark and lured the tiger away from the mountain, planning to make a move on Lu Zian. Immediately, someone began to explain, knowing the ins and outs of the matter, quickly explaining everything that happened. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They were very shocked. The expressions of the heavenly phoenix maiden, Six-Crowned King, and the others also changed slightly. What a vicious plan. If something happens to the Saintess Xian, the Purple Mansion will definitely be furious. If that happens, the situation will become even more complicated. Saintess Xian is currently in the hands of young Master Xianxia. That's why the Purple Mansion is afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. They spread another rumor. Thinking of this, many people felt a chill run down their backs and their scalps went numb. They were planning to scheme against young Master Xianxia. If it wasn't for Xianxia seeing through such a vicious plan, the following events would have been unimaginable. The black-robed man from before was someone who appeared beside the inheritor of the demonic arts that day. Then, someone else spoke, explaining this matter, triggering a wave of unease. After all, the inheritor of the demonic arts didn't even fear Xianxia, so what about them? Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? While everyone was shocked, the battle in the sky became even more terrifying. The two individuals' attacks were world-shaking. The cultivation displayed by the mysterious individual had already reached the level of a half-supreme being. All types of half-supreme being methods appeared between heaven and earth, whistling past. Immortal deities descended, suppressing everything. It was like the methods of immortals, divine might boundless. There were even ancient small worlds that appeared, within them a boundless mysterious land. Ninth Heaven Void Shadow, these scenes shocked everyone. Even the heavenly phoenix maiden and the others' expressions changed, their hearts trembling. One had to understand that they were true Immortal Academy's echelon disciples. They were the most powerful heavenly geniuses of the present age, looking down on their peers. However, under the shockwaves from the two's exchange, they actually couldn't help but tremble, about to kneel down. I am inferior to Xianxia. In the end, the heavenly phoenix maiden released a deep sigh, her eyes full of dejection, admitting that she was inferior to Xianxia. Before, she still harbored fighting spirit, thinking that if there was a chance in the future, she could compete with Xianxia for a bit. But today, she personally witnessed Xianxia fight against such a powerful mysterious individual while injured, yet he was still so calm, leaving her incredibly shocked. No wonder the divine prince who had a supreme being artifact would die, while Xianxia who left the supreme being artifact outside the En Extreme Land was only seriously injured. This is the difference. From today onwards, no one can shake the title of number one of the younger generation. The heavenly phoenix maiden sighed, immortal phoenixes appearing in her eyes. Right now, what she wanted to know the most was just who exactly was that mysterious individual who fought with Xianxia. Judging from his age, he shouldn't be that old, less than 1,000 years old. Great Saint Realm, it seems like I need to break a seal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Six-Crowned King gave Xianxia a deep look, inwardly saying this. As expected of the opponent he was most satisfied with. His true strength naturally surpassed the surface. In the other epochs, he had already severed his own life several times. Then, he even chose to seal his cultivation, tempering himself again. Otherwise, using cultivation to suppress those of the same generation would greatly reduce the tempering effect for him. In this life, his cultivation was only at the Supreme Saint realm, not touching the threshold of the Great Saint realm. If he provoked Xianxia now, there was only one possibility, and that was to suffer a crushing defeat, so he considered whether or not he should undo the seal from before. Rumble, the momentum here shook all directions, vast and unimaginable. Qin Wuya continuously retreated, his expression uncertain. When he fought with Xianxia, he had already used many of the divine abilities he had learned in the 9 heavens. But when he encountered Xianxia, they were all neutralized by his special laws. Moreover, right now, he actually felt his arm go numb, as if it was going to break. One had to know that his physical body was his strongest point. Qin Wuya was very confident in his physical body. Since young, he cultivated the heavenly arts, closely related to body refinement. Then, he soaked in many spiritual liquids, refining the Vajra unbreakable body. In the 9 heavens, he killed many strange beasts, using their essence blood to temper his body. He had also eaten many strange immortal fruits, for example, Bodhi fruit, undying flower, Hunyuan fruit, all of them had body-tempering effects. Even against some supreme beings, Qin Wuya had confidence in being able to contend against them. But his physical body didn't have the slightest advantage in Xianxia's hands. This made it difficult for him to calm down, feeling like he had really encountered a monster. He was clearly heavily injured, yet he was still ridiculously powerful. If his injuries were completely healed, how terrifying would that be? No wonder even the inheritor of the demonic arts had fled from him, unable to contend against him. This time, the inheritor of the demonic arts didn't kill the geniuses because they underestimated the inheritor of the demonic arts. It's because Xianxia hid his strength too deeply, causing everyone to mistakenly think that although the inheritor of the demonic arts is strong, there is a limit to it. Some of the young geniuses' expressions changed rapidly, and some of them turned pale. That's right. Before this, who would have thought that young Master Xianxia's true strength would be so terrifying? How weak could the inheritor of the demonic arts be to be able to escape safely under such strength? Thinking of this point, many geniuses turned pale, recalling the actions of the inheritor of the demonic arts. He must have set up a scheme to deal with Xianxia. The divine prince could only be unlucky at most and be implicated. Only the golden cicada Buddha was smart enough to sense that something was wrong and didn't fall for the trap. Just as everyone was discussing in shock, a vast fluctuation appeared under the sky, as if an ancient heavenly palace was crashing down. Even the stars in the outer realm seemed to be trembling. Countless cultivators turned pale and knelt down in fear, their divine souls trembling. "I already know who you are," Xianxia said lightly. His eyes were deep and calm, but more than that, there was coldness. A terrifying mountain and river seal appeared, surging with golden light as if it could suppress eternity. Dong, heaven and earth exploded, and the universe reversed, piercing through everything. Qin Wuya, who was fighting with Xianxia, was shocked. He didn't expect Xianxia to suddenly activate the supreme weapon. Caught off guard, he was directly smashed by the great seal of mountains and rivers, and who knew how many of his bones were shattered. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. A black stone robe appeared under his robe, interweaving with various innate meridians, forcibly blocking the attack. If it wasn't for his strong physical body, he would have exploded. Then, Qin Wuya took out a very simple stone tool. It seemed to be carved from the teeth of some unknown ancient beast, emitting a hazy light. After being struck out by him, it immediately formed a star-like star map. All kinds of patterns descended, enveloping the mountain and river seal. Not good, however, Qin Wuya felt a chill on his face, and his expression changed. The cloth he used to cover his face had been torn apart at some point. So this was Xianxia's goal. So it's him, the person in the strange stone. As expected, it's related to Purple Sun Sovereign. The moment they saw the mysterious person's appearance, many of the geniuses below were shocked, and an uproar broke out. They never thought it would be this person. Even Six-Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and Lu Zian were shocked. When the strange stone was cut open, many geniuses rushed over, thinking that it would be some reincarnated true immortal, but they didn't expect that it was just an ordinary man. They were very disappointed. Moreover, the cultivation he showed at that time was only at the heavenly god realm. Then, they saw that he was very close to Purple Sun's sovereign, and there seemed to be some relationship between the two. But now, who would have thought that he would be here, and his strength was so terrifying? Where is Purple Sun's sovereign? Hand over his whereabouts, and you will die today. Guchunga's eyes were calm and indifferent, and his voice was still monotonous. The mountain and river seal floated behind him, as if it wanted to encompass all the mountains and rivers in the world. It was extremely terrifying. Qin Wuyan knew that his identity had been exposed, and everything was developing in the worst direction. He coldly looked at Guchunga and didn't say anything. Then, the string of beast teeth in his hand exploded, and divine light surged. It was as if a sun had exploded here, and terrifying energy poured out in torrents. All the geniuses' expressions changed, and they hurriedly retreated. Their eyes stung, and tears flowed. Meanwhile, Qin Wuya's figure took the opportunity to rush into the distance, and he planned to escape into the void. Not good, he's escaping. Many of the geniuses in the distance noticed this scene and wanted to chase after him. After all, this involved the matter of the inheritor of the demonic arts, and tonight's matter would not be peaceful. At this time, how could they let him escape? Seems like I forced myself too much. At this time, Guchunga didn't continue to chase after him. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his face was slightly pale. He sighed with a calm expression. Is young Master Chunga okay? Lu Zian appeared beside him and asked worriedly. Six-Crowned King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Ying Yu, and the others also landed. They looked at Guchunga with different expressions. Some were complicated, and some were worried. Don't worry, I have already left an imprint on him. He can't escape far. At the same time, I can ask him to help me find Purple Sun's sovereign. Guchunga looked at the geniuses who were looking at him worriedly and smiled. Only when they heard Guchunga say this did everyone come to a realization. Turns out young Master Chunga had long planned this out, not simply letting this person go. Brother Gu, how are your injuries? Six-Crowned King walked over, his eyes flashing, staring at Guchunga. In reality, at this moment, both he and Heavenly Phoenix Maiden had other thoughts. Of course, it wasn't to challenge Guchunga. Instead, it was to guess whether or not Guchunga was injured. For example, the matter of Guchunga being seriously injured before, was it actually not that serious? However, for the sake of fooling some people, Guchunga pretended to be seriously injured. His goal was precisely to make those people who thought they had a chance to kill him personally deliver themselves to his doorstep. Just like this time. Even though Guchunga clearly looked like he was injured, and his injuries seemed to be extremely serious. However, when he took action, that type of majestic and heavy, simply boundless fluctuations made one feel suffocated, unable to help but kneel down. He could even easily contend against quasi-supreme level experts, a stalemate. If he really was injured, how could he be so powerful and terrifying, to the extent where he even used a supreme level artifact? This made Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and Six-Crowned King feel a chill in their hearts, feeling like they might very well have been kept in the dark by Guchunga. If Guchunga's injuries were just to deceive others, then those who came to make trouble for him at this time were simply seeking their own deaths. Moreover, Six-Crowned King felt like Guchunga still hadn't displayed his true strength, that he was still hiding a lot. My injuries aren't serious, I should be fine after resting for a bit. Hearing this, Guchunga said with a faint smile, his handsome face a bit pale. However, as he spoke, blood flowed out from the corners of his lips again, as if his injuries were still serious. However, everyone had already seen his powerful and unmatched appearance, all of them speechless. How did this look like a seriously injured person at all? This was most likely to deliberately let his enemies come, and then capture them all in one fell swoop. Brother Gu's strength is deep and unfathomable, truly admirable, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden said. Seriously. Ying Yu also nodded in agreement. Many thanks to young Lord Chunga for today's matter. Lu Zian looked at Guchunga and thanked him. She was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Although Guchunga had claimed to the outside world that she was under house arrest here, she was still a person who knew how to repay kindness. However, only Lu Zian herself knew that she was really like a guest here and was very comfortable. From time to time, he would drink tea and talk about chess with Guchunga. His days were quite leisurely. If the black-robed man had not suddenly appeared tonight, she might have gone to Xianxia to play chess tomorrow. 697. It's no trouble at all. After all, if something happens to you, I'm also in some trouble. Xianxia smiled, then looked at her and asked, you, on the other hand, aren't hurt? Young Master Xianxia is so protective of me, how could anything happen to me? Lu Xian's beautiful eyes stared at him. Xianxia nodded. That's good. What exactly happened today? Seeing this scene, especially Lu Xian's attitude, many people were puzzled. They did not understand why she would say this to Xianxia. Shouldn't she hate Xianxia? Six-Crown King and Heavenly Phoenix Maiden were both very smart. The two of them reacted almost instantly and could not help but sigh in admiration. So that's how it is. Brother Gu's foresight is truly admirable. Seeing that many people were still puzzled, Lu Xian explained, actually, during this period of time, I was a guest at young Master Xianxia's place. I was not under house arrest like the rumors said. Because this matter involved some disagreements within the Z mansion, I could only think of this plan to force them. Heavenly Monarch Xiang has a deep relationship with the inheritor of the demonic arts. If the Z mansion does not wake up, they will only be destroyed in the end. I did not want to see such a scene, so I discussed it with young Master Xianxia and schemed to trick the Z mansion. The rumors that have been spreading about young Master Xianxia were all caused by me. It has nothing to do with young Master Xianxia. Hearing this, everyone came to a realization and sighed in their hearts. Apart from Xianxia, no one else could think of such a plan. Moreover, for other cultivators, even if they wanted to cooperate with the Xianxia, it was impossible because they did not have the qualifications and courage. This was because they would be offending the entire Z mansion. Apart from Xianxia, who would dare to do something like house arrest the Z mansion saintess, apart from admiration, everyone could not think of anything else. Tonight, if it wasn't for young Master Xianxia detecting the other party's actions, I would have already died at their hands. At the beginning, the other party sent a black-robed man at the peak of the Great Saint stage to assassinate me. Fortunately, young Master Xianxia appeared in time and forced him to retreat, Lu Xian continued. Speaking to this point, she still felt a bit of fear. She stared at Xianxia with gratitude. What? That black-robed man was here to assassinate the Xianxia? As soon as this was said, it caused an uproar. Everyone was shocked and panicked. Before this, many people had thought that the other party was here to assassinate Xianxia. However, it turned out that the other party's target had always been Lu Xian. The inheritor of the demonic arts is not stupid. He knows Brother Gu's strength and knows that even if Brother Gu is seriously injured, he can't assassinate you. Therefore, he took a step back. Even if he can't assassinate Brother Gu, he still wants to cause trouble for Brother Gu. At this time, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden suddenly explained. Seeing that many people were confused, she added this sentence. If it was in the past, she would definitely not explain anything to the crowd because of this. However, what she had seen tonight had truly shocked her. She no longer had the same arrogance in front of Xianxia. These words were filled with admiration from the bottom of her heart. Yes, this is what happened. That man has a close relationship with the Xianxia. However, he used the excuse of coming to rescue me to kill me. I will report what happened tonight to the Purple Mansion. If the Purple Mansion insists on protecting the Xianxia, then I won't be able to stop them. Lu Xian said with a cold expression. Her beautiful and flawless face was filled with coldness. Saintess Xian, you don't need to worry. As long as the Purple Mansion's sect master is not stupid, he will know what to do. Xianxia said with a smile. Lu Xian glanced at him. She trusted him very much and nodded softly. This scene made the expressions of many geniuses and cultivators change slightly. They were somewhat envious and felt that something had happened in the past few days. Before this, the Xianxia had never interacted with Xianxia. However, in just a few days, Lu Xian's attitude toward Xianxia had changed greatly. One had to admit that Xianxia was very attractive to geniuses. Many geniuses were envious. It didn't take long for the news to spread, shaking the entire Black Tortoise ancient country. Even the nearby ancient countries were shaken. However, the spread of the news was even more terrifying. It was as if the news had grown wings. In just a short while, the news spread to the other regions of the upper world. It shocked all the great orthodoxies and sections. It was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea, setting off shocking waves everywhere. First, the inheritor of the demonic arts sent someone to assassinate Xianxia. What happened after that directly proved that the Xian saintess had a close relationship with the inheritor of the demonic arts. The mysterious man who walked out of the strange stone in the 9 heavens displayed his unparalleled strength. He fought with Xianxia and escaped in the end. During this process, Xianxia's true strength was exposed. It shook the world and made all the young people feel numb. Even though Xianxia was severely injured, he could still fight against a quasi-supreme expert. This was enough to make one's soul tremble. It was as if they were petrified. This was the first time Xianxia displayed such strength in front of the public. Because before this, Xianxia did not even need to lift a finger to defeat his opponents. This led to a situation. Everyone knew that Xianxia was very strong, but they did not know how strong he was. Once this news spread, it immediately caused a terrifying earthquake. Many of the older generation powerhouses finally realized that this young man in front of them had grown to a point where they had to look up to him. The divine prince died with no regrets. It was not that he was too weak. It was that the inheritor of the demonic arts was too strong. After that, the shocking details of this incident were sent back by the spies of the major forces and orthodoxies. Once again, the cultivators behind them were shocked. No matter which piece of news it was, the information it contained was too shocking. Many cultivators could not believe it. They stood there in a daze for a long time, thinking that everything was too surreal. Now, even if Heaven Lord Ziyang wanted to quibble, it would be useless. Many cultivators had seen the mysterious man's true appearance with their own eyes. Especially the disciples of True Immortal Academy, they had seen with their own eyes that he had a close relationship with Heaven Lord Ziyang. There was some kind of unknown relationship between the two. In addition, the fact that the inheritor of the demonic arts had sent the black-robed man to assassinate the Saintess Ziyin had angered many people. During this period of time, they had been searching everywhere for the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, since the inheritor of the demonic arts had been able to send the black-robed man to Xianxia's mansion without anyone noticing, it meant that he was not far from Black Tortoise ancient country. Many skyprides became uneasy and vigilant. If they encountered the inheritor of the demonic arts at this time, they would definitely not be his match. After this battle, some of Xianxia's strength had finally surfaced. If the strength he had displayed before was only the tip of the iceberg, the strength he had displayed now was only a part of the iceberg. However, who knew how much strength was hidden under the iceberg? From this matter, many people were able to deduce a part of the strength of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Before this, because Xianxia had concealed his strength, many people thought that the inheritor of the demonic arts was very strong. However, he was not invincible. For example, an ancient freak like the divine prince felt that he had a high chance of winning against the inheritor of the demonic arts. This was why he had chased after the inheritor of the demonic arts impatiently after learning about the inheritor of the demonic arts. Then, he had fallen into a trap and lost his life. After this matter, many people became more vigilant against the inheritor of the demonic arts. They no longer felt that they could kill the inheritor of the demonic arts if they encountered him like before. From then on, he became famous throughout the world, and his name would go down in history. During this time, the situation in the Purple Mansion was not optimistic, even though there were many signs that indicated that Heaven Lord Ziyang and the inheritor of the demonic arts were inextricably linked. When Heaven Lord Ziyang became ruthless, he even wanted to assassinate the Saintess of the Purple Mansion just to cause some trouble for Xianxia. Under such circumstances, there were still people in the Purple Mansion who wanted to protect him. They said that there was no evidence and that Xianxia only wanted to frame Heaven Lord Ziyang. Saintess Ziyin colluded with an outsider and betrayed the sect. In the future, she would be punished. This statement immediately caused a huge commotion. Many people realized that something shocking must have happened in the Purple Mansion. After all, Lu Ziyin was the daughter of the Purple Mansion's sect master. There was no way the sect master of the Purple Mansion would treat Lu Ziyin like this. It seems that the Purple Mansion is no longer under the sect master's control. Gu Changge smiled. He sat at the head of the table and gently blew on the teacup in front of him. The mist curled up, making this place seem like a holy land. I don't know what to do now. Lu Xian's expression was a bit gloomy. She did not expect the situation to change like this. Everything will be fine as long as we find Heaven Lord Ziyang. Gu Changge put down the teacup and stood up. He squinted his eyes and smiled deeply. I've set the bait for so long. It's time for me to reel in the net. Lu Xian looked at him in a daze. She suddenly felt that the current Gu Changge was a bit different from the person she was familiar with a few days ago. He was cold and aloof. He looked down on everything and was superior. He was completely different from the gentle and elegant person from before. For a moment, she thought that she was seeing things. However, Gu Changge quickly regained his smile and said gently, saying to Si Yin, you don't have to worry. Now that Heaven Lord Ziyang is dead, even those old monsters in the Purple Mansion who wanted to protect him can't do anything. They can only admit defeat. If they want to resist, at this point, he stopped, and his smile was unfathomable. Then, Gu Changge did not care about Lu Xian, who was still in a daze. He walked out of the hall and started to summon his followers. Lu Xian was no longer of any use to him. He had already set the bait. If Lu Xian was really assassinated by Heaven Lord Ziyang, it would have nothing to do with him. Young Lord Changge, are you going to look for Heaven Lord Ziyang? Lu Xian could not help but ask. However, Gu Changge did not answer. Instead, he smiled and said, saying to Si Yin, you should go back to the Purple Mansion and take a look. I don't think your father is doing well. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he appeared in the sky outside. His eyes were cold as he waved his sleeves and said to his followers who were rushing over, I already know where Ziyang is. Today, I will take him down. Rumble, in the next moment, the void trembled and a terrifying aura spread out. Suddenly, a spatial door opened in front of everyone. It shone with boundless golden light. It seemed to be connected to another space. A spatial passage. Lu Xian looked at this scene in shock. Before this, she had only seen this method from the elders of the True Immortal Academy and the old monsters in the Purple Mansion. To open a spatial passage with one's own strength, one had to have a deep understanding of the laws of space. This was at least the method of a supreme being. Among the younger generation, this was the first time she had seen Gu Changge use it. Buzz, in the next moment, Gu Changge took a step forward and took the lead. Many of his followers quickly followed him. The whole Black Tortoise Imperial capital was shaken by the sight of such a group. Many geniuses and cultivators raised their heads and were shocked. Then, a piece of news spread and shocked everyone again. Gu Changge had already found out where Ziyang's sovereign was and was going to kill him. Are they going to take action? In the mansion, 6 crowned kings suddenly stood up. Divine light flickered in his eyes and a terrifying aura spread out. Then, he also moved. He guessed that this battle might attract the inheritors of demonic arts. Of course, it might not. In the other direction, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, Ing Yu, and the others also received the news. They all had different expressions and moved at the same time. They did not want to miss the show. In an instant, in the sky above the Black Tortoise ancient country, divine rainbows could be seen flashing past. Artifacts broke through the sky and rushed over. Although Gu Changge had directly opened up a space passage when she set off. However, he did not hide his aura. As long as the people behind him followed his aura, they could follow him. However, your childhood sweetheart seems to be hiding a lot of things from you. At the same time, 2 figures were hiding in the sky outside the Vermilion Bird ancient country. They looked at the cloud-patterned white jade dragon carriage that sped past them with complicated expressions. The one who spoke was a hale and hearty old man with white hair. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked like an immortal. He was Chu Hao's senior uncle, Bai Yang, who came from the Taishang Grotto Heaven. Bai Yang was a supreme many years ago. He had a high status in the Taishang Grotto Heaven, and few could compare to him. The man beside him was handsome, tall, and had an aura that could not be underestimated. He was Chu Hao. However, Chu Hao's expression was complicated as well. He looked at Tang Wan's cloud-patterned white jade dragon carriage that sped past them. However, he did not mean to blame her. At this time, he could only choose to forgive her. The incident started from the day before yesterday. He had an appointment with Tang Wan to admire the flowers with her in the palace garden and talk about some things. Tang Wan naturally agreed to the appointment. The two of them talked and laughed, and were quite relaxed and happy. However, Tang Wan's expression suddenly changed. Chu Hao clearly noticed that the communication amulet in her sleeve lit up, so he guessed that the Tang family behind her had something to tell her. Then, Tang Wan found an excuse and left to reply to the message in the communication amulet. Chu Hao's divine sense was strong, and he was still brooding over the fact that Tang Wan was forced to do something by Xianxia. Only then did he have the intention to see what Tang Wan wanted. Then, he used his divine sense to check, but Tang Wan did not notice. Only then did he realize that Tang Wan was communicating with Xianxia. The message in the communication amulet was naturally given to her by Xianxia. This scene made Chu Hao furious. His expression changed, and he almost could not hold it in and went to confront Tang Wan. However, considering that Tang Wan had no choice in this matter, he gave up, but his expression was not good. As for what Tang Wan and Xianxia were talking about, he did not know, and Chu Hao did not hear it. After that, Tang Wan hurriedly left, saying that she had family matters to attend to. Chu Hao was worried. He was worried that she would be bullied by Xianxia. That was why he followed them secretly. That was why he saw Tang Wan rushing to the Black Tortoise ancient country in the white jade dragon carriage. I know what Martial Uncle just said, so, I still need to become stronger. That way, the Tang family behind Wanner won't dare to look down on me anymore, and Xianxia won't dare to bully me so casually. After which, Chu Hao took a deep breath and finally calmed down. He knew that it was useless to be angry at this moment. The most important thing was to increase one's strength. However, that's a good idea. In the future, when your cultivation increases and you gain control of the highest paradise, no one will be able to bully you anymore. Although that Xianxia is strong, he is still just a junior after all. Hearing this, Bai Yang smiled and agreed. He saw Chu Hao as his own son and thought highly of him. That was why he rushed over from the highest paradise when he heard that Chu Hao was being bullied by Xianxia. During this time, he stayed in the ancient country of Phoenix for half a month because he was worried that Chu Hao would be bullied by Xianxia. However, it was just as Tang Wan had said before. As long as Chu Hao didn't provoke Xianxia wouldn't care about a nobody like him. During this time, Chu Hao was worried that Xianxia would attack him because of this. That was why he stayed in the imperial capital of Vermilion Bird and didn't dare to leave. However, Xianxia seemed to have forgotten that he was a nobody. This made Chu Hao feel relieved, but more than that, he was unwilling and sullen. After all, he was a rare heaven's favorite who would be in charge of the highest paradise in the future. In the end, Xianxia didn't care about him at all and didn't care about him at all. This huge disparity made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Martial Uncle, do I still follow Wanner to the ancient country of Black Tortoise? Chu Hao asked again. Actually, he had already guessed who Tang Wan was going to meet when he followed her here. After the previous incident, he was slightly resistant to this kind of thing. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to control himself when he saw something. It's okay to go. I heard that Xianxia is in trouble now. He has to deal with the Purple Mansion Sect's Lord of Heaven Ziyang. He shouldn't have time to care about you. When we reach the ancient country of Black Tortoise, you should find a place to stay. I'll go and find out for you. Bai Yang pondered for a while and said. He was worried that Chu Hao wouldn't be able to control himself and attack him because of his relationship with Xianxia. In that case, Xianxia would have more reason to attack Chu Hao. Right now, Chu Hao didn't have much of a chance to contend against Xianxia. Because Chu Hao had offended Xianxia, Chu Hao's situation in the highest paradise was a little troublesome. Many elders were quite critical of him. I'll listen to Martial Uncle. Chu Hao nodded and didn't continue to talk about this matter. Then, the two of them concealed themselves again and followed Tang Wan secretly. Tang Wan, who was in the dragon carriage, had a lot on her mind. She held her dress tightly and didn't know that Chu Hao and Bai Yang were following her in the sky. She was still thinking about what Xianxia had told her. Although Xianxia didn't say much about the matter in the message amulet, but Tang Wan knew that it definitely had something to do with what had happened recently. This made her nervous, uneasy, and even fearful. Guchunga's strength is really unimaginable. If I'm not wrong, the method he used back then is closely related to the inheritor of the demonic skill. Tang Wan's face was very solemn. She couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine when she thought about what had happened. During this period of time, she had looked through the relevant ancient books to find out about her slave seal. At first, she didn't find anything. But when she had the thought of harming Guchunga, she spontaneously felt submissive and fearful. Fortunately, God didn't disappoint those who worked hard. In the end, Tang Wan saw a record of a few words on a tattered page. Although the record was very vague and the method was only similar to the slave seal that Guchunga used, it wasn't exactly the same. But Tang Wan was sure that it was the same as Guchunga's method back then. And that tattered page recorded something about the inheritor of the demonic skill. This discovery made her feel cold all over. Linking it to the many recent news and rumors, she felt that Guchunga's method was terrifying and unfathomable. If he was really the real inheritor of the demonic skill, it was simply unimaginable. No matter who it was, they would be horrified. This time, Tang Wan didn't know what would happen when she went to see Guchunga this time. She could only pray silently in her heart that Guchunga didn't notice her thoughts. "Brother Hao, you must not make an enemy of Guchunga. You can never. Imagine how terrifying he is," Tang Wan whispered in her heart. However, her expression would be a little absent-minded from time to time. During this period of time, some vague memories would emerge from the depths of her mind. The magnificent and ancient mountain gate. The master with unfathomable strength and the talented and mature senior brother. The two of them became Tao companions. The junior brother who was often bullied and the little junior sister who was devoted to Tao and had no distractions. Does reincarnation really exist in this world? At this moment, in an abandoned ruin outside the Black Tortoise ancient country, fog flowed, multicolored light filled the air, and miasma of various colors filled the air. Demonic beasts roared and ferocious birds flew in the sky, shaking the surroundings. A man in a purple robe was there, looking at the ripples of divine rainbows in the distance with cold eyes. It was Lord of Heaven Purple Sunday. At this moment, he didn't look good. Especially after hearing the rumors from the outside world, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't believe it and almost froze on the spot. His followers also turned pale and there was a faint sense of fear and uneasiness. They felt that the divine rainbows in the sky were all elites who came to find them. No one was a fool in this place. At this moment, anyone would know what kind of situation Heavenly Lord Ziyang was in. Although he didn't have the entire world as his enemy, it was close. There was no need to say what would happen to them in the end if they followed Heavenly Lord Ziyang. Whether Heavenly Lord Ziyang sent others to assassinate Guchunga or not, the various opinions of the outside world were extremely deadly. Almost everyone thought that Heavenly Lord Ziyang was in cahoots with the inheritor of the demonic arts. Even Lu Zian was the same. She thought that Qin Wuya, who was sent by Heavenly Lord Ziyang to save her, was in cahoots with the inheritor of the demonic arts. She hated him immensely. "Junior brother, what is the attitude of the Z Mansion behind you? If the Z Mansion didn't protect you, your current situation would be even more difficult." Qin Wuya stood opposite Heavenly Lord Ziyang. He also sighed softly. After escaping from Guchunga, he didn't immediately return to this place because he was worried that Guchunga would leave something on him. After that, Qin Wuya stayed outside for a few days to make sure that there was no trace of Guchunga on him. He returned to this place and met up with Heavenly Lord Ziyang. Heavenly Lord Ziyang glanced at Qin Wuya after hearing that. His expression was still ugly. In his opinion, he didn't think that this matter would be a sure thing. After all, Qin Wuya had personally taken action. Was there anything that he couldn't handle? However, there was a problem. The inheritor of the demonic arts suddenly sent people to kill Lu Zian and they were noticed by Guchunga. This caused all of his plans to go to waste. Not only that, but Lu Zian also hated him. He tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Although Heavenly Lord Ziyang had complaints about this, he knew that this matter couldn't be blamed on Qin Wuya. Who would have thought that the inheritor of the demonic arts would suddenly do such a thing? Damn it. That inheritor of the demonic arts ruined my plans. Not only did he frame me, but he also made me take the blame for him. Prince Ying, this feud between us is irreconcilable. Heavenly Lord Ziyang's expression turned gloomier as he thought of this. He clenched his fists. A terrifying aura surged around him as though it could change the course of mountains and rivers and cause stars to fall from the sky. A layer of oppressive atmosphere enveloped this place. Everyone kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to say anything. Now, the person that Heavenly Lord Ziyang hated the most, other than Guchanga, the inheritor of the demonic arts, Prince Ying, had arrived. Junior brother, this matter is very strange. In my opinion, the person that you need to worry about the most now is actually Guchanga. Have you ever thought of the possibility that Guchanga and the inheritor of the demonic arts are actually the same person? Asking for fresh flowers. However, after hearing Heavenly Lord Ziyang's words, Qin Wuya frowned and said in a serious tone. There was a tremor in his voice that made even his heart palpitate. It was as if he had made a great decision to say such words. What? Heavenly Lord Ziyang was stunned when he heard this. His eyes widened in disbelief. Why did senior brother suddenly say this? After that, he realized the seriousness of this matter. His expression turned solemn as he hurriedly asked in a low voice. With Qin Wuya's character, he wouldn't suddenly say such baseless things. He must have sensed something. That's why he said this. Actually, this matter only occurred to me after I thought about it carefully these few days. At that time, I hid outside Guchanga's residence for a few days. If there was someone hiding there, I would have sensed it. But there wasn't. The appearance of that black-robed man was very strange. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. So, I suspect that he is actually one of Guchanga's people. But, in order to appear, he put on a show. Moreover, when I fought with Guchanga, although his aura seemed to be injured, his true strength wasn't affected at all. In this world, who can be as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger and even use a supreme being weapon after a few days after injuring his origin? If Guchanga's terrifying talent can be explained, then all the suspicious points from before will be even more clear. Furthermore, Guchanga's grasp of the timing is perfect every time. If you say that he didn't plan all of this, I won't believe it even if I'm beaten to death. Qin Wuya explained. His voice was filled with terrifying coldness. It was also trembling slightly, causing Heavenly Lord Ziyang's back to break out in cold sweat. 00 Even though Qin Wuya had experienced many things in the 9 heavens, he was still terrified when facing such a situation. His divine soul was trembling. Before this, he had never thought that a person could be terrifying to such an extent. On the surface, he was the leader of the righteous path, the number one person of the younger generation. His halo shone brightly, and millions of people looked up to him as their faith. He also shouldered the future of many orthodoxies. As long as he didn't fall, he would definitely stand at the peak of the upper realm in the future. His future was limitless. But secretly, he was the most terrifying inheritor of the demonic arts in the upper realm. He hid in the darkness and devoured the origin of many geniuses, causing chaos in the world. Senior brother's words. The things that are involved are simply too terrifying. After Heavenly Lord Ziyang heard this, his divine soul couldn't help but tremble. His back was cold, and he was terrified to the extreme. He thought of the many possibilities and consequences of Guchanga being the inheritor of the demonic arts. That was simply unimaginable. It would bring about an unimaginable disaster to the upper realm. I only have a suspicion about this matter. If you want to take out evidence, it's impossible. Guchanga is simply too cautious. That so-called inheritor of the demonic arts, Prince Ying, is probably an unlucky person like you. Qin Wuya sighed and said. At this time, he didn't know how to comfort Heavenly Lord Ziyang. How did he offend such a terrifying person? Whoever offended Guchanga would be his worst nightmare. Eldest senior brother, what should I do now? If Guchanga suddenly comes at this time, can I only wait to be captured? Heavenly Lord Ziyang's face was pale. He was incomparably terrified, and his voice was trembling. Before Qin Wuya explained everything, he had never thought of this possibility. But now, his entire head was buzzing. He was terrified to the extreme. As the inheritor of the demonic arts, Guchanga not only threw everything on his head, but also raised the banner of justice to kill him. In this world, was there anything more terrifying and despairing than knowing the truth? At this time, perhaps only the sect behind you can save you. If I were to fight with Xianxia, the odds of victory would be 50 to 50. The outside world is saying that Xianxia is seriously injured, but in reality, he is very good. He has fooled everyone and toyed with the world. Hearing this, Qin Wuya was silent for a moment. Then, he said, or perhaps you can expose Xianxia's true identity. Heavenly Lord Ziyang's expression changed. No matter which possibility it was, he couldn't do it. At this time, the only thing he could do was to wait for the Z mansion behind him to send experts. I suddenly figured out why I saw such a scene in the future. Heavenly Lord Ziyang suddenly remembered the scene when he planned to use the immortal Tao Heavenly Eye to spy on Gu Xian'er's future. At that time, wasn't she imprisoned in a dark and damp dungeon by Xianxia, dying? If Xianxia was the inheritor of the demonic arts, everything could be explained. Gu Xian'er was too dangerous. She didn't know how terrifying and dangerous the cousin beside her was. No, I have to warn Junior sister. These days, I noticed that she was searching for me outside. At this time, I can't hesitate. Heavenly Lord Ziyang thought of this and his expression suddenly became firm. He clenched his fists as if he had made a decision. Although this decision would very likely lead to his whereabouts being exposed and he would face a life-and-death crisis, he was not the slightest bit afraid. Qian. He thought of what he saw with his heavenly eye of the immortal Tao. Gu Xian'er was so desperate and helpless at that time. How could someone as cold and arrogant as her be reduced to such a state? This was all Xianxia's scheme. Xianxia won her trust, and in the end, when she was unprepared, she suddenly took action, imprisoned Gu Xian'er, and stole and devoured her source energy. How can I allow such a thing to happen? How can I let her suffer like this? Junior sister is destined to be an immortal above the 9 heavens. Heaven Lord Ziyang clenched his fists and his body trembled. His eyes were burning with hatred and anger. After the anger, he realized that he had become unusually quiet. He no longer had the uneasiness and fear from before. Junior sister Daoxian's existence was his greatest courage to fight against Xianxia. Hearing Heaven Lord Ziyang's firm words, Qin Wuya fell silent for a moment. He could understand Heaven Lord Ziyang's feelings for Gu Xian'er. Even if he knew that this situation could expose Heaven Lord Ziyang's tracks and attract Xianxia and the others, his life would be in danger. But Heaven Lord Ziyang didn't care. Junior brother, you have to think carefully. This matter can't be solved on impulse. Xianxia's background and cultivation are far superior to you. Besides, Gu Xian'er may not believe you at this time. She trusts Xianxia very much. At this time, she will definitely think that you are trying to drive a wedge between her and Xianxia. It will only increase the distance between the two of you. The loss outweighs the gain. Qin Wuya sighed and decided to persuade him. Senior brother, you don't have to persuade me. I have already made up my mind. Heaven Lord Ziyang said stubbornly. He was still clenching his fists. His bony fingers turned white because he was using too much strength. After knowing Xianxia's true identity, Gu Xian'er felt that every second he spent beside Xianxia was torture. He was extremely worried. He was afraid that the shattered image of the future that he had glimpsed would become reality, and then be displayed in front of him in blood. Although Gu Xian'er used to be dismissive of him, he had no distractions and only focused on the Tao. But he didn't mind. To him, the Purple Sun Sovereign felt that it was worth it to go through thousands and thousands of reincarnations in exchange for a single glance from her. This had become his obsession. In his previous life, Gu Xian'er was still called Dao Xian. He was the most outstanding disciple of their boundless Tao sect since ancient times. With the talent close to that of an immortal, there was even a high possibility that he could enter the immortal palace that overlooked the heavens. In their era, immortals and mortals interacted with each other. It wasn't like today, where traces of the immortal world were elusive and difficult to find. Even immortals had become legendary existences. At that time, immortals often appeared in the world to visit friends and discuss the Tao. The immortal palace was high up in the sky and ruled over all directions. In every immortal palace, there were existences that surpassed the immortal realm. If it weren't for that terrifying catastrophe that caused the immortal palace to collapse and turned into ashes, he probably didn't even have the right to stand in front of junior sister Dao Xian, let alone do something for her. After all, junior sister Dao Xian was destined to become an immortal. The Purple Sun Sovereign had once complained about her. Why was there no place for anyone in her eyes other than the Dao, but now, he was relieved. Because that kind of Dao Xian was the real her. If she pursued the Dao wholeheartedly, she would only become an immortal. She wouldn't be disturbed by external things and wouldn't stop for anyone. She wouldn't even look at anyone. That was the junior sister that he had always admired. Isn't there a way? Eldest senior brother, haven't you already obtained the water of the reincarnation lake? As long as we can help junior sister Dao Xian regain her memories of her previous life, she will definitely believe us. I must save her from Guchanga's evil clutches. After that, the Purple Sun Sovereign's eyes lit up and he said in a low voice. He felt that this matter wasn't as hopeless as it seemed. You mean, we should directly attack junior sister Dao Xian and force her to drink the water of the reincarnation lake? Qin Wuya frowned and asked. Other than this method, he really couldn't think of any other method that the Purple Sun Sovereign could come up with. But this way, if Gu Xian resisted, the suspicion on them would be even harder to clear. This way, they would be able to confirm this accusation. I don't want to do this either. But if junior sister Dao Xian doesn't believe us, we can only use this method. We are doing this for her own good. I believe that she will choose to forgive us when the time comes. Only by burning the boats can we see Xiu. The Purple Sun Sovereign said with a gloomy and vicious look on his face. Qin Wuya glanced at him and didn't try to persuade him anymore. He nodded and said, all right, then we will do as you say. Next, I will take the initiative to expose myself and lure junior sister Dao Xian here. Pay attention to the concealment formation here. It's best not to let Guchanga find out anything. After that, he turned into a ray of light and left the place, heading out of the ruins. The Purple Sun Sovereign nodded and stood with his hands behind his back. His purple robe fluttered and his face was cold. Compared to before, it was as if he had suddenly become a different person. Then, he took out a jade talisman and told the Purple Mansion behind him about his current situation. The Purple Sun Sovereign was born in the Purple Mansion and the family behind him was also the bloodline that controlled the Purple Mansion. Although they had declined after several generations, their authority in the Violet Palace was still unshakable. The Purple Sun Sovereign believed that the family behind him was still on his side. At the same time, on the other side, the mountain range in the distance was majestic and ancient. It was like a terrifying beast crawling on the ground. Fog flowed and lingered. The border couldn't be seen. Many miasma insects and branches covered the sky, making this place even darker and more humid. Qin Wuya's figure appeared in a mountain range. Runes flashed in his eyes and strands of golden light. He was sizing up the scene in the distance. A few days ago, he had met Gu Xianer here. With Gu Xianer's speed of searching, she probably wouldn't have gone far in this period of time. Therefore, Qin Wuya planned to expose himself here to attract Gu Xianer and then lead her to the place where the Purple Sun Sovereign was hiding. The best way is to be unintentionally detected by her. Otherwise, with how cautious she is, it is very likely that she will be suspicious. Thinking of this, Qin Wuya purposely went to a plain below and found an open but hidden place. Then, he set up some simple concealment formations and sat down cross-legged. He pretended to be seriously injured and was healing. A kind of secret Dharma power fluctuation spread out. Unless one was very close to him, they would definitely not be able to sense it. In this way, even if Gu Xianer suspected something was wrong, she wouldn't think too much about it. At most, she would think that he was seriously injured after fighting with Gu Chang'e and couldn't run far. He could only find a hidden place to heal. On the other side, a beautiful girl with a big red bird on her shoulder was traversing through the mountains. The girl's figure was slender and her skin was as white as porcelain. Her facial features were exquisite and her temperament was otherworldly. She was like a flawless work of art created by the heavens. Her eyes were as cold as ice and her dress fluttered in the wind. She had a celestial aura and was extraordinary. She was Gu Xianer. However, at this moment, her expression was not very good. As Qin Wuya expected, she had searched every mountain range in the past few days but couldn't find any trace of the Purple Sun Sovereign. Gu Xian'er couldn't help but feel anxious and uneasy. Xianxia had been kidnapped for a long time. At this time, Xianxia's soul lamp was still bright and didn't show any signs of dimming. However, this made Gu Xian'er feel uneasy and guilty. However, the Purple Sun Sovereign's hiding skills were too good. Even if she used many methods, she couldn't find any trace of him. Just like how Guchanga had mocked her when she found out that she was here to look for Lord of Purple Sun, she was wasting her time and effort. I wonder what Guchanga is going to do now. Gu Xian'er frowned. In these few days, she had heard that Guchanga was attacked. With Guchanga's strength, there wouldn't be any accidents. What she wanted to know the most was what Guchanga was going to do. Was he going to continue waiting for the Purple Sun Sovereign to show himself, or did he have another plan? At this time, Gu Xian'er didn't know that Guchanga had already made his move and was rushing to the Purple Sun Sovereign's location. Forget it. Let's not care about Guchanga. He has his way and I have mine. I can't rely on him too much. If I run into any trouble, I'll ask him for help first. Gu Xian'er thought to herself. Her figure flashed and she rushed to another mountain range. Although this method was very stupid and required her to search the mountains one by one, it was very meticulous. She wouldn't miss anything. This is? Suddenly, Gu Xian'er frowned. She looked over and noticed a faint wave of Dharma power coming from the void. Although it was very hidden, it couldn't escape her powerful senses. Gu Xian'er was about to break through to the half-saint realm. Her primordial spirit was even more powerful. Since she was young, she had taken all kinds of spiritual treasures of heaven and earth and used all kinds of secret methods to train herself. She also cultivated the primordial spirit visualization method. Her senses were much better than those of her generation. Therefore, at this time, she immediately sensed the unusual aura in the void. Could there be someone else here? Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er's figure flashed. She quietly hid her aura and rushed in the direction of the Dharma power fluctuation. Soon, she noticed a hidden plane. An ordinary-looking man of medium build was sitting there with his legs crossed. Divine light flowed around him. Runes flashed around his body and various colors of divine light rose. He was obviously seriously injured and was healing his wounds. This is the senior brother of Lord of Purple Sun, the mysterious man who cut out from the 9 heavens strange stone. Gu Xian'er quickly recognized this person. Her pupils shrank slightly. She subconsciously took out a talisman treasure from her sleeve. She was very clear about the rumors during this period. It was this person who went to assassinate Guchanga. In the end, he detonated his ancient treasure and escaped. But no one would have thought that he was seriously injured and was healing here. It seemed that he was seriously injured in the battle with Guchanga. Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er did not want to alert the enemy. Instead, she carefully hid her aura. She had her own plans. This person in front of her was definitely related to Lord of Purple Sunday. As long as she secretly followed behind him, wouldn't she be able to find Lord of Purple Sun? Just as Gu Xian'er was thinking, the figure in front of her suddenly opened his eyes. A long dragon of blood spurted out, making a rumbling sound. He frowned and slowly stood up, muttering to himself. This injury still needs some time to heal. Guchanga is indeed the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Did he really think that he could fool me just because he could fool everyone in the world? Not only did he kidnap Xianxia and frame junior brother Purple Sun, but now he wants to kill with a borrowed knife. What a ruthless heart. If we don't get rid of him, he will be a terrible disaster. Qin Wuya frowned deeply. His expression was also very heavy. He could not help but whisper. The most important thing right now is to meet up with junior brother Purple Sun and discuss with him how to solve this matter. Junior sister Daoxian trusts him too much. She doesn't know that Guchanga has ulterior motives. In the future, she might be killed by Guchanga. After he finished speaking, his figure swept forward. In a flash, he had already disappeared from his original spot. Soon, there was no trace of him. What does he mean by that? Guchanga is the true inheritor of the demonic arts? However, Gu Xian'er, who was hiding behind, was stunned. She was shocked. Her expression was full of disbelief. She did not expect to hear such words. She only felt that her head was buzzing. It was as if she had been hit by a huge bell. Even her mind had become blank. She did not know what kind of emotions she was feeling at this moment. Gu Changge was the true inheritor of the demonic arts, the culprit behind everything? The most terrifying disaster in the world. Gu Xian'er did not dare to believe all of this. But, if Qin Wuya was deliberately framing her, how did he know that she was here? Deliberately saying all of this, shouldn't he have hurriedly hid after seeing her, afraid that she would contact Gu Changge and come to kill him? Was all of this just a coincidence, or could it be that everything that Qin Wuya said was not nonsense? Impossible. If Gu Changge was the inheritor of the demonic arts, how could there be no signs at all? If he was the inheritor of the demonic arts, how could he be injured time and time again because of the inheritor of the demonic arts? This Qin Wuya must have misunderstood something. Or he deliberately said these words because he knew that I was here. He wanted to drive a wedge between Gu Changge and me. Gu Xian'er's mind was in a mess. Her heart suddenly panicked and felt very uneasy. She did not know why she was so disappointed and worried. Even she did not know why she was afraid. Even she did not notice that her face was actually somewhat pale. At this moment, she even wished that she had not heard these words. Before this, she had never suspected that Gu Changge was the inheritor of the demonic arts. But now, after hearing this possibility, she could not help but suspect this matter. Soon, she reacted. Gu Xian'er did not stop and hurriedly chased after Qin Wuya. She wanted to follow Qin Wuya's trail to find the Purple Sun Sovereign. At this moment, it did not matter whether Qin Wuya deliberately lured her there or not. She only wanted to know if all of this was real or not. Otherwise, she would not be at ease. Buzz. 4, 2 at the same time on the other side. The void trembled. Waves of brilliance appeared and a wave of spatial fluctuations spread. Then, a bright door opened. Many figures walked out from it and arrived in the outside world. The person in the lead was tall and slender. His clothes were whiter than snow. His eyes were calm and deep. His hair was sparkling like ink. He exuded an extraordinary aura, as if he was a young god who had walked down from the 9 heavens. Behind him were the sky prides and young supremes of various races. Their cultivations were powerful and their qi was shocking. A creature that looked like a yiksha stood in front respectfully and pointed at the many mountains in front of them. Master, the Hangyu mountain outside Xuanwu ancient country is in front of us. Gu Changge nodded. He glanced down and said indifferently, the Purple Sun Sovereign's hiding place is here. The Purple Sun Heaven Monarch's hiding place is right here. Search everywhere. Don't miss any corner. The rest of you, seal off every direction. Do not let any creature or cultivator take a step out. Those who disobey will be treated as the Purple Sun Sovereign's accomplice and killed immediately. There is no need to show mercy. Yes, Master. When the followers heard this, their faces turned serious and they shouted in unison. Their momentum was shocking and murderous. The skyprites behind them were shocked and felt a chill down their backs. This was indeed Gu Changge's style. He directly sealed off this mountain range and did not allow anyone to escape. They smiled bitterly in their hearts. At this time, they did not dare to approach casually. They were afraid that Gu Changge would think that they were with the Purple Sun Sovereign and the inheritor of the demonic arts. Then, Gu Changge looked at the mountain range in front of him and stepped forward. His robe fluttered and he covered 1,000 miles in one step. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha, Six Crown King, Yingyu, and the others followed behind. However, they did not go forward. Instead, they stood in the sky and looked around, waiting for Gu Changge to find the Purple Sun Sovereign's tracks. After all, Gu Changge was so sure that the Purple Sun Sovereign would be here. He must be confident. Otherwise, he would be slapping his own face at this time. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang should be contacting the experts of the Purple Mansion. There was a faint smile on Gu Changge's face. She landed on the ground alone and headed towards the vast mountain range ahead. When he fought with Qin Wuya, he left a certain aura on his body. Of course, it wasn't a mark because Qin Wuya would have easily discovered it. Therefore, Gu Changge only needed to follow his aura to find Qin Wuya's location. Qin Wuya thought he was on the 3rd level, but in reality, Gu Changge had placed a trap on him on the 10th level. Gu Changge even knew where Qin Wuya had been for the past few days, but he was too lazy to chase after him. Before he killed Heavenly Monarch Ziyang, doing so would only alert the enemy. If the experts of the Purple Mansion realm come, I should contact the Gu clan behind me. I can use this opportunity to let some orthodoxies know where they stand. Gu Changge casually traversed through the mountain range. He wasn't in a hurry. He didn't doubt the importance of Heavenly Monarch Ziyang to the Purple Mansion realm. After all, he was the reincarnation of the Forbidden Era and possessed the rare primordial Dao Bone. If the Purple Mansion realm wanted to prosper, they had to rely on Heavenly Monarch Ziyang. Although the Purple Mansion realm was known as a supreme sect, they had never produced an immortal in their history. They had all kinds of shocking and unfathomable foundations, but they also lacked a suppressive foundation. They saw the hope of becoming an immortal in Heavenly Monarch Ziyang. He could help the Purple Mansion realm take another step forward. Therefore, knowing that they would offend many orthodoxies, the Purple Mansion realm still had to protect Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and even put him under house arrest. All these showed how important Heavenly Monarch Ziyang was to the Purple Mansion realm. At this time, if the Purple Mansion realm still insisted on going against him, Gu Changge could only ask the Longevity Gu clan behind him to take action. He also had his own Dao protector. However, because of the Forbidden Devil technique, Gu Changge couldn't let others know about many things. Therefore, he had his Dao protector stay in the Gu clan and only summoned him when he had something to do. This time, Gu Changge planned to use his mind palace as a whetstone to sharpen his blade. He had ordered the immortal ancient tribes who had been training in the immortal ancient continent for a long time to break the space and attack the Purple Mansion. The Violet Palace wasn't strong, but it wasn't weak either. It was just right to be used as a whetstone. Imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. Although many of the long-established forces in the upper realm were referred to as such, there was actually a huge difference in their heritage. The factions that had produced true immortals and those that had not. The gap between them was so huge that it was difficult to describe it with words. During this period of time, Gu Changge had read many ancient books and combined them with some vague memories in his mind. Only then did he understand the division of the eras. With the period when the Demon Lord destroyed the world as the boundary, it was also the Forbidden Era. Going back a few years, that was Immortal Ancient Great Era. It was because before that great era, there were true immortals who appeared in this world, to the extent where they even visited friends and discussed the Tao, moving unhindered between heaven and earth, free and unfettered. For example, the Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Sovereign and the Immortal Ancient Tribes all came from that era. As for the Forbidden Era, it had already been buried in the long river of time. Even after thousands of years, no one dared to mention it. Any thoughts in one's heart would be erased. It couldn't even leave any records on a page, and it couldn't exist in this world. Until now, if one thought about the Forbidden Era and wanted to trace back what happened then, they would also encounter misfortune and backlash. After the Forbidden Era, there were no more immortals in this world. Even the orthodoxies that survived the Forbidden Era had no more immortals. As for the reason, some people said that it was because of the anger of heaven and earth, resulting in such an environment that it was impossible to become an immortal. Some people also said that the true immortals in this world were all buried in the Forbidden Era. The order of heaven and earth in the future was broken, and it was impossible to form the imprint of the immortal path. It was even more impossible to cultivate the immortal path body and the light of the immortal path. There were many different rumors. However, the truth that Gu Changge learned was that after the Forbidden Era, the true immortals in this world had to go to another world for some unknown reason and rules. It was similar to the Ascension that he knew. The other world was temporarily called the Immortal World. For example, the Gu family of longevity actually had a deep connection with that world. This was because the longevity Gu family had existed even before the Immortal Ancient Era, and was even more ancient than the Immortal Ancient Era. It was because of this reason that Gu Changge looked up these ancient books. The other longevity families, such as the longevity Wang family, actually had a lot of connections with that world. Their ancestors were there, and the inheritances of later generations were all left behind by them. In the current upper realm, there were at most remnant immortals, and it was impossible for there to be a complete and unhindered true immortal. Even if a true immortal was born, they couldn't stay for long. There were many imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies that were born in later generations, but very few immortal inheritances were left behind. The appearance of an absolute sky shocked the entire upper realm, and it was also because of this reason that a true immortal academy was needed to nurture true immortals. No matter what you say, what happened in the Forbidden Era is related to me in no way. Based on this speed, I should be able to learn a few more things from Xianxia. Gu Chang's thoughts quickly flew back. His eyes were very deep. During this period of time, he had recovered more and more memories. It was like a vast and boundless deep sea, and also like an entire iceberg that was slowly rising to the surface of the water. There were many things that should be explained. Xianxia. That was the name of the female devil in red. Senior brother, you're here. Are you okay? Gu Chang'e didn't notice anything, did she? Outside the ruins, Purple Sun Sky Monarch saw Qin Wuya's figure from afar, and his face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He hurriedly went forward and asked with concern, "These days when you weren't here, I was really worried that Gu Chang'e would find me." Looking at Qin Wuya's expression, he knew that Gu Xian'er had been attracted by something, so he cooperated with him very tacitly, pretending that he didn't know anything. "I'm fine, and my injuries are more or less healed. Gu Chang'e didn't find me. During this period of time, no one came to find me, right?" Qin Wuya nodded, looked at Purple Sun Sky Monarch suggestively, and asked in return. Purple Sun Sky Monarch shook his head and said, "No, it's been very quiet during this period of time. Other than the occasional skyprides in the sky, there's been no other movement." Then, the two of them exchanged pleasantries, pretending that they hadn't seen each other for a few days. They asked each other about what had happened, as if they were very worried. Gu Xian'er, who had been following behind them, hid in the dark. Her cold and moving eyes were fixed on the two's movements. She clenched her jade-like hands, not letting go of a single word that they said. But soon, she frowned, realizing that something was wrong. Many of the things that the two of them were talking about were related to Gu Chang'e, and 8 out of every 10 sentences were related to Gu Chang'e. The content of these words sounded like they were saying how terrifying Gu Chang'e was, how deep his thoughts were, how he schemed against everyone, how well he pretended, and how he was actually the true inheritor of the demonic arts, etc. But listening carefully, it sounded more like the two of them were explaining to her, explaining that Gu Chang'e and the so-called inheritor of the demonic arts were actually the same person. They were explaining many reasons and suspicious points for her. After realizing all this, Gu Xian'er couldn't help but have a cold look in her eyes, and her killing intent was biting cold. She had already seen through it. Qin Wuya had purposely attracted her here, and the two of them were deliberately saying these words for her to hear. "Shut up." At that moment, Gu Xian'er shouted coldly. Her voice was clear, as cold as ice, and carried a terrifying chill. She took the initiative to show herself, appearing from the void where she was hiding, and walked towards the ruins in front of her. At the same time, a sparkling and translucent jade sword appeared in her slender white hand. It was flowing with a shocking sharpness that seemed to be able to cut through everything. "You are Gu Chang'e's cousin?" Seeing Gu Xian'er take the initiative to show herself, Lord of Heaven Ziyang and Qin Wuya were both shocked. This was not an act, but a real shock. They didn't expect that Gu Xian'er would take the initiative to show herself at this time. In their plan, they would discover Gu Xian'er's whereabouts later, and when they found out that she had heard everything, they would begin to earnestly explain to her. If Gu Xian'er didn't believe them, the two of them would have to fight. Now that Gu Xian'er took the initiative to show herself, to be honest, it messed up their plan. But soon, Lord of Heaven Ziyang and Qin Wuya both reacted, and hastily put on a vigilant and hostile expression, staring at Gu Xian'er. "How did you get here?" Ziyang frowned and shouted, "This is not a place you should be. I advise you to go back." However, Gu Xian'er had already seen through the two's plan. At this time, she was completely unmoved. Her eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. "At this time, you don't have to pretend anymore. Speak, why did you lure me here? You want to drive a wedge between me and Gu Chang'e and instigate me to deal with him? Then I can only say that you are thinking too much." Gu Xian'er's voice was very cold, as if it didn't contain any emotions. Hearing this, Qin Wuya and Ziyang looked at each other and frowned. Then, Ziyang sighed, "Big senior brother and I are actually doing this for your own good." He decided to lay his cards on the table. Qin Wuya was also silent. They also knew that at this time, it was useless to say anything else. Their previous plan was completely useless. Gu Xian'er frowned and asked, "What do you mean by this?" "Just like what you have heard, Gu Chang'e is actually the true inheritor of the devil arts. Sooner or later, he will make a move on you and devour your origin and everything. And your identity is the junior sister of big senior brother and I in our previous life. It's just that you don't know this. Do you still remember that day in front of True Immortal Academy? Why did I do that? Actually, I just wanted to help you recover the memories of your previous life. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything." Ziyang's expression returned to normal. He stared at Gu Xian'er and prepared to tell everything he knew to Gu Xian'er. Previous life? Gu Xian'er still frowned when she heard this. From her expression, it was hard to tell whether she believed it or not. To be honest, Ziyang's words had quite a big impact on her. She had considered Ziyang's and Qin Wuya's motives, but she didn't expect them to say this. This was already out of Gu Xian'er's expectations. "In our previous lives, we were actually all disciples of the Boundless Tao sect. I was the eldest senior brother, while you and junior brother Ziyang were both master's personal disciples. In your previous life, your name was Dao Xian." At this time, Qin Wuya also opened his mouth, hoping that these words would make Gu Xian'er remember something. However, Gu Xian'er's expression was still calm and cold. There was no change, and he didn't think of anything. "Are you done talking?" Then, she asked coldly. She had heard Qin Wuya mention the name Dao Xian before, but she didn't expect it to be her previous life's name. This was too inconceivable and dreamy. Could it be that reincarnation really existed in this world? "This is the water from the reincarnation lake. It can help people regain their memories. If you don't believe me, you can drink it at this time." Qin Wuya spoke again. He took out a small white jade bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Gu Xian'er. Within it, many mystical lights appeared. Silver-white radiance spread out in the void, emitting the will of reincarnation. It was extremely shocking. Even though it was separated by a bottle, one could still feel the surging intent within. "The water from the reincarnation lake?" Gu Xian'er frowned. She didn't take it, purely because she didn't trust Qin Wuya and Lord of Heaven Ziyang. As for whether or not this was the water from the reincarnation lake, she had no way to prove it. Who knew what was in the bottom of the bottle? However, these words made Gu Xian'er suspicious. What was the purpose of these two? Not to mention the truth of her previous life, just the fact that they lured her here didn't seem like they had good intentions. "If you still don't believe me, this is what I saw when I used the heavenly eye of the immortal Tao." Seeing that Gu Xian'er was silent, Lord of Heaven Ziyang's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought that she was thinking seriously, so he couldn't help but speak. At the same time, a golden pattern appeared in between his eyebrows. It illuminated everything and was incomparably resplendent, surging with divine light. Although he couldn't use the heavenly eye of the immortal Tao's true power at this time. But to him, it wasn't difficult to reconstruct the scene that he saw back then. If Gu Xian'er saw this scene, he believed that Gu Xian'er would definitely be suspicious of Gu Chang'e. At least, she wouldn't trust him so much like she did now. Buzz. As he spoke, in the void in front of Lord of Heaven Ziyang, rays of light suddenly appeared. Then, a few images appeared. In a dark and damp dungeon, a beautiful young girl was being chained. Her 4 limbs hung on the wall, covered in blood. She was on the verge of death, but her expression was stubborn and cold. The man in front of her had a handsome face. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he was as handsome as jade. He was like a fine young master in a chaotic world, untainted by a speck of dust. There was also a small white jade bowl in his hand. It was filled with blood, and it looked very evil. Seeing this, Gu Xian'er, who had been silent all this time, suddenly trembled. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled, and her face paled, as if all the blood had drained from her body. "Nonsense. I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, she shouted coldly. She took out her jade sword and it flew out from her hand. It was crystal clear and bright. With a terrifying sharpness, it cut across the sky and struck Lord of Heaven Ziyang, as if it was going to kill him. These are the glimpses of the future that my heavenly eye of the immortal Tao saw. Guchanga doesn't have good intentions towards you. He is the real inheritor of the demonic arts. Why can't you trust us? Eldest senior brother, and I won't hurt you. Lord of Heaven Ziyang's face was a little gloomy. He couldn't help but shout. At the same time, he rolled up his sleeves. Purple chi came out like a river of stars. It fell from the sky and resisted Gu Xian'er's attack. With his current strength, if Gu Xian'er didn't use any other means, it wouldn't be difficult for him to suppress her. However, Lord of Heaven Ziyang didn't do that. He continued to persuade Gu Xian'er, hoping that she would think it through and stop being so stubborn. Other than instigating the relationship between Guchanga and me, what else can you do? If that is my future, then I am willing to accept it. Gu Xian'er's voice was still as cold as ice. There wasn't any emotion in it. Boom, the jade sword cut across the sky. The aftermath shattered everything around it. The mountains were collapsing. With the terrifying rules and order, it was turbulent and vast. All kinds of dazzling lights burst out. Hearing this, Lord of Heaven Ziyang's face became very ugly. There was anger, gloominess, hatred, but more than that, there was jealousy and unwillingness. Based on what? Based on what? I am the one who is good to you. But Guchanga is trying to harm you, he was almost roaring. He never thought that Gu Xian'er would say such a thing. His whole person seemed to be ignited by the flame of jealousy. At this moment, Lord of Heaven Ziyang couldn't care less. He wanted to suppress Gu Xian'er and force her to drink the water of the reincarnation lake. For a moment, the laws here interweaved. Divine chains of order filled the sky. Resplendent beams of light pierced through the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. The primordial purple chi covered the sky and turned into a vast cloud layer. All kinds of divine abilities were displayed within. Purple true thunder crackled as if it could tear everything apart. Gu Xian'er was also using all kinds of methods to resist all of this. Her expression was very cold. Meanwhile, Qin Wuya didn't make a move. He just watched from the side. At the same time, he prevented the fluctuations from spreading and attracting the other cultivators and geniuses. Boom! Boom! The battle here was becoming more and more shocking. With a violent tremor, it was as if an immortal's drum was being beaten. This place completely exploded. The entire ruins were shattered. Many laws were being displayed. The order was being condensed. Gu Xian'er's immortal bone was manifesting. It turned into a supreme immortal that wanted to suppress everything. Meanwhile, Lord of Heaven Ziyang's primordial Dao bone was also manifesting. The purple chi was vast and boundless. It was incomparably terrifying. It was like a river of stars bursting its banks. Finally, in the void, there was a violent tremor. Dark red blood sprinkled down. Gu Xian'er flew backwards. There was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her skirt was stained with blood. Her expression was cold. After all, her cultivation level was much lower than Lord of Heaven Ziyang's. After exchanging a few blows, she quickly fell into a disadvantage. She was not his opponent. Junior Xian'er, you are not my opponent. At this time, you should not resist. Be obedient. Lord of Heaven Ziyang's purple robes fluttered in the air. He stood tall in the sky. At this moment, after winning with one blow, his expression had returned to normal. He looked at her and said this. However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Wuya's expression abruptly changed as he shouted, "Not good, quickly dodge." Boom, in the next moment, a terrifying power that was like the collapse of mountains and seas and the destruction of the universe came. The void exploded. Lord of Heaven Ziyang did not have time to react. His expression changed greatly as he wanted to turn around. However, his entire body was hit by this power. With a boom, his body instantly exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. You are courting death. You dare to hurt her? A human figure walked out from the void. A palm descended. It was like the anger of the heavens since ancient times. It carried the power of billions of years. His face was so heavy that it seemed like it was covered in ice. People couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs. They felt cold from head to toe. Their souls trembled. End of chapter 333. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.